Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition from Radio Row, as the announcer man said, here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Ruben as the glue of the entire morning show. He is fist pumping away, and probably because it's NBA trade deadline day. But before we get to that, we got the guest list. We got Jay Glazer. We have Darren Woodson. Did you do the homework I asked you to do last night? I never heard back from you.
I don't remember having you ask me to do homework.
Okay. Darren Woodson.
Oh, that homework. Yes, I did.
And did you get it?
Heard back.
You've not heard back? Okay.
No.
Thurman Thomas will sit down as well, and we'll see if we can squeeze in Moose Johnston, Kurt Schilling, and we have another awesome Tolo ticket giveaway for you. But, of course, you know at 6 o'clock, we always recap our night. I have written down McAfee, EpiPens, King Cake, and Clogged. Start us off, RJ Choppy, with your running buddy, Ruben.
Me and Rube went at about 5:30-ish, went to the casino.
But you did, I mean, that wasn't even the start of your bromance for the day, right?
No, we went at first, yeah, you're right. Yesterday we went to Koshan Butcher.
Okay.
Okay, that was the restaurant right behind the hotel.
That's kind of like the place everyone, it's that close?
It's 30 yards behind the hotel.
Okay.
Right? It's very, very close.
Because I wanted to go to it, but then I saw that Ruben texted us the selfie at the casino. So I thought he was already gone and it was done.
Yeah, he was. He was there. And I said, hey, we're going to go eat. And he's I'm in an Uber. I'm getting an Uber right now. So we go there, and everybody raves about this place. Said it's really, really good. And I agree. It's really good if you've never been to a deli before. You have no idea what a sandwich is.
Well, you know what? That applies in Dallas.
It's true.
We have terrible sandwiches.
That's true.
We have no delis.
Is this you just being like Northeast deli snob?
Yeah,
man,
I'm sorry. I am a snob. Yeah, if I've been to Katz's Deli, I'm a snob. Okay? I will not eat lobster bisque anywhere outside of Massachusetts. I just won't do it anymore. I won't do it.
That's the only reason I wanted to go to Texas Day Brazil the other day for my father-in-law, and they took it off the menu.
Yeah.
It was for dinner, only for dinner.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna go and order brisket in like Cleveland.
Right.
Not gonna do it.
But they should be able to make sandwiches in other places.
Should. It's fine. It's a fine sandwich. I had Cubano. Okay. I don't know what his name was, but I had a nice Cuban sandwich. So I had that. It was good. What was that?
That's a different
His
sandwich.
name is Ruben.
Ruben, yes. It was good. It was good. It was good. But it wasn't like, oh my God, you got to go to this place.
Detect a hint of Persian.
Yeah, they gave you.
All right, Ruben, I trust your food take and your food instincts. How good was it? Like, raging thumbs up? Do you know what we're talking about? The sandwich, yeah. What'd you get? You can turn on your mic, too, if you want to.
Here, take my headset.
How are you more awake 10 minutes before the show than when the show actually starts? All right, what did you get at the sandwich place?
I got the Cajun pork dog.
How was it?
It's pretty good. I give it a 7.
Okay.
They had the mustard,
Yeah.
sauerkraut, and chili.
Yeah.
So.
And did RJ's look amazing?
Of course, it's RJ's. He makes the right decisions besides
right.
besides last night
That's
on the
right.
bet.
Yeah.
that's
Besides, all the gambling. Get out of here.
I'm sorry.
Get out of here.
I did well. I crushed it. So we had that. Went back to the room.
With his camera? Was that the pictures you guys were
Ruben
taking?
went full old school. He bought one of those disposable Fuji cameras, those green ones.
They kind of look really cool. It's a retro look.
Look at it.
Oh, he's got it there, right there.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a red.
oh,
he's,
yeah,
he's
he's-
like, I want to go full vintage. I'm like, yeah, it'll be vintage. What do you see? What do you develop that film? And it takes 2 weeks to get developed because nobody can do it anymore.
He's a silent hippie. He's talking about how his 5 disposable cameras back at his house that he still hasn't gotten developed from other trips. But he's a little Portland-like, I think.
Yeah, well, a lot of Portland there for old Rube. So did that. Then we go to the casino, and we sit down. We place our bets. Peyton, I would like Peyton and I just to switch scores because we both lost. I took the under in the Tennessee game. He took the over in the Duke game. We both lost. So I sat down at a blackjack table. To the right, I see Pat McAfee.
Oh.
He sits down. I thought about sitting down at his table because it was an open table. There's one guy there. I was like, nah, I don't want to be that guy.
Dude!
It's too obvious.
No.
Too obvious. I'd already made eye contact with him. You can't do it at that point.
Oh.
I'd already
He
made
was
eye
playing by himself, so he had no entourage, no crew?
There was crew. They were all around him, but they weren't like.
Oh, the bros.
Yeah, they weren't
and
like-
finish my sentences.
They weren't like. They didn't have like it roped off. Like Barkley had it roped off when I saw him a couple years ago. He had it roped off. So I sat down at the next table, went on a bit of a heater.
Oh.
Shoe was over. Got up, said Tennessee game's about to start. Let's go watch it. We go watch it, and then halftime rolls around, and I get up.
So that's it. No interaction with McAfee right
No,
then.
not at the moment. But I was like, all right, I need to. By the way, the bartenders, stop judging, okay? I ordered a shot, and then I ordered a drink. Okay, then I ordered another. This is like 30 minutes later. I was like, yeah, I'll have another round. And then he hands me water. He goes, stay hydrated, young man. And I'm like, bro.
Oh, he's like that loser who lectured us the last time we were in New Orleans. Who's that local Dallas guy forever? Leberton.
Gil Leberton.
Gil Leberton is like all up in our messages, like lecturing us
Yeah.
about like gambling. I was like, I don't even know who you are. Who is this guy?
Hey, that's fine. Nobody in Dallas really knows who Gil Leberton is.
So I was like, yeah, I'm pacing myself here, man. I'll be fine. All right. So I get up and I walk and I see McAfee talking. Now he's getting bombarded by people.
But was your next round a shot and a drink again?
No, it was just a shot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The shots are about efficiency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
what was the shot?
it was just what was it?
You don't remember
Hornitos.
what shot? Okay.
Hornitos.
Not many, huh?
Huh?
So Ruben doesn't know the sandwich 10 hours before.
Yeah.
Do you know what shot you took?
So then I see McAfee just getting bombarded by people. And I'm like, all right, if he's getting, I did not want to say no. I hate going up to people.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to bother them. They don't want to be bothered.
Yep.
Right? They don't want to be bothered. So,
See, my strategy with John Quinones would have worked. Like, are you somebody?
yeah.
That would have made it more comfortable by you being like, I don't know who you are. You know?
Yeah. So I go over there and I go to his boys and I'm like, does this happen like nonstop? And they're like, you have no idea. It's like nonstop. Like it's just, he always gets bombarded.
Yeah.
And it's always like, and everyone that was going up to him was like, there was an older crowd than I expected. They were like, in their 50s, men and women in their 50s just going. I would have expected to have been a younger, broier crowd, but it wasn't. So I finally go up to him and I was like, yo, we're
So he gets bombarded by.
just a bunch of people. So then he paces back the other way. Then I guess they came back my way. And I go up to him. I was like, "Yo, man, I'm RJ from Shan RJ and Chop."
Oh,
and
dropped the line.
He's like, "Oh, you're the Jerry guys. Yeah, quite the year for you. Quite the year for you. I was like, yeah. He goes, is it Shan? And I'm like, nah, it's really Sean, but
Shan and RJ in shop.
You saying Shan's kind of funny, so keep at it, whatever.
Yeah.
It's good. You appreciate you shouting us out.
Yeah.
And I was like, you're kind of like my spirit animal.
You told him that.
I did. I said, you're my spirit animal.
Don't tell me he was wearing a damn tank top.
He was in a tank top.
Oh.
No, he was absolutely in a tank top. He had a hat on, so he didn't have the hair flowing. I was a little disappointed. That's good hair.
Which, by the way, that tells us that you don't mind the attention that much, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or are you just being true to your genuine self wearing the tank
True
top?
to itself. True to the self.
No, he doesn't mind the attention.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
And then as he said one or two other things. It was a very quick conversation.
Yeah.
And as he walks off, he says, "Tell Shan to go F himself."
What the hell?
He
Hey.
ripped his video.
Yeah, Shan ripped our video.
Was he serious?
No, I don't think he was serious. I don't
just ripped our
envision
video.
Pat getting angry. Did you think he was serious, Rube?
You didn't even know he was there, Chop, until Ruben had to tell you. I was standing right next to you the entire time.
Yeah. Well, look,
That's how just tunnel vision in love with McAfee, Chop he was.
well, listen. When I look up, I don't look back.
When
Okay.
I look up, I
Pat's
look
up.
back.
Ruben's down.
Did
Right.
Dude, hey, don't go out with him today.
Yeah, you should. Did you
don't
know-
pick up his phone calls today because I think he thinks he got a little.
I'm
run
the
him
guy
by
that's always looking
disrespecting
through
like this.
you to get to somebody else.
Yeah.
You know how you
You're like Ruben's vodka cran.
Yeah.
You know how you accused me in the Uber the other day of changing the way I talk?
Yeah, pulled Elfenbein.
Yeah, that's what he claims. I can only imagine you would Yinzer talking to McAfee.
Yinzer? Oh no,
I bet you did. I bet you did.
I didn't.
So that was
You want to go get a hoagie?
But crushed it at the blackjack table.
Oh, nice.
Up like 5.
And Tennessee, you said won or lost?
They won, but I lost the bet. They won the game, but the under didn't hit.
EpiPens? Allergic lobster reactions?
A day later, too? That seems a little odd.
Did she eat the lobster with us?
So, it's whatever she got at dinner with you guys.
Okay.
She had brought
She
it
looked
home,
like she ordered the best thing.
put it in the fridge, and she liked it. She heated it back up. She was eating it yesterday because there's just like
You dealt with
little
a
left.
seafood reheat microwave smell in your room?
Honestly, that's the thing. It didn't smell like seafood.
Oh.
And so I just she was like, this isn't bugging you? I was like, I don't know. What is it? And she's like, it's lobster. And I was like, oh, nope. Didn't even smell like anything. So she eats that. Well, it's like a little bit later. And all of a sudden she's just kind of standing around. She goes like, I think I'm going to throw up. And she like runs into the bathroom. And when she comes out, she was in there for a little while. When she comes out, she's like scratching. She's like, where's my inhaler? And I was like, I don't know. What's wrong? And she goes like, I think it's that I've never had lobster before until the other day, but I was fine yesterday, but like I'm itching really bad. And
Oh, my.
she was like red on her neck, and
Penicillin.
her eyes started like swelling up a little, like her cheeks were getting, and she was just saying, she's like, I feel like somebody's like just like inflating the left side of my face and like my neck.
Whoa.
And I was like, oh gosh. I was
You
like,
could see it?
I could see her eyes looked like she looked really sleepy almost, like her eyes were just closing, but she didn't look like super puffy. And so I was like, all right, well, you're having like intestinal issues, if you're gastrointestinal issues, if you're feeling like you're throwing up, you're kind of puffing up, you're itching, you're having trouble breathing. Like this is definitely like an allergic reaction. We should probably go find an urgent care in ER or something.
Oh,
She starts going like,
can you imagine coming here and
No.
searching for an urgent care?
I could
Bobby
not.
couldn't even find a Walgreens yesterday.
especially last night with the way, like, I don't know what was going on here last night. The streets were flooded. If that was NFL
They
experience
were-
or what.
We Ubered to the casino, but we should have just walked. It was only a half mile, but it was too muggy to
Dude,
walk around.
it was crazy.
I got to sweat.
And
Kidding me?
I don't know what was going on. People were walking around with Visa bags all over the street, and so, but people were just like everywhere. She's like, I don't want to try to get out of here. It's going to be nuts. And she's like sitting here scratching all the time. I'm like, all right, well, you like this might be like mild, like this is anaphylaxis kind of close, I think.
But they know all the medical
And
terms.
so, well, I mean, they both have to carry EpiPens. Kristen and Addison have to carry EpiPens for allergies. Kristen didn't bring it this time. She was like, I forgot it. I was like, okay, well, that's wonderful. So we're going to have to at least call 911 and get somebody here to give you an EpiPen if this gets any worse.
My God.
And she was like, that'd be so embarrassing. Don't do that. I'm fine. I'm fine. And I was like, gosh. So eventually I was like, all right, let me go get Benadryl at least at the front desk, which still takes half hour to an hour to kick in. So it kind of peaked there and never really got worse. She took the Benadryl and she came back down. But then I just end up sitting there like I wanted to go to bed at 7 o'clock tonight or something, and instead I'm just sitting here going like, all right, let's see if she has one of those biphasic reactions where hours later,
I don't know what that is.
hours later, it like comes back with a vengeance, and you can like die in your sleep or something. And so
I dealt with a clogged toilet the entire day. My wife, and now
baby.
it's the proof. She uses so much damn toilet paper. So much.
Baby wipes.
She could light LA on fire again with how much toilet paper she uses.
it would have to be toilet paper. There's nothing left to
She
burn.
always clogs
Bobby.
it. Why would you top my joke?
Bobby.
Why would you?
It was just right there.
Like, why
It's
would-
called back and forth.
That was the joke I made. I made the joke. You had to top it. I let you do your whole microfracture EpiPen reaction. Vivacious. I don't know what it is. So
I'm trying to save you from talking about
you don't have to say anything.
The toilet.
You don't have to say anything. My name's on the front of the show. I know what I'm doing. I go back home. She leaves back to Dallas. And what happens? What happens when you don't know the toilet is clogged? You use the toilet, and it clogs on you. So I'm dealing with this as I call the front desk. I texted my wife. I said, "You did it again. You did it again." She goes, I called the front desk. I told them we needed a plunger. So I'm waiting, praying I don't have to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, what do I have to pee? Do I just pee in the shower and I turn on the shower? Well, just to test the water, I go to the sink.
Mm-hmm.
Our hotel has no water.
No water.
The whole hotel.
I found out the hard way.
How?
I tried to flush that growler I had down, and it was just sitting there. I had to deny room service. I was like, you want any part of this?
So nasty.
You ordered room service? There's no way.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's no way our hotel has room service. So I'm sitting there the whole day waiting on a plunger, just hoping I don't have to go to the restroom again after I've already gone. And I finally, at like 7 p.m., I called again. I called the whole day. No one's picking up downstairs. I'm too lazy to go downstairs. And they're like, oh, yeah, we'll send someone up. This guy, I mean, you talk about a pro. This guy has this freaking device. It looks like he's about to pole vault in the hallway with this thing. It sounds like he's drilling in there. I put my wife, I said, get on the phone. I want you to get on the phone and see this embarrassment that you caused me. I'm FaceTiming my wife. He walks in. I said, this is her fault. This is her fault. He's not believing me because she's, not in the room. So I finally get that unclogged. So that was my day. So toilet clogs, EpiPens, and Pat McAfee.
You just got to go downstairs like I've been doing the whole trip.
I'm not walking back up with a plunger.
Lobby bathroom.
You talk about
Go to the
embarrassment?
lobby bathroom.
No, use the lobby bathroom if you have to go. That's what I do. I go to the lobby
I
bathroom.
don't want to go. I don't. This is not the hotel to be using the lobby bathroom.
Oh, it's great. It's like a new wing. It's
Yeah,
like where the
it's
convention
clean.
centers are.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I've been going there the whole
And
week.
it's so cool in there.
Cool, like temperature?
Temperature cool. It's like 40 degrees. That's the perfect time. That is the absolute perfect way to go to the bathroom.
877-881-1053. The way to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Today is NBA trade deadline day, and we had another blockbuster last night, and the Dallas Mavericks are getting examined again over trade compensation. We'll tell you the shakeup throughout the rest of the league next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the morning show, and, of course, the Texas Ranger.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of this weekend's big game. Go to Kalshi.com and use code RADIO to get $10 when you trade 100. That's KALSHI.com. Use code RADIO.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Daryl Moose Johnston at 6:40 this morning. He's going to cleanse your Cowboy soul. Man, he brings it straight. I love there's a certain group of Cowboys, the former legends, who spit it straight, and there's some others who are going to be all-time butt kissers. You know, Deion Sanders is in that category, I think, by himself, because Emmitt, Aikman, Irvin, and Moose, I find that they tell it like it is. You're going to hear that at 6:40 this morning on the home of the Cowboys. But we got breaking news in the NBA from last night. Shan and RJ, live from Radio Row in New Orleans, brought to you by Stella, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. The Jimmy Butler saga is finally over in Miami. They're trading Jimmy to the Golden State Warriors for Andrew. All right, I'm not being dramatic about this. The Mavericks make me look now. If you're on the fan cam, you can see it. They make me look at every NBA trade return like this. Like, oh my God!
I saw somebody tweet yesterday. They're like, I now have PTSD whenever I see any reporter type breaking.
Yes.
I see it and I go like, I don't want to see that.
I'm like, oh my God, how embarrassing are we going to be over the trade comp here? Are you serious? Ruben said he was chilling with the producer from the Rich Eisen show. Well, and they're like, thanks for Luka, appreciate it. It's not by our studios, but thanks for Luka. All right, Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first-round pick. That is not a lot to get back for Jimmy Butler. So the great Pat Riley was trending. He's usually trending for nothing but praise. But Jimmy B for Wiggins, Schroeder, who cares, Kyle Anderson, and a protected first.
Yeah, they didn't have a whole lot of leverage. They had a guy who, at the time, was like not committing to a extension.
And this would be the Mavericks' argument for keeping things quiet, not calling around. They would say, you lose leverage like that. Jimmy came out and said, I want out. The whole league knew it. That would be their argument.
That would be their argument. Their argument would have zero blades because he was 100% going to sign the Supermax. Financially, no agent would tell him not to. So he would have signed the Supermax. So you would have had him for 4 years if you. Let's say you signed
you signed him and then you try to trade him.
Right.
But
you still have leverage because he has control. You know, he's going to be there. Jimmy doesn't have a contract.
Jimmy's also going to be 36 soon.
Yeah,
and
right.
So I'm saying 30,
I'm just saying once it gets out, they're trying to sell it as once things get out and the player can dictate.
Yeah.
Fan base reactions, commissioners. That's what they're going to argue for the rest of the time.
Once it gets out, yes, but the difference is A, age, B, contract control. You're gonna get. It's not comparable. They can try to sell this all they want. The problem is the Mavs showed last week they can't sell a damn thing.
How many All-Star teams has Jimmy made since he left Chicago 9 years ago?
The world would have you believe 7.
Right.
I'm going to guess 2.
3 All-Star.
Yeah, he doesn't try between November and May. It's like when he gets to the playoffs, I mean, he becomes this like they've had a really good run of postseason success with him.
Did he get an extension tagged onto this too? I thought I saw like 2 for $120.
Yeah, he got like a 2-year extension tagged on, got some money worked out, and so
You said you didn't say 36.
he'll be 36 in September.
Oh my!
He's an old man.
All right, so what does this do for the Warriors?
I mean, they're
what?
They're clearly better today. It gives them another massive playoff option.
Yeah,
they're good. They're a good squad now.
Now this happened because Kevin Durant said no to a Golden State return. Dude, following Phoenix, I have I can't explain this. I have remember us being at the Super Bowl when the Suns news broke. Mm-hmm. I had no interest in following the Suns, and I don't have this. I don't have this in all stunning praise for Kevin Durant the way I should. I think it's been 6 years since he's been past the second round of the playoffs. 6 years, but he said no back to Golden State, and that has some Mavs conspiracy theorists saying, all right, now it's set up, it's on the table for Nico to go get Durant, like the New York Times reported the other day, either now or the offseason.
Yeah, and look, I mean, wasn't it somebody asked, I think someone asked Kyrie about this the other day, too, about didn't you previously try to get Anthony Davis with you and KD in Brooklyn? Is this the ultimate plan for you? And he's like, no, don't go reading into anything there on that front. But, I mean, look, if that's...
He's hurt. He lost his hermano.
He did. If that's what they built, if that's what they genuinely wanted to finish with, is either go get KD this offseason or if they tried to get him at the deadline, yeah, it's got to happen now or next year. Like you've got to win a title then because that's going to be your complete window. And it would then speak to, again, Nico being a guy who just looks at this as, I got 2-3 years, that's all I'm concerned about, nothing else.
There's another thing. Yesterday I was talking about how we're so ticked off of the Mavericks for doing things, quote-unquote, Steven, the sports right way. The owner let the GM supposedly do it. The GM is not putting up with not setting the right example as the team leader. And the Mavericks, like the Stars with a Cowboys sideswipe the other day with their trade, saying we're going all in. This is all in from the Dallas Mavericks, it seems like, although you could easily say, no, all in is with the 25-year-old top 3 player in the entire league. But if they pull off a move like Durant, that is going all in and destroying the 10-year window.
The idea that their window, like that they have a better window now, all they have now is a set time frame.
Yep.
All they did was manufacture a window that didn't even need to be there.
Yep.
Their window was infinite. It was just, it wasn't even a window. They had a hole in the roof. Okay, they were like, hey, well, look at this, man. Here we go.
Yep.
When LeBron was with the Cavs, every second that LeBron was with the Cavs, they had a window. They were his entire career. When he was gone, their window was shut, and that's the same thing the Mavericks may be looking at.
So the Lakers are not only letting Luka bring his training staff, they're letting Luka have some personnel say. Apparently, behind the scenes, when he sat down with the management, he said, "I need a big, I need an alley-oop lob catching big like I had with Gafford, like I had with Lively." Well, late last night, the Lakers traded Choppy's boy Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2031 unprotected first, and a pick swap to the Hornets for someone named Mark Williams.
I mean, Mark Williams brought back more than Luka, it appears. Or not quite.
No, Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer said, while the Mavericks get just the 2029 first in the Luka deal, meanwhile, Hornets get a 31, a swap, and this past year's first in Connect, who a lot of Laker fans loved. Obviously, the Mavs got AD and Christie as value, but not even in a swap for Dallas. Come on.
Yeah.
That from Kevin O'Connor.
Look, I mean, it's
that seems like a lot to give up for Mark Williams, but they needed a center. They had no big.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have red flags like Luka did. Luka's clearly a massive risk as Rob Pelinka convinced Nico. You freaking moron.
He had to talk him down on that one. So it's a disappointing day, man. It just like the whole week continues to disappoint, and I don't think it's going to get any better. Like we haven't even started watching either one of those two players play on their new teams.
They were, you mentioned how he convinced
Lakers got better, Warriors got better. Like, if you're looking at the Mavs in the West.
Yeah. Now, Ramona Shelburne, what she reported was Lakers had obviously already been looking for a big, but they specifically wanted a veteran. They were looking for some more, like, low post, slower, like, older type of bigs. And, like you mentioned, that was what changed for them, is that Luka talking about, well, no, what helped open things up were these younger athletic centers I was playing with, like Gafford and Lively. And then Rob Pelinka goes, great advice, Luka. I'll go get that for you. We'll go do that. This is insane. I get angrier and angrier every second that passes with this.
Mark Williams, 3 years in the league. Did you say out of Duke? How often do we have to look up and try to figure out who this guy is coming out of Duke?
Usually when somebody plays at Duke, you know who he is. Duke, Carolina, Kansas, you figure those, Kentucky, just know those guys by name.
Meanwhile, if you're wondering how Luka Doncic is feeling, Brian Windhorst leaves no doubt.
I'm not ready to move on like everybody else just yet. I want to know if Luka Doncic is angry at the Mavericks. I mean, was there something today that revealed his mood, the state of their relationship? Is he pissed? Because it would seem like he can say he's happy to be in L.A., Brian, but this stunned him. How does he feel about them?
He betrayed nothing today, but from what I understand, he's seething at them.
Okay.
And their fan base is seething at their team in a way that I've rarely seen before. And, he's playing. The return game to Dallas is in April, like April 9th or something like that. And I don't know many things, and I would never tell. I would always caution somebody who buys an April game late in the season because teams are always sort of maneuvering and giving guys off.
Yeah.
If you get tickets to that game, Mr. Doncic will be playing, and I suspect Mr. Doncic will be looking at all Dallas games very, very closely going forward.
Seething. So it's depressed, but it's also just absolutely seething, which is wonderful to hear. That's so exciting. That means he will score 100 points on them in April.
Be afraid.
I want to go to the AAC for that game. I think it's a Wednesday night.
It's Wednesday night.
6:30 ESPN. Peyton, you were looking at more Michael Wilbon right now.
Anthony Edwards said he's going to buy a courtside seats because they're off that day.
That's good luck getting tickets. That's one of those media pass days where you got to sit sky high in the that stupid upstairs press box they've got that you can't see a thing in a basketball game.
What do the tickets look like, Peyton?
For the upper deck, way at the top, you're by the ceiling. They were still north of $250 per ticket, and that was after fees and everything. But for a Wednesday night 6:30 game, that's a lot.
And down low?
Down low was, you're looking at four figures.
Yeah, it was like 1,100 on some of those tickets, things like that. And so, it's going to be a hot ticket. And that's we talked about it on Monday while you were up, that the tickets the rest of the season are like, average price is like $40, and this one is the only one that's up.
What is wrong with the Dallas Cowboys? Is it Jerry Jones and everyone else in the front office? He always spits the truth, and he's going to do it again. Sitting down with us next is Daryl Moose Johnston on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But now's the time to sell your car, your truck, or your exotic. Give Me the VIN is buying, and the car market is nuts. If you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, as prices may never be the same. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. GiveMeTheVIN.com has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. Just log on, put in your VIN number, couple of pictures, and get ready to be rocked. GiveMeTheVIN.com is America's best car buyer. If they can't beat your CarMax offer, they'll pay you $100. GiveMeTheVIN.com offers amazing customer service and a hassle-free selling process. It's a 60-second bid, pressure-free service, and free pickup. So click on GiveMeTheVIN.com and get your check on the spot, because selling your car, your truck, or your exotic has never been easier than at GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy, you can do it in your underwear.
Coming up in the next GBag Nation, another action-packed day from Radio Row and the trade deadline right at the top of the show, Nation 2 to 7, the Fan.
After an accident, we know the challenges and realize even simple tasks can feel overwhelming. At J. Alexander Law, we're here to make it easier for you. We simplify the process from the first call to 1-800-INJURED. Contact us at 1-800-INJURED for a stress-free consultation. It's already free. Or visit 1-800-INJURED.com. J. Alexander Law, helping you recover with ease.
Hard work pays off. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealer in the world. Shop Classic President.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, give me a little bit.
hour a day. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, he joined us last year. We had to have him sit down with us again on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. He is the legend, Daryl Johnston, 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
We're frustrated.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't ask anybody from Dallas that question, right? My fault. I
Over
apologize.
which topic, though?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, we're not good at it. Wait till we trade Micah Parsons in both franchises, trade one of the top players in an offseason.
All right, which one's more shocking, Luka or Schottenheimer?
I think there's a scenario behind the Schottenheimer hire that we just don't have the details out publicly yet that I think would explain it a little bit better. Luka's trade is, we were at a wedding Saturday night. That thing came through the wedding party, and it's all, like my son is 25. I mean, it just a shockwave through the entire wedding. I felt bad for the bride.
I know.
It's just like, I mean, she's like, what the hell just happened?
Got upstaged.
Yeah, right. Who the hell is Luka and why is he ruining my wedding?
Now, are you guessing something? There's something more of the Schottenheimer thing, or you know something?
No, I'm trying to figure the whole thing out, because if you wanted to stay status quo, why didn't you just hire Mike McCarthy? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I think Brian's done a really good job with some of the hires that he's brought in. I think Matt Eberflus is a good hire. I felt bad for him just watching that game on Thanksgiving, because they were playing hard. And they couldn't get over the top. And we were there in '89. Well, I mean, we found some very creative ways to lose games, but the Bears definitely surpassed us this past season. But if you looked at what happened after they moved away from Matt, you could see that his guidance had left, right? Because they were just horrible for about a month. And they righted the ship at the end. So I like that hire. The OC hire is going to be interesting, because that's an offense, based on a run game with Kyler Murray, and you don't have a Kyler Murray. So I would have liked Scotty Montgomery maybe a little bit more out of Detroit, because that's a more traditional style run game that I think you're going to do in Dallas. But I just think when I look at it, it looks like the organization was caught off guard. And it's like, how did this sneak up on you? So the only thing I can think of is, because everybody's contracts were over, this is not hey, we're going to bring you in and we're going to talk about whether we're going to do the final year of your contract. This is more like, are we moving forward with you on a new contract? And I think that new contract came across the table, and the organization said, I don't know if we want to go to that number.
So I'm curious, just real quick. You mentioned 1989, the first year that you're here, and we talked right at the very beginning about the Luka trade and the shockwaves there. When the Herschel Walker trade went down, was that a similar type of shockwave experience that you recall? Just like that was so unforeseen?
No, because we were not good. We traded away our best player, but was that one player really going to resurrect that team, or was all the draft capital and the players that you got in return for that player going to prove to be the best way moving forward? And that is a trade that people still to this day talk about. I have never seen the entire tree come down off the Herschel Walker trade, but I have heard some of the names that became Dallas Cowboy players based on draft picks that were either used at the spot they were in the trade or traded down the road and then came back to us. And it's pretty impressive. I think it's Kevin Smith and Darren Woodson. I mean, it's a number of guys that were great players for us. So I don't think those two trades compare at all. Because you're going from, a team that really didn't know what it was going to become, and that trade was really the genesis of allowing it to become that team that it was in the 90s, where this is one that, I mean, when you talk, there's nobody that looks at this trade and says, yeah, it kind of makes sense to me. I mean, nobody has said that. Where I think when the Herschel Walker trade, there was like a, whoa, that's the most talented guy in the roster. Why would you trade him? And then all of a sudden you see what you're getting, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes a little bit of sense.
Moose, do you think that the divorce between the Cowboys and McCarthy is almost like a relief for both parties? Are you getting that sense?
I think it sounds like it was amicable at the end. Troy made the comment that it's not as coveted a job as it once was, and I think that there's a lot of truth to that. Everybody understands the dynamic that exists within the franchise, and do you want to take that on? How much control and how much say do you have? Because if you talk to anybody that's competitive that gets into a position of leadership, I want to do it my way. So if I fail, it was because of me.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be because of something that was outside of my control.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is the biggest challenge that the franchise has moving forward.
Do you talk to Jerry?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't, yeah.
But that's just because paths don't cross, or when you go in to sit down.
Oh, if we
preview
see
a
each
game?
other and stuff, yeah, absolutely. If I see him, I definitely say hello. He drafted me in his first draft class. Him and Jimmy. So I will always be obligated to the Jones and grateful and thankful to the Jones family for bringing me into the Cowboy family. So when we get an opportunity to visit and we're in the same area, it's great. And Stephen Jones is somebody that I feel I can pick up the phone and if I have a question, we do a lot of stuff. I talk to Will McClay constantly about players and advice from Will. So I do have a connection into the Cowboy family, with a lot of the key people in that organization. So
the thing that
that's good.
The thing that infuriated us, definitely I'll speak for myself, the process of not talking to Belichick or Vrabel or Glenn or just name them.
Yeah.
And it's like, the appearance is you didn't want to do your homework, or you knew that wasn't a possibility, that these people would upset the power structure, or you didn't want a bigger personality. It's fans are starting to feel hopelessness now.
Yeah.
I haven't felt them feel for the 15 years that we've been working together.
Yeah, that's a great point. And really, the two big topics we're talking about right here, it seems like conversation has been lacking. That's the key component to both of them. The Mavericks just not hard conversations between a general manager and a star player. Why haven't we had these? Why hasn't this stuff been laid out on the table and then more people brought in to figure out what's the best way to move forward on this?
Yeah.
We need buy-in from you. Here's what we're willing to do. What are you willing to do? And that's what it's about. That's what great leadership is about. And if you have an opportunity not to visit, I knew that just everything that we just talked about, the structure of the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, do you really think you're going to bring in a Pete Carroll? I mean, Pete is very different in his approach every week. It is not traditional, but it's been very effective for him, going all the way back to USC. And he's not going to change that, and he's going to want certain things in place, and how willing is the organization to grant those? So I think maybe some of those conversations were never had because they're not a good fit. So that leads to the hopelessness because they wanted a big hire. But, let's go back to it. It's not the name, right? Because let's go to Detroit. They hired Dan Campbell. That's not a huge splash.
Right.
And then he's biting kneecaps on his first presser, and everybody's laughing at him.
Yep.
But that's just Dan Campbell. That's just who he is. He's real. And that's what you want. You want somebody who's real. You want somebody that excites the fan base. You want somebody that gets all the players engaged. And then Dan did a great thing, hiring his staff. And he got criticized. Oh, there's too many X-players here. You need some guys with X's and O's. That team, when you walk into that facility, man, there is a culture there. And nobody has a question of what's going to happen next. Everybody has the answers. So that's the most important thing for me, and that's what's missing in Dallas.
Let me. I want to follow up on the culture thing because they talked about that a lot in the presser. Something was missing, and Brian is gonna fix that. And people go, well, are you going to be allowed to implement your culture? Like, what does that actually mean in terms of interference that we all love to imagine and talk about? Maybe it's real. Like, what would Brian Schottenheimer not be able to do that he would want to do when the Joneses are involved or the front office is involved?
Yeah, I think this is one where maybe people start to focus on a part of the organization that really doesn't have anything to do with the most important cultural aspect. So let me give you an example. This is what I've heard about Kansas City. So here's a team that's been to 5 Super Bowls in 6 years. They're on the cusp of making history. Andy Reid is old school. He takes his players to a college campus, and they live in dormitories, and they practice football. And Andy Reid presses the envelope when you talk about NFL restrictions. In training camp, in the regular season, padded practices. He is going as far as he possibly can towards old school. I think we've let the pendulum swing way too far. When you go to training camp, Patrick Mahomes practices, Travis Kelce practices, Chris Jones practices. When you have a preseason game, Patrick Mahomes plays, Travis Kelce plays, Chris Jones plays. If you're healthy, you're playing. And I think you do the same thing when you come into the season. You are pressing the envelope with the parameters that are placed on NFL practices by the NFLPA. And even if you want to be proactive and call them up and say, hey, if one of my guys calls you and says we're skirting the line, then I need you to call me so I can explain it, or we get some clarity so I make sure that I'm in line. I hear that they're not working hard enough. I mean, that's what comes back to me. And that was why we were as good as we were. I mean, we worked harder than anybody in the NFL at that time. I didn't get to go to all 31 other training camps, but when they came to us, I mean, they're like, whoa, hey, the Raiders came in, and it was a war for 4 days. I mean, the preseason game on Saturday night was easy. The practices on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were unbelievable. And that was that era. Now, was that the right way to do things? Probably not. Probably shortened a lot of our careers. But, the big thing is, back then, you could look at how we did things and how San Francisco did things. And we did them very differently, but we both were successful. But San Francisco was still fast at practice and not as physical as we were. We were physical at practice, and we were still fast. But they wanted to focus on the speed. Let's go do inside run drill. Let's take the shoulder pads off after that, and now let's fly. Let's go really quick. And I don't know if we're practicing that way anymore in the NFL. Not just in Dallas, in the NFL, because we stressed our bodies in training camp. We didn't have soft tissue because we had pushed ourselves so far in training camp that we were never really going to reach that level again with soft tissue stuff during the year. We trained so hard in the offseason, we got the body ready physically to take on a 16-game schedule. Now we're 18 weeks and 17 games, and you pull back the work. That's why the body breaks down. It's not ready to go through that.
Moose Johnston joined us here, 105 through the Fan. Do you think their hesitancy to drastically change, update, rebuild, or go through a drastic change with the way they want to hire coaches, do you think that's simply Jerry's old and he doesn't want to risk a miss?
I didn't understand the risk answer during the press conference because to me, every head coach hire is a risk, and a lot of times it is a coordinator who's taking that next step. Ben Johnson, he's never been a head coach before. This is a risk for Chicago. Sure. You don't know. Yep. They had a risk with Matt Eberflus, and that one didn't work out for him. I mean, the majority of the time when you're hiring a new head coach, he's being a coordinator, being elevated to that position to sit in that chair for the first time. So, yeah, it's always a risk. So I thought that was one I got to wrap my head around. The biggest risk he ever took was Jimmy Johnson, right? Bringing a guy from the college ranks up to the professional ranks. And that was phenomenal. That was a tremendous decision. And he had all the success there. So it seems like for me, you buy the team in '89, you make a risky hire, it works out great, and you go on a historic run. And you caught lightning in the bottle early, and you've been chasing it ever since. And I think that people had expectations, and it's just they have to know how hard it is to win a game in the NFL, let alone to win a championship in the NFL. There's so many things that have to go your way, and they just haven't put themselves in the position to allow those things to happen.
Moose, give us an update on the United Football League. What's going on with you guys?
We announced our headquarters in Arlington last week. So where we were 4 years ago when I started in Legacy USFL and where we are right now, is unbelievable to me. It's been an amazing journey. We've had tremendous people that have helped us along the way. I say one of the big things for us is year one, we're like salesmen along with whatever our role was, and we've got to convince players and we've got to convince coaches to buy into our vision and come join us. And now, those players and those coaches are calling us. Those agents are reaching out to us. Hey, we'd love to get our guy into your league. When's the next opportunity for us to get in there? We had to make a coaching change this year. We've got Ken Wisenhunt, who we talked to 2 years ago, who was working as a consultant at Alabama. Hey, very flattered, but I'm not ready to leave what I'm doing right now. Well, he calls this year. So we get Ken Wisenhunt in our league. Tom Cable, Mark Colombo, are going to be offensive line coaches in our league. Wow. We're getting really, really good coaches and really good players coming our way. And that's a testament to a lot of hard work by a lot of great people in this league. But where we were in 22 and where we are right now in 25, to me, for everybody that has been a part of that journey originally from Legacy USFL, it is absolutely amazing where we are. And the best decision last year by the XFL top management, by the USFL top management to come together in a merger and not stand toe-to-toe and slug it out and see who the last man standing was going to be was the best decision. And we're unwinding that, and we've had a better cadence in the offseason, so everybody's a little bit more prepared for this season coming up. So really, really high expectations for the brand of football you're going to see.
Absolute treat as always, man. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks. Yeah, you guys too.
Daryl Moose Johnston, the Cowboy legend, right here on 105.3 The Fan. The man who tried to get rid of Luka 2 years ago. Are Mavs prices going up as well? And a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway next on Shan and RJ.
But first, I want to talk to you guys about our trusted...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, people are starting to get annoying in here. Thursday edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Shan Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. You're going to start getting the bit people. The people are going to start cracking a little bit, waking up a little early, coming on out here after drinking and partying. So we may have to go wireless to kind of shut these fools up. Shut them up, shut them down. Oh, or you could have just told them all in the bathroom stall right there.
Man, let me tell you something, okay? I was riding the amount of pilot co-pilots that were going on in that bathroom, and everyone's butt told the same story. This place sucks. The food here is god awful.
Oh my!
Just the bubble. I mean, let me tell you something, okay? Yeah, I know.
It's been a pretty good trip.
I know what happened and how.
And you've done nothing but eat in the lobby.
I know.
I got a burger yesterday. It was very good.
Okay.
I know what happened here. Okay, you got a bunch of people that started coming to New Orleans years ago, and they said, "Wow, they cook with this amazing thing called butter." All right, it's not hard. It's not culinary to slather it in butter and deep fry it in chocolate sauce, okay? That's not culinary.
I'm not kidding. I was talking to somebody who said they ordered grilled chicken, and they're like, I just want something a little healthier. So they went and ordered grilled chicken, and they came out and the plate was dropped in front of them here, and it was fried. And he was like, this is fried chicken. And like, it's grilled, and then we batter it and we fry it. I was like, don't call it grilled chicken.
No. So Ruben actually had the best commentary on the food. I'm coming around to Choppy in terms of the city, the weather. He was crapping all over it. And I just remembered it different however long ago that was.
It was cold last time we were here.
I was probably drunk the whole time too.
Yeah.
But they just rename things here. That's their specialty. It's renaming.
Yeah.
This whole po' boy thing, like it's a sub. It's a sub. It's a sub. Like they fry the shrimp, they put shredded lettuce, tomato, mayo, and their bread is good. It's like really hard on the outside, soft on the inside. I think that's it. Everything else is in a gravy or a stew. Ruben goes, jambalaya, man. Just say it's rice and stew. What are you doing? Like this king cake over here that my wife. Shout out to my lovely wife. She was very adamant of having us talk about this.
Very good. Thank you,
She
Amanda.
stood in line for an hour yesterday to get this king cake, and you apparently have to buy 3 of them. Amanda, you did good because walking in the security, they all recognize the box. By the way, read the box, Bobby. Say who made it.
Yeah, it's a dong.
Yeah.
Dong fong.
And they're making you'd think, I was getting a different type of food.
Come eat this dong, Chop.
Yeah,
right.
but they're all like, that's the best. That's the best. We're all eating it. We're like,
when you eat the dong, you get a baby too. Right here, you get this.
they're all like, it's a cinnamon roll.
It is.
Like, what is this whole cake? It's a giant cinnamon roll. A regular sub is a po' boy.
Yeah.
Like, their specialty here is not the food. It's just renaming it.
Renaming somebody else's creation. Like the oysters, I'm a big oyster fan. I love the oysters. We had the char grilled oysters, and everybody said get the char grilled when you go to this place. I mean, that's a way you wasted oysters. They were good, but I wasted oysters. I wasted them because
you wanted to like taste it on its own.
Yeah, like all you did with the char grilled is like you just buttered it and fried it. Like that's it. No, that's not. I want the delicacy of the oyster is the treat.
Yeah,
I would think that would be the only way to eat it. Would be if it's like buttered and fried, and you're not tasting fishy taste.
If you don't like the loogie aspect of it, which I do.
And all that being said, that's how we're trying to find Italian food tonight as the final dinner.
Like, please.
All right.
I need healthy food. I'm going to go have Italian.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to find health. I'm trying to find really good food. But we're going to have to try to get the team dinner organized for this evening.
What's the best thing you've eaten since you've been here? Is there something that, like, has any of it been, like, really good?
The fried shrimp po' boy I had yesterday for dinner was good. The fish the fried fish at Acme Oyster House was good. I thought it was really good.
That was good.
That was really good fried fish.
We got to find the chicken place
Yeah.
that we were told about the other day, see if that's safe.
I'm looking it up right now. That's my prep work for this afternoon and lunch. NBA trade deadline day, moves happening everywhere. Jimmy Butler goes to the Golden State Warriors. Of course, Chris Middleton yesterday goes to the Washington Wizards. And then the Lakers trade for Luka's big man, Mark Williams, giving up Dalton Connect. There's Eli Manning walking in there. Is he going to get the Hall of Fame news today or tomorrow, along with Darren Woodson, who will join us at 8:40? More Mavs.
He's in a quarter zip.
Is he?
Yeah, of course he is.
That's funny in that commercial with Peyton going, a quarter zip, half zip. I don't know which one I'm going to do today. Quarter zip, half
Cooper's
zip.
running around here, too. He's been doing interviews about Arch all week.
We should get him.
We should.
Maybe a good wireless day. All right, NBC5 says that a Maverick fan got a notice from the team saying season tickets would cost 61% more next season.
I mean, that makes sense. So they've got a window now.
That leads to the conspiracy theory stuff, though, of we're trying to make sure that arena is empty.
Do you think it just...
This can't be true.
Maybe there's an underreported part of the story, like we just haven't heard yet, that Rob Pelinka also convinced Nico to pay for Luka's salary in the trade, and so they're taking on a lot more money, and so they're going to have to pay for that.
They're sitting behind the scenes, and they're like, we're going to be in the West Finals again, so on paper it doesn't look crazy to have ticket prices stay the same or go up. And let's see. Cowboy fans always do this. Let's see if Maverick fans actually follow through and don't show. Let's see what happens.
Look,
now you got a quarter less of an arena to play with to make your statement. 20 versus 80. You know.
Now the amount of
1590, whatever the heck they are,
major corporations that move in here yearly, they're going to buy tickets, right? Corporations just buy. They don't care what the price is. It's a business expense. It's the everyday person that a 61% increase when look, things have been expensive for a while now. Like, it's just you got to cut costs somewhere. Usually, entertainment's one of the first places you go to.
Jay Glazer going to sit down with us at 7:20. Jerry and McCarthy are cool. McCarthy helped Brian Schottenheimer with his Cowboy interview. What? Jay Glazer, maybe the best in the business. 7:20 during the commercial-free expressway. Who is the guy who tried to get rid of Luka Doncic 2 years ago, Bobby?
Oh, the Reddit individual that I sent you yesterday. This is interesting. I'd never heard of this guy, but this was a post that was on Reddit, and it was locked behind a paywall. So you can't actually read what is being said in this article, but
it was summarized.
Yeah, it was summarized.
Royce Webb, is that
no.
website?
So Royce Webb is the name of the guy who runs the website. This is actually just an analytics guy who had worked for the Mavericks. His name was Josiah Engelman. And so this was it's behind a paywall, but one of the Reddit users had summarized it. Said, 1, Luka Doncic plays a brand of basketball. Analytics department for them. He had also worked for the Suns previously. He's out of the league now. He does writing, but he was one of these guys who
probably worked with Vegas Bob.
Yeah, he came in during that regime, and he left during that changeover. So he had done talked about kind of what the internal view was of Luka while he was there and how he views the trade. But he said Luka plays a brand of basketball that generates raw numbers that overstate his impact. This has gotten better over the last few years, but the Mavericks' own internal models showed him as significantly overrated.
Wow.
Which isn't that kind of what, not that we've said he's overrated before, but haven't we said before, man, that's a quiet 28, 10, and 10.
Yeah, and we always ask, is he making everyone else better? Is he making everyone else better?
And, Porzingis went to, other places and seemed to have more impact at other places.
Yeah. I mean, Boston improved. When he was in Washington, he was better. There are questions about Luka's commitment to doing things that lead to winning, like getting back in transition, rotating on defense, boxing out, being conditioned. It appears these questions are more serious than the fan base thinks. Something we all
valid
knew,
valid,
and assume. Luka requires very specific team construction.
Let me isolate that one for a second. It's very hard. It's very easy when he's putting up 33, 9, and 9 and MVP type seasons and stuff and hitting the big dagger highlight threes. I think what others get worried about, probably Nico or a coach, we're tied. It's final possession, fourth quarter, game 6. Is he going to rotate? Is he going to defend?
Of course.
Is he going to give the effort here? And those they may view as things, justifiably so, that can decide a series. Like, is he going to get back? Is he going to defend this layup? Is he going to make the hustle play? Or is he going to save it all for the offense?
Right. And that's
winning plays.
There's no doubt about that. And the best, look at the teams that win titles. They always have, like, at least a halfway decent perimeter defense. You just have to.
Well, the
you
Mavericks
have to be able to defend the perimeter.
The Mavericks actually, I think, as this points out, against Boston in the finals, like, they did not get lit up defensively. The Mavericks' biggest problem was offense.
Well, and he talks a little bit here about how this trade, he said, never happens with Cuban at all. Like with Cuban in there, never happens at all, which is what we knew. Cuban had the line where he said, "I divorced my wife before I would trade Luka Doncic." This I thought was interesting. Never would happen with Cuban. Says Nico Harrison has surrounded himself with yes men, which would be interesting. The only thing I question here is if this was somebody who was purged as part of the Nico changeover, is he bitter? And like, well, he just clearly doesn't want opposing ideas. That's his problem. That's his fault here. He says Luka requires a very specific team around him. Like, the team construction's got to be very specific and narrow to get the best out of him. But they said in summary, Engelman agreed with the decision to trade Luka, thought they could have gotten more. His proposition was Luka for Tatum plus some picks. Most interesting part of the article, the person who summarized it said, was that the Mavs' own internal models showed that Luka is overrated, especially notable since they have by far the most data on him. But, that right there, just even somebody who's like, yeah, you should absolutely trade him, for them to go, well, you should have gotten back Tatum, like one of the game's bigger stars who's also young, and then you should have gotten multiple picks, too.
Right.
So even somebody who says, knowing what the models internally say about Luka for the Mavericks, still says you still got robbed.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Look, the analytics crew of the analytics world has always kind of used him and Russ as a comp. Now, the style of their game, like, necessarily isn't a comp because Russ is such a high-flying guy, but they do put up a lot of numbers. They do put up high assist numbers. They're not incredibly efficient. There's I don't want to say necessarily a volume aspect of their scoring, but they're not necessarily in love with them.
Luka's a much more efficient scorer, though.
He's more efficient than Russ, no doubt, because he's a better shooter. But, and again, their games are different, but like they don't really make everyone around them that much better.
You want the latest Bassick tweet?
Oh, baby, let's have it.
What's coming up? And Mike likes it today.
He sent this out 13 minutes ago.
What was this in reply to?
I can. I think he was saying, I don't think I can be a fan of the NBA anymore. I find myself looking at the trades that went down last night and just feel complete sorrow. The Luka trade destroyed a franchise and gave new life to the Lakers. I went through the 90s as a Mavs fan. It might happen again soon. I'm out. So there's Mike.
He is echoing like.
Why is he making it sound like this is the first time he said, I don't think I can be a fan of the NBA anymore? Haven't you said that like
48 hours ago?
For like the whole week?
He's so dramatic.
Like, these accounts, like
sounds like a depressing psalm.
The Twitter accounts, like the Mavs Muse Twitter account, like he's like, I'm not doing stats anymore for a while. I can't do it right now.
Oh no, that's the thing.
People are jumping ship on this team like
people
crazy.
are. Yeah, this is depressing to people.
Yes.
This put a lot of people
depressed.
Even though they might have a better team this year.
Yeah, you know what?
But no one cares.
They don't care.
No one cares if I told you they're in the West Finals locked in. Right now, no one cares.
No, because people want to root for their guy.
Yeah.
We would all rather have Luka for the next 10 years and never win a title than have Anthony Davis or some outsider come in and win one title.
Would trading for KD today change any of the excitement, do you think? I don't think it does.
Like maybe a tiny bit.
Maybe for somebody who's like, oh, KD's always been my favorite player.
Yeah.
That would be it.
Because some fans want to be able to like who they're rooting for.
But that's the change in fandom, right? It was always the jersey, and now a lot more of the player.
Yep.
What really happened inside the Cowboys divorce? What can he tell us about their new head coach? The great NFL insider, always dropping news bombs. Jay Glazer and the Luke Bryan ticket giveaway Next on Shan and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you healthy, boys and girls. QC Kinetics, you're dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
lots of laughs included. Together, we're making this happen, Tolos, and we're so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
All right, here we are with Fox NFL Insider. I think he probably has the most relationships on Radio Row of anyone. He stops. How many stops do you think, Jay Glazer? You can't walk from that door to over here.
It's nice, though. It's nice to be loved, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Jay Glazer joining us on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. How shocked were you over the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer?
I don't think I was shocked because just during the process, they were always saying they wanted Shotty in there because of his relationship with Dak. So I don't think I was shocked just because I knew their thought process.
What do you know about him?
I've known him for a long time, dude. Love him. Great dude. It was interesting, though, because it was just in that presser, it was like about him wanting to go call play somewhere, which I knew he did. They made it like him and Mike weren't good, and Mike actually helped him with the interview with the Cowboys. So they were good. And this just what happens. Like, whenever somebody, I think, moves on, you try and make it as glaring as you can. We don't have the old guy, so this is where the new guy is different. But the relationship was really good. Like, he actually helped prepare Brian for the interview, which I thought was pretty damn solid.
Why do you think Brian wasn't hired as a head coach over the past few years? Like, I know he had opportunities a while back, but why did the rest of the league not make him their guy?
You know, it's funny. There's an ageism thing in this league. Even though Brian's young, he's been around so long.
It's crazy.
Right? And he's like kind of looked at as like an old guy, even though he doesn't look it. And so whatever Brian's taking, I need it. And yeah, Brian, whatever peptides you're on, share it with the rest of the class.
Show him your bag, Chop. See if Jay can name all your pills. And your supplements.
Are the Cowboys the team that care more about a connection with that coach than other teams in the league? That they want it. That they want comfortability. Are they the one?
Familiarity.
Familiarity.
Well, they didn't do it, Mike. They didn't know Mike at all, right? So they went out of their comfort zone there. But I also think, they're different. They have a lot of control from that front office, obviously, from Jerry down. It's not, they're the opposite of a hands-off owner, complete opposite, right? So, but yeah, I do think they want someone who kind of gets the way they do it, the Cowboy way. And it'll, again, you look at it and they paid Dak $240, what was it?
$60 a year.
$60 a year.
Okay. What's that add out to?
Yeah, $240.
Right?
$240, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, so,
you were making us do math.
Hey, I'm here to talk about ADHD, so obviously I can't add to it like the other kids.
Like the other kids.
But I think, with that investment they made, their thing was like, hey, we got to make sure we have someone who can continue to connect with him because we put all our eggs in that basket.
Jay Glazer here on 105.
But also, you talking about familiarity. That's how they got their defense coordinator because they know him. And Eberflus, right?
Yeah.
Why Brian Schottenheimer and not Kellen Moore?
Good question. I think. Well, look what Dak did after Kellen, right? When Mike and kind of Brian took it over, his footwork got a lot better. It's like these quarterbacks who are older or who are experienced, they still need to do work. I work with Tom Brady now, and he's like. Even at the end of his career, he was constantly doing things, working with a throwing coach, working with his coach Tom House, working with different guys, always trying to improve, always trying to work on whether it's footwork or release or how you're going to see certain things. It doesn't stop. You don't just suddenly come in the league and you're like, okay, I'm great now I'm good. Like what makes these guys great is continue to work at it. And I think what Mike did and Brian did with him was better than what Kellen did.
Todd Archer said that.
I love Arch.
You love Arch? He said.
That's yours. Yeah.
He said that Jerry offered 3, Mike wanted 5.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that?
He's correct. Arch is right. Yeah. And they kind of just wanted to look at it as, hey, we don't want to make this, the financial commitment in case things don't happen. And Mike was just like, I want to do a 5-year deal. And they both stood their ground and then they hugged it out. And like Jerry and Mike are great. They're great. Like Mike has this. He does have this. incredible respect for Jerry as almost like a he admires the heck out of him for what he's done. And it's hard to see that on the outside, but when two of them would meet separately, Mike would come out of there like, man, this guy was like he had an uncle he got to learn from. He really did.
Really?
Yeah, that's the way he looked at Jerry.
So we had Mike on every Friday on our show. This is a theory of mine that I don't. It didn't seem like Mike. He's a Pittsburgh gritty guy, and I don't know. If I got the impression that Mike thought that we were football serious enough for what it really takes to win big with the circus and the show.
Yeah, and that place is different. That place is different, and that's the thing. Like, I think Mike did a really good job. And look, when Mike first was getting interviewed, I told him, I said, I think you guys need somebody like this, not from within, need something from the outside that kind of shows you a little bit different how it is out there, because you gotta, when it comes down to it, who's really gonna be able to take that noise and put it outside and make it more about football? And that's what Mike's strength was.
Are you surprised he is not hired by someone else right now?
No, I think it burned him out a little bit. And I think he's just saying, let me just, Chicago is like one place because it's close to Green Bay and a lot of family there. But I got a really good sense of, hey, if it's not Chicago, because it's just close to where he still has so many family and friends and stepson's there, and I thought he was going to end up taking some time off. And again, Dallas is different, man. It's like, that's why I always say, like, Troy Aikman's the biggest gangster in the world, because that quarterback position for the Cowboys is like I've used this line on your show before. It's like the center fielder for the Yankees, the shortstop for the Red Sox, and the starting forward for the Lakers, all wrapped up in one. Mm-hmm. It's different.
Too soon. Don't bring up Luka Doncic already.
Yeah, very good.
Please don't. It's too bitter.
Jay Glazer joins us here, 105 through the Fan.
My bad.
Why no?
Was there a NFL trade you can remember that sent those type of shock waves like what's happening?
So I'll tell you a trade that I had that I broke.
Sorry, John.
There's two things that I broke that were like, oh my God. One of them was the Patriots were trading Randy Moss to the Vikings, back to the Vikings. And they had like a Monday night game and Randy didn't really play. I had the story that night, and they're like, my sources who told me said, hey, you just got to do us a favor. You cannot break it until we tell Randy. Well, they couldn't get in touch with Randy, right? Oh, there's a couple things actually, and a couple stories, and they couldn't get in touch with him. And I'm like, and you guys have to understand, as an insider, sitting on this for freaking 12 hours, right, and not putting it out. And finally, I'm like telling my sources, I'm like, guys, can we just let's put my feelings first. Then Randy's here. He's going to find out when I put it out. And finally, I put it out, and no one believed it because, like, back to the Vikings. What? That one, I reported that the Seahawks traded Percy Harvin to the Jets on a Friday when the Seahawks were on their bus. I forget, they're playing somewhere on the East Coast. So I think they're actually going to play, St. Louis, but they're going out on a Friday. They were on the bus to go out early. And I get a call from Rich Eisen. I said, hey, big scoopage. Percy Harvin is being traded from the Seahawks to the Jets. And Rich Eisen texts me and says, is this Jay? And I'm like, huh? He's like, have you been hacked? And I was like, no, bro. And what happened was I broke the story and then took a bunch of calls, so I didn't have a follow-up. So it looked like I just had this one tweet that was just out of nowhere. It looked like I got hacked. And then everybody else started calling and said, no. Percy Harvin really but it was on a Friday. No one gets traded on a Friday.
Right.
And the team's about to fly out.
Cowboys hire coaches on Fridays.
And there was one, I'm trying to think there was another. Oh, and this wasn't a trade, but I came out of nowhere one time and I remember it was Schefter's first day at ESPN, and I reported Brett Favre's coming out of retirement to join the Vikings. And I remember Shefty, who I love, going on ESPN and like disputing. And I'm like, Shefty, bro, you know me. Don't let them pressure you into saying something's wrong that I have because of how competitive we are. It's like, man, just you know me. Don't do it. Don't have him do it. And obviously, he's gone to have the most incredible career. But that was a pretty cool one too. Yeah.
How do you decide? Sorry, I'm nerding out over your insider job. You don't do like what I don't want to be disrespectful to the players. The smaller minutia things. How do you decide to drop the bombs versus every daggone
But you gotta
transaction?
understand, I was the first one to do this when that internet thing came out, which I think is going to take off.
It might work.
Yeah, it was 99. It was me, Len Pasquarelli, Mort, and
Len
John Clayton.
Pasquarelli.
And Peter King was doing, but he wasn't really breaking news like that, right?
Yeah.
But he's an insider. But we were the first ones to do it. And back then, it was like, I had everything. And so if you signed a 5th-round pick, bam, I had that. I had 2 phones. I had a deal with Sprint back then. And I was their spokesman. One of the things in that deal was for me to get a burner phone where it got traced back to like some lady in Arkansas or something. So when the Patriots were trying to figure out who my source or anybody else, this poor lady in Arkansas was just getting up. Yeah. And that's
Belichick's calls her, busting her out.
Yeah. So over time, I did that for years and years and years. And one year, thank God, Fox came to me 10 years ago. They're like, you're going to die if you keep doing this. Because also it's like, I've always been me versus everybody else. So ESPN has 100. It first started me versus 3 there, and then 5, then 10, then 20. Then NFL Network came around, and Shefty started there. And all of a sudden they had 3, then 5, then 10. Fox has just been me. Like, I've always been a lone wolf in how I do it.
Yeah.
Because I have my own way. I've done things. But also over time, Fox is like, hey, you don't have to do this anymore. Just make sure on Sundays, you're part of the biggest show in America, which is we have the highest. If you take our pregame ratings and put it against prime time ratings, then we'd be the highest rated TV show in the country. And we're on 9 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. But our OT gets like 17 million viewers. It's ridiculous, right? And our postgame show, and they're like, just be great on Sunday. Just on Sundays, have stuff that nobody else has. And I do. And that's what I take the most pride in now. And stuff you can't steal, right? And that, because now it's like, I didn't sign up to be the fastest Twitterer.
Yeah.
I can't do that,
But you got to make sure that nobody else gets the info if you're going to hold it.
Yeah. But listen, like last year I reported that the Sunday morning that the Eagles very quietly basically fired their defense coordinator and hired Matt Patricia, and nobody knew. And I sat on that for 5 days. And I was like, the whole time. And I didn't tell anybody on the show until the day of. I'm like, I got something huge. And Strahan pulls me over. He goes, dude, you're not really going with this. I said, bro, you know me. And he's like, Jay, there's no way this could be real. Like, how does nobody have it? I said, Stray, I'm your best friend for 33 years. This is what we do, baby. Right? Like, and sure enough, like, nobody knew. But to sit there for 5 days, oh, my God. But my job is to make sure I have the best stuff on Fox and Sunday. And, like, my ins and outs, dude, they'll pull betting lines off as a result of me coming out, right? And saying, hey, this one place said this guy's questionable. He's actually out for 3 weeks.
Are you like, could you make a bet? I know there's NFL
No,
rules.
I like my money.
No, but you
I don't do fantasy football, and I don't do that because fantasy for me is too much.
No, but are you like outlawed in Vegas from betting because you know something that's going to happen?
I don't know. I've never tried it.
All right, so
I like my money. Man, I was making $9,000 a year my first 11 years. I ain't giving my money away.
Because Vegas finds things out before it's reported a lot of times. Like, do they have their own insiders?
No clue. I really have no idea. I try and separate myself.
I'm curious. I want to circle back to something with the Cowboys. You mentioned the Eberflus hire, and the big thing we heard over and over again was culture.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be the big thrust of the shot and everything. Things sounded like they ended really bad culture-wise in Chicago. Is that a concern at all? Like,
No, because he's not the head guy. He's not the head guy. He's a good defense coordinator.
Why did that get so bad in Chicago?
Some guys are head coaches, some guys aren't, and I think for him too, it's funny because Matt has, and he and I have talked about it. When I talk about my mental health, I talk about me having this beast in the box, and I do a lot to be a good Samaritan in society. I'm trying to figure out how I can say this. And I used to be really bad. And Matt actually has some of that too, and he has to do a lot of work to keep that beast in the box. And I'm like, hey, bro, sometimes you got to let it out and remind people you ain't like them. And I think he does a lot to keep it in, and sometimes that can actually get in the way of, because sometimes, like, once I get on fire, it's hard to put back. And so he has it in him. Yeah, he has it in him. But it's when you're in that position, sometimes you're, like Sean McVay, I talk about it a lot. Right? Sean, we all know he's had some stuff, and I've helped him mental health-wise a lot. And sometimes I'm like, bro, it's okay to let that beast out of the box. Sometimes just don't live in that. Don't make that your norm. Okay? Let him come out when you need it. right? But some guys, I think, like Matt, make sure it's never, ever, ever out.
Jay Glazer here on 105.3 The Fan. Every time you're on, you're usually talking about something very relatable to our audience. Let's share it today.
Yeah, so I'm actually talking about ADHD, and I found so because I've come out and talked about my depression, my anxiety, my bipolar, my ADHD, it allows me to now have help that I didn't in the past. And I've been on, because I've tried, I first got taken to a therapist when I was like 5. Like, my parents took me, they were like, how was the screwed up one? And you know, just those pharmaceuticals haven't really helped. And I finally have something in Kelbury where it's a non-stimulant. I got put on stimulants. I was diagnosed with ADHD back in 1989.
Wow,
and those stimulants that I got put on, man, especially when you have some darkness, you have these good peaks, but the valleys are really rough. And so I stopped all of it. But because I've now spoken about it, I got introduced to Kelbury, and I take it at night, which you couldn't do with other ADHD drugs, right? It's going to keep you up, and it really helps me focus. And I also, I talk about this now, as I go and talk to teams about mental health, and when I tell them about ADHD, I'm like, listen, I want you guys, you coaches, to understand your players. When you have ADHD, it feels like you're drowning. If you're in a lecture for 3 hours. They told me I had a learning disability growing up. I have a learning disability. I just didn't learn the way you teach, right? And I coach mixed martial arts. I got to coach differently for different fighters, different people, right? We all got the same learning, and it just, like you have ADHD, I'm sitting in a lecture, I feel like I'm drowning. And the only way for me to get that breath of fresh air is to fidget, is to disrupt the class, is to talk, is to walk out. I get in trouble every damn week of my life, and it sucked, right? So now to be able to have something that helps, and it's still there, but I've also figured out, of all my issues, where do they serve me? I'd say I weaponize them. My ADHD, where has it become a superpower for me? So I got 6 jobs at once, as you guys know. And because of that, because of my ADHD, I'm able to do 6 different things. I can't sit in a lecture for 3 hours, but if you weaponize it and you make it your superpower, you're not ashamed by it anymore. And who would have thought 5 years ago I'd come out here and talk about this so openly and be excited to talk about it to help other people so I can be of service. But Kelbury's really been a game changer for me.
Thank you for sharing, man. We love having you on every year. Keep killing it. Enjoy the weekend.
Appreciate it, man.
Jay Glazer, Fox NFL Insider on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that him talking about Schottenheimer there and him and how he and Mike work together and, they're still best buddies and things like that.
Helped him for the interview.
Yeah, which I totally believe. He could have helped prep him, do different things like that. To make it sound like there was no issues when basically the Joneses and Schottenheimer kind of all said at the press conference the other day, like, yeah, it was a little odd at times because I didn't think he was doing things the right way. That might be a little bit of a stretch.
By the way, he did confirm Todd Archer.
Yeah.
The Cowboys tried to push back on that. Archer said it was oh, my gosh.
Oh, look, we got John Kincade cigars.
Go on this headset real quick, John.
Thank you, sir.
This is our boy over here.
Baby.
He gives us a hard time,
Pop
but
the
he's
button on.
so much better than that freaking annoying fake blowhard
There you go.
Angelo.
Yeah, the white. There you
First time
go.
doing radio, huh?
So much
Yeah,
better.
it is my first time.
So much better than that blowhard
Over-amplified, too.
Angelo Cataldi. Our
How are
boy,
you boys doing?
John Kincade from The Fanatic in Philly. How are you doing?
We're very excited for a big game coming up on Sunday and enjoying New Orleans. It's my favorite Super Bowl city.
It is?
By far.
We have not been as high on it.
Why?
I love it.
Chop, take it away.
The city is it's good because everything's close, right? It's
Yeah,
a
I
good
love that. I
setup.
love
they
to hoof
do
it places.
They do it right, but man, it's just so dirty, and it smells,
and the weather
food,
sucks,
and the food kind of sucks too.
No, you see, the food's great.
Where have you been going?
See, you don't have
GW
good
Fins.
food.
If you don't go to GW Fins, you're out of your mind.
What is it?
GW Fins is the best seafood restaurant in America.
Whoa.
All
In
right, all right.
America.
They just deep fry it in butter. Is that what they do?
No, it's delicious. Last night we had the scallopit last night.
Scallopit?
It's the halibut cut.
What I tell you
with
they do
the
here.
scallops and the shrimp on
See,
top of
what
it.
I tell you their specialty is here. Just renaming stuff. They throw it together.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
I think in Dallas they could maybe try that right now, redoing some stuff. I said, by the way, good luck on your new coach who got married the same day I did at the same resort.
Really?
His marriage was right after mine. Brian Schottenheimer got married right after me.
Did you say what's up to him?
Yeah.
Talk to him?
We had to sit. Reverend Stern had to give us a lecture about getting married before we got married. So at Sandals and the Grill, and he had to get a lecture from the Reverend Stern about, hey, you think she's beautiful and hot today? But guess what? Marriage has teeth. And wait do you see what she's going to be like in 2-3 years. Are you still going to love her? All the stuff. And the women did not get, my wife didn't get a lecture before getting married. The brides didn't get lectured. The men did.
The men did.
Wow.
All right, we're going to have to drop this. Do you feel, we know you got to get
Yeah.
back. Do you feel bad for us? You feel bad for
No,
DFW
not at all.
right
I really wish. I feel bad for Mavs fans. I don't feel bad for Cowboys fans. Birds win 31-20.
Get out. John,
wow.
John Kincade bringing us the awesome cigars. Last year was salt and vinegar chips as well. But they're back here. They're back here again. And John had a big medical scare.
Yes.
So
He's a
great
great
to
dude. Great
see.
to hear him.
Great to see that he's doing well. He's a good dude, unlike Angelo, who I don't like.
He's somehow like friends with my sister.
This guy?
Yeah, and he's friends with like my dad's friends from like back when he was a kid. I have no idea how. I don't know the connection, but somehow it happens.
All right, so back to the Cowboys. They pushed back against Todd Archer's report. Todd said that Jerry offered McCarthy 3. McCarthy asked for 5. Jay Glazer confirmed that.
Yeah, and that was something that, you mentioned the Cowboys pushed back against, but you heard Glazer right there go, he's absolutely right. Which, again, that speaks to, I don't know how you could say.
They didn't talk. They didn't get to negotiation.
But they're best friends. They are like this. They are thick as thieves, those two, while also like just completely disputing how this negotiation failed and who wanted what. It's like, all right, well, that clearly shows y'all weren't on the same page at all and still have a lot of disagreements. So there's no way that everything's just tight and great and totally positive. It didn't end totally positive. I think it's a fitting name. He's glazing it a little bit there.
Ooh.
That's what's happening.
I see what you're doing there.
We have a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway coming up for you momentarily here on DFW Sports Station. Micah Parsons was making the rounds yesterday. He stopped by with our boy Zach Gelb, and he first had to be asked about the news that we're all asked about here.
And my mouth dropped. And I got scared myself. I said, am I the next person in Dallas? Because you really never know what happens. And obviously, I had the ankle thing this year, and I thought that was the reason why I thought it was so important to get back because, your best ability is availability. And, the fact that they didn't appreciate Luka for all he's done for them, taking them to a conference final. I would have, the finals and, doing all he did and being a 5-time All-NBA just wasn't enough. And I think that's extremely disappointing. I think when you invest in a player and he's showing you so much love and did so much for your program, you would think the loyalty is still right there back. And obviously you see these sports it isn't. So it's super frustrating and it makes you sad.
Someone wrote to Luka, pack up, you're next. And he wrote back with like the shocked emoji face. So that was him responding to Doncic. And then he was asked about another big-time defensive player. Would he welcome Myles Garrett on that same Cowboy defense?
It'll just be a race to who gets 20 sacks. I think he knows the caliber player I am. But I don't know if we can afford to pay 2 top-end rushers.
That was his first thing he thought of. Second thing, he's like, I don't know if we could pay. I don't know if we could pay after I get paid.
But what he's talking about, Micah, you're going to take a massive discount. You're going to take a massive discount so that you can pay other people.
That's
you
right.
don't want all the money.
That's right.
And I do he clearly still does. He does not sound like he is of the belief that, well, this is a business. Because you heard him like zero loyalty for Luka. None. They clearly didn't appreciate it. Blah, blah. Boy, he's, I don't know. When he actually sits down to that negotiating table with the Cowboys, and I think he experiences some of the ways that it's like you're trying to get down the price of a used car, and you're going, I don't know about this, I don't know about this. He might start getting his feelings hurt.
Myles Garrett then sat down on the Zach Gelb show and cut 4 pay. Look at Kurt Warner. Whoever Kurt Warner's barber is, whoever does the facial hair, Bobby, see if he recognizes you since he doesn't text you back to ever come on.
He texts me back. He's just always like, I can do 11.
Myles Garrett on Micah maybe joining up in the possibility as Parsons addressed it. What would Myles think?
Yeah, it could be tough. I know his contract is or new contract is coming up here soon, and same with me. I'm up for an extension in the near future as well. So it could be tough, but if they want to figure it out, if their management wants to figure it out, it's very possible.
If they want to figure it out, it's very, very possible. And then I thought this was a great question from Zach. As you walk around here, right? Emmitt Smith walking by, Eli Manning, there's Kurt Warner. We're going to have Darren Woodson at 8:40. Which fan bases did they quickly stopped letting the fans back in here, right? Remember that one
that
year?
was in Indy. That 1 year in Indy was a nightmare.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah, very bad idea.
Right?
Couldn't walk anywhere.
Miles was asked, in walking around, which fan bases are trying to recruit you the most?
When you walk around here today, what's the one team that you got the most? Hey, come join my team.
Oh, man. The Eagles have been out in full force. I've heard a good amount from Detroit, and Commanders have spoken up a couple times as well.
So there's Myles Garrett after requesting the trade. Oh, filthy! These radio stations are recruiting.
Yeah, it was funny. WIP, a couple spots down, they were barking at him, "Future Eagle, Future Eagle." He had to turn tail and run the other way.
Saw some Eagle fans at the casino last night. Saw some Chief fans. I mean, they're out. They're out.
I saw this a little bit yesterday. There were some people on social media who were like, it seems like there's actually a common thought of just like, I don't feel bad for Myles Garrett. You're the idiot who signed in Cleveland. Like, you re-signed there. You should have gotten.
It's not idiotic. That's the move.
No, yeah.
The move is sign it and then I'll force out. That's the NBA way.
Yeah. But I mean, he like staying here because he's what? He's got a year left on his extension or something, or 2 years. Like where they're just like, dude, you're 8 years in, and now you're like, oh, Cleveland isn't awesome.
But you could have gotten hurt.
Yeah,
I don't know. You know, I do feel bad for him. I feel bad. Miles seems like the right type of dude, local dude.
RKG.
We think, just like Anthony Davis. One more comment from Micah, and this one, Micah's got to say something zany. He was asked about Derrick Henry. He's like, you ever sit there and watch Derrick Henry, Ravens, 2,000-yard season? This was on Sirius XM. Listen to what Micah said about having Derrick Henry on this year's Cowboys.
I'm afraid Derrick Henry wouldn't even have helped us. You know what I mean? Like Derrick Henry should be blessed because he played with Lamar. He almost went for 2,000 yards. The hypotheticals sometimes can sound pretty good, but man, we struggled so much that, I don't even know if Derrick could have helped us. It would have been another Tennessee Titan year for him. So I'm happy he had the year he had, and deservingly so. And I think, being in that system with Lamar helped him hit another gear in his career. So I think everything happens for a reason, and he's right where he belongs.
Dude,
what does that mean? Tennessee Titans.
He just said we're the Titans.
He said we're the Titans. That's what he said.
Picking first.
Yeah, the Titans went to the conference championship game with Derrick Henry once.
Well, and they're picking first
and
this
they're
year.
also picking first.
Oh my gosh, he is.
It wouldn't have helped.
Here's one thing I know for sure.
Why are people so short-sighted that they think the exact same thing has to happen in order for you to deem it a success? You can run for 400 less yards here than you had, and we'll take 1,600. We take 1,700. We take 1,500. The same thing doesn't have to happen in order for it to be an improvement.
He absolutely cannot be involved. He can't be one of these superstars who you run personnel decisions by, because he was all hyped about the Mozzie pick. He made that pick essentially the way he made it seem.
Yes.
He's like, Derrick Henry, I don't know if that helps. Like, I mean, no.
Who would you trust more in personnel? Serious. Dez or Micah? Because Dez is vocal too on Twitter about he's bold. I like it. He gives out. He'll do Twitter scouting reports.
Dez has been right on some stuff, but Dez has also had some misses. Dez I know watches Dez loves studying college tape when guys are coming out. Dez has kind of a scout's heart. So probably Dez.
Yeah, I'd lean towards Dez as well.
Man, his kid too. By the way, apparently he had dominating football. Dez Jr.
Dez Jr.
Yeah, apparently having had a great first year.
He's supposed to be. I think he's supposed to be running around Radio Row later today.
Dez Jr.
Senior.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Desmond.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on and leaving it on and putting up with us during the commercial-free expressway.
Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Bryan at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, June 20th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
I got to admit, I was never the biggest Luke Bryan fan, but the songs that Peyton's played the past 2 days, I'm like, oh, I've really liked that song. Oh, I've really liked that song.
I didn't know that one.
I don't know that one.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, that's a good song.
He still hasn't played, I think, probably his most popular one
Which is?
I mean, I don't know the name of them. I don't know the name of
Sing it.
I don't know the name
We
of
should have
any of
all week just been having, like, whenever it was like, hey, it's time for the giveaway, Choppy should have just sang the song.
Maybe
What's the song? He already played Country Girl.
He
Shake
did.
It
I hate
For
that
Me,
song. Oh, God,
Girl.
I hate that song. I can't stand that song.
Why?
Drink a beer?
I Don't Want This Night to End, probably.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
I don't that one, yeah.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line. Great news for a Texas Ranger that sounds like is moving into the broadcast world. Hit it, Pepe.
The 0-1. Swinging a drive. Well hit ball deep out into left center field. This one's got a chance, and it is gone. Back of the Tampa Bay bullpen, Elvis Andrus. What a shot for Elvis, his 7th home run of the year, and the Rangers tie it at 5.
Hixie with the call on the home of the Rangers. That's us. Elvis is going into the Rangers Hall of Fame, and Adrian Beltre is getting his statue.
Yes, and there's a difference, obviously, between a team Hall of Fame and your number retired. The Hall of Fame is a way to recognize players that are, either lifelong players or, fan favorites or, just really, really good, but not worthy of immortalization where your number's retired. So it's like, again, they only have a handful. They have 5 or 6 numbers retired, 5, I think.
Deserving?
Of Hall of Fame? Yeah, for sure.
No,
Team Hall of Fame.
Team Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Team Hall of Fame, absolutely deserving.
2-time All-Star. He was the leadoff hitter on 2 World Series teams. He had almost 2,000 hits in his career here.
Yeah.
He was, he was
27th member.
He was like a mascot too, like just his personality and everything else. And
he brought Baby Shark to the stadium.
He did. Makes sense that you would have a recognition too on the same day, but just to have Elvis and Adrian going in there together. So, and then the Adrian statue, that's easy, right?
That's an easy one.
Just dropped out the one knee, bat behind him statue. That's what it's got to be.
Yeah, let's not weight it.
Yeah,
let's not de-weight it.
Yeah, or the beads
and
of
Lucas.
dirt.
I'm just thinking of that Lucas statue. Should have been that.
Should have been there.
That would
have been a step back, right?
That was that was the saddest quote of any of the fan quotes. When that guy was standing out front of the arena, he's like he was supposed to have a statue. It was so these
What
people
did
are
you say,
devastated.
RJ?
It should have been a donut.
All right, let's talk about that and more with our great buddy. He lit up the airwaves last week in DFW. He's going to do it again. We sit down with Ross Tucker here on Shan and RJ next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to her
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Again here live in New Orleans at Radio Row, the great Ross Tucker back with Shan RJ and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, listen, and I reached out to you guys because like double-digit people ordered stories for Valentine's Day from myfrontpagestory.com in Texas, but I was going to give you guys all the credit, and then I forgot I went on with the Odyssey guys in Houston. So I talked to my guy, and I was like, are you able to tell if it's Houston or Dallas? He's like 23 years. He's like, no, I don't know where these towns are. You know what I mean? So I don't know if this might be wasting my time. Everybody listening might not go directly to myfrontpagestory.com to get their significant other greatest Valentine's Day gift of all time.
Well, I thought you were an intelligent guy. You know, you flaunt Princeton over everybody. Whoever does your booking, you might want to tell them it might be smart to go on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, the number 4 largest media market, versus Cleveland or Buffalo or whatever the hell else you do. Maybe pushing my product with a blockbuster show on a blockbuster station might be smart business. And you guys are so blown away. Oh, my God, we got a lot of attention. We're on Dallas Cowboys radio. Wow, we got a lot of hits.
By the way,
smarten up.
Go
to Harvard next time.
Hey, in all sincerity, okay? In all sincerity, everybody listening right now, if you have anything you want to advertise in the DFW area, I'm not joking. You got to get on Shan and RJ show. I mean, I guys, I track it. So I know how many people get the best Valentine's Day gift ever at myfrontpagestory.com. And you guys are the best. You guys are the best. You're the only one that got double-digit orders. So
well, maybe Houston.
Hopefully you're.
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
They're
Texas.
listening on the Odyssey app.
I gotta hear your thoughts on the Luka Doncic trade.
Yeah. I have a very strong opinion on this, which is that in the NBA, when in doubt, the guy wanted out. And I know that hasn't been reported, and I don't know anything. I'm just saying, like, if we all sit here and say it doesn't make sense, it's not logical, there's always a reason, right? Like, this guy didn't just do something that's a terrible trade that's going to get him fired. I personally believe that they probably found out that he didn't want to be there anymore for whatever reason. Maybe it's because Michael Finley took the beer out of his hands. I would still be angry about that, too.
Yeah.
I just got you to the NBA Finals. I'm 25 years old. I'm one of the best players in the NBA, and you take a beer out of my hand? That would have been enough for me. I don't want the Supermax. I want the beer in my hand.
Here's my theory, and I want to know if this applied in any of your locker rooms.
Yeah.
I think that this GM is on this high and mighty moral, ethics, standard, principled rampage.
Interesting.
And he's like, no, you're not the example of what this team needs to see in order to win it all. You complain too much. You're out of shape. I'm just giving their perspective. Don't get mad at me, Tolos. It's Parcells, Lawrence Taylor. What locker room did you know? It doesn't matter if the rules are different for someone. What locker rooms were you in where no one cared and ones where it was BS?
Okay, so this is really interesting, right? Because I love the Lawrence Taylor Parcells example. Because if any other guy did the stuff that Lawrence Taylor did, they would be gone.
Yeah.
Because Parcells doesn't tolerate that. Mm-hmm. But he did it with Lawrence Taylor, right? So I think that would be really hard for me, in all sincerity, if I were a coach or a GM, because of the type of person I was, right? Like, get there early, stay late, do the right things. I would have a hard time with guys that aren't like that.
Yeah.
And I would want to do maybe what that GM did, right? I want to be like, hey, if we just get all guys like me.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, though. If an NFL team had all guys like me, we would suck. You know what I mean? Like
no, but what we're all doing.
I would be proud of, like, the way they went about their business, but the tackles, if they were me, would give up a bunch of sacks. Like, it would not be good. You still need, especially in the NBA. I will say this, though, talking with people in the NBA, the players and the agents run everything.
They run everything
there.
Mm-hmm.
They run everything there. So all it takes is for the agent to say, yo, just so you know, he's not signing here. He wants to go to LA or he wants to go somewhere else. So
Jimmy Butler.
You better trade him. Dude, all these guys, they all like can dictate where they go now. It's wild.
But the big player response to this topic, they're all trying to unify and saying it's hypocritical that we can't do this. Like, that was Durant's response. Devin Booker did the same thing. They're all on the same page of saying, yo, they can discard you. Why can't I go where I want? I found that interesting as a player message in response to the Doncic deal about how hypocritical and double standard it is.
I'll just say one other thing. I don't pretend to be an NBA expert, but I could hoop a little bit in high school, okay?
Oh.
I love Luka's game. I'm, like, amazed by guys that are slow and can't jump that are that good.
Crazy.
And so, to me, his game translates for, like, 10 more years at least.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like he's one of those guys where he's so explosive, like Amari Stoudemire or Sean Kemp or something, where you're like, oh, yeah, but when he gets in his 30s, I mean, this guy's going to be good forever. And by the way,
he's got old man game.
Yeah, and by the way, like, I don't care that he has beers or he's out of shape. He still plays in a lot of games, right?
Yeah, more often than not.
Have they done more? Because I'm a Sixers fan, okay? We can't get Embiid or Paul George or any of those
he's
guys.
nowhere close to
He
that.
doesn't play for the life of them. So
He
it's
doesn't
like,
even know where the stadium is at this point.
I will take, oh my gosh, Embiid's been eating really healthy. He doesn't go to Chick-fil-A every day now, blah, 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 blah. I'd rather take Luka. I'd rather take Luka drinking beers on the bench as long as he's actually playing, as opposed to some of these other guys.
Ross Tucker joined us here, 105 through the Fan. In your experience, like, the supremely athletic, super talented dude. When did they kind of figure out, hey, I got to take care of my body. I got to take care of my nutrition. Like, was there like an age? Because he's 25. Like,
Yeah.
You can still get away with it then. Like, at what age do you kind of grow up?
I think it's different for everybody, but I think that's a really good question because it does happen a lot. Some guys never figure it out and they're gone, but other guys, they start to, like, I'll give you an example. You know, when he was his first couple of years with the Steelers, Roethlisberger was like the last guy to get there and the first guy to leave. Like Roethlisberger, it's actually wild that Roethlisberger had that success early in his career because you talk to guys and it was like, that was just like straight natural ability.
Yeah.
To his credit, he did figure out at some point, you know what, like, what can I do if I actually studied? Like, what can I do if I actually took care of my body a little bit more?
Yeah.
I want to see him, by the way, because my prediction has always been that he'd be over 300 pounds.
Ben?
When he was, yes, he's got to be over.
No, he's doing a podcast. I think he's kept it. Cutler is kind of like that to me. You could tell Cutler. I can always judge by the face.
The face.
Puffy face.
Yes. Yeah.
Like Luka landed in L.A., he had a puffy face. But Cutler was like that, and then he slimmed down and did all his stuff before quitting whatever playoff game or what game that was. But I think Ben stuck with it.
I'm thinking like 27 to 29.
Yeah,
that,
so I mean,
that age range.
So like that's my whole point with this is that if you want to move on from him, this is the wrong time to do it. Do it at the next contract after the one that's coming up when he's 28, 29, and if he still hasn't grown up, you still have a couple more years left on it. Someone will still bite. Someone will still buy him.
The other thing I think is flawed, everybody's saying, and you guys know more about it than I do, but everybody's saying they were nervous about, giving him that money and that commitment. You don't think that there's a dozen teams that would trade for him?
Yeah, a dozen.
More.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, so, like, why not keep him and give him the Supermax, and then worst case scenario, if what you think is going to happen happens, then you trade him. That's what I don't understand. What they did is they preemptively did the worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
You could have waited, paid him, and if it goes sour a couple years later, then trade him on the market, which is what tells me that there's something else going on behind the scenes.
Really quickly, last thing on this, because I'm just curious. You mentioned you thought there was something else going on behind the scenes. When you were playing, do you ever remember a time where the media was reporting things a certain way where you went, you guys have this so wrong, you don't even have any clue what the reality is about what's going on in this locker room right now?
A lot.
Was it frequent enough that
I'm trying to think of examples.
Were you ever a leak?
No. No. You know what, though? I think maybe when I was in Buffalo, I think they maybe thought I was. I had a really good relationship with the media, and I learned as like a journeyman inside lineman, right? If you play like crap, they're going to say you play like crap. If you play really well, they're going to say that. But it's the in-between. They don't really know. So, like, I'd be in Dallas, and I'd be like, hey, Clarence, how are you? Nice to see you. Good column. Like Mickey Spagnola, Nick Eatman. Like
you never said it, Mickey.
I got. But, dude, when I got to, like, these guys, like, I got to the Patriots and Mike Reese's Pieces, he was, like, blown away that I knew his name, and I said I read his column.
So smart.
Dude, all you
smart.
have to do is treat them like people.
I
like
told Todd
respectful
Haley
people.
that. I told Todd Haley in the presser, I'm like, Todd, like, people, you're a psycho. I was like, just mention the media member by their first name, and we'll all melt. We'll all fall in love. Brian Schottenheimer's going to do that.
Yeah, Schottenheimer, that's one of the...
Have we talked about... I told you about him last week, right?
Yeah, he gave us the 4 reasons.
Yeah.
It blew up in Dallas, where you should be advertising a lot.
And the myfrontpagestory.com. And
now your weekly hit in Akron.
And the whole thing about his dad.
It's good down.
Dude, his dad was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So, Myles
Which,
Garrett...
by the way, people picked apart as your weakest point, saying...
He's not his dad.
Whoop-de-doo. What's that matter? Osmosis, they're hoping.
Sure. I mean, he coached with them for 10 years, so he had to have, like, gleaned, like, learned. There's a gleam, man. He had to have, like, learned something from him.
So,
go ahead, Bobby Belt. I love that name, by the way.
Oh, thank you. So we've got...
Did you play linebacker?
I didn't play anything.
See, that's really disappointing.
His backyard
I know.
was homeschool.
I know. It was, because, there was already a Bobby Bell linebacker. So that was...
There was?
Chiefs, 1960s, yeah.
Bobby Belt?
Bobby Bell.
Oh,
So,
Bobby Bell.
There you go.
Yeah, but you grew up in Texas?
I did, yeah.
Dude.
I know. Friday Night Lights.
You didn't learn
You
his
should have
media
been, like,
name.
how tall are you?
6, like 5'11", 6.
Yeah, 6 foot, 220, neck roll, Bobby Belt.
Yeah.
Dark
just lays
visor.
people
Cowboy
out,
collar all over the
just
place.
lays people out. Bobby Belt. Bobby just belted you.
That's what I
His
should have
golf
done.
swing is that's his specialty.
Yeah.
Show
Oh
him
yeah,
the swing.
I'm a golf expert. Do I have something to
Are
really?
you? Do you play golf?
You have like the worst facial hair for a good golfer I've ever seen.
Neck beard.
I know. I needed to shave it.
unbelievable.
So
He's like
here's the thing. I've
Fatter
never,
Andrew Luck.
I'm more concerned about the upper cheek stuff.
Yeah.
Like-
yeah, it's lazy. I've never picked up a golf stick in my life.
Stick.
I've never
Stick.
played stick.
Oh my gosh! Look at the
neck
I'm
He's like a
convinced.
werewolf. He's
I'm
like a
convinced.
werewolf.
I'm convinced. I need something to swing.
see his
I'm
bat.
convinced. So here's the thing. I'm convinced I would shoot 80 my first time out. Like that would just be because it's the first time. After that, muscle memory, things like that, probably low 70s or high 80s, whichever's better. I don't know. Is the higher or the lower number better?
I can't believe he's demonstrating with my water
So
bottle.
here's the
Yes.
thing.
You can't
so,
use
Put
that
your
again.
lips all over that.
Can't use that again.
So first you get in the tee box and you line it up and you go like this from the tee box. And I like to hit with a 5-iron from the tee box because I know I'm going to hit it straight. So I'm going to whack the hell out of it. So when you're going back, you got to make sure that you're fundamentally sound. So you follow the club behind you.
Is this a good use
and
of my
make
time?
sure
No.
that it's straight. And then you whack through and like fall down like Adrian Beltre to really punctuate.
Like
it.
Harrison Butker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Exactly
Why
like
is he
that.
And he
doing
tells
that?
his wife to stay in the kitchen too.
Yeah.
Ross Tucker here on 105 through the fan. All right, pitch him your trade.
Miles Garrett. Okay. So Micah Parsons, Miles Garrett.
Oh, you want to trade Micah?
We want to flip it. We want to go. We want to go. We want to go
Okay.
Micah for Miles and a 4th.
Well, I love that for the Browns.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
How
to
old
tell.
is Micah?
25.
Miles Garrett's 30.
He's 28.
No, he's not. He's going to be 30 this season
He's
in
gonna-
December.
29.
Is he?
Yeah.
Math is hard, Bobby.
I know it is.
It is.
He's going to be 30 this season in December. Yeah, no. I'll take Micah 10 times out of 10.
But
I think Miles Garrett's but the 4th round pick puts you over the
Okay,
top.
what if
And by
you
the
trade?
way-
What if you trade a 1st and a 3rd for Miles, and then you trade Micah for 2 firsts?
And
So now you have Miles and 2 ones.
Those trades do not happen.
Yeah, they do.
That's not a. They don't happen.
Neither
like
does
that.
Luka Doncic, Ross.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. This Mavericks GM is now going to ruin everything. It's like listening to WIP when I was growing up. They should trade the left guard for Jerry Rice. We need a receiver. Trade Mike Shad for Jerry Rice. Why don't they do that? Well, Biff,
Biff.
the other team has to agree
There
to
you
the
go.
trade.
Tell us what else you have going on out here.
Well, doing all my shows, trying to go to as many parties as I can. I don't have to do my shows till 11 to 1, so I can actually be
Look
out
at
later than I used to.
What a diva you've turned into.
Yeah.
Why?
My God, you used to be lonely. I'm breaking into the business. Dan Patrick sub at the media
I
party.
gotta go. You guys are
guarantee
taking
you
me
won't
late
be at the
again.
media party tonight. Today he's like, what table? What table? Make sure I'm on this and out by that. And I'm like, what a diva this guy's turned into. But we love you.
Do you think
and-
I'm a diva because I don't want to sit here and watch Bobby Beard Belt?
Beard
Give
belt.
me his golf.
I mean,
swing?
shoot 90 if you like.
Yeah.
Fail
I
alert.
don't golf. Oh, have I ever told you guys that story?
No.
Okay, that's next time. You gotta have me on.
Oh, wow.
Of course.
Look, diva.
Parcells cut me because I hurt my back golfing at the Cowboys Country Club.
Oh.
That's why he cut
That's
you?
why.
That's part of it. That in Princeton.
Right,
That's a
right.
bad combo.
Ross Tucker.
Remember, all your wildest dreams will come true. MyFrontPageStory.com. Be a Ross, don't be a Bobby. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Shan Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt live from New Orleans. Are you contributing to the Mavs GoFundMe in order to protest? And a body language expert to tell us if Jason Kidd and Nico are truly unified? That's next, along with Darren Woodson at 8:40 right here on the Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at karsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The great Darren Woodson will be sitting down with us at 8:40 this morning, followed by Thurman Thomas, the original Marshall Faulk. I absolutely love that. That was my favorite stylistic team to watch growing up because of the no-huddle offense. It was just different. It was fun. It was unique. It was different. Thurman Thomas at 9, and Eric Chiafalo is on his way over as well. Here, Radio Row with Shan, RJ, and Bobby.
So you liked watching losers. That's what you like. The loser Bills. That was a fun team. The fact that they never won a title still astounds me.
Copycats, though. As Solomon Wilcots told us the other day.
Cincinnati.
Marv Levy tried to kill their no-huddle offense, and the next year he's like, well, screw it. I guess we'll do it. So
the Bengals, right?
Yep.
Had it first.
Boomer had the MVP year in '88.
He did. Sam Weish. That was the they should have won that Super Bowl.
We are brought to you by Stella, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Still the greatest quote ever when he yells at the fans, "You're not from Cleveland, you live in Cincinnati. Be better." Just throwing stuff on the field.
Weish?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got billboards and protesting taking place over the Luka deal. Over 500 Mavs fans have donated and raised over $16,000 to fund anti-Mavs Nico Harrison signs and putting the Mavs owners on the billboards as well. So as of last night, we were up to about 16,000. They've also organized a protest for this Saturday at the American Airlines Center.
$28,000 is what we're up to now. So
Wow.
they picked up another $10,000. So apparently,
hopefully it goes better than the freak billboards.
apparently
Those didn't last too long.
Apparently, Alec
Neither did
Medford's cry went unheard yesterday. So because he had, I saw him on here. I saw him on Twitter. I'm going to call out Alec a little bit for some fake like moral high ground here. Alec quote tweeted it and said, "This would be fun and all, but I hope the organizer takes some of the money and does some good by donating to the Luka Doncic Foundation." And then Alec put the link there. Alec, that was a very cheap attempt to go viral, and I'm calling you out for it.
Wow. Alec Medford.
Wow, Meddy.
Pulling a Wolchuk. Is trying to go viral. Speaking of Wolchuk, his partner in crime, Eric Chiafalo, sitting down with us here from the GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning. You're up? You're chippy? You're on time?
Yeah,
What's
kind
going
of
on?
time.
Probably didn't sleep that much last night.
Yeah, no, I actually ended up getting a good night's sleep. Yesterday was kind of a beating, though.
Yeah.
You familiar with the disaster?
No, so I saw
Choppy's very familiar.
I saw RJ's video. I mean, talk about what you can. I'm dying to know what happened.
Well, I mean, it just I guess things went a little bit off the rails to some extent with Sporanic.
Okay, this is Paige. This is the hot golfer.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
I don't even know what she does. Is she a golfer?
She's
she
not
talks
a pro.
about golf.
She's not a pro. She's like a golf
take a little sip.
influencer. She's like a golf influencer. So there's a lot. There's the girl influencer golfer is a massive market. She started the whole trend.
Yeah.
Now there's a million of them.
Yeah.
Tons of those girls out there, but she is like the figurehead of it.
So what happened?
She took pride in that, being a bit of a tastemaker.
I'm sorry, what?
pioneering. A tastemaker.
What kind of taste?
She's pioneering a new a new gig for ladies. But yeah, I don't know. We had like what would you be asking about with Paige Sporenic?
Right.
You know, it's like this is her.
So you're sitting in Choppy's chair.
Yes.
She's sitting right here next.
In the middle.
Okay.
And then you are sitting in Walchuk's chair.
Okay.
I got to use her headset right after. They smelled fantastic.
Did it?
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and she was doing the super low tight dress. So I don't know. We were just having fun.
Okay.
And
she was
turns
cool.
out
She was going along with it.
very cool.
All right.
Yeah, like just rolling with all the punches. And but it turns out my wife was watching on YouTube.
How often does she watch?
Spicy Latina. No, it's pretty rare.
Pretty rare.
It's pretty rare.
Yeah.
It is like I'm
And
I
you're
just play with
also
confidence.
and you're also. I mean, one of probably maybe the best thing about you is nothing's off limits. You will comment on anything. You are right there with Bobby, maybe even more so, getting in the most trouble on the station. Like you let it fly. Everything's on the table with Eric.
Yes.
So I don't know how that works with your marriage.
Most of the time, it's fine.
Yeah,
because
she's used to. My point is, I would think she'd be used to that style.
Yes.
You know, like
Nancy's
I told Amanda, we're gonna have to have conversations about hot girls sometimes. We're guys.
Right.
We're doing sports talk radio. If someone comes out with a swimsuit calendar, we're probably gonna have to judge it. Or, well, now we can do it. Not the old days of.
They don't do
canceled.
swimsuit calendars anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
the old days.
Yeah, but now it's a new era.
But guy talk. You know, how comfortable is she usually
Right.
with that?
Generally, she's fine. And most of the time it's we're goofing around like in the Rangers clubhouse with dudes, you know, like this is
Sitting on
is
the
all
couch.
fun. She's fine with it. Like she was texting me the other day because we're doing a Dick Fangio bit.
A what?
On our show.
His name's Vic.
Right.
Exactly.
So
his brother's name is Dick.
For years,
Yes, I see.
when he became the Broncos head coach, his thing was no music for the players on the practice field in the locker room. So I'm like, wow, okay, you're Dick Fangio from here on out. And so we've been, for every guest that joins us, I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to say Dick Fangio to see if they correct me.
Oh.
And
It's
so
like
we're
Super
trying to
Troopers.
see how many corrections we'll get. And to this point, nobody's corrected it.
All right.
And my wife was texting me the other day. She happened to be listening. She was like, "Hey, that's so funny."
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Like,
Because you're
okay.
talking about a male body part.
Right.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Boob Fangio shows up, and it's a different story.
Yeah, what did you say exactly?
Yeah, what
That
was
got
it?
interrupted.
What
triggered
exactly said?
Well,
And what was the first text message?
Because I saw the
Yeah,
I
pull it
saw
up.
the
And we
Dead
gotta get
Sea
this in
Scrolls
about-
that you sent.
We got to
Holy
get this
cow.
in about 4 minutes before Darren Woodson. But I want you to
Woody.
tell the whole story.
Okay, so I think the question I asked her, what is a more like physical impediment to the perfect golf swing? The way she's built,
Yep.
or like the way a John Daly's built?
All right.
Dealing with a spare tire.
That's a good question.
Pretty good. But then
Who's that guy? Was it Ben Wright?
Can you
the guy
shut
that got
up?
Fired?
Just let him tell the
No,
story. We got
I'm
4
not.
minutes. Just
I'm
shut
not.
up.
I had a take.
that was a good take.
Thank you.
But she starts going all demonstration. She starts showing, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe I wasn't as I might have got Zuckerberged in that moment.
Ugh.
Then at the end, and again, unbeknownst to me, wife consuming the content, after she walks away, we go right into GBag of the day. So Lucius is like setting the table. We just went from that interview to Lucius.
Yeah.
And so he's just, he's commenting.
Reacting.
He's reacting. And he said something at one point about howling, like we were howling. And I was like, yeah, I think I got on all fours at one point. And I don't think that particular, because that was a direct quote that she sent in a text with a question mark. All fours howling.
Yeah.
So I think that one sort of pushed it over the anger edge.
So the amazing video that RJ got of you, the zoom in,
Handicapped dog.
Is that you contemplating your life? Is that you? What were you look zoned in on something?
Okay, so the whole time I was trying to do my best. Like I was
trying not to Zuckerberg.
Exactly. Like that was the whole thing.
Phenomenal discipline.
Thank you. I was actively like thinking about it.
Yeah.
So other than the demonstration moment where I probably slipped up a little bit, I felt like really good about the eye placement that I had.
Yeah.
But
how many texts did you get, and how long did it last? Because we've all dealt with this in show.
Yeah.
Not one of us has not dealt with this during.
And it's a beating because this is at 2:30, so I still got an entire day's worth of show to try and fight through.
Yeah.
And I can't make the call because that's going to be that's a 30-minute call.
You can't walk anywhere around here.
No, you're not doing any of that. Yeah. So I'm just having to text for like 20 minutes. And I'm not getting much in the way of "it's okay, baby."
Yeah.
So I'm like, crap. And so I just had to sit and stew in it
till 7.
Till 7.
Wow.
It was bad.
So the phone call happened at 7:02.
I knew it was bad when I got a FaceTime call at in a commercial break.
And it's just your daughter.
Just my daughter.
That's your daughter. I knew it.
You wouldn't know.
I knew it.
You wouldn't know that mom was even home.
Wouldn't even know. Like she left them. Like she left. Hi, Daddy. Where's your mother?
You can see the look on her face. Like I don't think mommy's overly happy. Like you can tell it's tense
That's
in the house,
disappointing. That's
Dad.
disappointing.
And I miss you.
So how are you waking up feeling about it?
I feel much better. We hit a FaceTime last night when I got home.
Good.
It was 30 minutes.
After gambling and drinking?
Yeah.
After everything. After he crushed wings.
And at that point, you're just in, I'm not in defense mode anymore. I dropped the ball, misjudgment.
Were you aggressive in your defense, or you were just totally
Initially.
apologetic?
In the text, I was
aggressive.
Yeah,
You don't have to apologize. She'll look at a pair of gray sweatpants on somebody else, I'm sure.
Yeah, but she probably won't.
Is she typical? My wife would do the same damn thing.
Yeah.
Latinas. I mean, is this everything I'm imagining? Not.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, my wife was pretty under control. I actually gave her credit. I was like, hey, thanks for not yelling at me.
Yeah.
Thank you for just kind of.
Well, she was texting.
Accepting the.
She was yelling through text.
When we were FaceTiming.
Okay.
I had to give her that compliment.
But you feel okay.
Feel great now.
Good.
Yeah. The sun's come up.
Good.
We're back, baby.
Go to you retweet your video. RJ's video is freaking amazing.
The text has been asking about you this morning. They've been concerned.
Yeah. Well,
did you talk about the text on air while it was happening?
Well, not really. I sunk into it, and everybody around me, Broadus was like, "Wow, I can tell you're not yourself." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not." And then in my 5 o'clock segment, we pulled the curtain back and just dove into it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And, man, you put it right there. I gave you props.
And turns out she was also listening to that.
Wow.
At that point, she was a GBag national locked in. Give her a meter. Somebody give her a meter.
Is this finally the year? The great Darren Woodson sits down with us next on 105.3 The Fan. I may have to give this to my boy over here, Eric Frankel. Solo team of attorneys. They will take care of you in any type of situation, not just any type of accident, but any life issue, personal injury, product liability, drug litigation, medical malpractice, birth injury, nursing home abuse.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
RJ Choppy told me when we first started about 15 years ago that Darren Woodson be a top 3 person that we ever interviewed, and it has held true. And he's sitting down with us now here at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man? Good to see you again.
Man, it's great to see. I've been seeing Chop, man. How long has it been?
Tell everyone the compliment you gave
Couple
him.
years
This
now?
is the worst
Yeah.
thing you could have said to him when you first saw him.
He looked. I told him he looked good. last time I saw Chop, he didn't look good. He was but this time around, Chop looked great, man.
Working out.
I had a time my eyeballs were fat at one point.
Like my buddy the other day. My buddy the other day came and visited me from college. Choppy goes, I know he's got sleep apnea.
Yeah.
I said, damn, you drink your eyes so swollen face. I said, man, that's how you can tell. That's how people are trying to judge Luka now. They're like judging the face.
Hey, no, I've been gone.
Shocked?
We've been on a company retreat since Sunday morning, and I've been out of Dallas with all our team. So we've been kind of lost to the news.
Yeah.
Hearing it from, I still haven't been home yet. Back to Dallas.
Wow.
And it hit me like a rock to hear that Luka was gone.
Did you know him at all?
I didn't know. I've never met Luka at all. I've been a huge fan. I'm a Mavs fan, all down dirty there. But I've never met him personally. Just felt like he's 25, 26? Yeah, 25 years old.
Was there ever a trade you can remember
None.
while playing, or that you covered at ESPN that it shook the walls of the place?
When Jimmy left in '93, after winning back-to-back championships.
Yeah, we know. We know the story.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he left.
You know what I'm going here?
We know
Yeah, you know what I'm going. Okay, so that's the only time the wall shook. Outside of that, I don't care. Just nationally, I've never seen or felt the reverberations of this trade like the way I felt this one. And this is unbelievable.
They kept saying he didn't love the gym, didn't love to work out, or whatever, right? Is that where you have to have your top dog, your top leader, be the gym rat, and it's not. It's really tough to check somebody who's the best on the team.
So do we know that personally, or is that what the narrative is?
That's the smear campaign.
That's the smear campaign.
Yeah, your guy needs to be the guy. Your guy, whoever your guy is, and I'll give you an example. So playing in the 90s, I came in and I watched a dude in number 8 show up every day with his lunch pail. Early in the morning, late, and staying late. Like, I just watched the dude be a professional every single day of his life. And he didn't have to be. He just, Troy Aikman just wanted to win. And I felt like as a young guy coming in at 22 years old, I watched Troy, I watched Tony Tolbert, Daryl Johnston show up every single day, early, stay late, do all the little things, do how to be a professional, and I just fell in line, right? So if you're a guy like Luka, you have to be the dude. Even though you don't want it, you may not want it, you are the franchise. So if the goal is to ultimately win championships, you better fall in line.
We're asking every Cowboy. We asked Moose yesterday, more stunning, Luka or Schottenheimer?
Luka.
It is Luka.
Hands down. Luka.
But Schottenheimer, pretty stunning.
Pretty stunning. Stunning. There was. I thought they were going to go outside the walls.
Mm-hmm. That would have required effort.
But I don't want to get into this. But,
would you rather talk about Hall of Fame or Jerry?
Look. I know he's inside the walls. There's some trust there. There's not a whole lot of turnover. I can understand, in the situation of why they wanted to keep it the same. I just didn't. I felt like there was opportunities that were out there that they possibly could have went after. But
who was a guy outside where you were
the guy,
that would fit?
Look, I think the hot guy was the two guys in Detroit, Aaron Glenn and
Ben Johnson.
And Ben Johnson with the two hot names. But, again, like, who knows if you're going to miss on that, man? You just never know.
There's no guarantee.
There's no guarantees, yeah.
And I don't have a problem with them not hiring either one of those guys. But the fact that they didn't even seem like they were in contention at all, they were even
at least talk to them.
That leads me to think, here, okay, so with Coach McCarthy, you guys may know more than I do on this, right?
Bobby.
So was McCarthy planning on staying and then changed his mind? And it was when he changed his mind, was it too late for them to?
The way the timeline worked out, they were, by the time they had moved, they divorced with McCarthy. It was like the day of the final opportunity to interview the Detroit guys. And then they wound up losing. And then I think Ben Johnson got hired the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't going to hire Ben Johnson though.
Right.
That was because it's, and a lot of it that
and
you
he
hear
wasn't
going
to come here.
Yeah, a lot of it what you hear is that Ben Johnson kind of understood Cowboys probably not a fit, and Cowboys felt like Ben Johnson probably not a fit too. It's funny though because Schottenheimer talked all about culture, and you guys were just discussing the whole player leadership and how that goes. So Nate Newton had talked about this with us that Troy Aikman, he said that he didn't become a Pro Bowler until he saw Troy Aikman work every day. Because he saw Troy work every day, and he went, I don't want to let that guy down. That's what it's about for me now. When Schottenheimer's talking about culture, can that only really be established if there's player culture leadership?
Absolutely.
Going down to the bottom?
Going down. It's got to go downhill, right? It's got to be – your players have to buy in to the culture. And I can tell you, with Jimmy, it was easy because – Michael Irvin had spent a lot of time with him. Troy was really tight with him. I was not. Look, Jimmy came in. I always felt like Jimmy didn't like me because all he did was, he called me every MF name in the book, right? As a young player, right? Because I'm just a baby. Every mistake I made was just, he was putting his thumb on it. So I didn't think he liked me, but I did see the respect that he had for Troy. Michael Irvin, who to this day, I don't know if anybody worked harder than Mike, showed up every damn day. And you had a culture of guys who truly believed in one guy, in Jimmy, and how he was going to build this team. And then they finally get there to the championship. And so everyone fell in line, including self. Man, I just wanted to win championships because that's all we talked about.
Do you believe in if they don't coach you hard, it's that they know that you don't have more in you?
Oh, yeah, dude. If you ain't getting cussed out or yelled at, that's a problem.
Do you think?
No, seriously.
Yeah.
If you're not getting yelled at in practice by the coach, I tell my kids the same thing. If coach is not yelling at you, you're on the bubble. because he knows that you're an average player, but if he's yelling at you, he's trying to coach you up.
Darren Woodson here on the Fan. Do you think it was time for a change from Mike, and what's missing? What do you think is missing?
I don't know. Look, it's hard. I'm not in the locker room anymore, and it's hard for me to assess the locker room and to make pass judgment on a locker room that I don't. I'm not there to see. I can tell you this: I watch this team play every game, and how you can be a really judge if the team is really continuing to play hard is just watch the special teams. Just watch the special teams. Those dudes ran down the field every damn play, regardless if they were winning, losing. They ran down the field. They covered punts. They did all those. They played with excitement. I think they're talent-wise. I think they're depleted talent-wise because they came into the offseason and they didn't really go out and get anybody, right?
Yeah.
So and a lot of their players got hurt throughout the season. But when those third-string, fourth-string guys came on the field, they played extremely hard. So I thought that McCarthy didn't lose the locker room. Didn't feel like he lost the locker room.
No.
So I didn't know what the reason was or why, they were going to make a change from McCarthy. I felt like they could get healthy next year, maybe go out in free agency, which they never do. They go out in free agency and grab a few guys here and there. But, they were still on the right track. And it's not like McCarthy just forgot how to coach.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, dude. He just didn't forget how to coach.
All right, I'm dying to know your thought process in coming out here with all this Hall of Fame stuff. I remember last year, I was heartbroken. You walked in, and I think the news that I can't remember the time. Is today supposed to be the day you find out?
Yeah.
And it was like the night before, the negative news, and you walked in solo, and we all just wanted to go hug you.
Yeah.
So I was like, is Darren Woodson going to possibly subject himself to that again? Take us through. Did you go back and forth on coming out here? Because you're getting asked about 5,000 times.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard, man. It really is because, I played the game because I wanted to win championships, but I also played the game for legacy as well. Like, you just don't show up every day and do all the things that you do and sacrifice and not want to win at every level. And I think, for most of my life of what I've had to go through in most of my life, I've had to go through a lot to get to the success, right? So, going from as a kid in high school and college and then in the NFL winning championships and then starting a business and then, getting acquired through there's so many things that I've accomplishments that I've made, but you have to lay that groundwork in to get it. I want this. It's not so much that it's just the icing on the top. It's something that I've always been a part of. It's just been in my mind to be one of the best that's ever done and be recognized as one of the best. So I want to be a Hall of Famer. Is it going to break me? No.
So
tomorrow what's going to happen?
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen tomorrow, Sean? I'm going to get my ass. If I get in or if I don't, my ass is going to get up in the morning.
There you go.
Go to work.
That's right. So like some guys will say it. They may not believe it, but they may say it. Like after a while, they just stop thinking about it. Like it just doesn't. It doesn't change their life.
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. No, you always think about it. Because your peers people are always reminding you about it as well, right? And even if you don't even try to put your name in the hat, your name's in the hat, and and it's still a competition. It's still you become a finalist. Now you become a semifinalist, and you're watching. You're watching because my mom's watching. My 8-year-old boy who never saw me play. I had a late son, right? So he's watching, thinking, "Hey, you need to get in there," and blah blah blah. And that's it. You're always reminded. So it's not like, you're just oblivious to what's going on.
So how does today play out? Is there time blocked out? When are you supposed to find out one way or do they call you and say? Like,
they call you.
You got it scheduled out today?
Yeah, we got scheduled out today. So
what time do you think around you'll find out?
6, 7.
6, 7?
Yeah.
All right. All the best. We love you. Let's talk about Choctaw. I've said this multiple times on the show, and they don't give me any money. They might give the station. I don't get paid for it. Whoever does those daggone Choctaw commercials is great.
Oh, they are.
Who is the creative editing team?
Erica is the mind over there, the marketing side, but they have so many good partners, not only in-house but third-party partners. Look, I know a lot more about Choctaw because for the last 8 years, I've been driving up 75 with the family. I saw when the new resort came up, and it's non-smoking resort. I've sat in that pool, the new
They added the new
pool. Oh,
my in-laws living there.
The amenities are spectacular, and not only that, but I'm going to concerts. I'm sending friends up there to go to concerts.
They got a
great
sick
steakhouse. It's a phenomenal place, and it's one of those things that, you're used to going to Vegas to get that kind of treatment, that casino gaming treatment, but all I'm doing is driving 45, 50 minutes up 75 and getting exactly what I want instead of getting on a flight to go to Las Vegas.
In case y'all did not know, you haven't seen the signs and everything or no, he's a real estate mogul now. Darren Woodson. What's the market like? Tell the tolos who are looking. Is it hot? Is it cold? Do we wait?
We're getting there. Rates are still high, but we're getting there.
Okay.
We're getting there. The industrial side's starting to pick up, so Cressa's my team, and we're working.
All right.
He's a mogul.
We always love having you. You're one of the best that there ever was and is. We love talking to you.
Appreciate you guys.
Enjoy and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Enjoy
guys.
the weekend,
Appreciate
brother.
it. Oh, yeah.
The great Darren Woodson. Don't get Broadus over here. Broadus will start fighting. John Lynch probably wants to punch Broadus in the face. What he says about John Lynch compared to Woody.
What an
He'll be here
injustice.
he's watching some long snapper in a corner.
Yeah, he is.
Final hour, starting off with Thurman Thomas next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up on that brand-new Ford car, truck, SUV. PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the short drive to save a...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Thursday edition coming at you, and the big dog guest list continues. We just had on Darren Woodson, who was waiting to find out his news today, and Darren is waiting for this jacket that Thurman Thomas is wearing live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. My favorite running back and my favorite offense growing up, the no-huddle K-gun, baby. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you. Yeah, man. Good to see Darren, man. I need to get in, man.
Talk to us about facing him. You think he's a Hall of Fame player?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He was one of those prototype guys back there, man, and when you talk about, the position that he played, there's a lot of great ones back there that done remarkable things, and so is he. And one of those guys that, when you read across the board, just a perfect game play, in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
And, he was a big part of those Super Bowl years with the Cowboys, man. So, he can probably throw a couple more in there that probably need to be in there too. But, I think Darren definitely deserves it.
I think the thing with him also is like a lot of those guys that play back there, they can either do one or the other, the run or the pass. He did both.
He did both.
Is like that's the prototype that you want.
That is the prototype that you want. Where both of your safeties, like I know the guys that played with the Bills have had 6 or 7 years. Jordan Poirier and Micah Hyde, they weren't like that, but they can cover and they can tackle very, very well, and they were very, very determined to get the job done. And just some smart individuals that played the game right, that knew how to do what the coach was asking, and just a perfect guy.
I always thought that about you. I always call you, see if you think this is fair, accurate, or you have a better comp, the original Marshall Faulk, because you were catching the passes and obviously putting up all the numbers. Who was the first running back that you're like, I think that guy reminds me of myself?
It was probably Marshall. Yeah, absolutely. And the only reason that I say that is because the guy that taught me this offense, we worked it, was Ted Marshall-Broder.
Yeah.
And when Ted Marshall-Broder was our offensive coordinator, he left and went to Indy, and he had Marshall.
Yeah.
And Marshall ran the same offense that we ran, and that's how it became, all around it. But that was kind of the first guy, and, obviously we're really close friends. And, he was a guy that I started to watch, and like, man, he's running the Calf 65, the whatever, and he's just doing this thing. So, hats off to Marshall for having an outstanding career.
Have you spilled anything on that jacket yet? Have you had a big scare? Like the drink knocked over, a marker, a scratch, a hook?
No.
And you just keep it at the house?
I just keep it at the house.
And wear it how many times do you think a year?
Only when I get paid.
Now, when you eat, you take it off. When you eat, if you're getting paid to wear it and you're at a function, you take it off.
Oh, I'm taking it off. Yeah,
nothing spills on that.
I haven't spilled anything on any of my jackets, man.
Hey, you want to try this beer? Thurman Thomas on 105.3 The Fan. So, how did life change after being a Hall of Famer? Like, all the crazy events, the autograph. Brian Mitchell would tell me, if I ever get that HOF, the signature's going to go up. B. Mitch all about his damn appearances and everything. The ceremonies that you go to, Hall of Fame weekend, like, how did life change?
You know what? It changed because I got an opportunity to go meet my heroes, really, to meet my heroes. I mean, when I first got in 2007, the first person, a couple of people that you were looking for was my idol, Earl Campbell. Even though I had met Earl, but I wasn't like in the Hall of Fame, and there he is too, And so him, and I became real close with Jim Brown before he passed away. And those were like the two guys that when I went to the Hall of Fame, I was looking for them first, more than I was looking for anybody else, just to, what they brought to the game and how they played the game, especially Earl being from Texas, and obviously Jim Brown is, Jim Brown, and so those were my two guys. But it's always great to welcome in the new class, but also really great to get to know the other classes that are coming in, because as you guys well know, we just stuff happens,
Yeah.
And you're like, why didn't I take that last picture with Franco Harris, And, so I go back every year. If I had to go back to one thing, it would be the Ray Nitschke luncheon. I would go back to that every year, but I go back every year, man, just to enjoy the weekend with my fellow Hall of Famers and their family and their friends.
Where you living these days?
I live in Buffalo. Yeah, so it's a 3.5-hour drive for me.
Why, though? Why in Buffalo?
Well, I
you don't have to pay for anything there?
Not really. Not really. Yeah. I could probably shovel my driveway, but I get somebody else to do it. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah. How much you want to pay? No, just sign my jersey. Okay, yeah, and sign the jersey.
Did you think while you were playing there that you would? When did you know you were going to stay there and live there? Versus like, let's go to Florida, let's go to Texas, let's go to California.
Well, we were in Orlando for 7 years. And my father-in-law got sick, and we moved back to Buffalo for the summer. And my kids say they want to go to school with their cousins. We don't want to go back to Florida, and so we moved from Florida back to Buffalo in 2007.
Wow!
And I've been there ever since. And but you know what? I love it though. I really do. The cold weather, the shoveling, and all that doesn't bother me really, because I get out and do it. It's part of work, part of what I do, and I got kids, I got dogs, so I got to clear the snow and all that. So
you could winter somewhere, Thurman.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not.
You're
there
in that
yet.
Price bracket of I can winter.
Yeah,
I can winter summer.
I'm not there yet because my wife and I own a construction company, and we're part of building the new stadium that the Buffalo Bills are supposed to open in 2026. So along with Turner Construction and Gilbane and Arc, we're scheduled to be finished here August of 2026 for the new Highmark Stadium in Buffalo.
Wow.
So because like Buffalo has a rep of like just dreary, disgusting, like just boring steel town.
Disgusting might be strong, John.
Not, just like
it's not
the weather.
Cleveland.
The weather. Yeah,
or New Orleans.
So it's not. You're saying it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like I said, we don't. we don't have a spring.
Yeah.
We don't have spring. Yeah, it goes right into winter, right into summer, kind of.
June, July, August. and winter.
Yeah. But it's the best summers though. I can't leave those. And obviously you have the fall with the changing of the leagues. But the winter's not that bad. I guess you get used to it. I mean, I got used to it. I'm from Houston, so yeah.
Thurman,
I'm
what?
good with it.
I heard the Houston weather is the all-time worst. I mean, the bugs, the humidity, all of it.
All of it.
Right?
Snakes, everything. Yeah.
Snakes.
Don't
worry about that, Buffalo.
I got to throw it. No, I ain't got to worry about that, Buffalo. I can cut my grass and weed all day,
So, Thurman, since you're there, what is the football heartbreak feel like there now after the Chiefs game, and compared to the stuff that you guys all had to go through?
Yeah, I think it's kind of worse now.
Really?
Yeah, only because because everything is out there now. You can see everything, rewatch the game. I mean, back when we played, you couldn't do all the internet stuff, So with more social media, I think the town is still a little down, but we've always said, well, they didn't expect us to be here in this position anyway. We were picked to finish third in our division this year. So, but those guys ignored all that, went out and played football, and they ended up in the AFC Championship game. It's just a fact that we've come into a new break. Brady's gone, Peyton Manning's gone. Now we got Patrick Mahomes, and he's dominating this era. And I think that's been the only dominant. Every game that we've played against Kansas City in the playoffs has been close.
Yeah.
It's not like Josh is having bad games.
Yeah.
Josh is the reason why we're in these one-score games, and where if we score, we win. And so and it's been on the flip side with Patrick. He's done it. He's driven down the field and we scored a field goal or a touchdown to win the game. We just, we're 0-4 against him, but we're 4-1 against him in the regular season.
Yeah.
So, and that doesn't mean anything, because those guys turn it on in the postseason.
Is there any sense or any concern, I guess they're in Buffalo, from people of that Josh may eventually say, I got to go somewhere else if I want to win?
No, I don't think Josh himself would say, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, he's going to stay there. Yeah, if the Bills ever get rid of Josh, Sean McDermott and Brandon B might be running for their lives.
You mean get rid of Luka Doncic?
Right, yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, right.
I don't even want to talk about that.
We don't either.
Yeah. So we're Josh is going to be there, and he wants to win a Super Bowl for the city of Buffalo and Bills Mafia.
Do Bills fans feel cheated by that game, or we lost fair and square with the calls?
No, I think Bills fans feel kind of cheated a little bit.
Yeah.
I think a couple of those runs were first downs. Come on, it's
and
now we've been in this situation before where now they're going to probably test electronical markers now, and that was the same situation when they changed the overtime rules with Kansas City. So we're always on the back end of the stick, So hopefully we'll be able to turn it around here soon.
All right, it is crunch time, and we have Grapevine's very own Mark Singleton, who said he's a Tolo back in the Metroplex.
I didn't know he was from Grapevine.
Yeah, absolutely. Grew up in Dallas, went to school at SMU.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So big-time Cowboy fan?
Big-time Cowboy fan.
And you chose to work with him, Thurman?
When you get the opportunity.
Everything's for sale.
As you guys know, we've been coming here for the last 15 years helping Coach Dick and the Gridiron Greats, Brian Urlacher, Mike Golick. And Thurman's been a part of the organization and has just been a great spokesman for the Gridiron Greats and the work that they do to support players that played before the big money, before pensions, before the safety nets that are there today. And tonight at the Cigars with the Stars with Golick and Urlacher and Ron Jaworski will raise a ton of money to help these players. This is our big fundraising event. It is always at the Super Bowl. It's a great party. There's still tickets available. And any of your listeners can go on gridirongreats.org and look at some great auction items and help these great players that really set the foundation for what we experience here today, the biggest party in the world. You were talking about your hero. One of our Gridiron Greats in the past is Kenny Houston. And oh my, when you talk about just the consummate gentleman, the unbelievable passion for the game and our state of Texas. He was a teacher. His wife worked for NASA. He's just a great ambassador for the game. And you get to meet, well, you guys know, you get to meet your heroes doing this.
Absolutely.
This is just amazing.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for sitting down with us. Enjoy the rest of today and the weekend. Thurman Thomas, Mark Singletary here, Mark Singleton, on 105.3 The Fan. Let's turn Bobby Chiafalo and maybe Wolchuk loose on the wireless next on DFW Sports Station.
You can either go to Bobby's Place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you missed this morning on our Odyssey app, presented by...
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, wheels off right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk. We got Bobby Bell on the wireless. Were you trying to prank us? Were you trying to prank us just then, Zach?
With what?
When we were asking if that was Shador.
I don't know.
You said yes. You're
Oh,
like,
no,
he's got the chain. And then I said, Bobby, go over there on the wireless. Is that Shador Sanders sitting right next
It
to us?
absolutely is not. It sounds like Zachary just doesn't know what he's looking at.
Who is it then, Bobby?
I don't know who it is.
That should get you kicked off the draft show. You don't even know who Shador Sanders is.
Oh, well, Eric's tried.
Hey, Aisha's available now.
Hey, Corey. Oh, you messy.
All right. But
Weird how quickly
Shador-
she cycles through jobs.
Corey Major's now sitting down as well here on The Fan. I think Shador and Travis Hunter are doing their own thing over there. Zachary, you are the most professional-looking individual by far. What's going on?
We got Emmitt Smith today, boys.
Oh.
So that's my all-time favorite Cowboy, all-time favorite athlete. I've gotten to interview him once over the phone several years ago with CA, but never in person. So, you know, a little nervous for this one.
He's easily your one seed?
Oh, 100%. Easy. Yeah.
Who was yours, Corey? Who would it have been?
I mean, Kay Adams again, probably. But for our list, it's Carissa Thompson. If we get her, she had some food poisoning, so she might be back on Friday.
There's an oyster recall in the city.
What?
Yeah.
For Super Bowl week in New Orleans.
I saw the Barstool guys got sick. You know about it?
I saw recently, before we came out, a video of a lady that opened an oyster here in this area, and it had 2 parasites in it.
Is that why Colin threw up and left the show that day on Monday?
Who?
No, because he was still in L. He was
still there?
He wasn't here.
Yeah,
yet.
he just threw up and left the show.
Well, someone probably played him back one of his bad takes. But GFO, this was a mission of yours. This was a food mission.
Yeah, this is hugely disappointing for me because one of the things I was excited about was trying some top tier raw oysters, doing it the right way, and seeing if I like it because I've never really. We had like the oysters spread on the toast from one of the stations at the party the other night, and I liked it. But I've never just had just a straight up oyster, so I was looking forward to that. But I'm not playing that game.
We'll get him an Oxnard.
Oxnard, okay.
You can. We were told by someone who would know that you can still eat the cooked ones. Like Choppy and Amanda split the charbroiled ones early. That was on Monday night. So I think you can cook the parasite out of it.
You probably can.
Yeah.
Although, I don't look like I sold you. What if the waiter comes up to you tonight at the team dinner and goes, "We can cook the parasite out of it.
I'll tell you
The
this,
worms that are crawling around, we can broil them."
What I just did to that bathroom in here there all morning, I think I got a tapeworm or something.
Oh, man.
How many times have you gone?
3.
What did you eat for dinner?
Let's see.
3 this morning?
3 this morning. I had
so much fried food.
We had we had wings because I had to hit the dollar amount. I wasn't just going to get a $15 meal.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, so I had the wings, and then I also added, because it wasn't going to be enough, a brisket panini.
You got brisket out here?
How was the brisket?
First of all, they don't know what the hell a panini is. What do you think a panini is?
That's where you take the
It's like
panini.
a little
sandwich.
it's a piece of bread, right?
Yeah.
No, they did a pita.
Oh.
Yeah, but it wasn't a pocket pita. It was like just one half of a tortilla that they just
cut it in
slapped
half?
on.
Well, you committed a food crime. Bobby was trying to say, they got this Mexican place. I said, I ain't eating Mexican food out here. I'm from Texas. Why are you getting brisket out here?
Because they were out of burgers.
Yeah, they were out of burgers.
I asked for the burger. They were out of it.
The wings were pretty good. Those some smoked wings.
Where?
Yeah, just
The wings were good.
ugly dog,
Ugly
like
dog,
right around the
right
corner
behind
from the hotel.
What have you guys thought about the food overall? Wilchuck, I usually rely on you for your suggestions along with Corey.
Yeah,
You hit your sandwich place?
So, sandwich turned out awesome. Exactly the way I wanted
muffaletta?
it. The muffaletta at Central Grocery.
Yeah, the muff is good.
The then we went to Galliers over by the Roosevelt, and I had a po' boy over there, and it was literally the size of a football, and so it was awesome.
I heard that might be the number one place to get it.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, see, while we were there, somebody ordered 2 huge things of oysters, and they sat there for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden the dude just left. And the bartender was like, oh, and he started covering it and everything. Like, I think he's coming back. And I was like, I don't think that dude's coming back. And he didn't look well whenever he took off. So, again, I didn't know about this until then. So, and then last night I went over to Mulat's down on the corner over here, and it's really good. So I had redfish with a shrimp remoulade and some potatoes.
That's the way to go right there.
Have you, what's been your number one
We hit
meal?
up Parasols yesterday for lunch with Brian, which is like a dive bar.
I ordered that for dinner.
Okay, I thought it was pretty good. I got the muffaletta. It was giant. I did not skimp on this thing.
Was it good?
It was good. Now, the olives are overpowering. So I had to kind of, there were chunky olives. I had to kind of kick a few off of it. But it was good.
But I feel like, I was joking with Ruben, they just overname things here. Like the po' boy, it's a sub. Like it's fried shrimp in their bread.
Behind it?
I don't care.
Whenever they
had
the strikes,
I don't care.
Some poor guys, the truck would pull up and feed them these sandwiches, and so they're poor boys.
Okay.
Everything here has a story and culture.
Like this
to
king cake, my wife wants everyone to eat this king cake. She stood in a line for an hour to get this. It's a big ass cinnamon roll.
Yes,
that's what it is.
And then isn't there like a baby in there somewhere?
Yeah, there's a baby in there.
Weird. I don't get the traditions.
You know what I mean?
It's a baby.
They name their specialty here is overnaming.
You get the
That's
luck
what
for the year.
this
though.
panini.
That's true.
They messed
Good
that
marketing
up.
team.
It's good. It's good marketing team, right? So where's Bobby Bell? Bobby, we have unleashed.
He's having technical.
He was trying to pawn this off on me.
No, make you do wireless.
Scared, but he is scared
a little
about
scared.
it.
I'm not. No. I am not scared of that. What I don't want is crap popping in my ears, so I can get to that guy right there behind the Jerry Rice sign before this thing starts going like.
The Eagles fan with the face paint on.
That's the perfect guy to go get. Go ahead and just banter back and forth and talk crap to him.
With the Eagles guy?
Let Zach be the director of the segment. Go ahead. I'm not being sarcastic.
You want me to go talk to him?
I mean, yeah. If you think he sounds interesting.
Yeah, I have no idea. Let me go see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ask him about.
Check it on out. Wolchuk, who's been the highlight guest for you guys?
Well, I mean,
did Paige meet the hype?
I thought
in person.
I didn't have a whole lot of expectations.
I'm sorry. What?
She was actually really good. I thought she was. I thought it was one of our better interviews of the day. Now I felt bad for what happened with Eric.
Yeah, what you did, that of all the interviews today, Woody was great, but your 8:20 recap of your cell phone was my highlight segment of the day.
Yeah, it was great.
Was that all playing out with you guys?
Yeah, I saw it, and I could see in his face, and it was to the point where it's like, should I tell Maya to go back and watch this to see it was because I didn't think.
Oh,
it was
you
that
want Maya to
bad.
text then Marion and be like, chill out. Turn it down.
No, that doesn't need to happen. That does not need to happen.
I mean, I'm glad that everything got smoothed over.
All right, Bobby is next to Filthy.
Yeah, I'm reporting live on the scene. What's your name, sir?
Jamie, the Philly sports guy.
Jamie, the Philly sports guy.
Original.
He is all decked out. He has sponsorship and everything. That's not our sponsor, Carter. You don't need to zoom in on it. But he's no free shout-outs. You've been in the meetings. All right, so are you here specifically with a group, or did you just come on your own?
I'm here on my own right now, and then my group will be coming in on Friday.
How do you like New Orleans so far?
Well, this is my fourth time being here. We were here in September, so I love it. It's, I feel like we're very safe here, obviously. And
Yeah, I mean, you come from Philly, and so there's a lot more muggings there than there are here in the streets of New Orleans, right?
Hey, listen, Dallas has got its fun spots too, doesn't it?
No, not nearly the same thing. Our problem is just purging superstars, like trading away Luka, like doing what you guys should have done with Joel Embiid.
Oh, why? Just because I know that you guys are really upset about stuff like that. But hey, listen, I love what Jerry Jones has done with the team. I think you guys have been doing great.
Brian Schottenheimer's fantastic. What's your issue with Brian Schottenheimer?
You know what? His father was great. He did really well in the playoffs. Oh, that's right, he didn't.
How many times has Jalen Hurts actually thrown for 150 yards this year? Is it like 3?
Actually, I think it's more like 7 or 8. But
less than half the season.
Hey, but that's okay. Where are we and where are you guys?
Ask him to say hoagie.
They want to hear you say hoagie.
Hoagie.
Do you have does he have the Yinzer thing?
Nah,
that's wrong.
No, Yinzer. I'm not a Yinzer. That's the other side of the state. We say Wooder.
Wooder. Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, Wooder.
All right, Bob.
That's where the
He's
Phillies
kind of
train.
tame. He's a little boring. Thank you. Bobby Bell with the wireless here on Radio Row 105.3 The Fan.
That is the most self-aware shirt. There's a baseball shirt that's the Phillies train Clearwater. It's just Clearwater.
Clearwater.
That's what they say. It's very self-aware.
Bobby, what else? What are the other setups around here? Who else you seeing? Who else have y'all been starstruck by? Saw Montana earlier, just walk by.
Yeah, I was gonna try. I wanted to corner Crosby, and then he ran off like right when I was walking over there.
Mad Max in the building.
Yeah. In fact, here. Can I go grab his handler because he's far away? I'll grab his handler, see if he'll do something. All right, I'll turn this off, Ruben.
Go ahead.
Turn this off.
All right, so who else have you really loved?
I thought Michael Brockers was pretty good yesterday. We had a lot of good conversation. I thought he was going to be a Cowboy in that draft, but otherwise,
how much you guys talking Luka, and is everyone just outraged with you like they are?
Big time.
Oh, it's constant hate text.
We're talking about it quite a bit because then, the intro pressers, now you got ESPN taking the game. Luka's going to play on Saturday. If he was with the Mavs still, would he even be playing this Saturday? Would they be milking it more?
Give me the
best AD tonight.
What's that?
Maybe at AD tonight against Boston.
Give me the best argument you've heard. You have to try to do the exercise. Give me the best argument you've heard, or you can kind of get behind for why they did it. Just do your best to justify it.
Yeah, I think it's just. I think it's Nico having a different type of picture in his mind of who your top guy's supposed to be. He wants a Kobe type guy.
Yep.
And Luka is not that dude. And so despite the fact that he's still taking you to the finals, despite the fact that he's still in the MVP conversation, that was enough to anger Nico in a way. And also, I don't think Nico's not expecting him to remain healthy. He's basically making the gamble that we're looking at the next Kawhi Leonard, Joel Embiid type.
Yep.
And I think he's just repulsed by the idea of a lazy superstar.
Well said.
Yeah, he wants to try and implement a Heat-type culture with the Mavs, which also doesn't really make sense if he's going to be out of here in 2 or 3 years. How are you really able to lay that foundation? But
yeah,
he wants his guys, right? And I do think he has an argument to be made where before he got here, you weren't getting the Kyrie Irvings, you weren't getting a Klay Thompson, now you get an Anthony Davis. His relationships has now allowed the Mavericks to get superstars that you weren't getting prior to him being here. So,
but Klay came here for Luka.
Yeah.
And Kyrie. Kyrie helped
to an extent.
Kyrie helped recruit him.
There's really no way that you can justify the return.
No.
Ever.
No,
that will never be forgivable, especially after the trade that was also just sticking it to Maverick fans, where they're getting a center that nobody knows, and they're giving away the add-ons that Nico's like, oh, we're good here. We don't need these.
Yeah, and you can never get the return back, and that's the problem. And that, at the end of the day, is what's going to, along with Luka's success in L.A., everything is going to be based off of what happens in the next 2 years.
Jimmy Butler to the Warriors, as Kevin Durant apparently said no to Golden State. Some around here are whispering that keeps the Mavs dream alive for Kevin Durant. And then the Lakers traded Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a first and a pick swap to the Hornets for Luka's new center, Mark Williams. So these are other NBA trades that are at what's that?
It's annoying. Why couldn't you
and then 10 years. That's the thing that hurts me the most. It's we had 8 to 10 years of talking about a possible contender. Basic's kind of right. Yeah, he's dramatic and all that. But, after AD and Kyrie are done, we could have a serious drought around here.
You've sucked the life out of the fan. You've sucked the faith, the life out of the fan base.
We were saying this today. Let's say they traded for Durant today. What do you think how would DFW's mood change?
I would say maybe like a 10%.
Think about that.
10%.
Yeah. And I agree with you. Think about it. If you had a team of Durant, AD, and Kyrie, we're like,
Yeah.
Because the soul's been ripped.
You want to be able to like who you're rooting for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when it's your own guy, you drafted him, and this is going to be our guy forever now. Yeah. And you have... You're always thinking about the big picture aspect of how long can this go.
Yeah.
And even with Durant and Anthony Davis, Kyrie, this is 2 years maybe.
That's where the heart, this is where this sucks. Because you had something that no other, really it's very rare for organizations to get this, where you have a 20-year superstar in Dirk, loyal, Dallas, and then you essentially just transitioned right into, we got our next guy.
This was your Andrew Luck.
Yes.
Except better.
Right, yeah, exactly. Favre, Rodgers, Manning to Luck. You had this, and that's been ripped away because Nico got power hungry and decided, I can't stand Luka. Mark sold the team. Now I'm going to try and make sure I get my guy here. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to take less than anyone else would have ever taken.
To the Lakers.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I'd rather have my homegrown guy for 15 years and never win a championship than throw mercenaries out that I just can't. It's hard to root for and win one.
Yeah, you have Mavs fans. This will change, but in the moment, being like, I don't care if we win 3 titles. I'd rather have won none with Luka. And it's supposed to also be, players and the team that you root for. But they're like, no, you can go back to back.
Yep.
And we wouldn't care.
Doesn't matter.
That's how gutted everyone is right now. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Thank you, fellas. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next GBag Nation, another action-packed day from Radio Row and the trade deadline right at the top of the show. Nation 2 to 7, the fan.
Hey, Dallas! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Autorama, presented by Wiley's Speed Shop. See the country's best hot rods compete for the coveted Dallas Diamond Award, February 14th through 16th at Dallas Market Hall. Don't miss hundreds of custom trucks, imports, high rods, classics, modern American muscle cars, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Things have picked up here at Radio Row. Shan, RJ, and Bobby, joined by Mike, Kevin, and Corey. What's up?
So, how often do you go places with RJ, and how often do you let him lead the way?
Oh, I know where this is going.
Lead the way?
It's the one thing you know where it's going.
Oh, like as soon as we land in another city, Choppy is in charge of the travel. So like into the airport, out of the airport, car, I just get in the back. I don't even ride shotgun. I just get in the back and shut up.
And you guys eventually get to where you need and everything.
Yeah, we've only had one in 15 years, one little minor, it wasn't even an embarrassment, but him versus Ruben in Vegas. I felt like Choppy was a little off, but otherwise, he's on it.
Well, that's because in Vegas, I normally am on the strip. I don't deal with the poorers who live off strip. So we were off strip.
It's a little bit of a different story in New Orleans, isn't it, Chop?
Well, yeah. So here's what happened was,
and then I'll tell you what really happened after this.
So we're at the casino, and right after I had my dalliance with Pat McAfee, where he told me how much he hated you.
Oh, really?
He called you a D.
Were you
there?
No. How do you know each other?
Because they use his content,
Oh.
y'all's content.
Yeah. Pat doesn't understand how citing works or referencing. So I took a clip of his and played it, and he said, "Oh, they ripped off our
Shan
clip.
just ripped our video.
Ripped our
Shan
video.
just ripped our video."
But really, I think we were talking about the McAfee show, and I was like, it's not my cup of tea. It's like frat housey. And Barrett Sports Media wrote about it, and Pat is he's got the antennas up. So I think he read that. They commented on it, and he never forgot that.
So, I told Pat all this, that Sean hates it.
Yeah.
And he basically told Sean to go blank himself. And
Shan
so
RJ in Chop.
I was just all excited about that dalliance I had with Pat, spirit animal of mine, and we're leaving, and somebody says we're going to go meet up with Chiafalo and Wolchuk at this
Ugly
place
Dogs.
called Ugly Dogs. Now, where do you assume every restaurant in this place is going to be? I thought it was just off
5 mile radius.
I thought it was off Canal, off Bourbon Street.
No.
Canal
5-mile radius, but you would probably check what general direction you were going, right?
Yeah.
I thought you all knew. I didn't know. I was just out in front because I walked faster, and I was just heading towards Bourbon Street.
So
You
didn't look.
You just walked towards Bourbon Street.
That's
Just
right.
walked towards Bourbon Street. I said,
No one looked.
I said, "We'll look. I'll start to look when we get there."
No. Oh, no.
In my
no,
head,
no.
in my head,
Okay.
I said.
I was going to say, you did not say that out
I did
loud.
not say.
So
When I say I says, I'm talking about myself.
He's one of the most frustrating liars you'll ever meet. I mean, he can pivot.
I'm an amazing
And
liar.
He's the
don't think-
Gretzky. He's
I
got
actually
the puck
think
in his
he
hands.
maybe is not lying about this. That's just how he thought it went down. But I'll also add this to make you look good, sort of. You said you won about $500, give or take. I think it was more than that
May have
last
been.
night because when he was putting his money in order, he's like, "Oh, what's this? Ooh, more money." And it was just maddening. And so we're
I
like,
found an extra 100 in there.
I knew for you to pay for Ruben's drink, something special had to happen.
for sure. And it
What
was
did you
under
play?
$100.
Blackjack.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to the Ugly Dog, and RJ's like, "Okay, got it." And he goes, "Where are we?" Looks at the street, looks at the other street, and he goes, "Okay." And then he takes off. So naturally, you assume RJ knows where we're going. I checked the metrics of how far away we were just to be sure. And then we're walking. RJ just kind of stops, cuts his video, and I decide, I'm just going to double check. And we're now further away from where we were supposed to be than we were when we started.
Wow.
And I said, "RJ, I don't think we're going the wrong way." At which point he goes, "Yeah, I don't know which way we're going." Even though he was the person out front leading the way.
Listen, man, I didn't know where I was going, but I was getting there fast.
No, you actually took
How's
longer
that
to get there.
helpful?
Bobby, who you freaking out
I
on?
was Drew Brees is over there.
I know.
With Doug Flutie.
Yeah, and I just want him to come over here and tell us what he thinks of Brian Schottenheimer.
Go pull the Oprah on him.
Because they were together there with the Chargers for like 4 years.
Okay. Man, we have all these 15-year-old Brian Schottenheimer references.
Yeah, no?
Jerry Colin Spurrier, Jets. The guy's been in the league for freaking 20, 30 years.
Forever.
Trey Wingo told us a very old story about him yesterday, too.
That he came to ESPN?
Yeah.
That was cool to check out how they did things.
Yeah.
What's coming up on your show?
We do have Tony Khan joining us at 12:20, Torrey Smith at 10:20, Marcus Allen during the C block at 1 o'clock today, and Brian Baldinger joins the show.
Your favorite,
We're gonna have some fun today.
Michael Bassick.
What's that?
Hold on, Sean, I do have a request, though.
Yeah.
If I can find pliers or a tweezer today. I have this eyelash that grows out of the corner of my eye.
I think I might
right
have tweezers.
here. See right there? There's this eyelash that just kind of grows out of the... I'm going to see if any of our guests will pluck it for me.
Did you say pliers?
Pliers? Yeah, that
Maybe
works.
some needle nose out
some
there
needle
around.
nose
Yeah,
pliers.
I could see that.
Just see if
Would it be better if someone had like really long nails?
No, it
Or
needs
you want-
to be tweezers.
I might have
Okay, but if Kay Adams had
Kay
really
Adams
long
would,
nails and said, "Here, let me see if I can get that for you."
If Kay Adams tweezers had like blood
What if she goes,
all
"I'll
over 'em,
blow
would
it
you-
out"?
God.
Then Chia Follows' wife would be texting you.
It won't just blow out. That's for one thing. But Adrian would be cool with that.
I want to get to Mikey Bassick. As 2 hours ago, something else seemed to have set you off about the NBA. What happened?
I turned on the TV this morning, flipping through channels, and ESPN was on, and then they showed Luka practicing, and then they said, "Oh, guess what? More money for the NBA Saturday night. We've picked up the Lakers game for ESPN." And I just turned off the television, and I'm like, I can't do this. This is truly it. I can't even watch ESPN because they're going to show Luka in a Lakers uniform, and I'm like, it's it. It's over. I'm just in sorrow. And then I did see this morning on X, Twitter, that they got their Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford. Like, I was like, this is going to take some time to build around Luka. You have to build – he's unbelievable, but you have to build a special team around him because his deficiencies need help. But his things that he is good at, he's better than anybody in the NBA at. So they got a dude who's better than Daniel Gafford 24 hours later.
Mark Williams.
Mark Williams is really, really good. He's just had problems staying on the court. Like, he is a fantastic player. His interior defense and shot blocking ability is top notch. It's just he's a significantly younger, but it's kind of the question you have with AD. If he stays on the court, holy crap, what a deal for the Lakers.
He's better than Gafford?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Wow.
He can score a good
So
bit more.
he has more potential. He has. I know they're different players. They came after each other at Duke, but him and Derek Lively are different but similar. I will say there's a lot of potential there. Who knows if those two guys are going to reach their potential? But they got a dude who might be able to, with Luka, average, let's say, 14 points and 14 rebounds and 3 block shots.
I don't remember him at Duke at all.
Really?
No.
Yeah. No, he was.
Any other thoughts on the other deals? Jimmy Butler to the Warriors, and then obviously that happened yesterday. Middleton to the Wizards.
This is the NBA saying, hey, guys, deregulation. Y'all go ahead and start trading all over the place. That's what it felt like. Hey, we're not getting the attention we want. Everybody, go make some moves. Hurry up. We need attention right now.
I thought it was really weird that Jimmy Butler's like, I'm not going to sign an extension. And then he goes to the Warriors and immediately signs an extension.
Did he get 60 a year, 2 for 120?
Yep.
And he's 36
I've seen
in
the two
September?
numbers, either 2 for 121 or 2 for 112.
So your Luka disgust, put these in order for me, like 1, 2, 3, of losing the player, going to the Lakers, and the return. What is there a far and away
The return number one by far.
Okay.
You could have got, to me, I think that Orlando would have maybe done this. Paulo Banchero, Jalen Suggs, and 2 first-round picks. I'd be like, I'm not crazy about that, but I understand. You just got a possible superstar still on a rookie deal. Jalen Suggs is still on his rookie deal. Great defensive guy to probably pair up with Kyrie, who's in his early mid-20s, and you have 2 future first-round picks. So you got 2 stud young guys, one that's going to probably be a 10-time All-Star, probably not be as good as Luka, but I get it. You can maybe build around Paulo.
What do we need? What are they worried about money for? They're one of the richest ownership groups in sports.
I think this is the total destruction of a franchise to either get Texas to say yes to gambling or they're moving it to Vegas. 2030, the lease is up at the AAC. So they have to stay there till 2030.
They could probably break it in 28 if they
I
wanted
think
to.
it's going to be a total destruction of a franchise. This is a 2 or 3 year window, and then they don't have any picks.
But why would they? I'm not disagreeing, or I want to play counterpoint. The NBA let you take a team out of Dallas-Fort Worth?
Yeah, if
we're the
you're
fourth largest market.
financially unstable and you're not selling tickets, they would because they would get somebody else. Somebody else would fill the void.
You weren't here. This city in the 1990s couldn't get 5,000 people a game to an NBA basketball game.
I remember growing up, it was the Mavs and the Wolves is who we made fun of.
Yeah.
It was like the Wolves were maybe worse.
I get it. Right now, Kyrie and Anthony Davis are interesting. It's going to be a solid team, let's say this year and next year, as long as Kyrie doesn't leave. But after probably 26 or 27, this thing's going to go downhill in such a hurry. And if you're putting pressure on a state and you're putting pressure on a city to build you, or at least help build you, a brand new arena with a casino built into it and a hotel built into it, and the whole Metroplex is like, you want me to help you build a hotel with casino and a stadium, and we don't even have the right to put a casino in the state of Texas?
Are you going to root for Luka?
No, I'll never root for the Lakers. The only way I'd root for the Lakers is if they were playing Dwayne Wade. That's like literally the
I don't
only
believe he's
way.
currently in the league anymore.
No, right, so that hurt me. So number one is the return.
Yeah.
Number two is losing the player.
Yeah.
Because I get it. At 32, 33, probably Luka's career's over. He's going to be fat, out of shape, all those things. It's probably, but that's 7 years from now. I don't get why you had to do it now, except you signed a $76 billion contract with all these TV companies that you need to keep that $76 billion, and what better way than to send the superstar international player to the most popular team?
If they got Durant today, how would that change you?
I talked to my son he's like, who do I root for now? And I told him, I said, there's a rumor that Durant might be coming to the Mavs too. And this is a 16-year-old when you're kind of at your biggest fandom. He goes, yeah, I don't even know. Like, he was kind of like,
lost.
I don't know if I could root for that team. It's like, they're wearing the Mavericks uniform, but it's like they're not the Dallas Mavericks. You just got 3 Nike guys and I know that Kyrie's not with Nike anymore, but you got 3 Nico Nike guys from a decade ago, and you said, I put my Nike Nico team together. I hope Dallas roots for it.
Mav fans have been conditioned with Dirk and then now to Luka.
And Ro Blackman and Mark Aguirre to start it off.
You want to root for your own. You want to root for people who were drafted here, not mercenaries.
Well, a lot of teams want to do that,
Sure, yeah. I mean, the Lakers don't care, right? Laker fans don't care because they haven't always, they got Kareem. After.
They got Wilt.
They got Wilt. They got Shaq. After. They don't care, right?
They got LeBron.
They just want to win.
AD.
Hey, tonight's the Last Supper?
The Last Supper.
I don't know what's going to happen the next day then.
That's a good question. What? See?
They turned you off.
They
You started
turned
talking
you
about
off.
eyes.
You mean the chalice?
Where are we going tonight?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's hard to get a reservation for 11 last
We're
second.
going to B.W. Webb's.
The corner?
Whatever the place was. What did he say?
Isn't that
B.W.
That's a
Webb's?
former pitcher. Am I remembering
What did he say?
B.W.
What did
Webb right?
Kincade say?
KMC Masterpieces next on The Fan.
To Comerica, you can listen to Shan and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you dare.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Leasing Studios, live from Radio Row in New Orleans. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and holding it down in the Metroplex, the more famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
Doing pretty good today, Kevin. Thank you for asking. This is the most packed it's been so far, though.
For sure.
Like I've Kurt Warner walking around, Drew Brees walking around. Saw
Seth Rollins.
Yeah, we saw Lawrence Taylor. Like this is
Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor's here. It's popping today. Westbrook's over there.
Westbrook?
I think I saw DeMar Hamlin just a moment ago. Like it is a busy venue this afternoon, which means it's going to be a busy day on the show, and I'm looking forward to it.
And then the lady at security told me no food or drink tomorrow because I had a bottle of water in my bag, and she goes, no drinks tomorrow.
Oh, like don't bring it into the security because they already have food upstairs for us.
Yes.
And they don't want it. That's free. It's not like we're not paying for it, you know? What are we talking about here? You bring
Did you just say it's free? It's not like we're not paying for it?
Yeah, something like that, man.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, my favorite city is Florida, Kevin. All right? My favorite city is Florida. I am Adam. Who is Adam?
I'll tell you what. After we got done last night thinking about the Pac-Man Jones interview, which went about exactly the way I thought it was going to go.
It lives rent-free in my head right now.
I was like, I should have followed up. I just was, when he said that Luka, I forget the first thing, but he was like in a drunk, allegedly. I should have asked right there, because I think he would have given us an honest answer. Did you ever play an NFL game drunk or high?
Yeah.
And Marshawn Lynch told Peyton Manning he had to have a shot or a shot and a half of tequila before every game.
I played with guys that would take a little shot of alcohol before a game. But, I mean, that's not getting drunk.
Right. Was the thought just that it would calm their nerves?
They're trying to get calm. Their anxiety is so high and stuff like that. They're trying to calm down a little bit. But I think Pac-Man might have been like, played plenty of games high or drunk or practices, but I screwed up. I let him get away with it. I just didn't think of it at the time. Then I thought, gosh, that would have been a good follow-up.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Oh, well. We can always go to his favorite city in Florida.
Florida. And there's Kurt Warner right there if you want to try to get him.
I went deep-sea fishing with him.
You know, every time I've ever tried to talk to Kurt Warner, I've stumbled all over myself for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I can go up to Gracie Hunt, talk to her.
But guess what?
Kurt
I never stopped believing in you.
You're right.
That you could get it right.
All right, we'll see
Unlike
if we can
Adrian
accomplish
with
this.
your acting dreams,
Yeah.
I never stopped believing
You're
in
right.
you.
You've always had faith in me,
All
unlike
right.
my wife.
We didn't really get a chance. we didn't really get a chance to dive into this yesterday as much as I wanted. So
Let's do it.
I was reading an article on The Athletic, and essentially the idea is in the quarterback-driven NFL, winning the turnover battle is no longer the best path to victory. Jason Garrett used to say it. Football people all over the world, or I guess the United States and Canada, will say winning the turnover battle is the way to victory. But it feels like maybe that's not the case anymore. And so, like,
what about not losing the turnover battle? And I know you might be like, "Hey, dummy, that's the same thing." But
not
if
necessarily.
you're flat,
Yeah.
I wonder how often that affects the game.
I actually might have a statistic to go for you. So Ben Johnson, when he's the new Bears coach. He's pretty into analytics, and he said it's clear modern football in the NFL is quarterback-driven. This is a secret. And then the second part is what I thought was really interesting. Right now, quarterback success is a higher predictor of winning and losing than the turnover ratio.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then we go to...
Does he define quarterback success?
Yeah, well, it's. I will define it for you. He didn't, so I've come up with a definition.
Okay.
Well, thanks in part to the Athletic to define it.
Was
for
it
you.
Charlie Batch or Werfel that we were talking to that said?
I think it's Werfel.
That said, if I throw 3 touchdowns, Spurrier was perfectly fine with it. And the more we're hearing about nowadays, I think Julian Edelman said this the other day. He's like, just give me the ball back. Give me as many chances as I can, because with a Patrick Mahomes, you're going to be more successful.
Yeah.
So quarterback success, just give me the ball as many times as you can. I don't care if they score, if they turn it over. We just get the ball back and we have as many plays in a game as possible.
So one of the biggest things, by the way, I wanted to throw in one more quote from Mike Martz, greatest show on turf. If you're that good of a quarterback, you overcome turnovers now. You just will. All right, so EPA is kind of the stat on the micro level and the macro level that a lot of people like in terms of like what you added each specific play. And you can break that down. So the focus is on the quarterback here. So in the last 5 seasons, the NFL team who had the quarterback with a better EPA per drop back won 800% of the time. Excuse me.
Holy cow.
I mean, not even 100%.
Sorry.
Wow. I love this.
I knew that was going to be problematic as soon as I started. They're winning.
You
winning
win 800% of the games. You win 100% of the time.
Their winning percentage was .800. I should have just said 80%. I knew as soon as I started to read that stat, I was like,
man.
this is going to be problematic for me.
There's Drew Brees over there on CNBC. Talking financials.
Yeah, and
Can we
tariffs.
ask him about winning 800%?
Hey, what about winning
of the time?
800% more of your games? And so they won, let's just go 80%. They won 80% of the games. In the playoffs, they won 84.4% of the games. And so that's higher either way than turnover differential, both in the regular season and in the playoffs. Do you think we're to the point? So if we define it like that, it's a specific stat. And I know for some people who maybe aren't analytics or next level, they're like, man, that's a nerd stat. But
that is true.
What do you think about the idea that your quarterback play, probably now more than ever, can overcome pretty much any other mistake that you have in the game?
Well, I mean,
execute your pitch, Mike.
I feel like we've seen it for a while, though, now. I get that.
How long do you think?
Well, if I think about Tom Brady and the success that he had, and Peyton Manning and the success that he had, and then now Patrick Mahomes and the success that he is having.
Brady and Mahomes, I agree with. I think Peyton Manning's progress was stopped a couple of times because of some of those mistakes and turnovers. But I would argue for Brady and Mahomes for sure over Manning.
Well, I guess, Corey, I'll just throw this to you as a question. You can answer that question, too, is it's going to be really tough to ever see a Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer win a Super Bowl again, because you do have to build such a defense that the other team's like, it doesn't matter how good your quarterback is or wide receivers. I just can't move the ball on them. And they've made the rules somewhat easier where those great defenses will struggle with penalties and stuff for being too physical.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mike's got a really good point there, Kevin. I mean, I don't think Sean Alexander is trying to justify the running back position.
Sure.
I don't think Charlie Batch is trying to justify the running back position, but all of them have said the same thing about seeing it come back this year and how important and how much it helps. So that also contributes to quarterback success.
Yeah.
The way that those guys around you, look, man, Bryce Young could be great. Maybe Carolina's just that miserable.
Sure.
And you look at we just discussed all the weapons that Patrick Mahomes has to score in the red zone. We're like, holy crap. Yeah. And he elevates them for sure.
Godly
but they also elevate him because he trusts them and they can make the play. So I think that quarterback success, when you're talking about that, definitely revolves around that. But execute on third down. Quarterback success.
Yep.
Execute on those plays when it matters the most. That's what Shanahan's been saying. You're going to have to make big-time throws. That quarterback success that you're discussing there is whenever the plays are on the line, the great ones do it, and the other ones end up not in the playoffs.
Now, you talked about
if you guys believe in that. Do you guys believe in this article?
I do. And
Mostly.
Go ahead. Was there?
Yeah,
do you have another question?
My question is, and I'm going to relate it to the Cowboys. That's why you never signed Dak to this contract.
I
Because
agree.
he cannot be this person.
I'm with you.
I agree. And let me give you a further example of that,
And we
specifically with this year.
And we have a lot of information that proves that.
Yeah, look, Mike, I'm with you. I feel like we were on the right side of this, just like with the Tim Hardaway Jr. re-signing. We were like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then it got done. You're like, I don't know what to do. So 10 of the top 12 teams in EPA per quarterback dropback made the playoffs this year. The only two that didn't.
Burrow.
That is correct. Is Joe Burrow, who clearly was undermined by a just crap-tastical defense.
Gosh, I have no clue.
The other
Geno
one,
Smith. I don't know. I'm sure.
It was San Francisco.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, who were hit with a plethora of injuries. And so I want to go back to something you said about the turnover battle. Over the past 5 years, if you lose the turnover battle, but you have a better EPA on your quarterback differential, 57.1% winning percentage in the playoffs.
Interesting.
So you know how everyone's like, you lose a turnover battle, you're done, you're done, you're done. This article right here says, not only are you not done, if you have the better quarterback, there's still a better than even shot that you win, even with losing the turnover battle.
I think that goes to what I was saying about the way that they're running offense now. Look, tempo. Hey, I don't have to wait till second one to snap the ball.
Yes.
Especially if I'm trying to get more plays. Give me more plays, give me more opportunities, give me more drives. That's important to that because you can I turned it over. I gave up a home run. Screw it. It's not the end of the world. You know, I if that something like that happens, I can get it back because I know that my lineup's going to crush whenever they get up. Those kinds of things help out.
Or you go with the Fergie Jenkins method. I know it's baseball, but he's like, look, solo home runs usually don't hurt you.
Yeah.
It's with runners on base, you give up the big home run. That's where avoid the home run with runners on base. Maybe avoid the pick that leads to 7 points quickly for the other team, whether they take it all the way back for a pick six or you throw a pick and they have the ball, on your 14-yard line, and you're like, well, they're already getting points off of this turnover.
And I know there's been a lot of ebbs and flows in the playoffs, Mike, but I go back to the Mark Andrews fumble as what I thought might have been the biggest pivot point of the playoffs because it looked like Baltimore was ready to regain control of that game. And that fumble, I know that wasn't the end of the game. I know they still had the chance, the drop 2-point conversion and everything. But I thought in that moment, I was like, they might be able to, not make it a blowout, but pull away and win by 10 points or something like that. And I just thought that was the most crushing turnover of the whole game. And of the whole, probably the playoffs for me.
Yeah, it's tough right now to go back to all of the games and think of all of them. But, yeah, that's the one we remember the most because that was a Super Bowl.
No, that's a previous playoff.
That was the quarterback that screwed that one up, too. Yeah,
that's true.
Which year?
Man, Mike, I'm bad at years. It's Bill Parcells was.
Seattle,
16,
so you're talking about
17.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. There are other years, too. Hey, Alec, get me out of this, please, by giving me cut number one, will you?
Butler coming baseline, still has it. Pump fakes, draws another foul, and scores the Jimmy Butler way.
Now, NBA trade deadline is at 2 o'clock today. Obviously, nothing that happens today will feel anywhere near consequential.
I think trading Anthony Davis, a future first, and Max Christie for Luka Doncic would make me happy.
Okay.
So, obviously, that's not going to happen.
I think Max Christie just upped his value at 15
That's
points.
the deal they just made, right?
Yes. No, I'm saying. But if that did happen,
I'm back
would
in.
you just be like, those last 4 days, 5 days?
Somebody
took the headlines away from the NFL, huh?
Somebody, well, they have.
That's
this week has been about
In
the
a
NBA.
stunning reversal.
Every water cooler is NBA this week.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Somebody texted in the other day, and they were, I think it was Tuesday. They said, "Hey, is it true that Anthony Davis has a prank show, and that it's going to be a prank after all is said and done?" I was like, I don't think so.
I think he does have a prank show because I saw that on TBS.
Come on.
I'll tell you this. This is the most amazing case of viral marketing I've ever
It'd
seen.
be genius.
If he's he's like, haha, just kidding, I'm with the Lakers. Like, I would have told you over the weekend, there's nothing that could happen that would give NBA the steam to overtake the Super Bowl. Yet here we are. Every single person we have on has been like, what do you think about that Luka trade?
Okay, because Luka is still hurt. He's coming back Saturday. For me, I guess it's even sinking in even more this morning that I'm never going to see him play basketball again for the team I root for.
Yep.
And I literally have, I don't know, 150 rookie cards of his.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane how much I've invested in him. And I just, it's still hard to believe that I'm never going to see him play again for the Mavericks, and I'm probably barely going to ever see him play again because this sport sucks.
The example you used yesterday of like, hey, it's Christmas Day, you're doing the presents and everything, and like, that really hit me because I was like, there's no way in hell I would have thought, well, he'll never be a Maverick again.
Yeah.
Or I'll never see him play as a Maverick again.
Where were you when the world stopped turning?
Oh, my gosh. Hey, I already told you that weird
February
analogy.
day. Oh, yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
All right, so Jimmy
What would affect let me ask you this, Corey, sorry. I know you're getting into Jimmy Butler.
go.
What would affect you at all? Like,
Emotionally?
yeah.
About this?
No, about any, like, what would have, like, you don't seem really, like, you're always optimistic. I guess you're optimistic.
This hurt my soul, Mike. This
Like,
really did.
Is this the worst sports feel you've ever had?
Ooh, that
no.
is a good question.
I'm going to say no because losing some finals, losing the World Series, losing to San Francisco on the Deion Sanders, which yesterday, by the way, it was confirmed that it was pass interference. But yeah, losing games has hurt me more than players specifically, obviously because I root for the Laundry. But this one might cut like it all day on Sunday. I was walking around with this and just shaking my head no, but I would just be standing in line at the grocery store and just go, those dumb MFers. And just, that did hurt me for a little bit.
Man, that is a good question. Let me think about that, Mike, because...
Let's do that in a segment.
Yeah, I kind of don't...
Mike, you're a genius
Let's see, hold on. But I kind of don't want
found
to
your calling,
because
dude.
this segment is bumming me out, and it hasn't even started yet. Like, even thinking about this, I'm like, now I'm sad.
Yeah,
again.
I woke up, wanted to gag myself.
Somebody said D Wade was on a podcast and he was explaining just like you that they did it for ratings. So you and D Wade are hand in hand.
He won his first championship for ratings.
when the very next step is now the Lakers game where Luka comes back is shifted to primetime, I understand how that theory gains traction.
Andrew Whitworth just picked up George Kittle and like held him like I did Reggie in that video yesterday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe we'll get into some of those NBA trades, but also two-time Super Bowl champion, including once with the Eagles. It is Torrey Smith next right here.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Razor blades.
What?
Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
Presenting sponsor of our trip right now, we bring to you someone who, man, I don't know how much the people are going to love or hate Torrey Smith.
I'm showing him Hurtado barbecue right
Okay.
now with the birria tacos and all that. Oh, he wants me to add him.
Oh, you got to send me
Okay.
that. Not to be distracted by food,
No,
but I'm coming
no.
to Dallas in March, so
Okay.
I had to have my barbecue spots lined up.
Really good.
So what I need to know is what kind of reception you're going to get, because you said you love Terry Blacks, but
Yes.
then also pointed out a T-shirt that said our trash-ass football team, which I
sent it to
can't
you.
really disagree with at the moment.
That's what I was about to say. Like, we're all honest people. Like, we got to be
Yes.
honest, all right? You know,
Yes.
we're all here together. That's why I love coming to see
Do you have
y'all.
any suggestions for our team then?
My suggestion would be one that maybe not is the most popular to people that are in the organization, but it would be to let someone run the organization.
Sure.
Fair.
And let the owner be the
Never
owner.
gonna happen.
That would probably be my best advice.
You think anybody's
I
ever
support
told
that.
the owner that?
I'm not gonna lie. If I was the owner like Jerry Jones, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna let. I've been doing this for years. I'm not sure if I would. I mean, I don't know. I think good leaders have the ability to recognize sometimes that change is necessary, even if you don't think it's the best decision. Sometimes for optics and your fans, sometimes it may feel like it could be better. That's what I think. But it's a lot easier for me to think it. I ain't got that kind of money.
Well,
I'm not in that position.
Yeah.
It's not my passion. He's been doing that for so long. So
It's his project.
We have Jerry on every Friday during the season, and we've got just point blank, is it ever going to happen? He goes, never. I am never, as long as I'm alive, not going to be the general manager of the
I love
Dallas
it.
Cowboys. And we're like, well, that feels pretty damn definitive right there.
Yeah, I think there's just multiple ways for people to do it, right? You have guys have guys like Jerry that want to be heavily involved, and then I'm in Baltimore, so I see Steve Bisciotti. He lets everyone do their job, right? There's multiple ways to do it, but I think when things haven't been working the best, and even just from an optics standpoint, like who wants the negativity or the thought for your organization of consistently feeling like you're the reason why? Because he's a great owner. Every single player I know
loves him
that's played in Dallas, even coaches, they all love Jerry Jones, and he's been nice to me when I've seen him, right? But I think it goes to show that, man, he has the ability and he has the heart to want to get it to do well.
Sure.
But sometimes for optics, if he got out of the way, it'd be easy to point the finger at somebody else, even if he was still the guy calling the shots.
Now, you mentioned Baltimore. I have a very important Baltimore question. Do you think that season 2 of The Wire is the weakest season, or is it important to show the grander scheme of the drug trade, and we can understand how big this thing really is?
You know, you always have to. It's like writing a book, right? You can't leave out a couple chapters and think you're gonna get it.
Okay,
You know,
I
every
gotcha.
series has its role. Like there's this great series that everyone tells me called Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Right. I tried to watch it. It's not going to work because my wife won't get past 30 minutes of watching it. She's like, this is trash. So I'm trying my best to go through, but it's like if I can't just jump in. I remember I was attracted to it by watching one random episode over my teammate's house. But now I'm like, wait, I got to go back to the beginning and watch it. But I just don't have a partner that's that committed to watching it with me. So I got to figure out how to get it done. But the whole story matters.
Should we give recommendations to Tori right now? I just watched Your Honor on Netflix with Bryan Cranston, and it takes place in New Orleans. 2 seasons. Very good.
All right,
He said he's trying to get through Game of Thrones. You know what kind of
He's not
effort
getting through
that
it. His wife
takes.
said no.
I'm not understand the test because I just know, like, I don't know if any other married people are like me, but my wife, if I look like I'm enjoying something too much, she's gonna call me to go do something else. So it's like that it's something that she's definitely stands no chance of watching. I feel like I'm gonna set myself up, so I probably never watch it.
If you said you'd made it to season 3, you said I made it 30 minutes into an 8-season long show.
She would
So
not.
I
Yeah.
feel like it's probably not going to happen.
I mean, people are saying it's one of the greatest series ever. I mean,
up until the end of season 6, I would agree with that.
Yeah, man,
Maybe I was
you
watching
lit, man.
Mavs, and my wife called up Nico Harrison and said trade Luka, so my husband stops watching basketball.
So real quick, I need to update something. I said tequila. Marshawn said he took a shot of Hennessy before the game.
Hennessy. Oh,
it was Joe
okay.
Buck that said he would drink tequila during games with Troy. I'm always fascinated by the Baltimore culture. And I know every coach that takes over a new team is like, culture. Well, I'm changing the culture. We're doing culture. But they seem to have something where you walk in the door and everybody just understands what they're supposed to do. They understand what it's all about being in Baltimore. Now, I don't know if that's changed much over the last few years, but can you kind of explain what that was like walking in those doors and how it was different from San Francisco and Philly and so on?
Yeah, I think what Baltimore does well, and honestly reminds me of Philadelphia, is they allow their guys to be themselves. And what I mean by that is the culture is so strong. True culture when it comes to teams and winning, coaches help set a standard and you want to help drive culture, but your culture is only as good as the players make it go. So when you have the right kind of veteran leaders in there, when I was rookie in Baltimore, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Haloti Ngata, Terrell Suggs, there was a standard that was set that everyone kind of did it. So basically, if you weren't aligned with the standard, with your work ethic, with your discipline, the things you were doing to try to put this team in position to win, then you were an outsider.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, it was player-led. Like, I remember thinking, like, being scared to death, like, dang, they're going to do some hazing stuff and this and that. And I'm like, all I had to do was carry Anquan's pads off the field, like, if he ever took them off.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it wasn't like – so what I realized and learned from that is, like, the best teams worry about getting their guys ready and having them mentally locked in on what they have to do. The worst teams call it culture and tradition to have – their younger guys that they need to win, focused on being nervous about being in the building and calling it a rite of passage, right? Like, that was something that I was able to learn through that experience. And I think when I got to Philly, to recognize, like, just, again, the players that are disciplined, you got to have the right amount of veterans and the right amount of young guys. It can't be a lot of one or the other. And it takes the right people to get it done.
Speaking of Philly right now, I know he gets criticized a lot, but Nick Sirianni's back in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If they win the Super Bowl, do you think that puts him in that kind of top tier-ish of NFL coaches? Because we're just like a year removed from people being like, what the hell happened? Let's get him out of here.
Yeah, I mean, what is his second Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I mean, I think as fans, man, and I'm speaking from the outside the lines, as fans, sometimes your expectations are unrealistic to what really happens, right? I think about the quarterback in Dallas, Dak Prescott. I love Dak Prescott, right? He's one of my favorite people that I know. And I think no one gets disrespected more than Dak in this country at the quarterback position, right? And you can win because he's your guy. And I get heat comes with it and you're doing it. But the reason why I'm saying that is when you think about Coach Sirianni, like, people want him fired.
Yeah.
Right? People want him fired. People are going to be gone. And it's like you need to have people that you're one, like our culture is like a microwave society. You think things are going to magically happen now, but there's one team that wins the Super Bowl. But somehow his team has gone to the Super Bowl multiple times,
Talent.
right? Like there's 31
talent.
losers every year, right? And the reason why I'm saying that with Dak is a quarterback that everyone's like, oh my gosh, he's awful, he's this and that. But like very few quarterbacks make it to the Super Bowl. And then you got to win it, right? So like, no one cares about second place. Everyone stinks after that, right? There's 31 losers every year. So everyone's talking about Patrick Mahomes. Everyone's talking about Jalen Hurts. Well, guess what? Late Sunday night, one of them are going to stink. And it's because they lost in the Super Bowl.
I don't think anybody, I'll talk about, nobody really dislikes Dak as a person. We know how great of a leader he is, how great of a teammate.
That's true.
Why do you think he always plays, and I'm going to be extreme here. I know this is Sports Talk Radio.
I got you.
How come he always plays his worst in the biggest playoff game? Like, you're like, oh, this is what he's been doing. And then you get to the playoffs, like, wait, we haven't seen this Dak all year. What is happening?
Yeah, I mean, people say the same thing about the guy that would be the 3-time MVP tonight, Lamar Jackson, right? I live in Baltimore, so I hear all that, too.
Oh, you think he's going to beat Josh Allen tonight?
Absolutely. If Lamar's not the MVP after having a top 5 statistical season, what are we talking about?
Okay, can I just tell you my theory on that? I think Josh Allen is going to win because of what happened in last year's playoffs. And this is going to sound really weird, but I think they're going to be like, hey, you're the only 2-time MVP that's never been to a Super Bowl. I'm not going to vote you MVP again. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. That's a theory why I think Josh Allen is going to win.
But the thing that helps is that being it's a regular season award, they are there to tap their number in, right, before they were able to judge. But then also, you talk about the real ringer I'm saying is the AP first team came out. Who was the first team quarterback?
Yeah, no, Lamar
Jackson.
And are those the same voters?
Yes.
Same voters.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like Lamar's going to win MVP. But when you think about it, and I feel like the bar moves because when we talk about MVP, now people are like, well, Josh did more with less. And Lamar's season wasn't the best last year. Well, Josh didn't throw 18 interceptions or whatever it was last year. He would have won MVP, right? Because it wasn't as clear last year. For Lamar this year, his season statistically was phenomenal.
Yeah.
They had a couple of bad losses, but if you watch the game, it wasn't because of him, right?
Except for that Raiders.
And he only had 4 interceptions. If you watch the interceptions, 3 of them weren't on him, right? So it's like you can make an argument all 4, but really 3 of them weren't on him. So when you watch Lamar Jackson and what he was able to do, protecting the ball, his ratio, quarterback rating, all things that typically matter, like it's not even close. And
I just want you to know I don't disagree with you.
No, but I get what you're saying.
I
You think that
it's going to go the other way.
Yeah, and the reason why I think it's going to be clear with Lamar getting it tonight is that you talk about this game. Yes, it's quarterback led, and it actually. And it kind of goes to what you're saying. I feel like the national media tried to drive this narrative of Josh Allen's doing more with less.
Yeah.
And I was like, since when we talk about MVP, why are we talking about doing more with less?
Who did the most?
For those of us that have kids that go to tournaments every weekend, if they're picking a tournament MVP, it's the baddest dude that was dominating the weekend. Well, since when are we saying, well, this guy's team was worse, so now he's going to be the MVP? No, who was the baddest dude? And I think that was Lamar Jackson.
Does he get the second most hate? Like if Dak gets the most hate, Lamar's got to be a close
Yes,
second,
but
right?
hate is always going to come until you do what
Mahomes
you till you win, right? It's just natural. It just comes with it. But the reality of it is there's only going to be one person every year, right? And I don't think as much as people talk about it, if you get to the Super, if Jalen Hurts, and I hope they don't, I know Dallas does, want Philly to win it. But if Jalen Hurts goes and loses, they're going to call him the losing. He went to the Super Bowl twice and lost, right? Like so, it's almost like you better off not even getting there.
He'll be
based
the
on how we'll talk about it on the outside, right?
Jim Kelly.
But like no one cares about almost, right?
Yeah.
Saying cornhole. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, did you get it done or did you not? That's why you're paying these guys money, right? And this is important from the fan perspective and understand. Your team is investing money into the quarterback because they think they can be the reason why they go and win it, right? And there's truly only about 8 to 10 guys that really stand a chance of that. And in Dallas, you have a guy that can be the reason. But why the playoffs go and magically it's like, dude, you've been protecting the ball all year. What are you doing now? I mean, Lamar had 3 turnovers, but he ended up being a completion away from getting the game in overtime, right? So it's like you still got to rely on that guy locking in for that particular. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. I really couldn't tell you.
Okay, so my last question, Torrey Smith here on 105.3 The Fan, is you're a wide receiver. You're on the sideline, and Patrick Mahomes gets the ball. You're helpless. You can't defend anybody.
Awful feeling.
That's the thing about right now Kansas City. They kind of have the Tiger Woods, the Michael Jordan, where you're almost fearful. You don't even know what's going to happen, but you're fearful of that guy.
You know what's going to happen.
Your statement is very real. That's how I felt in the Super Bowl in Philadelphia when Tom Brady had the bust. Oh my God, y'all! I said we ain't stopped him yet. I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen, and Brandon Graham gets a strip sack and changes everything. So it's definitely Patrick Mahomes has earned that right, and that's the only thing that scares you. Like we talk about Philadelphia being a holding call away from being Super Bowl champions, right? And I'm not blaming the refs or anything like that, but you have a holding call that gave him the time he needed, and what happened? He took advantage of it, right?
Yeah.
Like he has that ability to close you out if you give him a chance. So it's one of those things that again, he's a scary man, and we're going to see how it all plays out. But I think Philly's going to get it done.
This is Barry Bonds. Don't make a mistake. If you make a mistake, it's over the fence.
Yeah.
Mike knows.
Man, this was outstanding.
Yeah, man, you're
kind of
awesome.
sad we have to go to break now.
Well, hey, you come.
Yeah,
you
man,
said you
I'm
come into
in Dallas in a couple weeks, man.
Come
if
on.
y'all know the folks at Terry Black's. Hey, that's what it's called, right?
Oh, yeah, dude. I'm with
Tell
you.
them I spent probably $2,000 feeding all these kids down there last time.
Oh.
because they bait me into stuff. Like, we're supposed to be, I'm like, we got to spread our money out. They baited me into it. I went there.
And you don't know until it's too late.
It was worth the money, but we got to talk about something. So tell the folks at Terry Black, DM me on Instagram, or call y'all, and we'll all meet up there together.
Come on over, man. Come on in.
We got a connection with Hurtado. If you haven't tried their barbecue yet, it's insane.
Listen,
I just sent him the picture.
Send me all the places.
Okay, yeah.
And I will come there, just like I'm gaining 10 pounds this week. I'll come to Dallas and I'll gain another 10.
Absolutely.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, multiple-time Super Bowl champion and barbecue connoisseur, our buddy Torrey Smith, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I now know how the Rangers can take advantage of the Mavericks' destruction next.
Ooh.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Row in New Orleans. Want to thank Stella once again for being the presenting sponsor. Also, shout out to the Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hope you've been watching those confessional videos. And remember, if you listen on the app for at least an hour, you get automatically entered into our Las Vegas extravaganza for you and 3 friends or enemies or people that you're indifferent about. You will get flown with a hotel and everything in Vegas for the first couple of rounds of college basketball. You know what I'm talking about. And you and all your friends will get $5,000 apiece. That's $20,000 total. You can keep getting an entry per day until February 23rd. All you got to do, what you're already doing, listen for at least an hour on the app. Now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets.
All right, Las Vegas. Go there and watch the Mavs play someday.
Man.
All right, so obviously the Mavericks are trying to destroy their fan base, and they want nobody to ever show up to their games. And I think they're doing a hell of a job. I'd like to congratulate them on running all of their fans off.
I think there's a protest scheduled for Saturday, right?
Yeah. They're screwed, and I don't think ownership really cares.
I read the thing that, like, Nico, I know this is a couple days ago, Nico was, like, surprised or taken aback or whatever by a fan reaction. I was like, really? How?
Maybe he he didn't grow up here, and also I don't know his history of ever being a fan of a team.
Okay.
I think if you're always a fan of Michael Jordan, and then I'm a fan of Kobe, and then I'm a fan of LeBron, I guess you're like, I don't care who he plays.
You just follow him to
I'm
the
just
next
following
place.
the player. I'm kind of doing that in football, not that I'm like a kid anymore, but it's kind of like I want to watch the great teams play, and I want to watch the great quarterbacks play. The Cowboys don't have either, and that's why I'm not that interested in them.
Yeah.
And so I totally get that from his perspective if he's never been a fan of a team before. But if you've ever been a true fan of a team, this is the total destruction of your fandom.
Yeah.
And he probably has no clue about the 90s in Dallas, that we thought basketball was the stupidest sport ever invented after Roy Tarpley got suspended for drugs and Mark Aguirre asked out, and everything went to hell in a handbasket. And it's about to again. I don't think this year, and I don't think next year, but I do think the Rangers understand that there's going to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars out there to gain by people leaving the Dallas Mavericks. And so I've been thinking about this. How can the Mavs take it? I mean, how can the Rangers take advantage of this? Which is difficult because they are on a budget. They will not pay the luxury tax this year, so it resets. I think they will pay the luxury tax in 26. They just don't want to do it this year, so it resets, and so then they can go over the luxury tax in 2026.
I was going to ask for your opinion, but instead I'm going to give you my opinion. You could do with it whatever the hell you want. I think that's a mistake. The window could still be there next year, but the window is right now in terms of siphoning off all of those Mavericks fans, I believe. And I think, I understand why they don't want to go above that threshold again. Yeah. I totally get it, and it's not my money, but, this feels like the classic spend money to make money situation where you're like, hey, we can get a couple more people and take those fans.
I agree with you, but I have to go off of what I have been told.
Right. You're
that
right.
He ain't going over $241 million.
Yeah.
So if we have approximately $5 million left in the budget, that leaves you pretty much nobody to get of any significance. That's a free agent. You can add another relief pitcher, but like we said, you couldn't even add David Robertson for that money. So here's my thought. What would you guys think if you're Metroplex fans of all of the teams, if in the next week or so, right before the Rangers go to spring training on the 12th is when pitchers and catchers report, what if you heard that the Rangers have just signed Wyatt Langford to an 8-year extension, buying out his arbitration, buying out 3 years of free agency, and giving him, let's just say, last year Churio, who's a super stud in the making, he got an 8-year, $82 million contract. Now, that was before he played a day in the major leagues.
Oh, okay.
That was before the season ever started, and he's 19. So that'll put him at a free agent at 27, 28. For an 8-year contract, I think you're going to have to pay more for somebody who's 23 years old, who now would not become a free agent until 30, 31 years old. What if you offered him an 8-year, let's just say $110 or $120 million contract? He made $740,000 last year. He makes approximately that much this year. Maybe they upped it to $800,000 just to be nice. You don't have to.
So this year and the next year, those are kind of negligible. And then you think in arbitration, maybe he, for those 3 years, would make I don't know.
I hope $50 million.
Yeah.
Total for the 3
exactly.
years.
But even if you said it at 40, I would like that because then you think if he's that good, you're paying $30 per year in free agency and you're coming out ahead on the deal. If you're the Rangers.
You're just trying to get attention then?
But you're also I'm thinking as a
making
fan.
people feel comfortable. This guy's a
F
Ranger.
the Mavs. They just traded our guy, and they're destroying this franchise just for a 2-year run that might not even look as good as what you might have had for a 2-year run with Luka. They're showing me, the Rangers are showing me by getting this Wyatt Langford deal done, he might be a 5-time All-Star in the next 8 years. I don't know. The thing is, you don't know. The Milwaukee Brewers have no clue what Churio is going to be, but we have a good idea. We think he's going to be a very good player, a guy that could win an MVP in his career. Same with Wyatt Langford. But, man, I think the only way I can think of doing something, since I can't add anything to this team, if I'm Chris Young, I can't add anything to the team. I have a budget. I'm at budget. But if I add Wyatt Langford to an 8-year deal, how excited does that get Ranger fans / fans around the Metroplex that you're saying, see how they dump their guy for a bag of beans? We just gave our guy who we think can carry us. I know that Corey Seager's still your guy that's going to carry you, but the guy that you think could carry you into the future, we just locked him up through 2032, if I have my years right.
214, lock Wyatt up before he's worth $400 million. From the 817, I'm already all in. The Rangers got my opening day tickets and everything. And I think that would be the mindset, Mike, would be people be like, oh, yeah, Wyatt, I want to see this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he did enough last year to blow people out of the water.
Right.
You know, like last year was a quality rookie season.
And when he did, everybody stopped watching because it was football.
Yeah, when he finally turned it up, everybody, So I I think it's a good idea, Mike. I really do think it's a good idea to get the attention of the DFW area. Nationally, Kevin, I don't think it's going to make much of a dent just because.
I'm with you. But I still think it's a smart business move.
Yes. Business-wise and to get the fans on your side.
I just think in the Metroplex right now we're hurt. We're destroyed. And then you're not. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. You don't have to worry about the Cowboys doing anything in February. They ain't signing doodly squat. So you don't have to worry about the Cowboys stealing headlines away from you if you sign Wyatt Langford. They're not going to go out and trade for Myles Garrett. Like, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
So I just look at it and go, man, I don't have any money to spend this year. I want to keep Wyatt Langford for a long time. If I do this now, you have to have, luckily Scott Boras isn't his agent. And by the way, I think Scott Boras is a great agent. He does his job great.
Luckily for us. Yeah.
But like Josh Young, I can't do this.
Yeah.
He has Boras, and they're not doing things like this. Boras does not like doing things like this. But his agency is, or agent is Wasserman. I don't know if that's like just a person or a whole agency. But
it is a whole agency.
I just look at it and go, man, what if the Rangers locked up Wyatt Langford next week and the headline was on Tuesday or Wednesday, as the Mavericks might get Anthony Davis to play in basketball games, is, hey, the Rangers are headed to spring training on Wednesday and we just locked up our, hopefully, Luka Doncic-type player to an 8-year contract. You don't have to worry about us dumping them for a bag of beans.
I like it because I think it would get attention in the Metroplex, but I like it because I just think it makes financial sense. Like, putting everything aside, I think dollars and cents of it, at least a price point, give or take, that you set, I just think it's a smart decision from strictly a business standpoint.
Look, you know how much I love Evan Carter, and I think he's going to have a bounce-back year. I can't do it with Evan Carter because I need to make sure the back for like the next 2 years stays healthy. And then I start looking at Evan Carter. If he has 2 healthy years coming up, I look at him and go, hey, we're getting 3 years away from free agency. Let's try to get this done before we get to that point. But I need to see Evan stay more healthy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this might sound odd. I hope you enjoy. The Gatorade Shower. The history behind and controversy with one of the most famous celebrations in sports. Let's do that next, live from New Orleans on 105.3.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live on Radio Row in New Orleans, getting you pumped up for Super Bowl 59, courtesy of Stella. Now, I want to read this text real quick, and I'll just speak for me.
I think you're going to speak for me, too.
Okay, great. From the 972. Could you guys maybe try and push through your pain and your broken hearts and welcome Anthony Davis and the new teammates to the DFW area? I will tell you yes, because I'm going to still root for the Mavericks. I was watching Max Christie in the game, I guess now it was 2 nights ago. So, yes, I will. I can do both.
I won't.
Okay.
I'm not going to boo him. I'm never going to watch him.
Yeah.
When Anthony Davis was in college, I love the player. And Kevin, I was trying to do everything I could to trade for him, except for I didn't want to give up dirt.
Yes. Man, I remember that segment.
Yeah, I really loved the players.
What year was that?
This was we were on the weekends, so we were still a weekend show at the time. So that was that long ago. And
Dirk was already 30-something, though?
He just won the champion.
So he traded the 25-year-old.
Yeah, he just won the championship. We were trying to figure out how to make it happen.
We tried to make it happen then for our team.
And I was like, this player is, me, Mike, I'm still in the dinosaur era of loving using big men to win basketball games. So I thought this guy can do these things. He's a fantastic rim protector, all of those things. So for me, once I see him play, once I see how he fits into the system, once I see how it goes a little bit, I'll be a little more welcoming. Right now, I'm still kind of just brokenhearted. So I'll get over it. I will, but it's going to take me some time.
You have about 3 years of him, and then he's going to probably retire.
That's probably he's not ours forever. And just like Kyrie, he's not going to be ours forever.
He has about 3 more years
Jacob
in NBA
DeGrom.
basketball in his career.
Jacob DeGrom was not ours forever. I'm still hoping the best out of those guys. Corey Seager won a World Series with somebody else, but guess what, Kevin?
He's ours.
Corey has a World Series in Texas.
That's right. Thank you. I'm going to go to cut number 5, if you can, and I want to talk about the interesting origin story and perhaps controversy of the Gatorade shower.
A 13-point deficit. There's the Gatorade pass from Mike Tomlin after the change of possession.
All right. So it is in...
Keep the muffins there, but the eggs, maybe the boiled eggs can go.
Yeah, one of those muffins I'll take for sure. All right. So if you had to, sorry, Alec, we're just answering off-air things right on the air. All right. If you had to pick, and it's somebody who has coached in your lifetime, who do you think potentially was the first coach to get the Gatorade shower?
I think I'm going to guess right.
Okay.
I think it's Bill Parcells.
Interesting guess. You are right, unless you're not.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Buddy Ryan.
That's a fair point. Okay. We'll find out in just
for
a
the
second.
Bears was the assistant coach.
Yes, he was.
He never won one as a head coach.
Tom Landry.
They
never would mess up that suit.
Stop guessing. I already told you might. Well, I guess what I told you was pretty confusing. That's a fair point.
Yeah, you need to answer yes or he was right or wrong.
Oh man,
Jimmy Johnson at Miami.
I'm not going to do that. So
you asked a question without knowing the answer?
I know the answer. We're building up to the answer.
Who has
For
the
God's
key?
sakes, Mike.
Who has the quiz legend here?
I do.
Do we get that at crosstalk? When do we get the answer?
If you'll shut up, I'll give it to you right now.
Well, I'll ask somebody
sounded
else.
Bad.
Hey, Chiefs guys, who got the Gatorade bath the first time?
They were the first ones to drink Gatorade. Remember, that's the commercial.
I thought
or was
it
it Florida? It was the Gators. Yeah.
After their
Is that
school,
called Chiefs?
where they called it Gatorade after the Florida Gators.
All right.
Chief Aid.
All right, Kevin, you've lost control of this. What's going on, man?
I'm going to give this a shot. Let's tell the affiliates we might run long.
Okay. Gatorade used to be served in a glass bottle.
I'm not listening to. Well, that is really interesting. Yes, thanks.
Plastics
Mike.
ruining our world.
So the Giants had lost 3 of their last 4 games in October of 1984. They're disappointed. The year before, they had gone 3-12-1, and it looked like they were going to have another garbage season again. So Thursday, before a divisional game against Washington, Bill Parcells made nose tackle Jim Burt stay after practice and forced him to jab a wall while holding 20-pound dumbbells for 45 minutes straight.
Okay, so the dumbbell hit the wall, not his fist. Okay.
Yes, correct. All right. Parcells wanted the other players to see how he was punishing Burt so they would work hard enough to avoid that sort of treatment. So the next day, Burt, I don't know about Ernie, issued a warning and told Parcells if they beat Washington, he was going to get the coach back.
Oh.
So the Giants win emphatically 37
So it's an
to 13.
FU coach situation?
Kind of, but the way he did it was different as well. So he didn't dump the Gatorade on Bill Parcells.
He took a cup of it and threw it in his face.
I mean, not quite. So he took the cooler.
Parcells said, I'm going to make you see me naked.
Turned it upside down, started to pour the drink on him, and then put the cooler over his head. So you know how
he stuck it on his head?
Yes,
yeah, he was a bucket
correct. And so it looked like Bill Parcells was wearing the giant Gatorade cup head thing.
And this is 86?
This is an 84.
84.
All right.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by the mindset of this, Kevin, because for a guy like him, when that happens, he's very big on image and how he looks.
Yeah, was he mad?
Yeah, did he feel like, hey, that's not cool. It doesn't look cool when my players, my subordinates are doing something like that to me.
I think he was mad, but you couldn't see it because the Gatorade bucket was over his head. So now, Corey, this is why I say maybe you're right, maybe you're not. Because does that count as the Gatorade shower, or was he just trying to put a bucket over Bill Parcells' head?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit of both.
I take you to the Chicago Bears, also in 1984. They were up against the Minnesota Vikings, 34-3, went on to win the game. And on the sidelines, you could see one of the Chicago Bears was crying. And
Love hurts, man.
Walter Payton.
It was not Walter Payton.
Willie Galt.
No, keep guessing. You might get it.
Doug Flutie. Jim McMahon.
It's a defensive.
Richard Dent.
Keep going.
Mike
Refrigerator
Singletary.
Perry.
I think it's Dan Hampton.
Dan Hampton. He's not alive anymore.
So Dan Hampton saw that Jim Osborne was crying. And he thought maybe he'd gotten hurt or
What about
something.
Wilbur Marshall?
No.
Okay.
So he went up to him and was like, hey, are you okay? Did you get hurt? And Osborne was like, no, you don't understand. I've been here for 13 years. We've never won the division. And this was the first time ever. So he was super happy. So Hampton decided to do something about it. He saw Brian McCaskey, the team's assistant trainer, who, by the way, is now vice president.
Yeah, of the Bears,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
So he went
Doing
from
a heck of a job.
assistant trainer. I know, but still.
They got Ben Johnson. They're all right.
He built up from assistant trainer to vice president.
That's like the coach of the Heat. You know, he was
That's
a
true.
video.
That's
guy.
a success story.
Yeah, that is true.
This one is more of we just hired the
Hey, he was there.
water cooler guy.
So he saw the assistant trainer dumping out a 5-gallon cooler of Gatorade, and they ran over there. It was like, whoa, stop. And so Dan Hampton then here's where some of your players will come in to play, Steve McMichael, Mike Singletary, and they all came up with the idea, and the trio dumped the cooler and the Gatorade on Mike Ditka. Now, this happened 4 weeks after the Parcells incident, and some people are like, that Parcells thing wasn't a Gatorade shower. You just put a bucket on his head. And other people are like, this is what the Bears did, and they were very
So
intentional.
we both got it right?
Yeah. we
Kind
both
of?
kinda
Kind
got
of.
it
Oh,
right,
my
yeah.
Yes.
gosh.
And
Yeah.
that's why, Mike, I wanted to build up with the story. But wait, there's more.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. I take you to another person that you said. You said 1986, or I guess another time you said 1986
Yeah,
for the
well, because I
Giants.
thought the Giants, that's the year they won their Super Bowl.
That is correct. And that is the year that a lot of people credit with popularizing the Gatorade dump, because Harry Carson put on a security jacket and walked up behind Bill Parcells and whoop, Gatorade shower. It picked up.
And back then they only had yellow and green, right?
I think you might be right about that.
I don't know if you have this
Yeah,
story.
no, sorry.
Is it
Yellow
about
and
Ronald
orange.
Reagan?
1987, Tom Landry. The Cowboys filled the bucket with towels because they had so much respect for their coach. And I got the video here where they run up and they have towels because they're like, hey, that man right there, nice suit, fedora. Why would we do that to him?
Guess what?
And they won like 4 games.
I believe that incident
last
was
year.
inspired by the president. Now,
okay,
I
there we
take
go.
you
Ronald Reagan?
to yes. I know you were asking that, like, surely not.
I've
But
been to
yes.
his museum.
So I take you to 1987 when the Giants visited the White House. They had a Gatorade bucket, but instead of being filled with liquid, because, maybe that wasn't going to be the president's jam, they filled it with popcorn. And Reagan saw it, and he started grabbing popcorn out of the Gatorade bucket and throwing it at the players. And so then the players gave him a popcorn shower with the Gatorade bucket.
Wasn't Reagan a big jelly bean fan?
I think that, yes.
Wouldn't that have hurt, though, I guess, if you'd have filled it up with jelly beans?
Probably.
And it been
Feel a
heavier?
little weird, yeah.
See, I feel like that would hurt, and the Gatorade, they would be like, oh, that's not dignified for the president or whatever. So I don't remember how they came up with popcorn, but then they dumped the popcorn over Ronald Reagan. And so then you brought up the towels for Tom Landry. So the tradition is moving and shaking. Now, let's get to modern Gatorade.
Way too many colors.
That is probably true.
I mean, orange is the only acceptable color, or yellow.
I like yellow.
Yellow's fine. Orange and yellow are just fine. All the other ones stink.
So guessing the color is a prop bet. Hey, there's Jerome Bettis, which it gets more than $1 million in
Ask him if he wants to go up to our room and go to our party.
You should.
Like
in the office. Yes. So more than $1 million gets bet on what color the Gatorade shower will be every single year.
That's fascinating.
You know what's even weirder about it? The bet is only accepted in New Jersey, West Virginia, Illinois, and overseas.
Not in Las Vegas.
That's correct.
Where the Mavericks are going to be in 6 years.
I don't know that part to be as correct.
Can we bet on that?
Actually, I bet you could. So the NFL doesn't like this bet because they believe that the word can get out and corruption could be involved with leaking.
What about the national anthem? Because people hear the
rehearsal,
right?
right?
You hear the rehearsal. So if you're in the building during rehearsal, you could set up your phone. You could just hit go and then see how long it takes.
Like which song Kendrick Lamar is going to perform first?
Yeah, they know. There's a run sheet.
Oh, yeah.
That's correct. Do you want me to tell you another story about that?
Yes.
How many stories do you have today?
I am prepared for everything, Mike. So for Kendrick Lamar, Fox and the Fox executives are going to have to make a decision because obviously there's multiple lines in, what is the main Drake diss track? Not Like Us?
From Kendrick Lamar?
Yes. Okay.
That's my favorite.
There are multiple lines in there going after Drake. Well, Drake has actually filed a lawsuit and said that these are defamatory statements. So I think Fox and the Fox censors have to decide whether or not, they're probably not going to convince him not to say it, but whether or not they're going to dump it, because even though it's not technically a curse word, they're like, we don't really want to get involved in this defamation suit since everybody is going to freaking see it.
Yeah.
So that is just a side note. But the reason why the Gatorade bet is so popular is it's huge overseas, because overseas people like that you can't bet on it in the States.
I know you don't have this. I'm wondering.
Are you sure, though, Mike?
About what?
You said, I don't have it, but are you sure?
Well, I know that in the dugouts they have Powerade now. Has it 100% always? Because we assume, just like we say in Texas, we say Coke. No matter what we're drinking, we're going to have a Coke, and then we specify what soft drink we're going to have.
You think Gatorade has become the brand?
Yeah, the Gatorade dump, but, when the Rangers do it or whatever, it's in a Powerade.
That's a good question.
Like, if Gatorade 100% always been the, sports drink sponsor of the NFL?
That's a great question. You're right. I do not know the answer to that question.
But the Chiefs have rolled purple out twice the last 2 years.
By the way, so much so that the line has moved from plus 350 to plus 225 on purple.
Makes sense.
And so
I wonder if you can daily fantasy bet that one.
By the way, the Gatorade.
There's no such thing as daily fantasy bet. There's a daily fantasy play.
Yeah, if I could play
if
that.
you want to do that.
Yeah,
so it's a big deal with players in what flavor is in the dugout. Remember, you have 162 of them. Maybe in football you just keep the same color or flavor all year. But there's certain tasters on the team that are veteran guys because, it's a powder. And so you can put in more powder or less powder to make it kind of more potent or less potent. So there's certain guys that will taste the Gatorade when they make it, and they'll say, hey, perfect. Or they'll say, too sweet. Or they'll say, hey, add some more powder to it.
Yeah. More water, more powder, more water.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed my historical retrospection on the Gatorade show.
Early on in that segment, I was seeing how I could get Kevin to yell at me, and it ended up being really fun.
Yeah, it ended up being an awesome segment.
I don't want you to correlate those two and think maybe that means if you get me to yell at you, it will equate to a fun segment. Don't know if I love that.
You did yell at him.
No, not really.
I remember he said, if you shut up, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, but he said it nicely because we're around a lot of people. I can't really walk away from me.
Yeah. Everyone looks at me, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
He just picks up his headphones and throws them.
You say another 1980s Chicago Bears defensive player, I'm going to stick it up your...
Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
Really? We got the question of the day, plus the champion's mindset is coming up next.
The North Texas Baseball
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're about to do AM on the FM, and Zach Wolchuk heard about this, and he said it's a much better segment than the payload. I need to be involved, even in New Orleans, as involved as I can be. So Wolchuk is here, and now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, back here in the Metroplex, still hanging out, holding things down for you. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want to hear from you to answer the question of the day on Twitch and YouTube as well. And then I teased the mindset of a champion. We're going to hear from Roman Reigns here in just a second. He just dropped one of my all-time favorite quotes as of this morning on... What's up?
Could I be allowed to ask the New Orleans question of the day just to you?
Yeah, go for it.
About 2 tables over from us is CNBC. Right now, Stephen A. Smith is on CNBC. What do you suppose that they're talking about?
The blasphemous activities that have happened in the DFW Metroplex over the past few days, probably. You know, like some Luka Doncic stuff, you know.
And maybe tariffs.
Stephen A. does do political
That's
talk
true.
now.
Suit sales.
That's true, he does.
Yes.
He might run for president.
The Gaza Strip.
Oh my gosh.
President, huh?
Yeah. Thank you very much for answering that, Alec. Now back to you.
I did see that from Front Office Sports that he's actually being looked at by the Democratic Party, which he even quote tweeted it on his own Twitter account, and he said, "Is this Centel, the like gag page?" Like he even had to ask, like, "Is this real? Like people are actually saying this?" I thought that was great. But the question of the day, I feel like sometimes if it's not from that national day calendar that I usually use, it ends up being kind of like a way for me to do like therapy over the radio, and that's what it's going to be today. Because I was thinking about this on the way in. I saw a billboard that triggered this thought going down 75. Is there a fictional character that you have like beef with, even though they're not real? You just can't stand them? Because for me, well, I'm going to paint this picture for you. I'm stuck in traffic, heading down 75, moving about 2 miles an hour. I look to my right, and I see a billboard that just instantly made my face turn beet red. It's for Paddington in Peru. I have multiple questions. One, who thought it was a good idea to make another Paddington movie? Nobody asked for that.
I love all of them.
And 2, why the hell is a talking bear in Peru? Like, and I know that's
watch a movie.
Exactly. I knew you were going to say that. And no, I am not putting money into those people's pockets for them to send him to New Zealand or whatever in 3 or 4 I I'm not doing that. So I will never know why he's in Peru. I don't care.
The Bears are in Peru, Al. What is going on here? Have you seen the ratings for these?
I still need to watch them. I've heard they're incredible.
Dude,
they are
kids love them.
Are they really?
Yes. Alec, you know what? 2 years ago, I might have been on board with you. Now that I'm now a father.
Oh, softy. Yeah.
He just dropped that card on
Yeah, there we go.
Once you become a little bit wiser, but seriously, like this, it's a movie for the kiddos. It's apparently very, very sweet. I did read Paddington books as a kid, and maybe is it more like English? Is it like an England tale?
I think
it is because my grandmother.
You think
was
that
English.
because of the peacoat, though, right?
A little bit,
Yeah.
right? Paddington feels like it's a British thing. But he's a sweet little bear. I thought you were going to go with like some villain you saw.
See, that feels like a cop-out answer to say like, oh, Thanos, because he wiped out half the entire human population. Like, no. Like, why is there a talking bear all over 75? I don't want that. I don't want to see that. I don't care. And I like how Wolchuk respectfully told me to get stronger in the dating game so I can become a softie too. So I appreciate you being nice in that fact because I know it's true. But thank you for at least putting it softly.
No, you keep doing your thing out there on these streets, Alec.
So
Medford.
the clear
top 3 list.
The clear answer to this is Beth from Yellowstone. I don't know if I've ever wanted a TV character to die more than that stupid. Well, we are in New Orleans. I'll keep that to myself. She is the absolute worst. She says the exact same nonsense every single time and lines it up with all these men like it's supposed to break them down. Oh, no. no. And, by the way, you could donk on her the way you did on Alec and be like, hey, well, maybe you could bring your baby. Oh, too soon. And then also, are there no other women in that entire state? Because she looks like she's about 50. I think in reality she's 40, and she's like, hey, boys, how's it going? And everyone's like, oh, my God, she's so hot. Get the F out of here. Are there no other women in that entire state?
You ever been to Montana, bro?
I have, and I'm supposed to believe. Supposed to believe that man after man is coming up to her and being like, "Hey, you look about 10 years older than you actually are. Hey, what's up? Come on."
She's weathered. That's what it is. It's weathered rustic. If
There's
you will.
two that fit into that category, Kevin, for me, would be Skylar from Breaking Bad.
That's one.
People really do hate her.
And then Wendy from, what was the Netflix series that came out?
Wendy's?
No, the Ozark.
Oh, yeah.
Wendy in Ozark was also it was bad.
Yeah.
She always thought she was the smartest person in the room.
And got everybody in trouble.
She's kind of getting in the way of things, yeah.
I have a top 3 list.
Oh.
Skylar was on it.
Okay.
So that was number
People
3.
really don't like her.
He was just trying to do good for his family.
the stuff with
You know,
Ted
she didn't really understand.
That's what he needed $80 million for?
Number 2 on my top 3 list, Joffrey Baratheon. All right, that
great
dude.
answer.
I've never I finally got the. You know what? I'm going to leave everybody to, if they haven't seen it, I'm going to leave it out there. But that dude right there was just nasty. And then number 1 of all time, Caillou. If you ever heard Caillou talk, it was the most annoying thing in the world. He whined about everything. His parents they were great parents to have to deal with him and put up with his stuff. But Caillou was definitely on
I still
that
don't
list.
think I've ever seen Caillou, but I do know there's tons of parents who are like, Caillou's the worst.
I figured the entire cast from The Great Gatsby would be on your list.
Man, what a stupid book and movie. And, oh, my life's so hard. Shut up.
So, yeah, that's my list right there. Is Caillou is number 1 for me because my kids weren't like that, but if they had been.
Hold on, I'm going to take a guess from Mike's. Mike's is Nico Harrison because Nico's on TV.
I liked him so much a week ago.
One thing that he's done.
The worst thing ever.
I mean, it's pretty big. It's pretty big.
Yeah. Ruined everything he done. I don't know. What was the question? I think Caillou's a big, I would have stuck him in his room and just made fun of him and little whiny bee. I would have started crying in his face and everything, talking like him back to him. I'm going to talk like this the whole time. Caillou.
Shut that baby up.
My little brother got something you didn't get. Well, deal with it.
Every time that he turned around, Mike would throw a baseball at him. And by the way,
are you crying again?
If you ever try to throw a baseball or just around him,
Oh
like to
my
scare him a
gosh.
little bit, you're going to hit him. Just be aware. Don't try it because you're going to hit him. It's going to be an accident, and you're going to feel bad.
Let me answer my dad real quick. Hey, Jake's pitching Saturday, Dad.
Oh, man, if
He
we're
just
allowed to
texted me.
take business from our phone onto the air, I have a DM from Twitter that I really want to address on air.
Tolo DM?
Yes.
Oh, no. That's scary. From the
Well, this is
903
your segment, Alec.
Okay. Thank you for that. From the 903, Corey is right. But from the 214, I am still laughing. Hoping that's just at the whole segment itself. That would make me happy. But let's see. From...
We are laughing.
Yeah. But from the 214, what did Beth ever do to you? That's a good question.
He's just saying the reasons.
I mean,
he looked
okay,
at her.
look. And Beth acts like she's almighty and holier than thou. Oh, hey, the guy that you're supposedly in love with, that you also treated like S for most of his life, he's a murderer. Your dad's a murderer. And you're like, we got to save this land. Let the land die because your piece of S family killed all those people.
Let's see, from the 817, they say, LOL, Alec, I'm sitting in a parking lot right now that has that Paddington billboard. Go do something about it, please. Saw somebody say that they feel the same way about Ted, stupid talking bear. I could just feel the seething rage through that
TV
text.
show's pretty good.
It is good.
It is.
The second season just finished filming. I'm pumped.
I didn't even know that. I'm
I
excited
love a
now.
good talking bear, Alec.
It's interesting that Alec is pro that talking bear.
Yeah, because
but
he's
anti the
inappropriate and
other.
Paddington Paddington is just a loser.
It just doesn't make sense because that furry party you went to last weekend, you couldn't stop raving about it.
Man. All right. But let's see from the what is this from the 682? The Pillsbury Doughboy. What did he do wrong? I don't like that. He was like a centerpiece of my childhood. I loved baking. That was fun.
Well, you know what, Alec? I bet a lot of people love Paddington, and you just crapped all over that. So
Yeah,
you gotta
I
be
did.
prepared for this.
I did. I saw the 214 said, "My daughter will kill you," and now I'm not scared. I'm scared for my life. I do want to play this, though. This is from the No Contest Wrestling podcast with O'Shea Jackson Jr. On the Rich Eisen Podcast Network. They had on Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman the other day, which great get by them for one. Those are two very hard to access people. But two, they were talking about, because he doesn't have a championship right now, so they asked him, like, what keeps you going? Because you broke all these records, you got all the championships, everybody knows who you are in and out of the world of pro wrestling. So just listen, the front end is cool and all, but the back end of this might be my favorite quote of all time now, and I'm just, attributing this to the champion mentality.
A sick man. Yeah. I got that thing, that drive, that I want more. Always want more. Goalposts go back. Oh, we're in the end zone. Move them back again. Oh, man, we got pretty high. There's another level. So I'm always trying to get better. And I just believe this is what I'm supposed to do. The wise man picks me up in the morning. How you doing? I woke up. Everybody else is because I woke up. That's how I look at it. You all had a chance until I woke up. Today's mine. That's just what it is.
I love that so much. Like, the fact that he went from the babyface that Vince McMahon was trying to force on top of everybody, and just, you had to like it, but you didn't. He couldn't cut a promo to save his life, and now he's one of the best promos in the game. I could listen to this man just, like, talk about his own success for hours, because it seems like that is what, in my mind, that's what the creative meeting was like when they came up with this new character. They're like, just fall in love with yourself a little bit more and go talk about it. Because I just love that. He said, I woke up this morning. Everybody else is what. Like that is the greatest mentality. Yeah, he said everybody had a chance, but then I woke up this morning. That is the greatest quote ever, and I love how athletes just think so differently, and they're just so confident. I just love that. I literally posted that on my Instagram story when I woke up this morning. Like that's just how I'm going to think going forward whenever I'm having a little bit of a confidence lacking day. I'm going to be like, I woke up this morning. It's my day. Everybody else is bleeped. So that's my time.
I love it.
Treat every day like it's on purpose.
Fantastic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for your second helping of Super Bowl stew. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next GBag Nation, another action-packed day from Radio Row and the trade deadline right at the top of the show, Nation 2 to 7, The Fan.
Are you dreading the thought of spending money on painting your house every 5 to 6 years? It's an endless cycle and
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
On first down, he goes to Barkley. He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 78-yard.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for your second helping of some Super Bowl stew. And we start with, I mean, this probably isn't the most newsworthy thing, but I just think it's fun. The Jaguars have hired their new pass game specialist. His name, John Van Dam. Now, we're so close.
Well,
because they hired
football coaches haven't been working there.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Mike, I don't think his stride's going to be short enough. Whoever the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence's stride is going to be short because Van Dam's going to teach him how to do the splits.
They're screwed. We have a Tony Khan on later in the show.
Yeah, do you want to just start by telling him how screwed the Jags are?
Yeah. No, I'm not. Because he already was ticked at me when I tried to ask a very nice question about Trevor Lawrence's season, and he told me it's the greatest season in football history.
Yes, he was.
Like, golly, I thought the Joneses were bad at this.
The Rams are going to host a game in Melbourne in 2026. We talked about how the NFL was making its way to Australia. The Rams are going to be the one to host the game in Melbourne in 2026. The Cowboys hired Brian Bing as their assistant defensive line coach, and I felt like you all really wanted and needed to know that. Now,
Chandler Bing's brother?
Bing! I doubt it. Right?
Could it be his brother?
Well, because he's a character on television.
I do get it.
Not a real person.
Yeah, he's dead.
And the real person died.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, but he was on the West Wing. Spoiler
Chandler
alert.
Bing was?
No, it was...
He played somebody different, but
Joe Quincy or something like that, yeah.
Patrick Mahomes has 132 starts in his NFL career. They've lost by more than 8 points, so essentially more than one score 5 times. He started 132 games, and they've lost by more than one score 5 times.
That's impressive, man.
Well, one of them in the Super Bowl.
That is true. And it was really weird. Like, I saw some headlines that go, Patrick Mahomes' biggest loss may surprise you. And it was like, my biggest loss that I'm still disappointed about was the Super Bowl. And I was like, who does that surprise? But then they're like, it's too late. You already clicked, you dumbass.
Yeah.
And they're right. I did.
Go back to Andy Reid's teams with the Eagles. They didn't just, blow everybody out of the water like that. It always felt like it was close, and you never could get over the top of them, consistently like that.
I remember a game that wasn't close, and that was a Monday Night Football game where Donovan McNabb threw like 36 touchdowns against the Cowboys.
Yeah, well, and he ran around for 8.5 seconds or 18.5 seconds.
Yeah, this is what I remember.
I was in the other end zone on that play, watching it, going, "What is happening right now? Tackle him!" But yeah, it always just felt like you were never far enough away ahead against his teams. So him and Mahomes, man, that's a wild stat. To be that close all the time, never get blown out, really, it's wild.
Andy Reid, in case you cared, said that NFL officials don't favor one side or the other.
The other night on media night, Travis Kelce, the media asked him, what question would you have for the media? And he said, he immediately shut down any Taylor Swift questions. He was like, look, man. But when they asked him that, he goes, okay, I got one. Why are y'all buying in on this referee thing? This doesn't make any sense to me. And I was like, oh, wow, I love this. That was his question to the media.
That is a solid question.
There's your boy Bijan, Kevin. To your left. He's right there to your left wearing the white hat.
Oh, can we get him?
I know you love him so much.
Yeah, Bijan's awesome.
You can go see.
He gets like 11 times to carry the ball a game.
That's true. All right, let's talk about Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley has 6 runs this year of 50 or more yards, which is not only the most by any running back this season, It's the second most in the last 25 years.
Wow.
Which running back do you think had 7 runs of 50-plus yards in a single season in the last 25 years?
I'm going to guess either Adrian Peterson or LaDainian Tomlinson.
One of those is correct.
Jamal Charles?
Well, he just
I've
got
he
it.
said
I've got it down to A or B.
is
Now you
correct.
guess, is it Peterson or Tomlinson?
Tomlinson.
It was actually Jamal Charles. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually Adrian Peterson.
Oh, good job.
In 2012, Adrian Peterson ran the ball 7 times for more than 50 yards. I think the prop
Remember when we tackled him like 6 times on like the 5-yard line, but he going through the Cowboys and eventually got in the end zone?
Yes, I
that
do.
That was a fun
No,
defense.
that was not fun.
Oh.
So why are you trying to make Cowboys fans sad?
I don't know. I'm
because
just
you're sad
remembering
about
all
the
of these.
Mavericks?
Pointing out the
Yeah,
times where
you're
things...
talking about like Andy Reid and Philadelphia, and I can remember that 8.5-second play. Corey brought some more detail to it. He was in the end zone during it, and then I can remember being at Texas Motor Speedway when we used to have the Speedway thing on our station.
TMS.
And I was at Texas Motor Speedway, and they were playing the Vikings, and he ran over like 5 Cowboys to get in the end zone, and it was like awesome if you weren't a Cowboys fan.
By the way, I think the prop bet odds are only like 2.5 to 1 on your money if you bet that Saquon will run for more than 50 yards. Like, that's a long-ass run, and they're like, yeah, I'll give you 2 to 1.
Wow.
Like,
I mean,
that's
on
not-
one run
because he likes to do
the
it.
way you set it up, I was like, well, we need to
No,
go
not-
bet.
not-
we
not
need to go
total.
bet this.
No, not total.
On a
On a singular run. On a singular
Chiefs
run.
don't give up a bunch of 100-yard rushers.
Chiefs aren't
that's for
allowing
sure.
that to happen.
Do you think he's going to get to 100 yards?
Yeah, I'll guess 110.
I'll say
Just rushing?
Yeah, I'll say 100
Yeah.
total yards.
I don't even.
but
I'm going to
think
be
so.
honest. I don't know how many yards he gets per game receiving.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I don't know. Is it like 30?
Let me go look.
All right. While he's looking that up, let's talk about the one thing that Patrick Mahomes has not done very well this year. He hasn't thrown the ball.
Lose.
That's true. He hasn't thrown the ball very far.
Yeah.
The ball travels just 6.3 yards past the line of scrimmage. That ranks 34th out of 36 qualifying quarterbacks, ahead of only Gardner Minshew and Tua. He's thrown the ball deep 7.1% of his attempts. That's 33rd in the league. And on those occasions when he throws downfield, Mahomes, not effective. 34th in EPA in the NFL. So
What's amazing, they've always tried to replace Tyreek Hill with
Yeah,
multiple players.
yeah.
They haven't come close to doing it yet. It still hasn't affected their winning, but it has affected
the
this.
way they win, yeah, absolutely. And they're ruthlessly efficient at it.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are. Because, if Mahomes doesn't get it down, at some point to one of his guys, he can take off running. So they get more first downs, and they just keep, getting those opportunities whenever he wants to.
Now, by the way, I mentioned we'll probably get into this more in NFL overreaction or reality as well, but the Hall of Fame voting results will get released tonight. So, hey, hopefully Darren Woodson makes it.
Fingers
but
crossed.
If and when he doesn't and Eli does, people are going to be...
Listen, no, I'm not.
Well,
I
Eli
understand
has 2
Eli.
championships.
He does.
I totally get
Darren
it.
has 3.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
Eli is a top 50 quarterback in my world, but I'm saying that he goes in that because of where he stood whenever the trophy was getting given away.
That's
he was
the-
there winning it.
That
holding it.
is the weird thing about Cam Newton's argument. If you just want to make it 1, I get it. But if you get 2, you're a Hall of Famer.
He just walked by. I need to go find Cam.
And
you do that because of his hat,
Yeah,
right?
so-
so
hat.
would you rather be a 2-time Super Bowl winner and a Hall of Famer or a 1-time MVP?
That'd definitely be a 2-time Super Bowl and in the Hall of Fame.
Give me that Super Bowl party every time, baby.
Yeah.
The owner's paying for it.
Yeah, when you walk around, you're wearing a gold jacket instead of a stupid hat.
Exactly. Well,
Oh, you do not think he would abandon that stupid hat?
That being
if he
said,
was in
That's
the
his
Hall
whole
of Fame,
bit.
do you?
That's how he's on. That's how he has his gig, by
being
looking
said,
like he does.
if you have the MVP and not that, you're probably going to say that. You're probably going to be like, no, I got
That's
this.
a good point.
I'm proud of this.
I think
man.
I would also deflect to the thing that
Pretty
I
proud.
have.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of the
That
thing
he's
that I've
like,
done.
Oh man, a league making about $150 million, probably take over this $12 billion league here pretty soon.
Defensive tackle Chris Jones. He leads the Chiefs' 4th-ranked scoring defense with 61 quarterback pressures this season. And I want to throw in your guy, Nick Bolton. He is at the middle of the heart of the defense. He's great as a run defender, has a team-high 106 tackles. But watch out for this on Sunday. He pressures the quarterbacks on 15% of his pass rushing snaps.
Oh, really?
So less than 1 every 7 pass rushing snaps. He's like, boom, I'm making a break for the quarterback. So just something for you to watch out on. I know Chris Jones makes a lot of sense, but just keep an eye out on Nick Bolton for maybe some of the unusual blitz patterns that you see.
He's so vital to keeping an eye on Barkley. To whatever's going on in the middle of the field, he's so vital to that. It may not get enough love for it, but, I think guys like Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, they know how important he is to that defense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from New Orleans on Radio Row. Got Tony Khan coming up at 12:20, Marcus Allen at 1 o'clock. But coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality. Or maybe we find a guest in the break. Next right here on the...
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan right now. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Let's start with this NFL overreaction or reality. You will watch all or just about all of the commercials during the Super Bowl.
No, but my wife will.
Ooh, that's interesting. Kevin, do you wake up on Sunday morning and just Tolo it all day on, with Super Bowl content?
Tolo, yes. Super Bowl content, absolutely.
I'm like, all right, let's start the pregame. If it's 8 o'clock in the morning, let's start it. I'm ready to rock, okay? By the time I get to the game, I'm kind of worn out.
Okay.
And so then I have other things to do, so I'll miss a few of them, but I'll see the big ones. I'm right around the corner from my TV anywhere in my house, so I'm not going to miss too much of them.
Has, obviously it's been a while now, but especially the last 20, 25 years, the explosion of the internet made it maybe not as, because a lot of these commercials, sometimes you can see them ahead of time. You can certainly see them ad nauseum after the fact. Does that kind of take away from some of your Super Bowl commercial excitement?
Yeah, because you were like, what? I haven't seen this yet. They've caught me immediately. I got 30 seconds or 60 seconds and I haven't seen anything about this before. I do watch the night before. Usually it's Boomer, I think, will do the greatest commercials show, and it's like a 2-hour show, and they just play all these commercials. It's a lot of fun to kind of go back and reminisce those.
Absolutely.
I think
I'll watch quite a few of them. I'm just to give you there'll be times where I'm like,
take a break.
I would rather go to the bathroom during the commercials, or go get some more snacks during the commercials.
Yeah.
Now I will say probably the first. And I guess they sell them all as the same price. I would say the first 2 or 3 commercial breaks I'm all in on. Does that make sense? But as the game progresses, I get less interested.
And actually, I do not necessarily believe they sell them all at the same price. I think they do have a staggered system.
Have you ever figured out when the best commercial is? Is it usually after halftime?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah.
Traditionally,
the first commercial, when's the best one?
That's a good question. I mean, it's the third quarter when you get your one local ad break. And
it's the lawyer who's got a flamethrower, and he's like, "Come down here and get these
Jim
cars."
Adler.
I thought you're a lawyer.
With weed-smoking Dallas Cowboy player.
That's Ben Abbott.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Ben Abbott with the weed-smoking Cowboys player who quit football because he can't smoke weed. But he can now for no money. Congratulations, football player. I'm glad you're making no more money. You have me as your lawyer.
Oh, man.
What was his name?
David Irving. I think he started a company.
I'm sure that's going
regarding
marijuana.
Regarding marijuana, and I think it was pretty successful.
Oh, I'm sure he's doing great.
NFL overreaction or reality?
Can have Pac-Man as a client.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. Well, I guess he did say that.
Yeah, you smelt him.
No, that's because he's a fan of the hockey guy, Stone. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, I know, but it also felt like he brought a barbed wire baseball bat of weed smell and hit us all with it, Negan style.
That was cologne, Kevin. That was definitely cologne.
All right, NFL overreaction or realities. Zach Martin will play for the Dallas Cowboys in 2025. Now, on these very airwaves, we had Zach Martin. One of the things he threw out there, I got a ton of respect for Coach McCarthy and what he did when he came here, but for whatever reason, something was off this year. Things weren't gelling, weren't clicking, and I think something Shoddy views as A1 importance to kind of get that fellowship, the brotherhood back in the locker room.
Yes, he's definitely right about that. Now, is he the person that wants to come back into that locker room and get that fellowship created, or does he? Is he like that's too? Like that's. I think it's on him. When we were talking with Torrey Smith earlier, it has to be the right people. Like I think some locker rooms they have leaders and they're like that's the leader and it's the wrong leader.
Yeah.
For that locker room. But he's the most. He has gravitational pull, and so people are around him. But it has to be the right guy. Zach Martin feels like the right kind of guy. There are some guys in that locker room that do, but they have to have the right people in that locker room to get that culture rebuilt.
Usually everybody goes out bad. That's just a fact.
Sure.
But I'm sure Zach Martin is weighing this. He's probably going to get in the second time in the Hall of Fame. Like, I don't know why, but, like, Dallas Cowboys don't get in the first time. So he'll probably get in the second time.
Yeah.
Does he want to go out this way? The thing is he has to really look at himself in the mirror and go, can I be the guy I was in 2023 or 22? If I can't, then he's probably going to stop playing. If he believes he can get to that, then he will. And then it's just the risk for the Cowboys is, gosh, how much do we just keep playing him? If it's 3 games and you're 1-2 and you're like, he ain't good anymore, how much do you go to that veteran guy who's going to be a second ballot Hall of Famer and go, hey,
you ain't got
it anymore? Because usually you just say, just let it play out.
Yeah.
Hell, he let Zeke play this year.
That's a good point.
And he ain't close to a Hall of
Fame.
Fame.
They figured it out at one point in the season. They went, he ain't got it anymore.
Yeah.
And with Zach Martin, that is a good thought. Is you saw some bad things and you're like, okay, it was injury. But then if he comes back and he's not injured and it still kind of looks like that, you're like, oh crap. Did we do the right thing by? And he's got to be doubting himself too in those moments.
Since we're talking about somebody who will go into the Hall of Fame, somebody who should go into the Hall of Fame, I think I know your answer for this, but I'm going to throw it out there either way. NFL overreaction or reality? Darren Woodson will finally be announced for the Pro Football Hall of Fame tonight.
Absolutely not. And he should be. I told him earlier, I said, hey, in 06, when I went to Cuba to play for the United States Olympic qualifying team, I wore number 28 because of you. I picked out 28 because Darren Woodson, you were my favorite player. He's like, oh, was? And I was like, yeah, you were. I mean, you don't play anymore. But.
I was like, he's not anymore, though. Yeah. I was standing there, and Mike had the biggest smile on his face while he was telling that story.
So I'm not against Darren Woodson. I think he should be, but he's going to have to wait, and I'm sorry, Cliff Harris got in on the Veterans Committee, I don't know how many years ago, 5 years ago or something, maybe less than that. But
same with Drew Pearson.
I think it's going to be like that for him. I do think when 10 years from now, he'll probably get in, but it just won't be by these voters. It's unfortunate. And now I was like, why are you so depressed asking this question? I had no clue what the question's going to be.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Ask the question again, Kevin. Not depressed, though.
Darren Woodson, Hall of Fame tomorrow.
See, that's not depressed. Yes, I am, Kevin. I'm putting my vote and submission in to be a voter in the Hall of Fame. Radio.
You're predicting it tomorrow morning. He'll be a Hall of Fame.
That's what I'm predicting right now.
Okay.
I will stake my kids' next meal on it.
I don't even know what that means.
Those kids are about to go hungry.
Was there an analogy there about the steak and your kids? I don't know.
I like steaks. Steaks are good.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
NFL overreaction or reality? This stat alone would be enough to make you not want to re-sign Brock Purdy. All right, now check this out. Brock Purdy, in the second half of games, including the playoffs, when his team is tied or trailing, he has 9 touchdown passes and 15 interceptions.
So I do like Brock Purdy. I do think he's in the Dak Prescott tier, which is good. You can win a lot of games with him. He made it to the Super Bowl last year. Man, when you get to that $60 million number with him, one of the reasons that they've been so successful is they have kind of that extra $40+ million.
Yes, for sure.
And I just think they made it to a Super Bowl with Jimmy, I can't play quarterback, Garoppolo. And if they did that, and then they took Trey Lance, and it didn't even hurt him as a franchise. That's amazing. You got the 3rd pick, right?
Yeah.
And it was a bust.
Yeah.
Like, it was horrible. And it didn't even hurt them. They stayed on top. of the NFC throughout this whole time. I just think that they should take the risk and go, Brock, if you want to do this at $40 million a year, which if I was his agent, I'd say no.
Yeah.
Because I think somebody will give me 50 plus.
Yeah.
I would really look at saying we can do this again. We did it with the last pick in the whole draft.
Yep. If you have that much faith, now you got to make sure your ownership has that faith in you too. But I think if you have that much faith in what your system is, and you haven't gotten to that point yet with the guy, and you're like, all right, I still have questions, and he hasn't fulfilled that. He should have been able to do it. The thing about that is the guys that stat specifically, that's where it's. Very few guys can see that in the most tense moments and not say, I have to risk it here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like they put it up in the air because, hey, what else do I have? Whereas Mahomes is like, maybe I got 4 more seconds. Like the great ones are like, they always figure out how to.
First, take a great player that you really like and then go, hey, they don't need you in Minnesota anymore. We had you last year, Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Come back, you just won 14. You went 14-3. We think that we have a team that can go around that.
That's interesting, yeah.
And for $15 million. And then we hope that we hit the quarterback in the draft at some point.
Yeah, that's a good play.
Now, I'm really fascinated what y'all think about this.
Nico was trading it would be a fourth.
Somebody just texted in and said Nico just traded Mahomes for Brock Purdy and a hot dog voucher.
It's funny. Ryan Drees is a San Francisco guy, and he was like, man, I hope that they have a Nico Harrison running San Francisco or running Kansas City because we'll trade you Brock Purdy and a first for Patrick Mahomes.
Deal.
NFL overreaction or reality? If they didn't hire Spags, the Chiefs would not be on the cusp of winning their 4th Super Bowl in 6 years.
We have to pick one or the other here, right?
Yep.
You're not going to give me an option here.
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to pick. You're right. I think that's
he's
a
key
reality.
Contributor. I think that Chris Jones, Karlaftis, obviously Andy Reid, and Patrick Mahomes, but he's a big reason why.
Absolutely, and so the combination of both sides of the ball being so important, what he does. Hell, they've had chances late in games where he's had to make the right call.
Yeah.
Hey, make the blitz call, and he does. He cues it up at the right time. He has the talent. He had the eye. He said, hey, Brett Veach, I need this talent. I need this guy, this guy, this guy. Remember Chris Jones was sitting up in the booth with his agents, and he was like, look, we're not as good without that guy. So, yeah, I think you're dead on, man.
And this is not to say not successful at all. It might just mean they're about to win their 3rd Super Bowl in 6 years. But you look at it as after that 2018 AFC Championship game against New England, they were like, hey, this ain't working. Brought in Spags, and clearly it's been delightful.
Let me ask you a question about that.
Anthony Davis.
Yeah. or maybe Luka is what the Mavs think.
Yeah.
I think in your best negotiating point for a salary is to point out the quote where Chris Jones said, as long as they let us keep him as a coordinator, we'll keep winning Super Bowls.
Hey, my guy loves me.
Yeah,
so.
all right. And so here's the amount of money that I'm looking for. But, yeah, I think he would I think stay. Now, this one is – I feel like I know the answer, but I just want to try again. Teams wearing white jerseys in the Super Bowl are 16-4 in the past 20 years. Overreaction or reality, you believe wearing white jerseys in the Super Bowl gives you an advantage?
No.
Yes. I mean, the math is there.
I know. Mike, I'm with you.
Let me ask you this. Who gets to pick? I don't even know.
The home team. The designated home team. So, like the Eagles,
how do you become the designated
I think
home
it just
team?
alternates
Okay.
every year. So the Eagles were the designated home team, and they said, we're not going to wear white. And so the Chiefs are wearing white, so that's why people are like,
Okay.
the Chiefs are going to win.
I didn't know if somehow you had the better record or you were
you
a higher
go pull
seed.
a sword out of a stone.
No,
Okay.
no. I think you just ping pong back and forth.
Look good, feel good, play good. A lot of times when you're wearing the white uni, it looks fresh. It looks very clean for you. And I think that people see that way. Mike, when you were playing baseball, which one felt the coolest?
Well, the one that we were winning in.
So there you go.
That's what you would do. Like, let's just say the Rangers, for example, got on a 3-game winning streak in the blue jerseys. The next game, they're going to wear the blue jersey. And then as soon as you lose, you can switch it up. But you have 162 different games to do that. I don't know in football, you can't really roll with, like, this is our good luck jersey. But you do, we see it in basketball sometimes. Remember when the Cavs won the championship and they wore those stupid T-shirt jerseys?
Mm-hmm. Hell, the Cowboys for a long time weren't their blue jerseys unlucky, and they were like, we're not wearing those.
Yeah, and now everything's unlucky.
And that's where I'm with Mike, but I also get Corey's point of view. Every fiber of me is like, that's stupid. No,
I get it.
But then I see it, and it's 16-4, and I'm like,
gotta go with the odds.
All right, let me ask you this.
Maybe that is true.
I know that maybe they got asked that at the Super Bowl shindig on Monday night, but like the players have no clue that the last 20 games teams are 16-4 in white jerseys.
I would love it if one of the players brought that to they're like, you know why we got white? 16-4. That's why.
If you're not going to sit down at the blackjack table, Kevin, and you're going to go, you know what? The odds are telling me I should make this play, but my heart says Jack of Hearts isn't a good one. So you're always going with the rate. You're going with the percentages.
There's a dude that you guys maybe can't see who's painting a Patrick Mahomes like 16-by-20.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
It's getting closer. Like he's not close to done, but it's really awesome to watch artists paint.
You have a great shot at him too.
Yeah, he's just getting pretty much the outline of Patrick done before it's probably adding a lot of color. But man, I want to buy it. I think if I give him $50, he'll give it to me.
Probably or a copy.
60.
Yeah.
No.
70?
I do not.
Yeah, you name it. You name the price.
I think he'd sell it to you for
$15,000.
I was thinking $1,500 to be honest.
Because Mahomes is 15.
I think it's gonna be more than that too.
I'll be like, get Patrick to sign it, and I'll do it.
One more bonus for you: NFL overreaction reality. Teams should only be able to wear white if it's their first Super Bowl.
Overreaction.
I think all teams should be able to wear white.
I'm just checking.
What if all the teams wore white? It's all whited out. The quarterback's like, I don't even know who I completed it to, but they caught it.
I don't know. We're the
white
KNC
helmet. It's like
masterpiece.
it's the icy white Super Bowl.
Right
Quarterbacks hate it.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. We got Mike Likes It. Plus, we will talk with the owner, president of AEW, Tony Khan. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
Here with you.
I was watching a little bit last night. It looks like there's a tag team championship match coming up.
Oh, that's right. In fact, the tag team champions are in the house. They're here right now.
Really?
We got the tag team champions. The Hurt Syndicate are here at Radio Row right now. Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley, and the business advisor, MVP. And you have all three of them here, the World Tag Team Champions of AEW, All Elite Wrestling. They are around the area here.
Now,
and they're defending the titles in Austin, Texas against the Guns, Austin and Colton Gunn. It'll be this Wednesday on Wednesday Night Dynamite worldwide and on Max and TBS.
And I want to talk to you more about Max in just a second. You're dressed very nice today, but is there any human being that dresses nicer than Bobby Lashley? Because holy moly, man, that dude is on point every time.
Well, wait till you see him today. Bobby Lashley is dressed to the nines today, just like every other day. What a classy man and what a great champion to have in AEW. Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin, the World Tag Team Champions. AEW's where the best wrestle, and that includes the Hurt Syndicate. And they're going to have a really tough competition because they're defending the championships against the former champions, Austin and Colton Gunn. Austin and Colton Gunn returning to AEW. They've been the World Tag Team Champions. They've been 2/3 of the World Trios Champions. They're two of the most decorated wrestlers in AEW. And they never got a rematch on television for the titles after they lost the World Tag Team Championship. So it's long overdue, and it's going to be a great match. And it's going to be great to follow the tag team trios, singles divisions, men's, women's, all the exciting things happening in All Elite Wrestling AEW heading into AEW All In Texas. What a huge thing coming July 12th to Arlington, Texas. It's going to be awesome.
Now, and even before we get there, you mentioned Dynamite Wednesday in Cedar Park right outside of Austin.
Yep.
Then the Saturday after, you guys have the Australia show that will be broadcast after NBA All-Star Saturday night. Do I have the timing of all of that correct?
That's right. That's right. And we'll be filming Tuesday in Austin also, and the show's going to be Wednesday on TBS and on Max. It'll be 7 p.m. Central. And we're going to have a great, great show at Cedar Park. That's one of the best venues for AEW. And we're on the road to Revolution. And it's funny because 5 years ago, on the original Road to Revolution, we had these great shows in Atlanta, and now Cedar Park is another venue we're running.
Yeah.
And it ended up being a great original pay-per-view, the first Revolution, and really set the stage for Revolution, I think, to annually be one of AEW's very top, best events. And I thought last year, top to bottom, was also one of the best shows we've ever done, Revolution. So very excited about AEW and what we're doing right now. And I think it's going to be really, really great to come back to Cedar Park this week, a venue where we've had some of our best shows. And like you said, we're heading to Australia. We've got Grand Slam Australia next weekend. What a cool thing that's going to be able to go to Brisbane. I've never been to Australia, and I'm very excited about it. It's a great wrestling community, and I'm excited for us to make our debut there. It's going to be a great, great show. Grand Slam is always a great event, and we've only done Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York, which is the American home, and we've had some great shows there on Dynamite over the years, and this is going to be the biggest collision ever. Grand Slam collision coming to Australia. What a show, what a lineup. So many exciting things happening in AEW right now, and like you said, it was a great show last night.
I'm always fascinated with this. You were in a chair where you get to make a lot of decisions. Do you get caught up in the emotions of a heel every once in a while? You're like, I hate that guy. I mean, you got to like love all the people that are working, but you're like, he's really.
I met
good
with
at
MJF a time or two.
Well, there has to be balance in wrestling, and I think wrestling needs the great villains. And whether it's MJF, Ricochet, the Glamour Mariah May, the CEO Mercedes Moné, there's some great villains in AEW right now, and they're in some great rivalries, and I think there has to be balance. So for every Mariah May, the Glamour, there is a timeless Tony Storm. For every Ricochet, there's a Swerve Strickland. And for now, MJF, it's very interesting because MJF's going to have a huge match coming up on Wednesday Night Dynamite on TBS and streaming on Max this Wednesday, 7 p.m. MJF versus Austin's hometown son, Dustin Rhodes.
And we just had him on a couple months ago.
Yep.
Now, you were just mentioning Tony Storm and Mariah May and that rivalry. Now, I'm very familiar with the product, but for people who aren't, I know you've referenced in the past All About Eve, Sunset Boulevard. Like, how would you describe Tony Storm's character to somebody who's like, I have not seen your show before?
Well, Timeless Tony Storm is a timeless movie star from a past era that is today the greatest living actress in the world. Sometimes she appears in black and white.
Yes.
She's inspired by characters like Margot Channing and Norma Desmond. You talk about Sunset Boulevard and All About Eve. Timeless Tony Storm is in a class of her own. She's a fantastic actress, and she took in a protege by the name of the Glamour Mariah May. And the Glamour Mariah May is a top international wrestler who did great work in Stardom and went over to Japan. She's from London. She came to America, signed with AEW, and she basically pretended to be Toni Storm's biggest fan, to get in with Toni, take advantage of her, and then take everything from Toni. Take
That
her
turn was
championship.
heartbreaking.
And then Mariah, yes, the turn really was heartbreaking. Like you said, that's a great point. Mariah won the Owen Hart Foundation Women's Cup to get the shot at Wembley Stadium at the world title in London, in Mariah's hometown. And really, then immediately when she got the opening, backstabbed and beat down the champion at the time, Timeless Toni Storm. And then Mariah took the championship in her home country, in her home city of London, in Wembley Stadium in front of this massive crowd at this really special event, AEW All In London. And that's the same show. We're bringing AEW All In to Arlington, Texas this year, July 12th, Globe Life Field. You don't want to miss this. And coming up in Australia, the biggest collision we've ever done, it's going to be Toni Storm's opportunity for revenge, the teacher getting some opportunity to get revenge on the student who betrayed her, and it's going to be Timeless Toni Storm in her home country, Australia, in Brisbane this Saturday, the biggest collision ever. Next Saturday, the biggest collision ever. And, before then, like I said, there'll be some great shows around Texas. We'll be around Houston on Saturday, and then we'll be filming Wednesday Night Dynamite on Tuesday in Austin with these big matches you talked about, the Hurt Syndicate versus the Guns for the World Tag Team Championship, Dustin Rhodes versus MJF. And around Houston, we're bringing a huge card Saturday. It'll be live 48 hours from now on TNT and streaming on Max with big matches like Mark Briscoe versus Kyle Fletcher. That's a rematch from the Continental Classic. And that was one of the best matches in the Blue League. Kyle Fletcher only took one loss in the entire Blue League, and it was from Mark Briscoe, who ended the tournament red hot and came out of it as one of the hottest wrestlers in AEW. And Mark Briscoe, the only person who was able to stop Kyle Fletcher in the Blue League. I can't wait for that match Saturday. And I think there's so much great wrestling on the show. And also, there's going to be Halftime Harley.
I saw that.
Harley Cameron's halftime show on Collision this week. I'm excited for that. She's a great singer, a great wrestler, and dare I say, a great puppeteer.
Now, you mentioned All In. It's going to be at Globe Life Field July 12th. Go to allelitewrestling.com. Can we take some credit for badgering you into bringing a pay-per-view here? Because y'all would do Winter's Coming at the Caldwell Center every year. We loved it, but every time you're like, hey, can we get a pay-per-view too? And you're like, man, you guys are a little greedy. Did we help beat you down into submission to give us this pay-per-view?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a team effort by you and all the great fans around Texas, because every time we come to Texas, and that's why I'm so excited about this next week, by the way, because I can't wait to come to Houston on Saturday. I can't wait to come to Austin on Tuesday for Wednesday Night Dynamite. And I can't wait for these shows, those areas, and Dallas, DFW, in particular, the legendary history around there, the Von Erich family, world class, all the great shows, and all the great history of DFW, of the Dallas Metroplex. Dallas Metroplex arguably is the single greatest wrestling market in the entire world. And like I said, we got big shows coming up around Texas, and I think people are going to come from all over Texas to come to the Dallas Metroplex, to be in Arlington at Globe Life Field July 12th. This is going to be AEW's biggest show ever in America. And everyone said, when are you going to bring a pay-per-view, including you?
Yes.
You said, when are you going to bring a pay-per-view to Texas? And specifically, when are you going to bring a pay-per-view around Dallas?
Metroplex.
We've never done a Texas pay-per-view before, and it's coming to the Dallas Metroplex, coming to Arlington. I can't wait for July 12th. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be AEW's biggest show in America. It's already our biggest gate we've ever had in America.
In America? Wow.
And there's still tickets available. You can come July 12th. It's going to be a fantastic show. I can't wait for that. And I really appreciate you guys. Team effort, badgering me over the years, because I've always wanted to do a pay-per-view around Dallas. I'm a huge wrestling fan. I love working with Kevin Von Erich and Ross and Marshall.
Yeah, Ross and Marshall are the best.
In ROH and AEW, they're fantastic. I love those kids. I love the family, and I love the Dallas Metroplex, and that's why I'm so excited to be here with you and talking about AEW.
Now, since the peer pressure worked once before, I'm going to try a new tactic. You've talked about Max quite a bit. I just finished my 2019 Dynamite rewatch on Max because I know how to party.
Yep, that's good.
So then it wants me to jump to 2024, and I get that, but I need things to go in order. I have a very specific way it needs to play out. When do you think we might get more content on Max? There's a lot on there, but like when maybe?
It's a great question. There's going to be more rolled out. We're going to roll the whole library out. It's coming. And like you said, there's some great Dynamites, collisions, and we've got all these great pay-per-views and shows from all the years, and there's going to be more and more of that being uploaded, and that's one of the great things about this partnership. I think it was exciting because it was really the first time I've heard they keep these numbers at Max super close to the vest. It was exciting when we heard the report from Warner Brothers that we are one of the top sports streaming shows on Max. We're already a top show on TBS on Wednesdays, TNT on Saturdays, and now a top streaming show on Max. We have a great partnership and a great relationship there, and we're very blessed to be, like I said, Wednesdays on TBS, Saturdays on TNT, and streaming on Max with the whole library coming soon.
Okay.
So we're working on it.
Because I'm just going to keep going after you.
You're
for that.
very successful.
All right.
When you tend to get after me on stuff, you tend to get what you want.
I know you got to go allelitewrestling.com. You can find all your info for All In, July 12th, Globe Life Field in Arlington. Tony, thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Hey, thanks for having me on. It's always good to see you. Real pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Khan right here on
I'm excited to go to that. I'm into wrestling,
You better
especially
go.
live wrestling. It's going to be during, I believe, the All-Star break of Major League Baseball, so I'm going to try to take my nephews. They're in love with it, too, so I'm going to be there at the ballpark.
Thank you.
I like it. Your newfound love, Mike, for wrestling. Don't worry, we don't got to keep you. Your newfound love of wrestling, Mike, I think is really neat, and I'm glad I'll be there.
Yeah.
We'll all hang out together. It's going to be a blast. Thank you very much, good sir. There you go, Tony Khan right here on 105.3 The Fan. You're good. We got it. Don't worry. All right. All content, no breaks right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I might need to check in with, well, I don't need to check in with Corey.
I'm booking Cynthia Freeland tomorrow. So
Okay,
she
great.
was going to do 12:40, but she's doing a panel at the hotel right now. She said she'd have to do phone. And I said, no, we want you in a chair. And she said, deal. Thanks to Jane Slater, because it's her best friend. Jane's always hooking us up one day after
Is
another.
it really your best friend?
It is. Yeah.
I think they're really close.
She must have fell out with Diana Rossini.
No, Diana Rossini's right there.
I know, but they were like...
Jane has lots of best friends.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, what do you think, Mike? I know we're doing Mike Likes It.
No,
I got to
it's okay.
ask
This
you
is
real
fine.
quick. What do you think of the concept of multiple best friends? Would one not
No,
argue?
I don't think that's true.
Yes.
I think you have to have one best friend. And
Like the
others are-
Bluebell
are
girl.
great friends.
Mhm.
Yeah, she had to change friends.
Yeah.
Either change schools or whatever, but
This is
it's
weird.
the first day of the first grade, and
Yes.
you found a new best friend.
Yes.
Well, see, okay, now
I mean, that's going to be
adult, so I
coming
think
on here. It's
okay.
almost Ranger time. You're going to hear that Bluebell commercial again.
Like, I don't think I've ever had a work friend like Kevin. He would be my best work friend I've ever had.
But he's not your best friend.
Such a long
Pretty much
relationship.
setting us up
But
that
I
he's
have,
his
there's
best
like
friend.
this group of like 6 guys I've known forever. We're best friends. So that's my best friends group. I have like 7 best friends. And
So-
you, Mike.
I'm a friend.
And Alec.
He's your best work friend. Am I getting this right? I'm a work friend.
I'm in a
and Kevin's your best work friend. Is that right? Do I have this correct?
I guess that's the best I'm going to get. Yeah,
Right?
That's what I heard.
Which is fine. Do you think we'll still be friends?
After like the world ends or whatever? I don't know.
Well-
I don't know where I'm going to be.
Man, I don't know if I'm ready
hoping.
for such philosophical questions.
I'm hoping.
Well,
Fingers crossed.
there's Diana Rossini over there. I'd love to ask her, did you know that you've fallen out of the best friend of Jane? Like you,
Okay.
When we interviewed her in 17, it was with Jane and Diana Rossini, came on 105.3 The Fan, and they were like best friends. They did a joint interview.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But now,
Are they not best friends
I
anymore?
guess not.
You want me to text Jane and ask, or do we just want
yeah,
to
like
ask
Diana Rossini's
live?
next to us. Should we just call her your good friend and not your best friend?
Okay, here's what we're going to do. If she gets off of whatever interview she's doing right now,
Yeah.
in the next before this segment's over, I'll go over and say, hey, Your best friend Jane said you need to hop on with us for 5 seconds.
Man, if I could say for just 1 second, Corey has been a real MVP of wrangling folks.
Or trying at least. I mean, I only do my best.
Here's my next Mike likes it off of just like random stuff. So Diana Rossini's wearing like a really nice red long leather dress. I feel like there's two ways to wear leather. Either you're women, like with
pants,
or you're a wrestler. I don't think leather pants work for men.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on leather pants for women? You'll see leather pants
Believe
around
it or
for
not,
women all the time, but leather
never wear
pants
leather
for men,
pants.
I feel like it works in wrestling, and that's about it.
I have an answer for this. I'm going to go to the television show Friends that helped inspire my answer to this. Because remember Ross, he wanted to make things happen and he wanted to do cool things, so he put on leather pants. Yeah. But then once he took them off to use the restroom, he couldn't get them back on.
Because of the sweat.
Yeah. So I say leather pants.
Yeah, how are women doing that? Is it because men have hair on their legs?
That I don't know. You know, women have hair on their legs too.
You know how women are.
They should.
Okay, PJ Washington, I don't think that's applicable right here.
Sometimes they're stubbly.
I don't know
but
if you
not
said they
fully
shouldn't
buried.
either. Like,
yeah, women should shave their legs on a regular basis.
Okay.
That way.
All right. Well, I don't know, but yes, I'd say leather pants for men, unless you're going to like a leather bar. No, don't do it.
Is it a leather bar?
That's
Is
right.
if you had to shave your legs for a year, would that be like a huge punishment, and people had to feel your legs to make sure you are keeping it up?
Here's the
I
thing.
don't think I would like that second part at all.
I like being touched, so I'm okay
Well,
with
it's
it.
just so we know you're doing it, because you wear pants all the time.
My
we can't
legs.
see your legs.
Mike, you've seen my leg.
my
It's
face,
starting to
I
lose
don't-
hair. I'm balding on my leg.
Really?
Yeah,
I
around
would
my
have
ankles.
taken that
Yeah,
trade.
for sure.
I
I don't
can't
know
grow
why.
hair on
So-
my legs, but I got hair on my head.
People think I'd look really weird if I had hair, but at least I could have the option. I don't really have the option. I'm going to look like my
neither.
former manager, Art Howe, if I put on hair on my head.
I'm just trying to decide. I keep asking Adrian, do I just go ahead and shave it and get rid of it? Or, like, what do I do? And she's just like, I don't know, keep it as long
I've
as
shaved
you
my
can.
legs before. It feels
For
good.
what purpose?
I don't
You were in a
remember.
pitching slump, probably, right?
Well, I've done that, but I've done it recently. I don't know why. I just did it. I had a little extra time. And I'll tell you this, it is tough to shave all your leg. There's the backside and everything. That It's just really tough to
Nair.
see and everything.
Nair.
Oh, I don't. Do they still do Nair?
Adrian,
surely
actually,
they have some equivalent.
We recently, Adrian got
Like
some because
wax, hot wax.
we are kind of working with Lucy on learning some things, and so we felt like maybe Nair would be an option. But it made our pipes stink so bad, like you could smell it.
Really?
Yeah, it was terrible. So I was
Kevin.
like, I'm out.
I think Kevin just saw a hot woman and mouthed, "Who's that?"
He has never
Hey,
looked at a woman.
Mike,
What? What?
shut the hell up.
It's just a normal hot woman, Kevin.
Okay,
She has a name.
I know. That's why I was asking. I didn't know who it was.
Okay, I'm sure Nico's planning a really horse-ass trade right now. Let's see if that gets through. in the
Somebody
next
just
hour
sent me a screenshot of PJ Washington holding his baby, and underneath it, it's a Luka comment that says, "Hold on to him before they trade him."
Okay, I'm okay with that. I really thought you were going to say the quote was, "You know how women are," and I was going to be like, "Please don't attribute that back to us."
All right, so this is where I was going with Mike likes it before leather pants and everything got in the way. Did you know the Superdome once held a minor league team?
Minor league baseball?
Minor league baseball team. In 1977, the Tulsa Oilers, they had the second lowest attendance in AAA baseball, and so they moved the team to New Orleans, and they were called the New Orleans Pelicans.
What? What?
Their manager, later in life, beat the Rangers in the World Series. Who
You're
do you think
kidding
that
me.
was?
Bruce Bochy.
Who's the other one?
Tony
La
Russa.
Tony La Russa was the manager of the 1977 minor league New Orleans Pelicans.
Really?
And by the way, looking at this, it looks like they might have had great attendance. And I guess it says here, the story begins before the 1976 season when the Superdome built for blank in 1975. So the Superdome, which will be hosting the Super Bowl here Sunday, how much do you think it cost to build the Superdome in 1975?
$2 million.
$20 million.
$134 million, which had to be a whole bunch. Like back then, that does sound like
Yes.
1975, $134 million.
But Kevin, you're always talking about how much of a difference billion is, and
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
like that's one of those. That's now.
It doesn't
your
seem
stadiums
like
are
so
$2
much
billion.
inflation that did it cost $1 billion to build Jerry World?
I think that is correct.
Like that doesn't seem like.
No, that would be cheap now.
Yeah. Okay. So, it hosted exhibition games between the Houston Astros and Minnesota Twins, drawing 25,000 fans. One of the people who noticed the series' success was A. Ray Smith, the owner of the Tulsa Oilers AAA team in Oklahoma, which I just said, second lowest attendance in the American Association. Smith worked out an arrangement to relocate his club to New Orleans in '77 and make the Superdome, which is just amazing to me that a stadium this big would host AAA baseball.
That I can't even I guess you know what it made me think of? The second Bad News Bears movie.
Yeah.
When they're like trying to play in the Astrodome.
Yeah. Before a Houston Astros game, and then they kick the kids off the field to get the
And then what
Astros
happened,
game.
Mike?
Let them play.
Let them play. Let them play. I thought we were doing a thing.
Well, you know what? You can't do a chant without doing it 3 times. My apologies, Kevin. That's on me.
Yeah, that was up to you.
I get
guys.
distracted sometimes by stuff.
Hot women.
No, just people around. I thought I saw the Hurt Syndicate, and I was going to go find Bobby for you.
All right, St. Louis Cardinals. That was the organization, by the way, in New Orleans. So there were 68 games in 1977. If you wanted to buy a season ticket to those 68 games, how much do you think it cost for those 68 games for a ticket?
$100.
$38.
$200 for 68 games.
I just wasn't sure because you talked about the low attendance that they're like, we're practically giving these tickets
Every
away.
number I'm saying, Kevin, is essentially like 1925 prices, I feel like.
Yeah.
Was that the hot woman that just walked by us again?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mike.
Okay, I didn't notice her the first time. I just saw something. And then, okay, so the tickets range from $1.50 to $3.50. Parking back then, $1.
Are you okay, Mike?
I am.
He is so. I've never seen you giggly before.
You shut up, Mike. You do not answer that
I was
question.
number one.
You do not answer that question.
All right, opening night. How many people do you think were here for opening night in 1977 at the Superdome
All right.
for a AAA baseball game?
I think they crushed it. 17,000 people. I think it's a
Reunion Arena.
I think it's a crazy number.
Back when they had a general manager who cared about Dallas.
55,000.
I guess they could have fit 55,000 in there. You were very close, Kevin. It was 18,000 people, and the Pelicans lost 13-8. Do you know who the best team on the Omaha Royals was?
The best player?
George
Yeah,
Brett.
what did I say?
You said the best team.
Yeah,
George
best
Brett.
player.
Tony Gwynn.
No, I'm going to give you a hint. I think I have this wrong on the year. He was on the Rangers.
Pete O'Brien.
In 2010,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, as part of the staff.
Okay, I was about to say,
Mike Maddox.
Close.
Rudy Jaramillo.
He was not the hitting coach
Okay.
then, but you
Will
have the right
Hershiser.
spot.
Have the right position. Who was the hitting coach that year?
He went on to manage more, and he managed before. And a lot of guys loved him as the hitting coach, but I believe he was only the hitting coach for 1 year. It was Clint Hurdle.
Oh, Clint Hurdle.
yeah,
I always just
yeah.
thought he was a bench coach. My bad. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, he was great.
That she walked by. Yeah, okay. So Clint Hurdle said it was.
I am engaging with you in this segment. It's not like I'm laying out in this segment.
It was. Clint Hurdle said it was very cool. It was such a new novelty. It was like playing.
Shut up. Shut up, Mike.
He said arena baseball, which obviously you never played AAA baseball in a like indoor stadium.
Derek Holland just
arena.
texted me Clint Hurdle, by the way.
One series there, Willie Wilson went something like 11 for 13. He never hit a ball out of the infield, but he was able to run on the AstroTurf there. And they said that because in AAA, usually, this is back in the 70s, I think it's become way better. Obviously, the Athletics are about to find out because they're going to play their whole season in a AAA stadium. And the Tampa Bay Rays are about to play their whole season in a spring training stadium.
Yeah, and you think that's – well, you think the A's is going to be worse, right?
Well, here's one of the deals. They were like, what was amazing as a hitter is it was lit up so well. And you get to AAA stadiums, you have to remember this. the light poles are not as high as big major league stadiums. So I'm not saying the ball will do this, but the ball can get above the lights.
Yeah.
And so not that you lose the ball, but you're just used to a major league lit stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying, man, it was kind of awesome playing in New Orleans. And then the New Orleans Pelicans said it was kind of awesome playing our home games here because all the guys on the other team would go out and get hammered drunk. And so they wouldn't play their good baseball here in New Orleans because there were so many things to do party-wise that they sometimes, party too much.
Dude, that is a home field advantage, baby. I love that.
And I remember ticking off my wife here when I was on the Tucson Sidewinders. I was trying to remember what team. And
I think you told us this story in the car.
I won't tell the story I told about there, but I will say this. That night I went out with the team and I stayed out too late and I did drink too much. I was not pitching the next day. And so I remember getting back to the hotel at 5 a.m. and calling my wife because I was on the bathroom floor sick. I did barely make the bus. Thank God I made the bus and I showed up on time. And then I got in trouble because a guy kept wanting believe it or not, it was raining in the summertime here, so we've never had batting practice here. And then I wasn't in the best of moods because I had too much to drink, and a guy kept yelling for all our autographs in the dugout. I said, give me the ball, I'll autograph it. And then I autographed it with 3 different names. I autographed it Michael Jordan, then I autographed Wayne Gretzky, and then I autographed Babe Ruth, and I handed the ball back to him. I said, you got 3 awesome autographs here. Now stop yelling in our dugout. And then he got mad at me, and he called over our manager, Chip Hale, which I'm hoping to have Chip Hale on next week because he's the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats in college now.
Oh, yeah.
And they're having big tournaments at Globe Life Field. So anyways, might get Chip Hale on, and he'll probably not remember that story, but he got mad at me. And I'm like, Chip, who gives a crap? That guy's a jerk. He got 3 awesome autographs. They're just not the 3 people. Weren't autographed by those 3 people. They were autographed by me, but I put those names on that ball for him.
Now, we mentioned it earlier, Mike, and I know you don't care now, but just in case you wanted to know, the 76ers are sending another second-round pick to the Mavericks.
Nico did it.
In 2030.
Yes!
As part
in your face, Bassett. The Mavs are back on top.
That they made yesterday, if you want that. Looks like C.J. McCollum and Zion are not going to be moved from the Pelicans, while there continues to be a lot of teams that are looking for Kevin Durant. So nothing there just yet. You got an hour and 6 minutes before the trade deadline hits, but there's some updates. DeAndre Hunter on the move with the Cavs.
I'm almost done with Mike Likes It. Corey, my question to you is, do you think I helped Kevin take a load off today?
I think you did. Unfortunately, Diana's still over there, so I haven't been able to go snag her to ask her the Jane question. But, Mike, I enjoyed it. I had a really good time. That's the most I think Kevin's laughed all week.
Lucky number 13 more. You know what I'm saying?
Shut up. Yes, I know. I know exactly what you're saying. I don't know why you keep saying that to me. I know exactly what you're saying.
What are you saying?
The hell, Corey? You won't be on my team
Steve
either?
Nash was number 13 for the Mavs.
You're not saying that because of Steve Nash.
Why am I saying it?
Coming up next.
Well, I guess you called my bluff there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I do believe we will have NFL MVP, Super Bowl champion, and NFL Hall of Famer Marcus Allen right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan. Hopefully, we're going to have Marcus Allen in just a few minutes. Brian Baldinger coming up as well. So we got plenty of stuff. In the meantime, I know that Corey got some audio from Diana Rossini that perhaps we will play. In the meantime,
whenever Alec has it ready, just let us know. And it's pretty funny.
In the meantime, do you want to throw to a little C block here, or would you like to pivot in another direction?
Well, the C block topic I have for the day is very. Oh, we have the audio, Kevin. Are you ready to?
Okay,
do you want to hear it?
So just will you reset why these questions got asked? Because I was right there. It was really funny.
So, and by the way, Cynthia Freeland going to hop on with us at noon tomorrow. I just had a chat with her about that. But I saw her and I was like, hey, I think she's got a lot of numbers. And Kevin is a beautiful mind guy and he loves numbers too. So I was like, they might like really hit it off. You know, Mike, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I said, hey, let me see if I can get her. So I texted Jane, and Jane said, oh, she's my best friend. What do you need? And I was like, oh, great. And so then I mentioned that, and Mike was like, hold on. I thought Diana Rossini was her best friend, and Diana was sitting right next to us. And then so, Mike, we had the discussion. Do you only have one best friend, or can you have a best friend group? So we got in the conversation. I stopped her for a second, and here's what she had to say. Okay, so what is it like knowing that Cynthia Freeland is now Jane Slater's best friend?
Well, as the original best friend of Jane, Ashley Slater, I will tell you that I've discovered that she is very best friend slutty.
Oh, my gosh.
She just hands out that title. Essentially, if you say hi to Jane, best friend immediately. Besties, hashtag best friends forever. I'm done with it. It's over, Jane.
Oh, my gosh. Can you be a best friend group, or is it only one?
You have one best friend. It's not a plural. You pick one and you stick with it through the thick and the thin. The problem with her is she bails when it gets bad, and so she just picks up more. So it's been bad for me, as you can tell.
I get it. I understand. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks. This was a great interview.
So there you go. She said that was a great interview, by the way. Appreciate that.
That second part, I was listening because you guys were like right next to the table. I thought that was tremendous, and I was shaking my head yes when she goes, it's best friend. You can only have one best friend, and I was like, I'm with you on that.
Can you have one best male friend and one best female friend?
Yeah, your wife.
My wife is my best, she's my best friend.
Yeah, but I'm saying you cannot have a female best friend.
And a wife?
And a wife. No.
That doesn't work that way?
That does
Absolutely
feel like
not.
that would be problematic, right?
There's a whole song about that somewhat, but it's the opposite way from Biz Marquee.
What if it's her best friend? Like, what if she has a best friend?
Your wife cannot have a best friend that is a male.
No,
absolutely not.
What I'm saying is, what if she has a female best friend? They're best friends, but you also are really tight. Like, she's your best friend too.
No, she's not, because I get along with my wife's best friend really well. But my best friend is my wife.
Okay, so you wouldn't trust your wife's best friend.
Just wait till
with the murder weapon.
When friends also get divorced, you have to pick. One of them's out.
Yeah.
One of them's out. Dang.
Like
if you went on double dates and, but if they get divorced, you can't go because your wife would say, I'm not going out with your good friend who is now dating another woman who I was great friends and still am probably friends with the woman who is now divorced from that person. We cannot go out on dates and then somehow hey, let's take a picture, and then it's on whatever their social media, and then that woman is going to say, what the crap, man? Woman, I guess, because now you're going out on dates with the guy, and now you're going to have to go out on a date with us, and then you're the guy, and you're like, I don't know if I'm supposed to go out on a date because I'm still good friends with him, and now I'm going to be acting like I'm good friends with this guy who's probably banging her, and it just gets really weird.
This did happen once, not this specifically, but I was dating a girl back in the day, and one night I called to say, hey, do you want to go out and see a movie? We're going to go see Hope Floats. And
It was a long time ago.
She
Like in high
she was babysitting that night, and I'd been dating her for just a little bit, but she was babysitting that night. Her sister answered the phone.
Was this high school?
It was just after high school. Yeah, it was shortly after high school. Her sister answered the phone, and so I was like, well, hey, I still want to see this movie. What are you doing? And so I took her sister to go see Hope Floats. And then whenever I got back, the next day, the girl I was dating called me and was like, why did you take my sister out on a date? And I was like, we're just friends hanging out. And so we broke up after that. She broke up with me.
Oh, Mike, I know this won't happen. But if you were to get a divorce, do you think most of your couple friends would go one direction or the other?
I'm the a-hole. She's the nice one. Everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have to ask that? I was like, no, you're a D.
You know exactly why I had to ask that, because you are a D today.
You don't even hang out with Sue, and you're like, I'd rather hang out with Sue than you.
She helps keep our baby healthy. Yeah, I just wanted to, in case anyone has missed the news of the day. Yes, facts. Yeah. I do know what you're saying. If you missed it yesterday, the hope is that Anthony Davis, I think, still probably play on.
Is that he goes back to the Lakers?
No, on Saturday.
That's the hope.
As opposed to tonight, Jimmy Butler did get traded to the Warriors. The Lakers. I guess the Lucers. The Lucers picked up Mark Williams, and I think that was a heck of a move right there. And then we've got 51 minutes until the NBA trade deadline, and the Cavs have been getting some stuff done today as well. So we will keep you updated if anything happens. I know GBag will be on it at the beginning of their show as well. So just wanted to give you some updates on the trade market.
All right. Well, there you go.
Well, good for the NBA.
Okay, you won't want to hear the rest of this. Supposedly, Trae Young was on the Spurs' radar before they went and picked up De'Aaron Fox. DeAndre Hunter is who I was thinking of with the Cavs. De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, so I was reading about De'Aaron Fox, and in my mind it didn't make sense. I was like, oh yeah, he's with Wemby. This is a great combination for those two. Trae Young would have been a bad fit in my mind.
I think so too.
He's a chucker. I've always said that. The De'Aaron Fox seems like he's the perfect combo for him because of what he can do and how he's grown into his own little version of stardom. But that's a great combo, and Wemby's needed that. He's needed a person like that can distribute and get him the ball.
All right,
I hope it works out for all involved.
Here at the Super Bowl, you always got to be ready to move on the fly. So coming up next, we're going to combo up. We're going to have Brian Baldinger, and then we will have Marcus Allen next right here on The Fan.
You've made us know.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Row in New Orleans, courtesy of Stella. Thank you very much for making that happen. Want to thank the Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hoping you're watching those confessional videos as well for making this trip happen. And right now we bring to you knower of all things football. It is Brian Baldinger.
That's an introduction.
I know that's a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but I feel like it's warranted.
All right. Well, I'll take the compliment. I mean, I do study the game. I do have a deep appreciation for it, and I try to, I try to educate the fans. I try to give publicity to players that might not get it normally. They might get big fat contracts saying that you're valuable and you're needed, but that doesn't always transfer into somebody sort of showing what some of these players do on Sundays that maybe isn't getting enough attention.
Oh, man, that's the thing I love is I see it, and I'm like, I can take that little bit of information. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. That's and the credibility that goes along with seeing what you're talking about. That's great.
Players, players gravitate towards it. They watch it. They study it. They're a fan of it.
Yeah.
And so, I try to be on top of it. I try to do my homework. I announce games every Sunday. I'm around. I go to training camps. I go meet the new players. I was just taught, early on in my career when I was announcing games at Fox that you got to get to know the top 10 players in every team because that's the majority of the time you're going to spend your time talking about those guys. But I like to go a lot deeper than that because there's guys that, are on rosters that are contributing to these teams and nobody ever talks about them. So I try to be that voice.
Now, I know this player doesn't necessarily fit into that category to start, but I'm curious. It's the narrative on Jalen Hurts that he's been a turnover machine, and I feel like people ignore the second half of the season, maybe the last 3 quarters of the season, where he's taking care of the ball better than any quarterback.
Well, let's just be factual about this, all right? They had a Week 5 bye, and if you take out the Week 16 game against Washington, where he was concussed in the first quarter, he's 13-0 as a starter. He threw 1 interception.
That was against the Cowboys.
Against the Cowboys, yep. And he's fumbled once. He's had 2 turnovers, counting in the postseason, now 3 postseason games. He's turned it over twice in 13 games. Now, he's throwing it, on average, in those 13 wins, about 22 times a game. He's not putting the ball in harm's way. He did that against Green Bay in Week 1 in São Paulo, Brazil. He was excoriated for it. He did it against New Orleans. So he did it against Atlanta. So he has now figured out that Saquon's the MVP. We've got the best offensive line in football. Our defense has risen to the number 1 defense in football. I'm not going to, and in some of these games are 7-8 possession games.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give another team an extra at bat. I'll take a sack. I'll throw it away. I'll do what I need to do to make sure that we don't give them an extra at bat.
I know you didn't play the quarterback position,
yes.
But Kevin was giving us a stat earlier about late, interceptions, late turnovers, and I'm kind of, at what point do you think a quarterback realizes he threw an interception? Does he kind of know this is risky and I'm taking a shot here?
When they do this. when it's released, they're just
now I got to go try
cover
to tackle.
themselves up going
I feel like they know this is a risky one, but I'm going to chance it, and dadgummit, that was the wrong one.
Well, there's certain throws that catch any quarterback off guard.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't see the defender. They're locked in and they're throwing a slant. They didn't see, the hook curl player, already bouncing out there and it steps right in front of a throw. We see that every Sunday. You see some tip balls that get intercepted where you're giving your guy a chance. 50-50 ball, the ball gets tipped, somebody comes up. So we see that. There's certain throws that, against coverages that you want to make. Tampa 2 coverage, and you get your number 3 receiver down the seam, and you can fit it in, and Okay. But for the most part, quarterbacks, they see the interception. They see it when it's released. They know that either they didn't hit the right spot, the right shoulder, they left it, hanging on the outside to a defender, and they got to eat it.
Yeah, and the guys like Mahomes, they mitigate that risk so well.
Oh, my God, so well.
They get them in this position every year.
Well, the thing that about Patrick, though, is he's not afraid to throw an interception.
No, he's not.
And so, the thing about Patrick is he plays the game with no fear. And so interceptions are going to happen.
Yeah.
When you play like that. The throw to, against Houston to Travis Kelce in the end zone where he's getting hit and he's falling forward and he's, just throwing it out there and he's hoping that, Travis is going to come get it.
But on the fourth quarter, on that final drive, he doesn't seem to take that risk. It seems like he's more willing to be like, all right, I got 4 more seconds.
Well, he's also excellent at keeping the ball.
Yeah.
And running for the first down.
Yeah.
And understanding where the sticks are to extend the play. So he really, not to get carried away, but he's like the ultimate Zen player.
Yeah.
Like he just knows the situation. And whether it's fourth quarter, whether it's 2 minute, whether it's fourth down, like he understands the gravity of the moment.
How are you feeling about the Chiefs' offensive line, maybe specifically interior? Because I know they're really working to hey, let's make sure our left tackle's okay. How do you feel about that going into the game?
Well, I mean, they made the switch that they had to make.
Yeah.
They had to put, the left guard out there at left tackle, and he's played great. And they had to put Callie in. It was the best option. They were committing too many penalties at left tackle, whether it was a rookie or a Wanye, whoever was there. Too many penalties, and then they were giving up too many sacks. And so they were constantly playing from behind, and it stunted the offense. And so Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith are just an amazing duo. They literally are inseparable. They come to OL Masterminds every year, even though it's 2 weeks before the start of camp. They sit in the front row. They take notes. They lead the breakout sessions down there in Frisco.
Is that with Duke Manyweather?
That's with Duke.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's
Duke
fantastic.
Lane Johnson and the guys, they're there every year. They're just an amazing player. I mean, Trey's going to get paid this year. Creed's been paid. It hasn't changed who they are.
I'm fascinated by Chris Jones and his power and the way he uses that power and the way he gets an offensive lineman off kilter. Is there a comparison that you've seen over time that kind of has that same build and ability and speed and all this great combination that you can look at and go, he's kind of like that guy?
Well, he can play anywhere on the defensive line. He's like the piano man.
You got to love that.
He's going to go wherever he can win.
Mm-hmm.
So you see him lining up against a lot of tackles in this league. I don't think he's going to see Lane Johnson this week, but he might. You don't know. But he's got a great feel to grab arms, wrists, if you're trying to punch him, to grab it, lift the center of gravity up, and move his feet at the same time. He's got very light feet. Always going forward. He's got that power that you mentioned, but he can take your center of gravity away and really walk you back to the quarterback. But bigger than that, bigger than any move, is he really understands how to take a game over. The way Aaron Donald did, the way Von Miller has. There's not many that know how to do it and understand. Not that second down and 10 in the second quarter isn't important. It is. But 3rd and 8 in the fourth quarter of a final minutes, that's more important.
Rise.
And he really understands. All right, I've gone up against most of the guys in the lineup today. Where can I win? Where can I get home? Where can I affect the quarterback the most? And he really has a feel for.
That's fascinating that he's taking those kind of notes throughout the game to go, all right, I'm going to win this one whenever it matters most. I like that a lot.
One specific thing in this game kind of feels irresistible force against an immovable object is the defense of Kansas City, obviously, against Saquon. Now, I mean, we haven't talked a lot about George Karlaftis or Nick Bolton, or there's so many different parts on this. What do you see as maybe the most effective player or two that can help slow down Saquon?
Well, I mean, they have a formula, and they showed it against Baltimore last year in the AFC Championship game. They're going to put their 3 big linebackers out there, Bolton, Chenal, along with Tranquil. They'll walk Justin Reed up. They'll play, some level of a 4-4 or 8-man box, and those guys are hard to run against. They played that largely against Baltimore the first game of the season. Philadelphia is going to see that. But they also haven't seen an offensive line like Philadelphia.
Yeah,
that's true.
They just haven't. Nobody, I mean, no knock to Kansas City or Detroit or any Buffalo. They don't have the power that Philadelphia has. And, there's very, like I said, like I nicknamed Mekhi Becton when he was rookie with the Jets, Highway 77 when he was with the Jets.
Yeah.
Like he has unusual power. And I told Lane Johnson, I go, if he goes in there and he nails down this right guard spot, you played with Jason Peters. He has Jason Peters kind of power. And not many people do.
Yeah.
And he has that type of power where he can just move big bodies. And Landon Dickerson's been doing that since he was at Alabama. Mailata is the same. Yeah. So they just have bodies. You can put all those guys up there. They can move those people. And so there's the question of, can you stop Saquon from getting into the alley where he can use his breakaway speed?
Yeah, that's what he does.
And you're not sure they can.
I'm not sure that they can. I don't know. Because, look, they've run it 725 times in 20 games.
Yeah.
There's only the Raiders in 76 and the Bears in 85 are the only other two teams in NFL history to run it that many times. So, that's their formula.
It's not very often you get two rookie secondary players to play like DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. How much? I know
kidding.
you got to give Fangio tons of credit for the way he's using them also, but like those two guys, what have you seen when you've studied them?
So it's interesting. I was in Brazil this year for the opening game. Wow. I was working for the NFL Network, and Bradbury was supposed to start. He was the starting right corner, and Quinyon was just a rookie. And they had a role for him, but something happened to Bradbury. He wasn't 100%. They threw Quinyon out there. He played great that day. He started every game. Cooper DeJean, he didn't start the season, but they weren't really sure. Is he going to be a corner? Is he going to be a nickel? Is he going to be a safety coming out of Iowa? Well, once they put him into the nickel position, they couldn't get him out of there. Like his ability to stone guys off the line of scrimmage, they're unbelievable. I mean, whether it's the quick game that you saw last week from Washington, they could defeat any blockers out there. They play physically. They're excellent tacklers. They have a sixth sense when the ball's in the air. They don't commit a lot of penalties. Like they're just made for Vic's defense.
Yeah,
they're made for it.
Now I know we got to wrap you up. Busy schedule. Synergen X and Low T Center. Yeah. I don't want to leave out what you're helping spread the word about.
So the Low T Center is there's 600 centers around the country. You can go get your testosterone scores measured. I'm not the same guy I was 25 years ago. I admit it.
Yeah,
I need a little help. You get your testosterone scores level. If it's low, they can bump it up. They have a number of products that can do it. They can deliver the products right to your doorstep. They can measure it, put it in a syringe, and tell you exactly what you need to do. They've really simplified the process. You can do it online now, so there's a big online push where you can get everything done, and it's done safely, and you can get back to being, the energy level, the activity level. Some of the injuries you might have will heal faster. And your soulmate out there that still wants a great life. Provide some of that.
You said online, synergenx.com and lowtcenter.com to make it happen. Man, thank you very much for jumping on with us today.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Baldinger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, in a couple of minutes, we are going to have Marcus Allen on as well. We're going to continue the content. DeAndre Hunter going to the Cavs. I wanted to bring that up specifically because of how efficient he's been at the three-point line this year. Now, I know he can score a lot, but sometimes that can be misleading. He's taken a step up in scoring this year, and the last couple of years, he's been pretty dang consistent on his three-point shooting. So the Cavs, already one of the best teams in the NBA, make another pickup to... I have to admit, I'm really fascinated to see how Celtics-Cavs, I assume, eventually plays out in the playoffs.
Yeah, I do think that Milwaukee and the Knicks will have something to say about those probably semifinals matchups that I won't be watching.
Yes. Do you have any concern, or did you have any concern, I'll say, that maybe their coach is running the Knicks at maximum speed right now in Thibodeau, and then maybe you don't have that next level up?
I remember Draymond Green saying the New York Knicks, their issue is they play like it's a playoff game during the regular season, so they don't have another level to go to in the playoffs. Now, that was a few years ago. They have more talent now on the Knicks. I guess we'll find out if the Knicks have another place to go with Karl Anthony Towns and Brunson and those guys in the playoffs. I mean, it's a very good team.
Right now, we bring to you Marcus Allen, former NFL MVP, Super Bowl champion, NFL Hall of Famer. Good afternoon, sir.
Thanks for having me.
What is today like specifically, because tonight's the night, or I guess this morning was probably the time that people found out if they did or did not make the Hall of Fame. What is that moment? What's the lead up to it like?
Have we found out?
So they have found out, but we don't find out unless somebody tells you off air. You know
it was so long ago. I was in San Diego at the time, actually. I thought we were going to be in a Super Bowl, so it was the second best thing. Happen, right?
Yeah.
But it was in San Diego, my hometown and stuff, and I thought, like, wow. We ended up losing to, I think, Denver. We had beat, actually, Green Bay that year. We actually killed Green Bay in Kansas City, but we lost to Denver, and we would have played Green Bay again and stuff. And so that was, no, what am I talking about? No, I was gone. I'm thinking about San Diego when I was playing with the.
Am I going to have to fact check you on this?
No. I'm thinking about the Hall of Fame. Who played then? Was it the who was in the Super Bowl that year? San Diego.
San Francisco. They beat Dallas, and then San Francisco won 100-0 pretty much, because it was San Francisco versus Dallas for the real Super Bowl.
Because I found out in San Diego. You sure?
Well, I just know when the Chargers
Super Bowl was
play
in San Diego, right?
in the
Super Bowl was in San Diego.
Oh, no, he's saying in San Diego, not
Yeah.
against the Chargers.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that then.
Yeah, I don't know who played. Such a long time ago.
Okay, that might be the answer to this question as well. I did want to check. In Super Bowl 18,
yes,
you have the early fumble. For a lot of people, it feels like that would kind of break them. Can you walk us through how that obviously did not?
It did not. Let me tell you what. I was so confident, and also I was such. I used the word metaphysical earlier because it's just hard to explain where I was. I was so in tune. I had the greatest night's sleep ever the night before.
Oh.
Yeah, and really sort of nothing bothered me. I don't know if you heard about the story where this is my first Super Bowl, and we had rent cars, right? Normally, when you go to an opposing stadium, you catch either a cab if you want to go really early.
Yeah.
So I'm dating myself, right? Cabs right now, they take Ubers and stuff, but or you catch an early bus. Well, we had rent cars, right? And so I drove to the stadium in my rental car.
Wow.
And I pulled up to the parking attendant. I said, excuse me, ma'am, I'm playing with the Raiders. Where do we park? She says, do you have a parking pass? And I said, no. She says, you can't get in.
And that's why they lost the Super Bowl.
Ma'am,
No,
seriously. I said, seriously, no, I'm playing with the Raiders, and I need to get into the stadium. She says, I don't care who you're playing with. If you don't have a parking pass, you can't get in. And so I looked at Otis McKinney, who was a defensive back with the Raiders, was riding with me. I backed the car up against the curb. I looked at him. He looked at me. He grabbed his bag. I grabbed my bag. We took off running to the locker room. And to this day, I don't know what happened to the rental car.
Wow.
It could still be out
So
there
my
somewhere.
whole point was, is like nothing bothered me, dude. I was just so focused. But I do remember fumbling. I don't know if it was like the third time I touched the ball or something like that. And I remember, it's like, I can see it rolling away in slow motion, right? I can see the name Roselle on it, right?
Yeah.
So
you're like, forget the fumble. What's going to happen with that rental car?
And Frank jumped on it, and it was like, look, it was no big deal. I just went back to the huddle.
And obviously things went well from there.
Nothing was really a big deal that day.
By the way, Super Bowl in 2003 was in San Diego. It was Bucks Raiders. That was the.
Oh,
that
okay,
was
that's
the year.
right. That was the Bucks Raider, but
Yeah.
that's when I got
But it was in San Diego for sure.
But I was thinking about, there was a time before we played, because I'm still bitter about the loss, that we I think when Terrell Davis got the concussions, they played the Packers.
Yeah, I think it was the Packers. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And I should have been in that game. That's what we're talking about. Not the Hall of Fame.
That's
but
when he got the
in that game.
migraine, and
Yes,
they
at
said just
halftime.
go out there and be a decoy,
Yes.
but you have to be out there and be a decoy.
Right. That's what happened. So.
Now, I'm going to try to either impress myself or fail tremendously right here. We also have Christina Gavignano with us. Excuse me.
Very good.
Dr.
Christina Gavignano.
No, wait a
with
second.
us.
No. She's the Barry Sanders of doctors. Too.
Okay.
Really good.
That would have been easier to pronounce. Did I get it?
You got it right.
Absolutely.
Let's
Look at
you, man.
Freaking go.
Let me tell you what, man. Very impressive, right?
So, and I know we have plenty of more stuff, but I did kind of want to cut to the chase, at least on this part, pretty quickly and talk about some of the work that y'all are doing before delving back into some other stuff. Now, advancing brain health and athlete well-being. I know people will attribute, like, I know what CTE is, or I think I do, but it feels like it is far more complex than probably most people know.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great lead-in to the concept of CTE and what is it and how long have we even known about it. And conceptually, it's the idea that when the head has trauma repeatedly, there's this smoldering inflammation that in many cases is just never resolved. And so over time, too much inflammation, bad inflammation in your brain, basically causes the neurons to ball up and die, the cells that are inside your brain to not be able to function and talk to each other the way that they want to. And when that happens, you have cognitive decline and deficits. And what we're working on therapeutically are drugs that block bad inflammation in the brain, but they promote the good inflammation so you get tissue healing, which is hopefully what we intend to do, as we've done with other diseases so far that we've gotten FDA approved. Basically block the bad inflammation, promote the good inflammation, and allow your brain to heal. And that's really the concept in simple terms.
Wow.
And the trials are going very, very well.
I mean, that
She's
sounds
being modest.
amazing.
She's really good. She's
And I
really
keep
good
thinking
about
about all the other applications. When we're talking about just CTE, obviously, if this all works, that feels like that has a vast amount of implications with it.
That's the thing about this is I started studying this class of drugs when I was working on my PhD, and I first started studying it for HIV. And we were looking at it for HIV in the brain, actually, because that causes inflammation and causes cognitive decline. And we're now also in clinical trials for that, to show that it can block the inflammation and reverse cognitive deficits, where it's really the same thing underlying, where there's too much bad inflammation. Even if it's HIV disease or if it's depression or CTE. We're even seeing this with other diseases like Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's. Really, so many diseases in the brain are driven by too much inflammation. So conceptually, what we've done to date and gotten our drugs approved even for acute COVID that blocks the bad inflammation. We also have a direct to phase 3, which is the last stop before you get approved for long COVID, where the main endpoints for that study are blocking brain fog and reversing, chronic fatigue, really restoring quality of life for individuals. So we're seeing a lot of links here, but across diseases.
And one of the difficult things for me, guys, is to run into teammates that to notice a decline. Christine and I were talking about that, and hopefully we can, do something about that. But it's, Emory's the leader in neuroscience and pharmacology and sports science and stuff, and they do just an amazing job. But they're trying to find solutions, and that's really important.
I love hearing this. My daughter was born with HIE. She has ESES and lost white matter whenever she was born.
I see.
And she's now 11, and she's functional. She does a lot of things, but she's behind. But we were going to Cleveland Clinic, and we were on a clinical trial, and she was on Depakote and another. The clinical trial was a different medicine that we didn't get to see. She was the only one that her spike rate went from 95 to 0 or 0.1.
Wow.
And so they said, "What's the combination here?"
Right.
And so they were playing that game of, okay, what are we doing here? And now getting to see that result. I mean, we were in this place of chaos of panic and what is our daughter going to become? But knowing, and my brother was in medical school, and he was just like, we know so little about the brain right now. And there's so much more to learn. So I love hearing what the advances y'all are doing.
I love hearing these stories, because that's the thing, is everyone has a human connection. And when you talk about science, it's not just science, it's the human. And we love being able to talk to people and say, yes, there is hope. And there's potential, and we're doing it right now. So thank you so much for sharing that with me, too.
I told you she was the best.
I mean, we should have said also featuring Marcus Allen. Like, you should have been the B-side to the interview here. Yeah, you kind of touched on it, and coming to Radio Row, you see it year after year after year. I don't want to name any specific names, but plenty of your contemporaries or almost contemporaries, you see them in a state where, like, you were great on the field. That's what I remember, and it's hard to see them now. What does it mean to know that you might be helping not only your contemporaries, but hopefully this generation, next generation, and on and on and on?
Yeah, but not only, I mean, we even talked about soldiers.
Yeah.
Before. I mean,
Beyond
it's
football.
It's beyond football, guys. And anytime we can do with brain health, we're going to improve, a lot of lives and stuff. So this is really, really important.
That's awesome.
Yes,
That's
it
awesome.
is. Yes,
Man,
it is.
Thank you guys very, very much. I know we got to move. I really appreciate y'all jumping on with us and giving us a lot of information. Anywhere else we need to go website-wise or anything like that to check out the foundation or to help the cause?
Sure. So I have, if you Google Gavin Yano Drug Discovery Program, we're the first link that comes up. And we have a lot of links about neuroscience, neurotherapeutics. There's some nice video pieces where you can learn about the drugs we have in active clinical trials right now to improve brain health and block bad inflammation. So should be the first link when you Google us.
I saw it straight away.
Yes.
Fundamental, yeah.
And I'm just still trying to find a rental car, so if you could help me do that, that'd be great.
Do you think if you would have lost?
Gotta help this guy out, right?
See,
I asked you how many cars around this town. They're never picking this car up.
That's true.
But I was just
this was pre 9/11 to remember.
Oh
that
yeah.
right?
They would give anybody
they
a car.
would shut down the entire game and stuff like that. It's all
Do you think if
yeah.
the game would have gone differently, they'd have been like, "Hey, we need to talk about that car"?
It did.
Okay, that's a good point. That is a very good point. And by the way, to your point, I instantaneously found it. You can find stuff at humanhealth.emory.edu, emory.edu. So follow those instructions. If I can find it, other people can surely find it. Y'all, thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Appreciate that, dude.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Shan and RJ, our final show from Radio Row.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The thing I was surprised, not the trade. We knew the trade was going to happen. Jimmy Butler's like, I'm not going to sign an extension. Immediately voids out his player option and signs a 2-year extension with Golden State. Is that surprising, or are you like, yeah, when they throw $60 million per year at me, I'm going to give you a thumbs up?
Yeah, it was obvious he was doing everything in his power to get himself to Phoenix. That is what he wanted to do. So
Yes.
he did everything he could to strong-arm that. Once him and his agent got to the realization that that can't happen, they finally just said, well, I definitely don't want to be in Miami, and if Golden State's going to be willing to give me the extension and I can go try and compete for something, then he just really had no other options.
Are you tracking Kevin Durant? Like, supposedly the Grizzlies made a call on him, plenty of other teams.
No, I don't think he's moving.
Yeah.
Windhorst said yesterday, like, if it's not Golden State, he's just going to stay with Phoenix. And he didn't want to go to Golden State.
Yeah. I think from my understanding of covering the story or following the story,
he just doesn't want to be traded, period, midseason, and going back to Golden State was probably a big picture thing as well. He doesn't want to go back there. He doesn't want to be traded midseason. I've seen multiple teams are calling and making aggressive offers, and Ramona Shelburne said that a Phoenix front office is under some sort of a mandate if they can't get something significant done here at this deadline. So I'm curious. I'm holding out a 1 or 2% chance that something could happen there with KD and his history with Nike, but I think it's really far-fetched for it to happen now. I think this trade deadline's fascinating, though, and it's urgent for the Mavericks. They should be burning up the phones right now because they don't have the offensive firepower to get this job done. And if you're really, looking at a short-term championship window, each one of these playoffs runs is crucial for your plan. You can't just punt on this and say, go get him, Kyrie, and try to address it in the summer.
Are you hoping for the wing? Did Caleb Martin take care of that? By the way, got another sweet, sweet second-round draft pick for that.
Ooh, baby, let's go.
Or are you thinking more of, I know Kyrie can handle the ball, but you lost the guy who runs your offense. Like, give me somebody else who can handle the ball.
Yeah, you really need a star, and I think with the combination of Derek Lively and their first-round picks and throwing some veteran contracts together, they could make very compelling offers for star players right now.
Oh, so you'd be okay with moving off of Lively?
Well, yeah, if we gave up on Luka,
that's a good point. Then nobody
what the
is.
hell? I'm losing all interest then. We got nobody that's our own.
But he makes a good point. If you
I understand Luka, their perspective on it.
Yeah, there's nothing that you.
But it's like, good
trade.
Lord, Lively's like the last
years
thing.
From now.
Ugh.
Nico will probably be back up there in Beaverton, Oregon, counting the money that Luka's making him in Los Angeles.
Sure, man, I get it. So if, safe to say the wounds are still there.
Yes.
From 5 days
honestly,
ago.
It's not getting any better.
No.
It's just kind of getting worse. And it's going to be the worse it will be now. They've timed this to where they're going to have the Anthony Davis debut Saturday, which is going to tip an hour before the Luka debut in L.A. And all Maverick fans are just going to be probably tuned in on how disgusting it is seeing Luka Doncic in the purple and gold.
But did the NBA sell the first Laker game more, and are they going to make like millions of more dollars on that game for the NBA on Saturday?
Well, they are. It wasn't a national game, and it now is. It now is with ESPN.
Oh, no.
That's
because he's the better player?
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
Interesting how they're going to make the TV people more TV money.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. You might notice the excitement level from when Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah. I
Emmitt
also
Smith at
noticed
240.
how big your text is on your text messages.
Yeah, I'm old.
Zach isn't old enough for this, and Gavin, you weren't around for this. Emmitt Smith did a Mavericks commercial back in the 90s when they sucked.
Really?
Yeah.
Coming to the games?
He was true blue.
Yeah.
So if you can ask him, are you still true blue and
You got it.
green? And then ask him what he thinks about this Luka deal.
Are you still true blue?
True blue. He says, I'm true blue. Yeah.
I love it.
You know what I'm talking about, Kevin,
Yes,
right?
no.
Yeah, Emmett was in the commercial.
I do know what you're talking about.
It was like, we got nobody on our team, but Emmett, you're a superstar. Will you do a Mavericks commercial for us? Because we have no Mavericks that anybody cares about.
I predict an uncomfortable pause.
Okay.
I'm going to predict somebody better be ready to jump in quick with this one.
Don't worry.
I think that's a good
We'll
prediction.
be ready.
Yeah. I think that's a very good prediction. All right.
Yeah.
Roll home with the GBag Nation. Man, they are stacked today in New Orleans. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And dude, he's got a big old crowd around him. Des Bryant. We're off and running here. Day 4 of the And I don't know if we're going to get Des today. He's cruising around. We'll try to snag him. Not on the schedule currently, but holy cow, he's one of the few people that isn't, guys.
I actually talked with his representative, somebody, and I got the schedule. I don't think he's going to have time, but they did say they try and bring him over.
Right on.
So who knows? Maybe we'll be sitting down with Emmitt, and we'll get Dez, and then my 2 favorite Cowboys of all time at the same time. This would be, hey, I can retire a happy man.
That would be incredible, and it would add to, just a star-studded guest list. We do have Emmitt Smith coming up at 2:40. You looking forward to that, Brian?
I am.
You know
I am.
Well.
Yeah, he kicked my ass a bunch, so yeah, why not relive some of that? Matter of fact, his daughter at Green Hill was Bennett's cheer buddy. So when Bennett was football, she was a cheer buddy. So yeah, it'd be interesting to catch up with how Skylar's doing. Really a good family though, and look forward to visit with him.
I mean, just kind of going through his highlights and reviewing his career today, it's just incredible what that guy did.
Man, they talk about an era of running backs, the workhorse back, the back that that never came off the field. Emmitt Smith was that type of player. The toughness he played with at Florida. The draft process, was he fast enough? Is he quick enough? Was he explosive enough? All the metrics were kind of against him.
He was the 50th ranked running back out of high school.
Yeah, but he just, I think Pensacola. I think he was
Pensacola High.
Pensacola. And, I just remember, when you watched him on tape, every time they tossed him the ball at Florida, it was like a touchdown. And you're thinking, wait, you're telling me this guy can't run. You're telling me he's not fast enough. You're telling me he defied a lot of things. The way that he played, the low center of gravity, the way he bounced off tackles. If they kept the stat for missed tackles, that he would be top shelf and all that.
He had one run, I think it was a Monday night game against Atlanta. It's one of the best runs that you'll ever see. He basically has the entire Falcons defense collapsing on him, and somehow he's just able to roll off all of them, bounce free, go score a touchdown. I'll argue with anybody. I think he's the greatest of all time. I know the offensive line he played behind. That dude was churning out 1,000-yard seasons late in his career behind hot doo-doo. Like, bless Ross Tucker.
Oh, no.
That's who was blocking for Emmitt Smith.
No, you can
right?
thank me
So
for that.
That is one of the biggest things that I don't agree with. Like, I get it. Yeah, you played with great players. You played with other Hall of Famers. But when the game was on the line, they handed the ball to 22.
Yeah.
And he would always deliver.
What's your favorite Emmitt game? Is it the collarbone or separated shoulder?
The separated shoulder game's pretty legendary. It absolutely is. But I think it's the second Super Bowl, Super Bowl 28 in Atlanta, where at halftime they're down to Buffalo. And, I've heard the story a million times. Jimmy's like, we're coming out, we're running the football.
Yeah.
Like, we are giving the ball to Emmitt
They
Smith.
can do that.
And they did.
Yeah.
And what did they do? They handed off Emmitt for 5, Emmitt for 3, Emmitt for 9, Emmitt for 12. And then he goes ahead and they score a touchdown on the drive, and that was all she wrote, back-to-back world champs. So, to me, it was, Michael, without question, the leadership, the heartbeat. But, for lack of a better phrase, I know Jerry said this about Zeke, but Emmitt was the straw that stirred the drink. He certainly did everything. And then, him and the relationship he had with Daryl Johnston, what was beautiful to me as well.
Usually running backs get slowed up by a fullback that's in his way with indecision. It was really a great marriage between Moose and Emmitt and the way that they were able to operate together, that there was never any hesitation to wait. Moose knew where he needed to go. Emmitt knew how to cut. If he saw the way that Daryl was setting up a block, he would be able to cut off that block. It was really it was special to watch them play. Like I said before, man, there was a lot of days where, I went home unhappy, being on the other side of the field. But what an incredible player he was for the longevity. I don't think you'll ever see longevity like that again.
Was he the best triplet overall as a football player if you were grading him?
Well, he was the hardest one to deal with when you start to talk about, Troy was – you went into every game trying to take one of them out of the game. And if you had success, then the other two would wear you. I think he, from a standpoint of how he could take over a game, he was the one I think that I worried about the absolute most.
Alrighty, so we have Emmitt Smith coming up at 2:40. We have Louis Riddick, the former NFC East scout and pro personnel director for Washington and Philadelphia, turned media member. I think he got some interviews this go around as a front office guy, but he's one of the top analysts in the game for ESPN. He's going to join us. We'll talk about the game coming up at 2:20. Paige VanZant is an MMA fighter, and she's going to join us at 3 o'clock. I think Hagee's going to sit in on that one.
Yeah, Hagee is. I mean, she was big in the UFC, then moved over to bare knuckle fighting. Now she's doing slap fighting. Paige is, it's crazy. I don't know why in the world she wants to do that and torture herself, but she's got a love for the fight game.
She does, and we'll love talking to her coming up at 3. At 3:20, the great tight end Todd Heap out of Arizona State and the Baltimore Ravens. Talk football with him. I don't know if he goes into that tragedy. You know, it wasn't that well covered in the media, but back in 2017, he was moving his truck in his driveway and killed one of his kids. Yeah. Unbelievable. So I don't know if that's why he's here to talk about that and the closure that he's seeking or whatever, but we'll have a chat with Todd Heap coming up at 3:20.
Yeah, I'll never forget that story. And you're right, it never became this huge thing that's
just so sad.
That is like synonymous with him. I think most people just it wasn't overly publicized, but truly one of the most heartbreaking things that you could ever fathom. I can't even begin to imagine.
3-year-old daughter. So Andrew Zimmern, I know Mike brought us. You love talking with Andrew.
I do love him. I do love him a lot.
Talk.
He can food talk you, and he will tell you the right way to do it. So. Man's been all over the world, sampling food, trying food. You can ask him any questions about it, and he will give you probably the best answer you're going to get.
The guest I've been most excited to talk to this week is going to join us at 4 o'clock, the World Cup champ with Germany, Champions League with Real Madrid. Sammy Khedira is going to join us at 4 o'clock. They are kind of on a tour to raise awareness and start pumping up the World Cup, which will be here in Dallas. And many other U.S. and North American cities coming up in the summer of 2026. And, that kind of sets you up. We also have Lorenzo Neal joining us later on the show.
Oh, man, one of my favorite
fullbacks.
My gosh. I mean, one of the all-time fullbacks throughout my childhood that I used to just love. I mean, being the lead blocker for LaDainian Tomlinson, an absolute bowling ball of a man. That's going to be exciting.
A lot of the people, and I know, Eric, you hopped on with me during the morning show, and you did your own 820 segment. I would encourage everybody to go back on that Odyssey app, listen to that 820. Everything good?
Oh, yeah. We're back to smooth sailing. Smooth sailing, just had to just rock with the apologies, acknowledge the inappropriate nature, and let her know that I'll be better moving forward.
Did you get down on all fours?
My wife is, I got down and I begged and pleaded with her on all fours.
That's my guy.
And then I ended it with a big howl, and all is well. You got to marry a forgiving wife. That's a very important thing.
Yeah, because we're going to err as men many times. Which remind us of.
You're gonna get called out. It's just the nature of the beast. So you just own it, and you pray that she just kind of moves on. And shout out to my wife. She's a beast.
Well, I'm glad you guys are back in harmony because that was freaking hilarious, And
that's where I want to get to. I want to get to being able to appreciate the hilarity.
Yeah.
But right now,
I felt bad last night.
Right now,
because I couldn't stop laughing on our walk home.
Yeah,
I was like,
it was funny.
I could recognize you were in distress.
I was in distress.
The moments from the show yesterday were unbelievable. The Mavericks were aggressive in exploring pathways to acquire Kevin Durant, reports Ian Begley. And he is on TV right now talking about it. We'd seen that multiple teams were calling with aggressive calls in for Kevin Durant. That was the report from Shams around lunchtime today. Yeah. But that wouldn't come together. I think Kevin Durant just doesn't want to be moved mid-season. Quite disruptive. He'd made plans to be in Phoenix, wanted to stay there, and they respected those wishes. So you do have that. The Suns did trade Yusuf Nurkic in a 2026 first-rounder to the Hornets for Cody Martin and a few other players. You have the Hawks moving Texas Tech's DeAndre Hunter, who's having a great year. He's going to the Cavaliers for Karis LeVert, 3 second-rounders, and another player. The 27-year-old averaging highs in points, 19, and three-point percentage, 39.3. A decent defender. Maybe should be better considering his size and his athleticism. But, that's one of those moves for Cleveland. I think you're always trying to figure out how do we make up for the fact that our backcourt isn't that big. We don't have great length there with Donovan Mitchell, although he had a hell of a dunk last night. So, that's kind of where we're at. I don't see anything else coming through these late trickling reports in. You guys see anything else from the NBA?
Nothing major. Nothing major. Marcus Smart, local guy, on the move. That was the last one I saw. Going to Washington. So Memphis punting on him.
Yeah.
Ouchie. I'm sorry, Marcus Smart.
What a decline over the last couple of years.
Maybe that would be a potential buyout scenario.
Could be.
And then
that's
go
a great defensive player.
More of a contender. I don't know.
Bring him home.
I don't think he wouldn't help you playmaking much, but he's one heck of a defensive
Absolutely.
player.
Hey,
And that matches what the Mavs want. I mean, I guess if you want to try to hold teams under 95 points, go get Marcus Smart as well. Didn't he win Depoy a couple years ago?
Yeah, absolutely he did. No one believes in the phrase defense wins championships more than our guys.
Does Nico just want to be like the Pistons?
Bad boys?
Like early 2000s? Or even the ones that knocked off the Lakers?
Maybe.
Yeah. Billups and Wallace.
Maybe he has Joe
Rip
Dumars in his ear.
Hamilton.
It's a good team there with Luka, but what you got to try to do is keep teams in the 80s like we did back in the day. That's the key to winning
You
this
ever
thing.
watch those old highlights when Reggie Miller and those guys played? The final was 92 to 86, and everybody was talking.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good offensive night for us. I'm like,
They're dumping it into the paint, having a big man try awkward up and unders because analytics hadn't been invented yet, and they thought it was still, we got to get closer. Get your big man down there, post him up. Yeah, that's why I don't agree that the league is in a bad place with the product right now. Aesthetically, I think it's a lot better. You get a lot more points.
Well, Ian Begley, I've just seen a video circulating. He does.
I'm going to be
cover-
honest. This is the first time I've heard Ian Begley's name.
Well,
ever.
I mean, he
is he a big time dude?
35,000 followers.
Oh.
Yeah, he covers the NBA,
Okay.
covers the Knicks, the Nets, and he is saying that the Mavericks are making a last-minute push to acquire Kevin Durant. So I don't know if it's going to end up happening, but I do believe that up until the deadline here, Nico is going to do everything he can to get KD in a Mavericks jersey.
So the deadline is over now, right?
Yeah, 2:00.
Yeah,
So-
but sometimes we get these things that are announced.
Sometimes we had the deal got in, but they haven't announced it.
I don't think it's going to happen, but
I don't think
you never
it is.
know.
That would be something. I think if you do have Kevin Durant dreams, maybe this offseason, it could make some sense, but I would be really disappointed if I was at the Mavs HQ right now trying to get ready to head down the stretch. They're going to be a playoff team, maybe just a play-in team, but I think they'll end up with 47 wins or so. You have to feel like, we're going into a gunfight with some BB guns right now, with the lack
offensively,
of
right?
offensive firepower.
Yeah, offensively, you have to feel that way.
But heck, maybe they have good reason to believe that the exact thing that this league needs right now is 3 bigs and 5 wings that can defend their balls off, and just one guy to handle it and try to set people up for either layups or threes.
This might be teams going back to just running the football now, right?
Could be.
We had some of those days where all of a sudden, you're going to get a little small, a little light. Let's get real big and just zig when they zag. What do you say?
Yeah,
Chief, you into that?
I think it would be different if you were talking about a rushing touchdown in the NFL counting, if a rushing touchdown.
No, we're going to
counted
beat you
for
up,
more.
man. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to beat you up.
Yeah, but still, the 3 ball is something that it counts for more.
Sure
So
it does.
it's not like you can't take that fact away. So, like in football, a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown equal the same points. So what does it matter? In the NBA, I can get more points by shooting the 3. So you can't go away from that.
All righty, we're off and running here. Day 4 of our Radio Row coverage in New Orleans. Louis Riddick is going to join us and analyze this game and tell us how good he thinks the Cowboys roster is. And he'll join us next right here. It's the GBag Nation, the fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Texas sports fans, I got good news for you. Underdog is available to play in your state. The best app for your big game party is actually on your phone, and it's called Underdog. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all your takes during the big game. Which players are going to go off, which ones are ice cold. Make your entry in just a few taps. Look, they've got all your favorite leagues, teams.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Free Club?
No. Nutmeg Maiden. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Join us here in the GBag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. ESPN analyst, top of his game, former NFL safety, 91-98, former NFL scout and executive working in Washington and Philly as the director of player personnel and other roles. Lewis Riddick with you on The Fan now, and a good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. You guys hear me okay?
We got you.
Yeah, it sounds a little weird in my headset, but yeah, what? I'm doing good, man. I'm happy to be here.
How much better is the rest of the Eagles roster after quarterback?
Better than who?
The Chiefs.
Better than the Chiefs. You know what? See, I know people want to say that there's this huge discrepancy between the two and that the difference is Andy and Patrick. But listen, Look, the Eagles are strong. Their offensive line is one of the best in football, and you see, and that's look, these guys are powerful. They're athletic. They play together. The running back position obviously is one where they have a clean sweep there. The wide receivers, they have great compliments. The tight end is strong after the catch. You know, the defensive line is just ridiculous. Jalen Carter is like an Aaron Donald / Chris Jones type. He's a closer. Nolan Smith has become a great player. Milton Williams is a good player. Linebacker, I mean, Zach has been one of those like revelations.
Yeah.
I mean, what more can you say there? Quinyon Mitchell's been a stud. Cooper's been a stud. So, yeah, they're good players. But if you went through the same exercise with Kansas City, look, obviously Joe Thuney moving to left tackle has kind of like weakened that unit some. The right tackle position has been a little bit of an issue. Creed Humphrey, though, is still a stud. Trey Smith is still a stud. Travis is still Travis. And you know what the cool thing about them? They're playing their best football right now. So with Hollywood coming back and being healthy, and you saw how Patrick tried to get him the ball in the championship game, that's huge. Xavier broke out just at the right time against Buffalo. That's huge. Getting Isaiah back is huge. You know, defensively, Chris is a stud. Karlaftis is a stud. Nick Bolton's a stud. Chenal's a stud. Drew Tranquil was one of their best free agent signings that they've ever had there. They got a bunch of young guys in the secondary. You may give the Eagles a slight advantage, but this is not some wide gap that Patrick has to fill in. You don't win games like they've done because it's just all Patrick and Andy. You just don't do that. Brian, you know that.
Yeah.
You know they're good enough.
What about the difference in coaching? Andy Reid, Sirianni, then you got Spagnuolo, Dick Fangio.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a ton of respect for Vic. They coach in different ways. They have different philosophies. Vic likes to play it top down. He likes to say, hey, look, over 13, 14, 15 plays, you're going to make a mistake because we're not going to give you one.
Right.
You're going to have to string together 5, 6 first downs, and at some point in time, you're going to mess it up. Mm-hmm. At some point in time, our defensive lineman is going to knock the ball off of you, or we're going to punch it out or something. Spags is kind of like, hey, look, we'll play a little bit of too high. We'll play some, but you know what we really want to do? We want to get you in second and long, then blitz your brains out. Mm-hmm. Then we want to, so it's a little bit more high wire for him. But that's what makes it great. There's a bunch of different ways to kind of skin a cat there. Andy's the dude.
He's the dude.
There is not a better coach in the NFL when it comes to understanding personnel. The guy's a scout at heart.
Yeah.
Remember, he used to run the personnel department in Philly.
Sure did.
There is no one who spends more time talking to his scouts and doing the work himself, saying, watching how defensive backs pedal, watching where defensive backs' eyes are, understanding who the linebacker is that really struggles with play action. He is a nut for that stuff, and you can best believe he knows every single guy's strengths and weaknesses on Philly's defense. I don't know if Nick does that. I don't know if Nick has that same kind of football IQ that Andy does. Obviously, you get I flew down here with a bunch of Philly fans on the flight, and I could hear people talking behind me in first class, and they're going, yeah, but Andy's so damn smart, and we think that's the advantage. And they're like, and I'm like sitting there like going, you're right, it is the advantage because that's the dude. I mean, he just is. But in 15 kind of cancels out a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. That's what's so intriguing about this matchup. I mean, it's just I mean, what's the line? +1 now?
Yeah, one and a half.
That's why it is. I mean, because you're sitting there going, that's what you want in the Super Bowl. This is going to be a last possession game. Mm-hmm. That's what you want.
Lewis Riddick with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You smell fantastic, by the way. I'm going to find out what this is.
You know, I think this is Jimmy Choo, man.
Okay.
You know, I'll tell you a funny story. Take 15 seconds. I have a 14-year-old son, and he's a freakazoid basketball player. But the dude has become like this fiend for cologne. I'm like, what is going on? You're 14. You're 14. He's like, Dad, I know. Like, he says all these names. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell they are. Yeah. I go in his room, and I'm like, damn, that smells good. Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get? And he's 14. But anyway, I've always
take pride in it.
Yeah. Maybe that turns out to be a career path.
But you know what?
You never know.
This guy, like, I'm 14. I know he's not listening. He's playing a game right now. But man, his cologne game puts mine to shame. Anyway.
So we were just talking. You've had interviews for front office positions. Obviously, we're the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. That front office is not changing. Mm-hmm. I believe a lot in Will McClay.
Yep.
But having been a part of these interviews, I mean, from the outside looking in, what is it about the Cowboys? Everyone says they beat to their own drum. Yeah. But it's just, it hasn't clicked, and they're unwilling to kind of change, and it's been the same thing for 30 years.
Look, Brian can tell you this. Sometimes when you've always been used to doing things a certain way and you keep things very consistent in terms of the people who are ultimately giving the decision-maker input, you don't really get different perspective, right? Jerry's probably very used to the people talking to him that talk to him right now. They've been talking to him for a long time. And then what winds up happening is you kind of fall into a trap too. Like you want to make the boss happy. You know, you kind of know where he's leaning. Sometimes you maybe it alters your own evaluation of a player because well, the boss doesn't really want him. He probably likes this guy. He would like this guy more. And what happens is you just kind of wind up having this very stale, static way of looking at team building that really doesn't give any other viewpoints. And look, I think for Dallas, on the defensive side of the ball in particular, right, there's been too many moments where you have seen the deficiencies on that side of the ball when it comes to teams who ultimately can just line up and bully you. That has been an issue for them for years now. And so you have to correct that. You have to get that corrected. You have to be able to make sure, at one point in time, the Dallas Cowboys that I played against in the early 90s had an offensive line that was like Phillies. That they said, look, we can run 3 plays against you, and there's nothing you can do. There's nothing. Because you know what? Here comes Eric Williams. Here comes Mark Stepnoski. Here comes Lally Allen. Here comes, and we're going to run that damn outside zone downhill on that big crown in Old Texas Stadium, and here comes Emmitt. Mm-hmm. They don't have that component to their football team anymore. And I think, in December and January football, you have to be able to be that. At some point, it has to be about that. It just does. Think about the Patriots dynasty. At their heart, they were a bully, tough, hard-nosed football team. When's the last time you've thought of Dallas as being a bully-like, tough, hard-nosed football team? Philly can play that way. Kansas City can play that way. Mm-hmm. Andy Reid, for as much as he is considered an offensive genius and a play-calling wizard, the dude runs the hardest training camp in all of football. Sure. They knock each other's stuff in the dirt. Mm-hmm. Live periods on the goal line, live short yardage. He wears those guys out. If you ever notice with Kansas City, they usually peak towards the end of the year because he knocks the crap out of them in cramp. And then in the beginning of the season, a lot of times these guys are trying to find their legs for the first quarter of the season. And then as he brings them back and brings them to life, they find a way to still win. And then all of a sudden, now they're here at the Super Bowl. Now they're hitting their stride. They're their strongest right now. Does Dallas do that?
Not in a long time.
Yeah.
Now, hey, weren't you running one of these teams? I mean, people know you. You are damn good in the media side.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, folks, he's even better as a personnel man.
Well, it comes out on the media side.
That is a man a lot of people respect, and for the life of me, I never can figure it out.
Look, I'll tell you what, the past 2 places that I've interviewed, you know what, the number one reason why I was told that I wasn't hired is because they're like, well, you haven't been in the league for 10 years, 11 years. And I'm sitting there going, and and my retort to that is this. I know more football now because I've been out of the league than I would have if I was in there, because I go around the country,
right?
And you're having all these production calls,
games too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and so I get all that intel,
yeah.
And I'm literally sitting there talking to coaches now about X's O's in a way that I could never have done if I was in a personnel department. I would never be able to pick the brain of John Harbaugh and then go talk to Jim Harbaugh and then talk to Kyle Shanahan and then talk to Dabo Swinney and then talk to James Franklin and team building, locker room chemistry, position changes, how you attack. But when you tell people this, it's kind of like the NFL sometimes is a victim of its own groupthink.
Sure.
Right? And there aren't many people who really want to step outside of that comfort zone.
Yeah.
And when search firms get involved and or teams are calling, like the guys who I work with, they're calling Schefter or the late great Chris Mortensen, who I love to death. Yeah. Like they listen to that kind of stuff, Brian, instead of really going, does this guy know ball? Could he really build a football team?
That's what
could
I'm
he
saying about
could
you.
he pick a coach?
Yeah.
And but you know what I've done? I've kind of I swear to you, I've kind of made peace with it, only because it really does affect you when you don't.
It hurts.
When
man.
you don't
it hurts.
Like my family would tell you, Dad's not fun to be around when this time of year comes up.
I was going to ask you. I hate this time of year.
It's a grind. It's a grind on you mentally and stuff. And I have a great life, right? We make plenty of money. We get to talk to everyone. I get to learn a bunch of football, cover the draft, cover the Super Bowl, call big-time college games. But if I never do it, I will say it will always bother me.
Yeah.
It will always bother me. Could I have done that?
What if?
Yeah. Could I have done that?
Yeah.
And you know what? That sucks, to be honest with you, but it is what it is.
Well, you are killing it on TV,
Yeah.
and we don't want to give you PTSD, but Emmitt's about to walk up, actually.
How about,
Yeah, he's coming through the hole right now.
I saw him earlier, man. How about that dude, man?
Yeah.
I met Emmitt when I was a sophomore in college. The Fiesta Bowl used to have this underclass, and they called it the Samaritan All-American team. Guys who were great off the field, blah, blah, blah. So I met him down in Phoenix when we were sophomores. Emmitt and I were on the same USA Today high school All-American team. He was the player of the year.
Sweet.
Galen Hall tried to recruit me to Florida, and I said, "Are you recruiting?" And Galen wanted me to play running back.
Not enough.
And you know what he said? He was like, he goes, "I think you can play running back for us." I said, "Well, who else are you recruiting?" He goes, "Well, this is a Smith guy from Escambia down in Pensacola." I'm like, "You think I'm stupid?" I know who that guy is. You think I'm going to come down there and play running back when you're recruiting this dude? Come
Great
on
story,
now.
Lewis.
Yeah.
We got to run. So do you. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. Congrats on all your success.
Of course. Thanks a lot for having me.
There he
You.
goes, the
Appreciate
great
it.
Lewis Riddick, ESPN, with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get this G-Bag of the day in before Emmitt Smith walks up on the fan. Here's Lucius.
Shoot, man.
Sorry.
Hey, no, that was pretty good, bro, right there.
That was fantastic.
I thought y'all was going to take it to break. I was like, hey, I'm chill. Listen to this.
Yeah. It was good.
Yeah, it was. Really, really good. All right, let's see here. Broadus, you are a winner. This is day 4 for you. For those that are not listening, Broadus was talking about sleeping bags and sporting goods stores. And I don't know why I looked at the camera. I was like, who am I talking to?
I'm here.
Let's listen to Broadus.
I would have gone and bought a sleeping bag from like Dick's or one of those sporting goods stores.
Yeah.
And just said, here, listen, just get in that. If you're getting cold,
Zip it up.
Zip
It's a
it
mummy
up.
bag.
Yeah.
It's
I just can't be sick,
Well, speaking of Dixon Sports, big L to all of us. We lost.
I knew you were going to do something with that.
Well, we lost.
I was thinking of another sporting goods store, and I couldn't think of another name, like Oshman's or something like that.
Sports Authority Academy.
I couldn't, yeah. And Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Damn. There's no pause in that, bro. It'll live in infamy.
The rare triple pause. That we hit
Never.
yourself with.
It gets worse every day, Lucius.
It really does.
It gets worse every day, Lucius.
It really does, sir. I hear
I'm
it.
sorry,
I
man.
hear it. Okay, I had this one for Friday, but what you drinking and what you thinking kind of got pushed along, which was cool because it was a vibe. So I have this right here for you. UPS worker crashes out on his boss because he got fired at the end of his shift instead of the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cuck loser, coward, cuck loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift, waits till the end of my shift. Here he is, Darren the cuck loser from 1892, the loser who doesn't know about running a business and is gonna let an alcoholic fat named Joe fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my coworkers, and Joe puts on the radio, and Joe drinks next door and won't tell to my coworkers because he's a cuck loser coward, just like Darren, the cuck loser coward loser.
That might beat me.
Yeah,
Man,
that's good.
that one might get me.
I just can't imagine how that guy's not a model employee,
Employee of the
month. Dawson sent the email like that one time when he quit. I think it was verbatim, actually.
It did, man.
Yeah.
Still got to look over my shoulder when I'm back in Portland over that one.
You got to look over your shoulder anytime in Portland. My God. My timeline. Hey, Odyssey is doing a giveaway, so let me get this out the way right here because I think it's very important for the listeners, the Tolos, to know. Make sure you get that hour of fan listening in today on the Odyssey app because you will be entered to win the Odyssey National Contest for you and 3 of your friends to go to Vegas to watch the College Basketball Championships. That's airfare, and you'll be staying at the Circa Resort Casino, Las Vegas's premium sports viewing destination and home of Stadium Swim. Y'all heard of Stadium Swim?
Have.
Yo, my friend sent me a photo of him at Stadium Swim. We watched the bowl games out there.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. Y'all look that up.
Stadium suite.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Yeah. Here's the big part, too. Plus, you'll be going with $20,000 to spend. So
cow.
get that hour of listening in on the Odyssey app for your entry to win our Slam Dunk Odyssey National Contest, people.
Listen up.
Yeah. Okay. Alex Stein went to the Dallas City Hall for a city council meeting, and he was ranting about the Luka trade.
It is obviously an inside job when you give your best player to another team for 0 draft picks, 1 first-round draft pick in 2029. We're not even going to have a team in 2029. So I just want to say we have to investigate Nico. I'm sick and tired of it. So I wrote this song. Nico, you stabbed us in the back. Nico, you also freaking whack. Mavericks, please don't leave our town. I don't give a damn if our new center is brown. I like the white guy. Why do you have to go? These damn basketball players don't freaking know the whole league is a work. This is a freaking jerk named Nico Harrison, who is the manager. He needs to freaking go. Nico is a hoe. I love the Dallas Mavericks, and I wish we still had Dirk. Nico Harrison sucks. He is a stupid jerk. So, Mayor, don't let him move us. Don't let him move the Mavericks. I love the Mavericks. Nico Harrison, you suck, dude. I know you watch this, Nico. If I see you in the streets, it's freaking onside, Pam. We're going to be yelling and screaming right in your face. Right in your face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good use of his time.
Is it Alex Stein? Is it UPS worker crashing out after getting fired at the end of the shift? Or is it Broadus? You know my vote stays with Broadus. Chief, how about you?
Samesies.
Lucius?
Man, I feel bad for the mayor and the city manager and everybody just sitting up there looking at this dude. He went on for like 2 minutes and 30-some-odd seconds. All of his time. Only got that little clip. My gosh, good for them for being professional. I'm going to war with Broadus.
Yeah, I feel like we were watching a mental breakdown there.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
That's your boy, Alex Stein, Broadus.
I know.
Yeah. That's
I'm
your
about
boy, man.
I'm about to vote for him.
Well, Chuck.
All right. Well, I'll give a vote to the fired dude then.
Okay. Broadus for the UPS by a score of 3-1. Still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Brian. Okay, coming up next, the NFL's all-time leading rusher. Joins us here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But first, we get you to advancedhair.com because, Tolos, it's happening to many of us.
States has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
I'm super hopeful. It was great to see him this morning when he sat down with Shan and RJ, just as electric and kind as ever. But I don't know. I don't know. It's not something that I've been able to understand this entire time. So I can't get my expectations too high for him.
I don't know how you can't have the all-time tackles leader in Dallas Cowboys history in the Hall of Fame.
Or not in the Hall of Fame.
You're not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, thank you. It'd be a crime. I think he's going to end up having to go the Drew Pearson route where they keep him out and he's going to have to be a senior committee guy, and it's a shame. I mean, look, it's no disrespect to some of these other safeties, but how in the world is Steve Atwater in the Hall of Fame and Darren Woodson is not? Like every other – you're talking about a guy who was a slot corner sliding into that before slot corners were a thing, and he's a safety. Mm-hmm. You know, that he was able to do special things that were really ahead of his time, and for whatever reason, the National Football League Hall of Fame voters are not, I don't think, going to give him the benefit of the vote this year, which is a shame.
How clear-cut do you think it is, Brian, that he should be in?
I was with Leroy Butler, and I was with Darren Woodson. And Leroy Butler's in the Hall of Fame. Darren Woodson's a better football player. You know, John Lynch, guys like that. There's, you know, we had a run of some really, really great safeties. Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu, you know, guys like that. They were Darren Woodson. He's in that group. Doesn't take long to call the roll, you know, with that crew. And my favorite football player to ever be around or watch play. And you know, I think he takes it far better than I do. Darren and I, and we have a relationship. And I remember being in Phoenix, and you know, remember that we were waiting for the plane to come home, and he and his wife, you know, I was talking with her, and we were mad. I mean, we were going at, and he's like, "You two need to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Just calm down. You know, it'll happen. You know." And I'm like, you know, BS, Woody. You know, you know, and I was just dropping F-bombs and all that, and in the middle of that airport terminal. But, you know, I believed it with my heart. How could these other guys be in? And I've talked to Hall of Fame voters, and I've said, you guys need to understand this about this player, and tried to explain to them about Darren Woodson. And when you start to think about voting against him, just think of the guys that you've already put in the Hall of Fame. No disrespect to Leroy Butler, but he ain't the player that Darren Woodson was.
Do you think the Hall of Fame needs to expand its, you know, selections to add? Because it's not just Woody. There's going to be a number of great wide receivers that don't get in.
Yeah.
Because the numbers crunch, you know, and they're really picking from a group of like 20 guys who should be Hall of Famers.
I think they're trying to make it a very select group.
Which it should be. But you just have to have a better barometer for who is the most deserving, and you can't have all these different biases.
There's been some guys that have been in. I always fight against, like Bob Greasy. You know, Bob Greasy, if you look at the Dolphins and, you know, Hall of Famers and all that, Bob Greasy was just a pretty good quarterback. Bob Greasy wasn't great. He's in the Hall of Fame. You know, so there are some wrongs in the Hall of Fame that guys like Rick Goslin, you know, who's a voter who is trying to correct some of the wrongs of guys that have been passed over. Rick Goslin from Detroit, Michigan, working hard for Bob Hayes, Rayfield Wright, Dallas Cowboys guys that he knew were pillars of the National Football League, that without his, you know, his push, you know, wouldn't never get a shot.
All righty, it is the GBag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Woody, just down the way from us right now. Emmitt Smith will be arriving any time now. The NBA trade deadline came and went if you're just jumping in your truck. we kind of updated it at the top of the hour, but basically what happened is the Suns were taking multiple phone calls for Kevin Durant. Ultimately, he decided he did not want to be traded in season. So maybe the Mavs can take a look at it in the offseason. The Suns did make a move of trading Nurkic to the Charlotte Hornets. The Hawks trading DeAndre Hunter. But, the biggest thing that happened over the last 24 hours for the Mavs is the Lakers trade for a center using the first-round pick the Mavericks should have had. And I know that is like salt in the wounds right now. Brian Windhorst saying the Lakers wanted to ask Luka, can we sign you to an extension after we trade for you? And the Mavericks said no. And after they said no, Rob Pelinka said, well, if you won't let us talk to Luka first, then we're taking away one of the first-round picks.
Right.
And today one of those first-round picks, gets them a center. We'll see how good he can be. Bassick was saying better than Daniel Gafford. I think the skill set maybe better than Daniel Gafford, the lob ability better. From what I could tell, he was in New Orleans. Consistency of effort was an issue. Like maybe, who was the big guy, Christian Wood, that we had a couple of years ago? Like super duper talented, can put 30 and 20 up, and then the next night have 2 points and 0 rebounds.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe getting in LA or getting around LeBron and Luka will bring out the most in him. But I mean, that just, it really stings. Like, if you're Nico on the other end of that phone call, why don't you just say, well, then we don't want to do the deal? We have Luka. We have the thing, right? We have the straw that's going to stir the drink.
But he lost the leverage as soon as he was the one that went on the offense to start the trade.
Yeah.
As soon as you pick up the phone to say, I want to get rid of the 25-year-old super beast who's an MVP candidate and just took us to the NBA Finals, there's immediate red flags that come up. And then for Pelinka, I mean, kudos to him. It's like, if you're not going to let me talk to him and get the reassurance that I am going to get the extension done with him and he's going to be a Laker not for a year and a half but for the next 4 or 5 years, then I can't commit to giving you everything I want. Now,
but if you're Nico, are you thinking there's really no chance Luka doesn't sign this deal? I mean, Luka's going to re-sign with the Lakers.
See, I mean, even Windhorst has hinted around, and maybe it ends up being a no-brainer. But I don't know that Luka is going to necessarily jump into that this summer. He might play it out and create his own opportunity to really decide, and maybe it ends up the summer after where he just says, "Yeah, I still want to remain with the Lakers," but maybe he wants to go team up with his best friend Jokic. Maybe he wants to, I mean, who knows where he wants to go. He did talk about the water, being in L.A. He's like, I love the water. That's really important to me. So, like, you can kind of piece together where else maybe he would be interested in going, but who knows what he's going to want to do. This was the ultimate cutthroat business thing that just happened to him, and now he might say, I want to make sure that I'm the one in control of everything I'm doing, and I won't re-up. I mean, take a page out of LeBron's book. LeBron's been doing, like, 1 year and then a player option with the Lakers for the last few years. Keep your options open. So,
I mean, the Mavs traded for Kyrie without an assurance. They traded for Porzingis without an assurance. I think that would, if I'm Nico, I'm like, well, that's up to you.
Totally. Now, that's fair to say.
I think on the other side of it, like, that would be the trigger to, okay, I guess I have to risk on our end opening this thing up for negotiations. But I think it really drives home the point of how worried the Mavs were of more dirty laundry being aired if they got this, whipping around the league and teams turning them down. I don't know. Maybe there is something they know about Luka that nobody else does.
Right.
And
their undenying love of another friend of Nico's and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing. Like, Rob Pelinka probably knew in talking with Nico, Anthony Davis was the prize in which he wanted. And that's why he felt, all right, if I can't do this, X, Y, Z, then this isn't going to be part of the deal, because Nico wasn't going to pivot to anybody. He wanted to make sure he got Anthony Davis.
Here comes Emmitt.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this, boys. It's happening.
This is
dreams are coming true in real time.
Zach Wolchuk's favorite player in all sports of all time. The NFL's all-time leading rusher. 3-time Super Bowl champion. NFL MVP, Super Bowl MVP. The Hall of Famer, Emmitt Smith, putting his headset on now and joins us here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, sir. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine.
You look like you're having a lot of fun right now. How's your New Orleans trip going?
Shoot, why not have fun, man? You down here?
Yeah.
We shooting?
Shooting? We can shoot if y'all want
Let's
to.
go.
Oh, it would be an
A drink with the goat? Are you kidding me?
Give me they want a drink.
Yeah, we want to drink.
Oh,
This is
Yeah,
absolutely-
I don't make people drink. They want to drink.
No, this
a
is
drink with Emmitt. How
a lifelong
awesome is
dream
that,
coming
Zach?
through. Absolutely.
Why
man.
not?
And a beautiful bottle of the Herradura
Thank you.
tequila there on our
Thank
table,
you.
our broadcast position. Emmitt, as you're pouring this drink for these guys, you are making just an absolute dream come true for our guy Wolchuk over here. By the
Really?
way. Great
Yeah.
floor.
So I got to talk with you with Chris Arnold. It was a phone interview a few years ago.
Yeah.
And CA sold me out as being an Emmitt Smith stan, without question. You're my hero, my favorite Cowboy of all
Not
time.
hero.
Yep, absolutely. I do got to ask though. I've seen
Daniel Boone is a hero.
no, for sports hero. Sports
Shoot.
hero.
Okay.
But what's up with the Genty clips that I'm seeing around Radio Row? You don't want Genty with the Cowboys?
First of all, I never said I don't want him.
Okay.
Let's make that very
Yeah.
clear. I never said I don't want him. I think he's a very talented individual. I just don't know if the Cowboys are ready for him.
Okay.
Because there is no commitment to running a rock. If there was a commitment to running a rock, then the Cowboys be talking about upgrading the offensive line. They'd be talking about an offensive system that we don't even know what kind of system we're going to have right now. So let's get that clear. It's not that I don't want Genty. Quit trying to get all this damn clickbait.
Right.
And tell the daggone truth of what I said. And the truth is the kid is very talented. I'm just not sure if the team is ready for him.
Okay.
That's all.
So the offensive line needs to be built first?
Or do you know what kind of system we're going to run
No,
offensively?
I don't think any of us know
So
what
what the hell, why are we talking about? I mean, what is Schottenheimer thinking?
Yeah.
What is the Cowboys thinking? My phone dropped on the backside over here, but that's okay. It's right here. I got it.
Oh, you got it.
Anyway, so it's like we don't even know what kind of system. We don't even know if he fits in a system. And what I hate to have happen is for us to make this illusion that Schottenheimer is going to have this great offense that don't even fit none of the players that we currently have, let alone one he drafts. And so until we understand what the offense is going to look like, what the commitment is to running the game, running the football, because we saw we can run the football. When Dak went down, Cooper Rush passing attempts went from wherever Dak was down to a reasonable number, and more carries went to Rico Dowdle and Ezekiel Elliott and maybe even Dalvin Cook. So the three of them. And so they carried the load. They offset what Dak would normally throw, which also says to me, Dak should have never been throwing that many passes in the first place.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? The reality of the fact is, until we understand what Schottenheimer is going to run and how he's going to run it, I don't know if Genty is the right draft choice. And if he was the right draft choice, do we have enough talent to do what we want to do offensively? And do we have the current players, infrastructure-wise, to fit in the offensive system that he wants to run? If we don't, we got to go get it. And if we got to go get it, is it better to get Gentry or is it better to trade away the pick to get more picks to build a team to get you back to where you need to be at quicker?
Yeah. There you go. Need to get that fourth round
So
pick back at least.
I understand the game of football.
Yeah.
I understand what's going on. I see what's going on. And I just ask the questions that other people don't want to ask or they don't even think about.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it when you legends keep this team accountable. After the
sir.
Green Bay game, you had a heck of a
Bro, they kept me accountable. I had to be accountable for my job. I had to be accountable for the carries. I had to be accountable for the football if I laid it on the ground. I had to take responsibility for when I failed. If I gave up a sack, I had to take responsibility for that. Everyone else has to be accountable too in life. And if no one is there making you accountable, then you're going to do what you want to do and act like it's the right thing and just try to sweep stuff under the rug. No, it doesn't work like that.
Is that the biggest issue with this organization, is you can't keep an owner accountable?
Well, I said it earlier. When have you heard millionaires tell a billionaire what to do? He's a billionaire because he knows what to do in terms of making money. Making money, he knows what to do. But when it comes down to, and there's a distinct difference between having a vision that's aligned with the mission. And the mission defines what and reaffirm what the vision looks like. That happened in 89. It was very clear in 89. It was very clear that he could not go 1-15 again, so somebody needed to get that better. So in 90, things started to change. But it wasn't changing fast enough or right enough for the talent that was on that squad. That talent was held back. That's one reason why you see the Washington Commanders jump back so quick. They had great talent, poor coaching. It wasn't the fact that the talent wasn't there. It's amazing how one kid can come in and make everybody a believer. Baker Mayfield did it down in Tampa Bay. It wasn't always this. Sometimes you got to question coaching. And it ain't all about the players, because if your system is not suitable for the players, then you're going to get limited capability. We got limited capability in 7 and 9 in my rookie year. Better than 1-15. Could have been better. Jimmy fired offensive coordinator. Brings in Norv Turner. This is my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I got facts to prove it up.
That's right.
At the end of the day, facts speaks a lot louder than anything anybody mouth can run. Jimmy brings in Norv Turner. We go 11-5, make the playoff, win our first playoff game in Jerry's history. Jerry's history. We get knocked off, but with everybody coming back, we're going to be better next year. Next year, it comes around 92, rolls around 91, 92 season. We go right to the playoff, go right to the NFC Championship game, and find ourselves playing San Francisco, and we win the game, and we win the Super Bowl under that offense. And there was a system that was suitable, that maximized everybody's talent, offensively and defensively and special teams wise. Hence, that's why you win 3 out of 4 Super Bowls.
Can Jerry get us back to the glory hole? What's the confidence?
If he goes back to the blueprint that established what the team was when he first bought the team, now it makes some sense to have Ashton Gentry. It doesn't make sense right now.
I'll tell you what makes sense. Us taking a shot at tequila Herradura with the goat.
Delicious.
And I'm sober.
True.
And I'm sober.
No, but you've got the passion and the fire.
Oh, I got the passion and the fire. That has never left. But what I don't want people to do is get the wool pulled over their eyes, because we could talk one thing but do other things. But when you're doing other things, you need to call out what those other things are. So there's validation for where we're going. And there's validation for what we got. When they fired David Shula in 90, and they brought Norv Turner in, people were probably like, man, we just went 7-9. Why are you firing him? They probably asked the question. Well, Jimmy saw that we could be better. And we could be better quicker. Because you got to remember, in 90, the first 6 ball games, they didn't really give me the football. They really didn't. They just hodgepodge me here. I was getting 11 carries, 12 carries, 9 carries. I was getting some bull junk.
What's the sweet spot?
Some shit that they would run in Miami. And I was a back out of the SEC that I got better the more carries I got.
That's right.
And so Jimmy believed that, okay, I know what I got now. I'm going to test this thing out. Brought Norv in, and when Norv left, guess what Norv told the next offensive coordinator? They said, how many carries can I give him? Know what Norv told him? He'll tell you when he's tired. He's not tapping out. He's going to tell you when he's tired. He'll tell you when he needs a break. And they just let me do what I did. Because they knew what they had. And so when you're building something, you're building it on a foundation, either sheetrock or you're building it on a foundation of concrete. And right now, for the last 30 years, there's been a whole lot of sheetrock trying to bear the weight of the 3 Super Bowls that we won.
That's right. And Jerry's still resting on it. It's the Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith in the GBag Nation on 105.3. The Fan is down the hatch. They go. An epic
I'm going
toast
to drink after that conversation.
That was good, man. It's amazing. Now, former teammate of yours, Darren Woodson, big night for him. Does he deserve to be in?
Hell yeah. Him, Eric Williams, some more players need to get in there. I mean, seriously. I mean, how can you have the all-time leading rusher in the Hall of Fame and one offensive lineman?
Anti-Cowboy bias over there.
How can you have the great defense that we have and 2 defensive players? Prime was coming in no matter what. I don't care if he was with the Cowboys, 49ers, or the Atlanta Falcons. He was coming in because he's prime time. But Charles Haley, Darren Woodson, come on, man. You going to wait for Jason Witten to come up? And then you gonna argue about Jason Witten? Come on. I mean, yeah, Darren Woodson deserved to be in the Hall of Fame, and it's a crying shame if he's not. I mean, it's at the point right now to when I see who gets in, I might not go to another Hall of Fame game.
Well, there you go.
Seriously. I mean, because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Our Cowboy team was too great of a football team. I ain't trying to wait for no Tom Brady. I ain't trying to wait for nobody. He deserved to be in there today. Just like this Khedira right now deserved to be drank by all of us.
That's right. Still
Drink
nice.
to that.
That's what we're doing.
Drink to that.
With the greatest of all time.
What allowed you to be so great, if you could explain? What allowed you to carry the ball with one hand through contact and have the vision in the cuts? Can you put it in words?
I could not put the ball in my right hand.
Okay.
They tried everything. Coaches got on me left and right. I could not do it, and they just left me alone. Because the most important thing is ball security anyway. And you trying to get me to do something that I'm not comfortable with, and you running the risk of me letting the ball down. Leave it alone. Now, what made it was 2-part question.
Yeah.
The last part about the ball in the left hand.
Yeah. What made you great? Like, what was it? Because the scouts didn't always see it as you're progressing through the levels.
Well, it's not about what they saw. They saw something. Some things you can't put your fingers on. Jimmy saw something that my running back coach didn't even see. My running back coach saw 2 players that Jimmy was going to select from. One was a guy by the name of Anthony Thompson at Indiana, and myself. Anthony Thompson was a bigger back, and he scored a lot of touchdowns. The other one was a smaller back from Pensacola, Florida, at the University of Florida. Not big as Anthony, but scored touchdowns and had big games in one of the toughest conferences in all of football at the time. Even though he can debate it about Miami, how good they were, which they were very good. But we were in a conference that week in and week out, we had to go up against very tough competition that was just – there were a lot of first-round draft choices coming out of the SEC.
Yeah.
So when Jimmy saw those 2, he was like, you know what, Coach? I know he scores a lot of touchdowns. He's big, but this kid from Florida, I ain't seen nobody catch him from behind.
Never.
I'm going with a football player, not a statistical player.
Yep. That's
2
true.
different things.
True.
2 different dynamics. Analyzation of the overall picture, the arching things. Think about this. I'm going to flip it. Tequila. Blue agave. Out of a region that produces great blue agaves. No preservative, no additives, but a process that has a fermentation process that concludes and brings out a Cristalino that looks so good it's pure. We got to bring it down a notch so we can have it shipped over here in America and people can drink it on a normal basis. No additives whatsoever. It is great, just as is, and has all of the flavor. You can't see those things if you don't know those things.
That's true.
And at the end of the day, when you talk about a player like me, and you ask what made me who I was already prepackaged. What made me better was the people that supported me and believed in the prepackage and helped bring out the best in the prepackage and believed in the prepackage because I demonstrated a consistency that afforded them to believe in the prepackage. And the durability of it all by my surrounding players that challenged me, whether it's workouts and learning and teaching and growing and fighting for my teammates. They all made me better. And I would like to think that we all made each other better.
So you could say like Khedira is the Emmitt Smith of tequilas?
You damn right.
There we go.
This is the best. You're right. That's why we got legends in here too. I mean, period. And so to me, it's pretty simple from the lens which I see things. I see people that way. I see life that way. I see business that way because of what I've been afforded to see and grow through and understand and evaluate like I've been taught. Every football game, you evaluate games, whether you win or lose. I've learned a hell of a lot more from losing than I have from winning because winning, you gloss over things. Losing makes you go into the details. When a person passes away, that's why they have an autopsy, right? The autopsy is there to say, okay, how did this person die? And it takes a specialist to go through it all. A specialist to go through it all, because he or she has been trained to look for things that we don't ordinarily look at with the naked eye. That specialist find out what happened. It could be natural causes. It could be whatever it may be. That specialist does that. We evaluate things the same way, football-wise, business-wise. You got even personal self-wise. You have to take a step back and look at oneself and say, okay, what am I doing wrong here? Why am I getting the same results while I'm doing the same thing? Something has to change. Either you or the overall system has to change.
I love it. The great Hall of Famer Emmitt Smith here with you on your home of the Cowboys. Enjoy the rest of your week, sir. Thank you so much.
And drink responsibly. I'm not taking this with me. I'm leaving this with y'all.
That's Russ.
Let's
You're the
go.
man.
Thank you,
Wow.
sir.
Thank you. Leaving with gifts as well. Salute to Emmitt Smith, the great 22 here with you in the GBag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. As wow, that was incredible, wasn't it? I mean, let's look at the text. Let's look at the chat. What do you guys have to say about Emmitt Smith just on an absolute heater over the last 15 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan? Todd Heat, tight end, Ravens, Arizona State, joins us next right here. It's the GBag Nation of The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's hard to knock Scott Boras after getting Juan Soto $1 bazillion this offseason, but Pete Alonso's free agency did not go well. No long-term 9-figure deal for the first baseman. Instead, Alonso re-signing with the Mets for $30 million for this season. Then he'll likely opt out next winter, and we'll do this all over again. And maybe then somebody else should be repping Alonso. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My check engine light's on?
That could hurt your gas mileage. The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can help find the fix for free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An all-pro tight end set to join us, a Super Bowl winning tight end as well here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. They're with Cadix Cleats, a cleat company producing American football and women's multi-sport cleats like soccer. And they have these flexible smart studs that help reduce rotational force that's responsible for knee and ankle injuries. This is amazing. I think it's really cool technology, and he is a first-round pick by the Ravens in the 2001 draft, 10 seasons with the Ravens, two-time Pro Bowler, matchup nightmare, joined by Dennis Pitta, Super Bowl winning tight end of the Ravens. And a good afternoon, gentlemen. How the heck you guys doing?
We're doing great. Great to be on with you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
You bet, man. So we'd love to dive into your story, but I just love this. I'm a girls soccer coach, and this is our number one worry is these girls and their ACL tears.
No question. And these are specifically built for, cleated sports, but women in particular. And we have a girl, Kayla Sharples, who's on our advisory board, and she's a professional soccer player. She plays for the Kansas City Current, and she's loved these cleats, and she's sharing them. We've got so many more girls adopting this. We've got some of the top lacrosse players in the country from colleges all across the country wearing them. But the impetus of these cleats, and it has smart stud technology, and it's been in the works for a long time, 8 to 10 years now. And our founder, I found it on social media, and I reached out to the CEO. I found went on the website, emailed him. He got back in touch with me probably inside of 5 minutes, which was pretty random. I found out the reason for that. It's because he's from Baltimore.
Oh, there you go.
And so just purely coincidence, but it's a young guy from Baltimore. He's 29 years old, Jack Rasmussen, and he's had this idea 10 years ago, and it's been in the works for that long. Cadix, the company, has only been in existence for about a year, though. And so Dennis and I joined about 8 months ago, and I saw it on social media, and I saw it, and it literally pricked my mind right away. I was drawn to it. Where was this when I was playing? I thought back to my first major ankle injury in 2004. Baltimore Ravens, we'd just gone to field turf, as a lot of teams were at that time. And I thought back, we're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers, the second game of the season. Jamal Lewis cuts back on the backside. I'm blocking on the backside. Jonathan Ogden, our all-pro, all-everything, best left tackle to ever play the game, picks up Kimo Van Olhoffen from the Steelers, their defensive tackle. So it's 375 pounds, picking up 350 pounds and just throwing them into my knee.
Ouch.
So in that process, my knee hit the ground sideways. My cleat stuck completely in the turf. Didn't move. I thought my knee was gone. What ended up happening, my ankle ended up basically tearing in half. And so that affected the rest of my career. And I thought back to that, and it was just a what if. Yeah. And I saw this, and I was like, there's no way this works. There's no way this works. And I had many conversations with Jack Rasmussen and the guys who helped develop it, the biomechanical engineers. Dennis and I brought him on board to see what his interest level would be, but we did 3 or 4 months of due diligence, of a lot of work and looking into it, and we're so impressed we wanted to get involved. And so,
what kind of performance are you seeing, or stat reduction, I guess, in injuries?
So we've seen 13 to 18% reduction in rotational force, which is responsible for those non-contact injuries, and different testing shows different things, but and different movements, but that's huge when you talk about non-contact injuries. When you're trying to make a cut in the turf, especially on field turf, but even on grass too, your cleat can get stuck.
Yeah.
And when this gives just a little bit, all of these, it's like having a labrum in your shoulder. All these studs can move and rotate in all directions. They can swivel at 360 degrees. And so that added level of security and that give allows your cleat to really give out of the – and I thought that's going to affect performance. Yeah. All the testing we've done and that they've done for years now has shown that there's no reduction in performance. And we've had, major colleges do a lot of testing with us. And like I said, a lot of engineers have done it. We've done the testing, BioCore testing in Virginia, and it's nothing but great feedback. But the most important feedback is from players.
Right.
Yeah. And we've got 20 guys that have put 20 guys in the NFL that wore these cleats this year, starting with Joe Flacco. He wore them in the preseason, and he wore them all season long, liked it so much, he became an investor as well. Obviously, he's a friend of ours, but he tried them out and liked them and wanted to invest as well. Guys like Matthew Judon. So we've got these on big guys, defensive ends coming off the edge. Juan Thornhill, who played for the Kansas City Chiefs, the starting safety the last 2 Super Bowls. Now he's with the Cleveland Browns. He put him on his feet in mid-season, which I would never have done.
So that's what I was going to ask
There's
you.
nothing, and this is our first year in existence. So these guys are trying these, and they're so impressed with them. They're putting them on their feet in the middle of the season, and they're wearing them in games.
Right.
I would have never done that.
Right.
And that's the feedback, and the feedback and the response from these guys has been incredible. So
yeah, you tight ends are a fickle group when it comes. I remember Jason Witten. Jason Witten, if he could have painted his old Tennessee Volunteer college helmet and worn that, he would have done that.
My son makes fun of me because I have all of my helmets that I wore in the games.
There's like 2.
No, they're all the exact same. There's 10 of them, but they're all the exact same helmet with the exact same. The only one that was different was the one when I got to the Cardinals because they didn't have my helmet anymore.
Yeah.
And so, I was a creature of habit as well. But I look at this, and we see it. The vision of this is going to change cleated sports going forward.
Right. Well, and there's been so much talk lately in the NFL in particular about player safety, right? It's been such a huge emphasis, and largely with CTE and helmets, and so there's been so much innovation and focus poured into helmet safety and trying to make helmets better and shoulder pads as well. There hasn't been a lot of innovation in cleats. As long as I've been wearing cleats, and certainly Todd's a lot older than I am, right? And so Todd's been wearing cleats for a really long time.
I just had to teach Dennis everything he knows. That's all I had to do.
That's right. An old guy like Todd who's been wearing cleats for forever.
Yeah.
The cleats have largely been the same. Right. The molds have changed a little bit on the bottom, just design-wise and all that kind of stuff, but there has not been any great innovation in that space in particular. And so this is really a breakthrough in cleated innovation. And so the ability for these studs to rotate, to spin 360 degrees, to flex in every direction, it takes that load, that repetitive load off your knees and your ankles that even just through the course of a practice, you're going to feel fresher when you get done. But certainly with those non-contact injuries, which can be so frustrating in sports. I mean, my career was, riddled with hip injuries, unfortunately.
Sure.
I had 3 of them, and it cut my career short. And had I had something like this, now it may not have prevented all injuries, right? Because we're not saying this prevents all injuries. I mean, football is inherently an incredibly dangerous sport. The injury rate in the NFL is 100%.
Sure.
You're going to get injured at some point, but if we can somehow mitigate and reduce some of these non-contact injuries, when your cleat gets stuck in the turf and your body's trying to go the other direction and you suffer a high ankle sprain or you suffer a ACL tear, whatever it may be, I think that we're doing our job. And so seeing this kind of innovation certainly is what drew Todd and I initially to this product. And now having worked with it for about 8 months, I mean, it's awesome. And the amount of eyes and just kind of the interest that we're seeing from everybody from youth sports to professional athletes has been incredible. And it's made us believe even more in this product because you see the interest that it garners everywhere we go. And so, like Todd mentioned, we have all kinds of NFL guys wearing them now, even more that reach out to us every day that want to wear them, try them, all that kind of stuff. And everybody doesn't want to take them off their feet because not only are they innovative and awesome from the plate, but they're more comfortable. And comfort's a big thing, certainly for me and for a lot of athletes.
Yeah, I'd love to. I mean, you were talking about these edge rushers. I'd love to see if I was running a team, I'd say, hey, let's look at these cleats for our edges. As much as they try and bend that corner and sharpen, you see a lot of guys' knees buckle, ankles buckle, trying to capture that edge.
They're focused on getting low and shin angle. I mean,
give me some rotation where I can get my guys on the level of those quarterbacks. Yeah.
And the important thing about cleats, and forever, cleat companies have said, how can we get more traction out of them, right?
Right.
Because traction equals performance in a lot of cases. If I can stick my foot in the ground and not have any slippage, I can change direction faster. But there's a fine line there because I want traction and I need to have optimal traction. But when my cleat has to get out of the ground, I need that to happen fast as well. And so this really covers both of those aspects. And that's what makes this so innovative. It's an awesome product, to be completely honest, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I'm really interested. The website caddix.com, CADDIX.com. I'm definitely going to get a pair ordered for my kid, and explain to her the science. I mean, 16 to 18% is huge. It's Dennis Pitta and Todd Heap with us here on The Fan. Man, I would love to get your thoughts, Todd. We're all dads on the show on Hugs for Holly. and how you go about picking up the pieces, because that's our conversation among dads. Like, where do you go after that?
No, it's tough, and sometimes it's hard to talk about. But I'm at a place where I'm at peace with everything, and for us, Hugs from Holidays is a day to remember my daughter and the brightness and the joy and the hope that she brought to our lives. And so that's what our focus was. And it wasn't my idea. It was actually my wife's best friend who had the idea and brought it up to us. And it was such a great idea. We were so excited about it that we obviously adopted it, and we celebrated May 3rd on her birthday. And so every May 3rd, that's our thing. We do Hugs from we call it Hugs from Holly Day, and we go around doing acts of service. And it's spread over social media. You can go on social media and see it, and it's spread. And we do different things every year. Sometimes we'll go to a hospital, a children's hospital, and we'll give away books and bears and different things to kids. Or sometimes we'll go, deliver things to people across town. But or you can do something as easy as paying for the person behind you in line at at Wendy's, which was we always hit Wendy's because my daughter loved the chicken nuggets at Wendy's.
Fire.
Who doesn't? And so that we just try to do as many things as we can on that day. And like I said, we know what this life's all about. I know I'm going to get to see my daughter again someday, but in the meantime, while we're here, we can spread joy. And we want to share that with everybody else. That's what Hugs from Holiday is all about, is sharing the joy and happiness that we all have here on this earth, that we can share with everybody else to brighten their day. And if you can find joy even in the worst of times, if you can find joy even in the worst and the hardest of trials, that's you can share that with others. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's all about giving and sharing that joy with others. That's what brings joy to your life. That's why doing things for charity, doing things for others is so important. Giving to others is so important. Sharing that love and that joy with others is so important, because it takes the focus off of yourself and it puts the focus on where it needs to be, and that's outside of yourself, with your neighbor, with your friends, with the people in the community. And that's what holidays turned into me. My daughter's birthday has turned into me is a joyful day, a day to remember her and her bright smile and her bright influence, and that way to share that with others.
Well, God bless you, man. Thank you for sharing that story with us. Real quickly, who do you guys have in the game?
I'm the biggest fan of Andy Reid there is, so I can't go against Andy Reid. And as much as I don't want to three-peat, I don't know if any of us do, I'm rooting for Andy Reid.
Yes, sir. Caddix.com, CADDIX.com for those cleats that'll help your athlete out. Todd Heap, Dennis Pitta, thank you so much for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys.
Hey, thanks for having us, guys.
Salute to you. All righty. When we come back, it is the 340 segment. Andrew Zimmern, one of Brian's favorite TV personalities, great cook, joins us next here in the GBag Nation.
Something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
things like that. I think with Andrew Zimmern, he's more of a, to me, he's teaching me, but he's doing more of the foods that I would. Now, he's been all over the world, eating.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
more like an adventure culture type of food host, right?
He's eating grasshoppers. He's doing. But when you watch some of his basic, when it comes to making just a damn chicken pot pie or something like that, he's got the way to make it and explain it to where it's, okay, I understand. And that's one of the great things I love about these YouTubes and, and these chefs are now all being a part of that and cooking, taking 12 to 15 minutes of making these videos and kind of explaining their techniques and stuff like that.
So Sammy Khedira is going to join us, the Real Madrid and Germany soccer star here coming up at 4 o'clock. They're on a tour promoting World Cup, and we'll talk to him about the Champions League and his career and Ronaldo and all the cool soccer stuff coming up at 4 o'clock. But food-wise, I have this in my algorithm right now. It keeps popping up on Facebook, like all these Super Bowl comfort foods you can make.
Sure.
And the one that I want to try is like this pizza roll that has a hamburger inside. What would you think about trying something that exotic or that detailed here on the day for the big game, Brian?
It's
like a pizza meatloaf with hamburger inside.
Yeah, I think.
And you slice it.
Yeah, I think what you have to be, it's almost like, it's not like beef Wellington almost with the, the outside and the stuff.
It's
and
a
then
great idea.
You got the meat inside. This is my advice for like Super Bowl Sunday if you're going to do this.
Yeah.
Don't take a chance on something you've never done.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Trial run on Saturday?
If you want to like prep it a couple of days and try it out and think, I messed this up bad. I mean, you do not want to promise. Like, I'll do stuff for you guys, and I'll try it out before, and I'll think, Dawson hates this. Dawson's not going to like. But if I could hide
the mayonnaise,
if I could hide the sour cream, or I can hide the cream cheese. How do I hide it? Do you cook it down? Like you with onions. Mm-hmm. You've had plenty of dishes that I've made for you that have onions in it.
Mm-hmm. Nice job.
I just don't tell you.
There you go.
I just don't. But I find a way. I think. But so my advice on Super Bowl Sunday: go with something that you feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
And that the crowd. I mean, you gotta think about who you're. Nothing worse than bringing a dish to a Super Bowl party, and everything else is gone except your stuff.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Because somebody took a bite of it and they went,
nah,
not for me.
Yeah.
Like, I have to be careful when I bring, like, crawfish etouffee or something like that. Because, there's some people that just don't like shellfish.
Yeah.
They don't like, oh, it's crawfish. Oh, that's trash. That's how,
Yeah.
I try and bring something, maybe a little bit of it's fun for me because of this Louisiana Super Bowl, that try and maybe make some dishes that would be kind of the Cajun, the boudin balls, or use andouille sausage, or crawfish, shrimp, all the various things. I think dips are the best thing you can actually bring to a party. I really do. And don't go with the bad chips. Be creative. Maybe use a baguette. Get a French baguette, slice up, put bread. That's a better vessel for carrying instead of getting, nothing wrong with scoops.
Yeah.
But get something that maybe is a little bit different vessel, that when they put it on the bread, it's a little bit more filling. And people are like, whoa, there
we go.
That's
what
how,
I'm looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if non-cookers know that anxiety of when you prepare a dish.
Yeah.
And in your mind, it's not quite the vision or, the taste.
Oh.
You're like, man, there's a little something off, but will people still love it?
Right.
Will people still like it? And you put that thing down on a table or a holiday, and, you notice it. It gives me empathy for my mom, actually, when she would always ask us as kids, do you like it?
Yeah. I think that, remember, I did those, the Jamaican, the meat pie things, the yellow meat pie things. And it was funny because Reggie Atatula was still working with us. And Reggie said it needed a little bit more spice to it. Mm-hmm. It needed a little bit more, something, maybe a little bit more curry to it, and a little bit more of a flavor.
You take to that coaching. And
I do, because he's absolutely right. But I was sitting there thinking, if I make something that's going to blow you guys away too hot, it's just not enjoyable. There's some things that we eat where we're like, man, that's just, I can't eat any more of this. It's just too
better to keep it more tame.
R.I.P. to the ladies' room at 75 and 50.
Yeah. So
no kidding.
but Reggie said that to me, and I was like, ha, he's got it. He absolutely has this right
Here's
now.
our guy. Yes, sir. Here he is.
Look at this.
A chef, a restaurateur, author, TV personality, starred in several travel channel shows, best known for creating, hosting, and executive producing the Bizarre Foods franchise. It's Andrew Zimmern with us here on The Fan once again.
And now we do interviews.
That's right.
Now, here we are.
Wow.
All this week.
You know,
now
this
we
is
do an
this
interview.
is your Emmitt. Here's the deal.
Yes.
Here's the deal. I'm headed over here. By the end of the day, I'm late. And I'm not a late guy. I don't do late. You know, I have too much respect for what people are doing. And, you know, in the first part of my career, I was doing live local news, you know, live drive time radio, and I was in places running around trying to get Tiger Woods when he was doing it, you know, showing up for, you know, a golf tournament in Minnesota. And it's like, it is, to me, it's like it throws me right back. I'm telling people to go to break. We're over. We're done. You know, and
let me tell you about this dish I'm making.
I'm hearing to, you know, so that people get an idea of this, I'm being walked around by my PR folks, and they're doing a fantastic job. So I see them stop. I know where I'm going. I see you guys. I can hear your voice, right, coming through. And as I'm just like, God, whoever's the next guest sounds real. This guy sounds amazing. Anyway, it's good to see you again. How's everyone?
We're doing well. I imagine this town is amazing for you.
Well, yeah. I mean, from a food standpoint, yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, I am me, so I do have an opinion on this. When you're talking about, you know, post-colonial contact food in America and what is American cuisine, when you want to really get into the nitty-gritty, the history of food and culture in America, we are all standing on native land, and we have to honor that pre-contact food, and we also have to understand that all other food that came after it is colonized food, and we need to recognize that. That being said, American food is not French food. It is not German food. It is not Dutch food. It is not foods of the Pacific Northwest that have an Asian overtone to them. American food, because we are such a melting pot, is the food of the South. And of the foods of the South, it all started coming over on boats in one of the most shameful periods of our history on the backs of slave ships, you know, from Western Africa, coming up through the Caribbean, influenced by Spanish and French colonialism and the Caribe Indians and everything that they do, and became the food of the Gulf Southern experience that then kind of bled north to a certain point, and it met some of that German Lutheran food and became what it is today. So is New Orleans the best food town in America? Well, you can make that argument. I think New York is for a whole bunch of other reasons, and happy to debate anyone on that. However, is New Orleans the most important food city in America? I think I can make that argument. And quite frankly, from a deliciousness standpoint, this is when they shine. And it's why I think the Super Bowl should just be here every single year. There are 680,000 people, something like that, that live in the city of New Orleans. They get 90 million visitors a year. They know how to slow, fast. They know how to turn it up for this thing. They're not overwhelmed by it. You know, God bless this city and the people who cook their food. And whether it's on a street corner, whether it's a po' boy shop where it's quote-unquote just a sandwich that ain't just a sandwich, so don't say that, or a fork and knife restaurant that is taking redfish and smothering it with a crab sauce piquant, there is nothing like New Orleans. And it is the only American city that when you say its name, you can smell it and taste it. And if you don't get that, then we're not friends. I mean, you just if you don't even begin to understand that concept, well,
I know,
right?
Absolutely.
I don't want to. You don't have to agree with me, but if none of that makes sense to you, you're not my people.
The descriptions, I love the way that you describe food. If someone were to say, hey, I'm going to New Orleans for the first time, what are some dishes that, I mean, they've got to try? You brought up the po' boy. That was the first thing I had, was a fried shrimp po' boy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I went with it.
It's really good.
What should I have done? Should I have done oyster?
Well, I would
catfish.
I would go for the Andrew Zimmern surf and turf, and if you order that in a couple of the better places, they'll just make you my
they
sandwich.
Didn't have the Andrew Zimmern where we went.
So shaved warm beef.
Yep.
Fried oysters on top. By the way, fully dressed.
Yeah.
So that's everything.
Of course.
Fried oysters on top, beef gravy. So it's like a carpetbagger steak, but on bread.
Mm-hmm.
And, my doctor says I shouldn't eat a lot of them, but I only have 2 a year, so I'm good with the full. I don't do the half.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're in front of me at Dom Elise's or any of the Parkway or whatever, and you're by yourself, and you're not 12 years old, and you order a half,
I agree.
I may say something to you.
I agree.
What are you doing?
I'm going to tap you on the shoulder. I'll say, I'll buy your other half.
Yes.
I'll buy your other half for you.
Yes. I'll eat it because I may be good for 1.5. Look, there's so many great foods here. I think what people, don't understand is that New Orleans is a high to low experience in the same way that all our great cities are high to low experiences. So you can go to Galatoire's, have a perfect piece of redfish or speckled trout, and it's smothered with a citrus beurre blanc and freshly picked crab meat, and it's $50, but it's going to curl your toes.
It will.
And you may like that with that level of service and that fork and knife. And by the way, sitting in that historic room, I don't care if you stop by there and just have a Diet Coke at the bar.
Right.
If you are in New Orleans and don't stop at Galatoire's to step back into history, that way in that room with that staff, you are missing out on a quintessential New Orleans experience. By the same token, if you're not going to Willie Mae's Scotch House for a side of butter beans and fried chicken, if you're not going to Dom Elise's or Parkway or any of those other places, and by the way, 100 recommendations on andrewzimmern.com or on Spilled Milk, my Substack newsletter. Lots of info. There's just 100 places in the, Compare Le Pain, Herb Saint, any of Donald Link's restaurants, by the way. There's so many great restaurants in this town. A lot of those chefs are coming to Taste of the NFL on Saturday and helping us raise money to fight childhood hunger and contributing to Gen Youth, tasteofthenfl.com. Fighting childhood hunger, the biggest issue we have in America that is as outrageous and morally reprehensible a fact of American life as I could possibly imagine, that there's 14 to 20% of kids in America, depending on whose study you listen to, that don't know where their next meals are coming from, is in this country, the greatest country in the history of the world, is incomprehensible to me and bordering on genocide.
Well said.
Man, thank you for saying that stuff. Thank you for being a professional in every way, Andrew. We'll have to catch up with you for longer next year.
At any
Let's
time,
schedule it now.
anytime,
Let's get
where
you
are
on.
we eating?
Yeah, let's do it.
San Francisco, where are we eating? Make your reservations now. That's another good food town.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, it is. Andrew
Thanks, man.
Zimmern with
Thank
you
you.
here in the GBag Nation as we're live on Radio Row. Our coverage brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center. We're back with international football star Sammy Khedira here. It's the GBag Nation and the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.
a lower B product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg
Find
Maidens?
us online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
It's a new year. Time to upgrade your home. If new windows are on your list, don't fall for gimmicks like buy two, get two free. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we keep it simple. 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. No tricks, just great value. And I'm here with Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Mike. Start the year smart. Don't sign your life away with anyone else until you give us a call for a second opinion. Honest pricing and a lifetime warranty, guaranteed.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Live from Radio Row in New Orleans. You're rolling with the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour number 3 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Our next guest is joining us ahead of what is going to be a historic couple summers for soccer in the United States and North America. This guy won the World Cup with Germany in 2014, scoring against Brazil in the final. He won the UEFA Champions League with Real Madrid that same year. Countless other trophies in Spain and Germany and Italy. And he joins us to promote the World Cup in the FIFA Club World Cup, which is this summer. Sammy Khedira here with you on 105.3 The Fan. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you, sir. How the heck are you?
Thanks for having me.
Man,
big pleasure.
It's tremendous to have. So, what's it like to play against Brazil in the final in Brazil and score against them? Man, that's incredible.
Well, you mean like the semifinal was like, maybe one of the most recognized games ever in the history of football. And as you mentioned, you play against the host country, and like if you see the national anthem and everybody was like super emotional, and we thought like, okay, that would be super tough, but we never expected to beat them like 7-1. So one of the best games I think we as Germany and myself played ever.
What was the reaction like inside that stadium? I mean, I imagine you guys had plenty of your fans that had traveled, but I mean, that's the lifeblood of Brazil, is that sport. It must have been devastating for them.
I think like at the end they respected us because we are not playing with them, so we took it really serious till the end, till the 90th minutes, and well, you can play with them, nutmeg them or try to nutmeg them, but it was 5-0 for the halftime, and our coach told us in halftime, listen, take it serious, respect the country, respect the people, respect the opponents, and we did it. So that's why we got the love on a different way back from the Brazilian guys, especially our supporters, our families was on the stand. So, and we asked them, and they said like, we'll never be afraid that the Brazilians getting aggressive because our behavior on the pitch.
Yes, that's very impressive. Sammy Khedira here with you on The Fan now. Of course, here in America and the States, we're all aspiring to that level of football that you guys have played both at Real Madrid and Germany. What could the U.S. learn from how you guys develop players?
Well, that's a long story, but I think it's like the ecosystem. So especially in Europe, everybody is free to play football and to be coached and to join a club. And I think the grassroots, and here, how do I understand you have to pay for it, and it's super expensive. And in my point of view, sports in general, and also soccer or football, has to be like free, and that's the point. And now the academies, they do understand that they have to educate and to train them for free, or took the money from other, but not from the families. But it's a business. In Europe, it's like a privilege that you can play everywhere.
So the cost is taken care of by the clubs, by the big professional clubs that are working to try to develop talent?
100%. And let's say in Europe you have like professional structure where like kids get hired and can join a professional training camp. So in the US you have to pay for it, and not everybody has the money to pay for professional coaches or training systems. So that's I think that's the main difference between Germany or Europe and the US.
Sammy, we always talk about American football, how tough-minded your team needs to be. What makes the German side so tough? And it's when you watch your style, and it's physical and it's grinding, and it's in a way it's beautiful to watch just because of the physicality that you guys play with and the skill. What makes you guys so tough? And because we're trying to always find that in American football. Our team needs to be tough. They need to be mentally tough. What makes you guys so tough?
I think it's a kind of education what we learned from a young age on. Sure. And as you can see, maybe a bit of history that Germany lost that a bit in the last year. So we went out 2 times in the World Cup in Russia and in Qatar in the group stage, and it's a disaster from the German side. But on the other hand, we got teach that we have to stay strong, that we have to behave well, that we have to go over setbacks. I think it's a kind of education, and that's why we are maybe mentally that strong.
I just watching those guys, watching them play, you're like, gosh, they're going to beat us up today.
So organized, so skilled. It's really an incredible program. How far is our program from that? We're starting to get some players in Europe, at least. I think that's progress, right? We're heading in the right direction.
And I think the way that you started a few years ago, it pays off right now, or hopefully for you guys next year in the World Cup. But as you can see, you have a lot of young, talented players playing week by week on a really highest level. So especially in the Serie A, you have with AC Milan, with the Juventus Turin, McKennie, Weah, Musa, Pulisic. So a lot of talented, strong players, and I think that's the key, that you have to compete day by day, week by week with the best players and the best competition, and then you can bring it back to your national team, to your country.
Is Sammy Khedira here with you on the fan? It's
Khedira!
Almost surreal for me. Yes. Amazing. Is Pulisic our best player ever?
I guess so. So right now he has a really good moment, especially with AC Milan. He feels home, he feels happy. So what I can see, he's your best player.
Yeah. So who was your favorite midfield partner?
Oof. Wow, you probably
you had a who's who.
Difficulty. Yeah,
you had a lot of talent.
So it depends. So I played with Mesut Ozil. So he is a genius. I played with Toni Kroos. I played with Schweinsteiger, but also maybe I could say Xabi Alonso, because he is also number 6. I played next to him when I moved in a young age to Real Madrid, and what I learned from him is such amazing, because he was not that quick, fast, strong, but he was so intelligent in his passing. So maybe Xabi Alonso.
So, and he's taken that intellect now to coaching and done a heck of a job. Did you see that in him at a young age?
As you can see, he's like in the second part of his career, he's doing an amazing job. He won the league, the German football league, with Leverkusen, unbeaten, the first time ever in history. Yeah. So and he's always stay humble. So that's why I really love him, because he's a genius. He understands the game, how to teach, but he always stay humble, and he behaves well. So that's why maybe Xabi Alonso is doing a great job.
Take us inside El Clasico. You're in the tunnel. You're getting ready. You can hear the fans. Is that the most intense energy that you feel pregame in your career, or?
100%. Like especially back in the days. Now the Clasico is a bit different, but back in the days, for everybody who's not following that much soccer, or like the Clásicos Real Madrid against Barcelona, but it was the rival between Barcelona and Madrid, but also Lionel Messi against Cristiano Ronaldo, Pep Guardiola against Jose Mourinho. So the whole week, the whole city, the whole country was just speaking about that game. So it was so intense, and especially before the game, if you are like going out on the pitch, you see like Busquets, you see Puyol. So it was like so intense and one of the best games or one of the best Clásicos I ever played.
Where do you lean in the Ronaldo-Messi debate?
It's so fun, guys, because I had a few other interviews, and it's always about who's the GOAT.
Right.
I think like you have the same in the NFL, right? With
Right.
now
Uh-huh.
Mahomes,
Brady.
There you go.
So I think it's like an endless discussion. So I'm Team Ronaldo. I'm Team Cristiano because I played with him for 7 years. I know how much effort he put into this. So I'm going with Cristiano, but also with all the respect of Messi. Yeah.
Did you help bring Ronaldo to Juventus?
No,
he
it was
just on
not.
his
It
own?
was not me, but at the end, I was super happy that he was joining us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys won the league 3 years in a row, 4 out of 5.
Like Juventus, 10 years.
Wow,
But
impressive.
yeah.
I noticed you did leave Messi out of your top 5 midfielders of all time. Is that because you see him as a striker more, or is it the Barcelona thing?
I have to choose because, what is, I don't know, Maradona is telling me, or Ronaldinho. So, no, Messi is, we put him as a striker.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Your number 1 was Zidane, though. Can you walk us through that sort of thinking?
Yeah, Sisu, it makes the game look so easy. So, and that's I was impressed, and I was like a young kid. I watched the FIFA World Cup in '98 in France. So he was like scoring 2 goals in the final, and then he pressed me a lot with Real Madrid, with the France national team. So he was my idol, and that's why he inspired me to become a professional soccer player. So that's why I put Sisu as a number 1.
It's Sammy Khedira here with you on 105 through the Fan. So we have the FIFA World Cup next summer, 2026. This summer, it's the FIFA Club World Cup. What can you tell us about this tournament and what fans are in for if they get a ticket?
So, well, that's the first time ever that the Club World Cup will play and host here in the US. I think it's really special. So you have like quite easy to explain 32 teams. It's global. Europe, Africa, the Asian teams, South America, North America. We have Inter Miami with Messi. We have the Seattle Sounders. So everybody's involved. And, they're playing for 4 weeks, a really intense, high-quality football. The best players are coming and the best clubs coming to the U.S. And at the end, we have the best team, the best club ever who played this tournament. So, but what I can say is what makes it special, even the World Cup, also the Club World Cup, it's the audience. It's like the fans who are joining, going on the streets, going to the fan festival and going to the stadium and support their teams and support the game. And I think that makes really special because football or soccer without fans, it's super boring. So come and join the great teams, Haaland, Mbappe.
Yeah.
A lot of great players are coming into this beautiful country.
Can't wait.
Sammy, are we asking too much of you as players? Are we asking too much of the matches, the schedule, the tournaments? Are we asking too much of? You're brilliant in the way you play. Are we asking too much of you to play that way every match?
That's like a big discussion what we have, especially on a top level.
Sure.
But what I can say is, if it's FIFA or UEFA or whatever other organizations not trying to build a high competition level, then the clubs take it over and do like a marketing tour, as we did it in the past. So we went like 4 or 3 weeks through China to the US. What is amazing, but I prefer, instead of a marketing tour, to have like a high competition level. So and what we discuss, especially in Europe, it's about the break between the tournaments or between the competitions. I think that's the main factor. It's not about the games. It's not about the intensity. It's more about the break in between. So that's the main factor.
What's your favorite post-game beer of choice?
Other than Stella Artois.
Other than Stella, of course.
I'm not drinking alcohol, but no, I prefer like seriously speaking, if I'm in a competition, I had like always water or like all this regeneration things. But I'm not drinking that much beer.
What would be the food you'd recommend if I went to Germany right now?
Food?
Yeah.
So you have to go for the schnitzel.
Oh, I love good schnitzel.
The schnitzels.
Come on now.
So I just had it on Tuesday before I left Germany. So it's maybe an Austrian thing, but we Germans do it quite well. So the schnitzel is quite good.
There it is.
What's a good goal for our MLS teams in this Club World Cup? Inter Miami and Seattle playing. Can they advance out of the group stage? I mean, how tough is it going to be with the Man City and Real Madrids and Juventus and everything?
Well, it's super tough, but especially I'm following the MLS a bit more right now. So and what I can see, you have a lot of like Busquets, Suarez, Messi. They are quite good, and also the younger, like American players, they improve a lot because of that three giants. So I do really believe that Inter Miami can go 100% through the group stage, but even like because they are still competitive and then it's a one game. So why they cannot surprise like the giants from Europe?
That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Sammy. Best of luck to you. Enjoy your week. Enjoy the game. Man, have fun. Enjoy New Orleans.
We do. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Big pleasure. Thank
the
you
legend,
so much. Yeah.
Sammy Khedira here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. That was my favorite. I know Emmitt Smith was special for you, but I've been looking forward to this interview for a couple of weeks now, and that was just amazing. Thank you, Sammy. Okay, we're back with Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20 and more right here. It's the GBag Nation, live on Radio Row, brought to you by Stella Artois and the Low T Center, and we're back with more here in the GBag Nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
As immigration enforcement wraps up,
there are not enough immigration judges to be adjudicating all of these cases.
Can already overloaded courts keep up? NBC5 investigates tonight at 10.
When it's going to be one of those DFW weather days, I tell you what to expect with accurate forecasts. I put you at ease and guide you to safety. When it happens in DFW, rely on Rick Mitchell, your North Texas weather expert on NBC5.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoplex lease, yeah. Autoplex lease, you know. Yeah, we got the cars you love to drive.
Hi, this is Chuck Cooperstein for Autoflex Leasing. Y'all know how much I love Autoflex, but I thought you should hear some reviews from other customers too. Jonathan says, leasing with Autoflex was one of the best and quickest experiences I've had in leasing a vehicle. Ms. Brown says, I'm very pleased to say I've never experienced such astounding customer service. And Posh says, from the moment I walked in, the staff was welcoming and attentive. They took the time to understand my needs and budget, and Autoflex showed me only vehicles that were a perfect fit. See, people can't get enough of the amazing customer service and vehicle selection that Autoflex offers. If you're ready to start driving your dream car today, then reach out to my friends at Autoflex Leasing online at autoflex.com or give them a call at 972-234-1234.
Zach and Eric back with you to talk Trajan Wealth and start the new year off right with a new financial plan. And is your love language money? It is for a lot of us. Call Trajan Wealth for a free consultation today. That number is going to be 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500. You can also go check them out in a variety of offices across DFW, wherever is more convenient for you. They've got offices in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be absolutely daunting, but good news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
It's been an active storm year in North Texas, and everywhere you go, the pitch is to replace your roof. At Blue Nail Roofing, we do a lot of roof replacements, but one of our specialties is helping homeowners keep the roof you have to save money and avoid an insurance claim. Before you go the route of replacing your roof, call us for a free second opinion inspection of your property and find out if you can save money by preserving your existing roof. Call 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com.
Stella Artois, the premium European-style lager, crafted with 600 years of brewing heritage for a distinctive taste and refreshingly crisp finish, is the beer to elevate your everyday moments. The beer with a taste worth more, for moments worth more.
Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Anheuser-Busch, Stella Artois.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chapman here for QC Kinetics. You know, it starts as just a nuisance, and then you just put up with it. But then that awful joint pain impacts everything in your life. Walking, climbing stairs, even getting in and out of the car. I had it. Right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder pain. I just lived with it. It was always there. If you've got pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, head on over to QC Kinetics. Regenerative treatments sweeping the nation. Tens of thousands of our friends and neighbors have gone through the treatment process at QC Kinetics. Don't wait. Make the call today. They use natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. Joint pain does not get better with time. If you've got arthritis, QC Kinetics. A sports injury, QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Free consultation, Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right, you don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins, and I'm never going back.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Mike Bassick here, and guess what, Tolos? That winter chill has arrived. Leaky windows letting in the cold? You can't afford to wait. It's time to call my friend Dax at Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Mike. Fix those drafty windows now with Best Buy Windows and Siding. Get 10 windows installed for just $59.50 and 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Keep the cold out and the savings in. Call Best Buy Windows and Siding today, and let's make sure to stay cozy all season long.
Why freeze when you can heat up your home and your savings? Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsandSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are on the Bounty broadcast perch up there. And they're going to be interviewing Kyle Van Noy and another Kyle Anderson. Coming up here in just a few minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one are injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yes, it's Kyle Hamilton and Kyle Van Noy with your nosebleed bros up there on the Bounty Perch. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, we're just standing by right now. They're finishing up another radio hit right now, and then they're going to walk over to us. But, Eric, this is this is kind of a dream come true. We get to be at the top of this Bounty set. Now, I do think Bounty, the House of Wingman that they've got over here, they're giving away free wings every day to everybody in the media.
Yep.
They're getting the best guests. Everybody gets to wear this House of Wingman jacket, which looks incredible. I think Bounty is dominating the Super Bowl Radio Row for the second year in a row.
Yeah, they've really created sort of a home field environment for themselves. I feel like they've planted the flag in a big way. They have a huge presence here, and they got the superstar beast. They had our guy Zach Martin,
Brandon Aubrey,
all sorts of current NFL player superstars, and I can't imagine how many wings a guy like Kyle Van Noy could put down on a Super Bowl Sunday.
That's a good question.
This is the same Kyle Van Noy that broke his face earlier this year.
And was back playing in what? How long? Did he play the next week?
He might have played literally the next week. He broke the orbital bone in his face. But, yeah, two Baltimore Raven Kyles. Their defensive coordinator is former North Texas great.
DeSoto legend as well, Zach Orr.
So we'll have to touch on that a little bit. And the Ravens whooped our tail this year. Let's not forget that.
Did.
They stormed into AT&T Stadium, and they slapped us around. So that's unfortunate, but these guys are going to be awesome. I'm excited to chat.
Well, and Kyle Hamilton's Notre Dame Fighting Irish is playing in the national championship game.
Yeah.
How pumped is he?
Yeah, he's
Although they lost, should we just avoid that one? Should we scrub that?
It's still an ultimate win.
Is that okay?
Yeah, you get to the championship game, you can feel good about that.
How much more of the Hurraduro should we get into when we get back to the table?
Oh, the Emmitt. Yeah, we still have the.
Somebody hid it from me.
Really? Because they knew that you would do the thing like you did at the Rangers.
No, that was a Brian Broaddus issue. That was not a me thing, okay? I think Brian's probably hogging it all for himself over there at the table.
No, I'm drinking all the Stella is what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, the Stella's been absolutely delicious.
Yeah, I'm drinking all the Stella. But, yeah, we were hopeful that we would get that repeat that time, Willie. You start crying about you were going, I'm sorry, guys, I'm doing poor radio right now.
That was a one-time deal, Brian.
It was a lot of tequila, and I think that we can see that again maybe today.
Maybe if you're lucky. Now we just got the 1 minute. Now we've been told this like 3 different times.
Yeah, we have.
So this is like the beautiful.
Are people looking at you guys right now? Like,
we're
who the hell are these people?
A couple. There's like 4 people standing with us, and then on the other side is where the interview's taking place. But since this is not like where we're not doing any zooming or there's no video aspect of it, they're going to bring them over here. So we're just doing an audio interview.
How cool was that, though, back in the 3 o'clock segment when Emmitt Smith poured you guys a shot?
Oh, dude, it was amazing.
That was good tequila, by the way.
That was an all-time moment. I mean, that was as special as it gets. And then him and Walchuk got to share an off-air moment together because Walchuk wasn't sure if he kind of ruffled some feathers there with his initial Ashton Genty question. But Emmitt was actually really thankful for the way you phrased it.
Yeah, so I saw online, he was on Moose and Maggie. Who's just behind, or Maggie and Pirloff now, who have a set behind us, and then he was also with All City Dallas, and he's talking Genty, and the clips are basically phrasing it like he doesn't want Genty necessarily as a Cowboy. So he said, no, you teed me up perfectly for that because that's exactly what happens. Your words get twisted, the clickbait happens, and I thought what he said made a lot of sense. It's not that he doesn't want Genty. If you're going to draft a player, do they have a plan for him? And I think that's a big question mark that we always have with the Cowboys. What's the vision? What's the plan? But the passion and the energy.
I've never seen him that fired up.
He is fired up.
He was fired up. He was fired up.
So sober as ever, right? I mean,
Yep. I think it's the frustration around, this team that we saw after the Packers game last year. Like the energy from Emmitt changed. And I think now he's, just as frustrated as a lot of the fans are. And I hope he and Michael and Troy can continue to put that level of pressure on him.
Yeah.
Our guys are coming over here right now. There
we got a Van Noy in the building. What's up,
the face
dude?
looks great, dude.
Look at this.
How are you, Kyle?
Mr. Hamilton?
Good to meet you, bro.
Gosh, dang, that's a safety. That's a big-ass safety. Unbelievable.
How are you, Zach Wolchuk? 105.3 The Fan here in Dallas. So how the heck are you guys doing? Kyle Van Noy.
I'm doing pretty good. Bounty's treating us really well. Got my wingman, Kyle Hamilton, with me. We're doing great. How are you doing?
We're fantastic. We have been earlier. We do a segment called NFL News of the Day. One of them was you had the orbital fracture in the face, and we're like, okay, that sounds like it might be the worst NFL injury, but you came back immediately and played.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, but it worked. Right? It turned out to be one of my best season that I've played personally. Fractured in 3 places, 2.5 places, and it was not fun to deal with, but hey, we overcome.
You're the man. So how I mean, I can't even tell on your face right now. I would never know that you broke your face before.
You would have to look a little bit. My eyeball's a little sinking in on this side, but you didn't stop looking, you know?
I can't tell.
Yeah, a little self-conscious, you know?
Most painful injury you ever had?
No.
What would be that?
That would be, I don't know. I've had a lot. I'll have to come back.
Okay.
Go to him first.
All right, let's go to Kyle Hamilton, the other Kyle in the building, one of the best safeties in all of football. How are you doing out here at the Super Bowl?
Well. How about y'all?
We're doing great, man. We're doing great. We're happy for your Irish. Almost got it done, but that was exciting. In Lamar Jackson, potentially, maybe teammate. Is he going to win the MVP tonight?
I think so. If I had a vote, I think it's him.
That would be your guy?
That would be my guy.
Well, you're so incredible at what you do, man. And at this size, I mean, are you 6'5"?
I'm probably closer to 6'5".
Unbelievable. 6'5" safety, do-it-all kind of dude. And we got a Super Bowl matchup right now with two teams you guys are very familiar with. The idea of tackling Saquon Barkley, is that the biggest challenge? Because Derrick Henry's on your team, so you don't really have to worry about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Marlon after the game, Marlon Humphrey, and we were just talking about how he just has a different gear. Once he hits the hole and behind that O-line, you know, once they start rolling, it gets tough to stop him. And, you know, once he hits the hole, he's kind of moving 4'2" and a 240-pound body. Like, it's tough to play against, but, you know, it doesn't surprise me he had 2,000 yards.
How grateful are you that you weren't the defender that he hit the hurdle spin move on?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that – you know, you're part of history. Not the right side, but, you know, it's still he's one of one in this league, and it's pretty cool to watch him.
So one thing that wasn't cool for us to watch is you came at AT&T Stadium, kicked our Cowboys' asses. That was pretty bitter. What are your memories from that game?
I remember the end of the game where it felt like it never ended, and we should have been out of that stadium a lot sooner, but somehow Dak was still slinging that rock and people were catching the ball, and it was like, what the hell's going on? Ended up being a close, crazy game at the end. And that just is a testament to Dak, right? He's never out of a game. He's always trying to win. He's always trying to do the most to bring his team back. And, you know, I was impressed by the way he handled it and the team. CeeDee Lamb, he's amazing football player. I think the sky's the limit for him. But for the team, I'm interested to see what they do with Micah. Are you going to pay him? What you going to do? Are they going to trade him like Luka did? You know, that would be kind of crazy. But
hey, that still hurts right now. Too soon.
So sorry.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I do. So you've got a couple connections to Dallas-Fort Worth on your defense. So Zach Orr, North Texas Mean Green, your defensive coordinator, also DeSoto legend, high school football player. What's it like this year? Zach Orr takes over as your DC. How has he been as a coach?
Yeah, just let everybody know from Dallas. He reps Dallas. Oh, my goodness. He bumps every Dallas rapper. He reps it every day. He is from Texas through and through. So shout out to everybody in Dallas for Zach Orr. He represents you guys in a great way.
I love it.
But him personally taking over is just he has an infectious aura and / energy. That's what I want to say, energy. His energy is infectious. He comes in with the right mindset each and every day. He's hungry. He's young. He's willing to learn. He's willing to get better, and he's willing to build a relationship with his players. That's the one thing that's different between him and others. He's closer in age with the players than most coaches. So he's able to build a relationship, understand where players are coming from, and he's been a player. He's been an all-pro player, and people forget that. He's played all-pro level linebacker, so he knows the football part of it. So it's combining those together and continuing to get better and continuing to see how can I be better as a coach. When can I call this? When can't I call this? Where's that line of I can push players? I don't want to push them too far because I don't want to get them too pissed off, but he gets us pissed off enough to keep showing up and keep showing out for him.
Yeah, I mean, everything he just said. You know, he kind of went through the ringer this year. Everybody was calling for his head after the first few weeks. And as a young first-year DC, you know, it probably would be easy to just kind of crawl into a ball and not know what to do. But, you know, that's just not who he is. And I think that's a big reason why the Ravens wanted him as our DC. You know, he's resilient. Just everything that happened with his football career, I was cut short after all-pro season. Like, after going through stuff like that, you kind of change your perspective on life, and I think he's just grateful to be in the position that he's in, and you know that gratefulness and that attitude is just like you said, it's just infected everybody in the room, and that it's contagious, and you know, just bringing good vibes throughout the whole building.
Talking with two great Baltimore Raven defenders, Kyle Hamilton, Kyle Van Noy, sponsored by Bounty. You guys are wing dudes for sure. Bold move, by the way, Van Noy wearing the white sweater and consuming some chicken wings. Respect to you on that. I would need a bib. What's the best wing? What's the personal favorite Kyle Van Noy wing flavor? And are you drums or flats?
See, people want to argue drums or flats. I like both. I'm just kind of a bigger guy in itself, so I just like food. So it doesn't matter if it's a drum or a flat. It's in my belly, and I got to go with Parmesan and barbecue.
Okay, good call.
With ranch.
With ranch. Got to have the ranch.
No blue cheese, anti-blue cheese?
Oh, blue cheese is trash.
We got to hell. Oh, it's trash.
Buffalo, it's trash.
Hey, Kyle Hamilton, best wing.
All flat lemon peppers.
Oh, see, okay, that's great taste. All right.
You guys are beasts.
Wait. You guys got to go too. What's yours?
Yeah, I'm all flats. I'm a lemon pepper / buffalo sauce guy.
I'm with you. Drumstick or flat, I don't care. Get it in the belly, but I'm a hot.
Okay, hey, you guys are two great defenders, two great defensive coordinators in this Super Bowl. Steve Spagnuolo, Dick Fangio. Who are you more impressed by?
Dick Fangio, as you said, or Vic Fangio?
Oh, what did I say? Did I say Dick?
Dick Fangio, right?
I think you said Dick Fangio, huh?
Did you say Dick?
That was a mistake. I don't know.
He was going so fast. It was good.
I
liked it.
I appreciate that.
You're killing this whole interview, by the way. That's tough. I'm gonna go with Vic. Why not? Spags.
I think it's Dick.
I'm going to go with Vic. Why not? Go against Spags. Got to be different, right? Even though he's a hell of a coach.
Yeah, but the Raven bird is better than the Eagle bird, right? Like in a bird off?
Yeah, they beat us, though, so they got it.
Yeah, they can go bleep themselves, though. Hamilton, Spags, or Fangio?
I think Spags has more rings. I'll probably just go with rings.
All about the championships. Yep. Kyle Hamilton, you're the man.
Thanks, fellas.
So
we
much.
Appreciate you.
Back
that
to
was
you, boys.
awesome. Guys, we got our first call out. It's Vic, not Dick. So what is that, about 1 of 7?
That's 1 of 7.
1 of 6.
He finally
somewhere in
found
there.
somebody.
A hell of a job by Wolchuk and Chia. Follow up on the Wings on Bounty perch. Salute to the Kyles, Hamilton, and Van Noy. A lot of Ravens guests today.
A lot of Ravens
Todd
guests
Heap
today.
and Dennis Pitta.
Yep.
Last hour, we did ask him, by the way, about the situation with his daughter back in 2017 and how you move on from there. He actually thanked us for asking after the interview and asked that we send him the video clip of him sharing that, because I guess nobody else was asking about that on Radio Row. But just some incredible moments. I mean, that was back there at 3:20. You had Emmitt Smith on with us at 3 o'clock, and the fun continues with a 16-year NFL vet, one of the best fullbacks ever. Lorenzo Neal joins us next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's our last day live at Radio Row in New Orleans, and we're going to make it a good one. Ricky Williams at 11:22 a.m., Cynthia Freeland at noon, and Mike Golick Jr. at 12:30. That Masterpiece of the Week pack show, 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
The cleats have hit the field. Kickoff is here. Game day's arrived and SBLIX brings the cheers. Ice-cold beers, team-lifting spirits, cocktails in a can. Score 'em all and hear your fellow football fans chant, "You demand." And with SBLIX's largest selection and lowest prices, you can make every game day feel just as nice. Before the players start running their routes and schemes, run a route to SBLIX for your game day needs. SBLIX. Cheers to savings.
It's tennis time, Dallas. The Dallas Open comes to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco February 1st through 9th. As a newly upgraded ATP 500 event, expect to see tennis's biggest stars as they compete to take home the title. Confirmed for 2025 as 4th in the world, U.S. Open finalist Taylor Fritz, 6th-ranked Casper Ruud, former Dallas Open champion Tommy Paul, and top Americans Francis Tiafoe and Ben Shelton. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss the Dallas Open February 1st through 9th at the Ford Center at the Star. DallasOpen.com.
Let's talk punts. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Here's a prop bet that'll make you think twice. Over-under on punts in the big game. BetMGM 6.5 juice to the under. With the way Philly is aggressive on 4th down and the way Kansas City can sustain long drives, I'm going under 6.5 punts. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Chip Hall back here for Advanced Hair, and for you, really, let's change that life for the better forever. It's happening to a lot of us. The hair is thinning, the crown's disappearing, and perhaps the confidence at an all-time low, but I bring good news today. This is an incredible, very simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. This is truly unprecedented stuff, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair, and we've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions, and they can help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently? Of course you do, and maybe you need it in very specific areas. Well, that's where Advanced Hair state-of-the-art facilities and world-class physicians come into play. This is not a maybe your hair will regrow. This is a guarantee that your new hair will grow. It'll start the very next day. You just decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives. You need to be next. They're the team that I personally recommend. Get that free consultation, and then just for being a Tolo, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. All you have to do is call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, welcome to Total Wireless. How can I help you?
Ay, my phone is panicking. It thinks I'm trading it in.
No worries. At Total Wireless, you get one line for $20 per month when you bring your phone.
Really? Only $20 a month for one line? And I get to keep my phone? Wow.
Yep, that's 50% off the base 5G unlimited plan.
Visit your nearest Total Wireless store today. Restrictions apply. Compatible device required. Available exclusively online and in Total Wireless retail stores.
Slightly Stupid is back on the road. Step into the Sun Summer Tour 2025. Saturday, July 12th, the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. With special guests, Iration and Little Stranger. On sale Friday, February 7th, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Don't miss the party of the summer with Slightly Stupid, presented by Smoke Flower and Alt 103.7, produced by Live Nation.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform to...
Skills? Doesn't sound right. Was it cell phone squad?
Lorenzo Neal. Got a live wire here. Lorenzo Neal, 16 seasons, 3-time All-Pro, member of the 2000s All-NFL team. Thanks for joining us, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, my God, legendary, man. This is great. You guys got me rolling already. I was dragging a little bit. My man over here to my right said, hey, pop this in your mouth and see what you feel like. Zen, I'm watching all these guys on these shows. And taking it. Trump's taking it. Hell, if he taking it, the orange man taking it. Let me take it. So
I'm excited to see where this takes you over the course of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Circle back in 30. We'll see how you're feeling.
Hey, how about that coffee flavor, though? That's legit.
Oh, man, that coffee flavor is so good when it touches my lips. I mean, it was amazing. Have you had the coffee yet?
I have.
He was the one that discovered it.
Oh, for the love of me. I'm feeling good right now.
It's got like a French vanilla thing to it.
What do you think over there, Brian? What do you think?
I'm an old school Tic Tac guy.
Lorenzo, you're clearly a guy that knows how to have a good time. What's it like being drafted into New Orleans in the 90s? What was that like for a young man?
You know what? For a young man coming from Fresno, you have to realize, come from a town of Lemoore. We didn't have a stoplight growing up, no McDonald's. So you know what? It was really different. You know, I called my mama to come stay with me for a week because I was like, Mama, you got to come over here. I ain't seen all these brothers with all these trophy cases in their mouth. It was crazy. So it was a really culture shock for me to come, in a small town. You go to Lemoore, it's like, dude, I think we had 1,200 kids at the school. That's a pretty big high school. It's like only maybe 7 or 8 brothers or, a black. So it's like, it's crazy. And you go to a different place in New Orleans and the culture, you come in, it's like, I remember dating a girl here and she's like, hey, I was like, I'm a dater. And like, okay. I was like, you want to go to dinner? She goes, you want to go to dinner? Yeah. I'm like, okay, yeah. So they answer the question first. I wasn't used to the culture, and I fell in love with it. I bought a house here, kept the house for like 10, 12 years in Kenner. So it was amazing being able to play for Jim Mora, playing with the Dome Patrol, Ricky Jackson.
Those guys.
Oh, my God. Sam Mills, Von Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
These guys would kick my butt at practice, but they made me tough. They made me the player I became because of what these guys put me through and how they helped me, how they mentored me. So I love my days with the Saints.
I mean, you got to be one of the toughest guys in the history of the league, right? To do what you did for 16 seasons. How'd that hold up?
You know what? I think the wrestling background. I was All-American in college, ranked number 3 in the country.
Damn right he was a wrestler.
You know it.
Oh, tell you, I was scout. I mean, I'm going to draft wrestlers
Come on, now.
all day.
Who's this guy? He woke up now. Okay.
All day.
You popped that Zen in. You popped that Zen. I didn't even see it happen.
I'm just listening. I'm listening to my man here talk about he's from they're talking about Fresno, the Valley. Draft those guys. Those are tough kids from Fresno. You talk about wrestling background. That's why. That's it. That's scouting right there.
Yes.
That's the type of guy right there you want.
You're right. The wrestling background.
It helps.
It's just
a lot.
The one-on-one.
Yeah.
You get on a mat with someone, and it's just you and a guy. I mean, you got to realize my senior year I was 42-0 with 38 pins. You're lucky. Once some padlocks locked on you, man, I'm choking guys out, putting them to sleep. I'm used to wrestling cows and pigs. I was raised on the farm. But it's that one-on-one. You can't blame it on the quarterback. You can't blame it on offensive lineman. You can't blame it on anybody. It's just you and another man. So that wrestling mentality off season, I would come back to Fresno State and wrestle. I would get in the ring with Chuck Liddell and spar and wrestle with, the Iceman, me and him from the, wrestle in college. And I had Paul Vaden as a light middleweight champion of the world, sparring. I did everything. I wanted to make sure in the offseason that outworked. I mean, I got on the farm, bucking hay, boom, getting the hooks and using it. It carry and submit. So those are some of the things you ask. How did I play that one? That's why the attitude, the commitment to hard work. I think that kept me in the league so long.
You look like you're still doing some cement carries.
Well, hell, let's go do it.
I mean, you're still an absolute monster.
No, I I try to stay active. You turn 54 and I'm still, I'm trying to get in 200-300 push-ups a day. I'm still, doing 21 arm push-ups. The big fella still can do it. You want me to jump down and do it right now?
Let's do
Are
it.
you down me?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, baby. Lorenzo
I don't believe
Neal,
it. I don't believe it.
One of the greatest fullbacks of all time at 54 years old, cranking out one-arm push-ups like an absolute Rocky Balboa animal. Look at that.
Holy cow. He told me to do 20.
One-handed.
Gosh.
I didn't know it was 20 in a row.
Whoa, look at, hey, that left pinky. Hey, what's going on with that left pinky right there, Lorenzo? That thing.
Is that an injury or is that just?
Oh, my damn.
Oh, he's got one
the
of those.
right ring
Oh,
finger.
my
He's got a
goodness.
stop block finger.
They get stuck in a helmet or what happened there?
And I kept playing.
Oh.
Take that sucker back
The
up. Let's
toughness.
go. Put
The
me in
toughness.
the game. What'd you guys give me? I'm all fired up.
So
I'm a Mountain Dew.
I'm fired up on Mountain Dew. Lorenzo Neal with us here on the Fan. Okay, so the Cowboys just talked. Yeah.
Okay, keep talking. I'm going to be reading over here. All right, that's
You all right?
21 push-ups.
No, okay. So
Yeah, you
wait,
did a great job.
We'll van for you.
And ask the Elizabeth, come get me. I'm coming home.
Sanford and Son
You played for the great Marty Schottenheimer. Cowboys just hired Brian Schottenheimer, his son. I don't know.
His mic went up on the push-ups.
Yeah, no, he knows.
Oh,
he
he's taking a little breath.
We're
Okay,
breathing.
I'm sorry.
We're
He doesn't want to
trying
pull
catch
a
up.
Broadus and just heavy breathe into the mic.
That's what I do, yeah.
That's
broadcast.
Something's going on.
That's professionalism right
It
there.
is.
Know
That
your
is
way
a
around
pro.
Mike.
That is a pro.
How was it playing for Marty? I don't know. Were you around Brian at all when he was a kid? Do you have any info on Brian for us?
I don't. Why do you got to say when he was a kid? You act like I'm that damn old.
Well, he's just. No.
Brian's the same age. Same age as Brian,
Yeah, you
right?
might be the same age as
He's
Brian.
bad. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. No, Brian, I love Brian. And and his Brian's a great guy. He was the DB coach, offensive coordinator. He was / offensive coordinator with Cam Cameron.
Yeah.
So I've been knowing Brian for years. Brian was coaching with the Chargers. Yeah. So Brian was a personal friend. Me and Jamie and him would go to dinner, his wife and her families. So Brian's a great guy. I think the Cowboys hired a man that is going to bring the team together. Marty had a leadership group. Of LT, Drew Brees. In the leadership group, he would meet with those guys and talk about what the team needs to do. Yeah. It's the reason why I went 14-2, 12-2, 12-4. Marty Schottenheimer was a great coach. That's what the Cowboys got. They got a man that's going to bring that chemistry, that bond. Because you look at football now, guys are all over because of the fact you have college. Now they're making money in college. They're playing not for the love of the game, for the love of the money. And I think Brian Schottenheimer, because his parents and who he is, I think the Dallas Cowboys got a good man if they can give this guy some time.
I love it. That's a good endorsement.
Why don't we have football in San Diego anymore?
Man, you tell me.
I'm just asking you, man. You're the guy that's a legend there, not me.
I was so disappointed when that happened. I mean, you think about the memories that we had. Dan Phelps, Chuck Muncie, Kellen Winslow, Charlie Jordan.
Yeah.
I love watching
Jack Murphy Stadium.
Jack Murphy, yes.
Gosh, come on,
this guy
man.
needs a raise. And, and you just like to, and the Spanos, trust me, they wanted to stay there.
Sure.
Comic-Con may leave.
Yeah.
All these different things because you wouldn't. And here's the deal: Americans are taxed enough, and I get it. But it was going to be a hotel tax. So when out-of-towners come to town, that's how they're going to do. And you get these politicians. And they draw their line in the sand, and they destroy communities. They destroy it, and because of greed and because of pride. And I hate that the Chargers. They're always going to be the stepchild in L.A. It's the Rams. They no matter what happens. So it's bad. I understand it's a business move, but I'm not. I'm glad that I get to cover the team. Believe in the Chargers. Believe everything Chargers. I work with Matt Money Smith, who's great. Who's the voice of the Chargers. So I love it. I mean, they say it's the L.A. Ravens or the L.A. Ravens because of the fact You took the GM. You took all the guys that were on the Ravens. And so you got the Harbaugh. So he's done a great job. He won 5 games the year before he gets there and now turns around, wins 11 games, gets them in the playoffs. And they did it without all of his guys, without a true number one receiver. Of course, McConkey came into his own. But you had Keenan, and you didn't have a tight end, a great pass-catching tight end. So you look what they did. You played with running backs that are coming off major injuries and still won 11 games. Pretty incredible.
How's that Zen treating you?
It's treating me good, and I recovered all right. I was trying to take my time to breathe. I think I did over 20.
You were good. It's good for performance, man. Baker Mayfield does it during the games.
You know what? I used to chew a little Red Man back in the day.
Oh, back in the day.
Yeah, I stopped chewing probably like 10 years ago. About 10, 15 years ago. I just chewed Red Man. I never did the tough stuff because I wanted to try to live a little longer. But, man, so I'd get that Red Man and get on my tractor, my old John Deere tractor, and drive around in a circle, all clockwise. But so it's doing good for me. I like it. It's not too strong. I don't feel too queasy, and so I don't feel queasy at all. But I've had the spins before. Trust me. When you said get the spins and you grabbed the trash can, I'm like, oh,
I did,
just in case. So what can you tell us about? What are you promoting, or who's bringing you here?
Well, I was brought here by Believe. They brought me here, dude. Today we had it was me and. We had Andre, Reed, great guy, Hall of Famer, and then great safety for the Steelers. See, I don't know if the Zen's making me forget names. I got CT's kicking in. What's a great? He played cornerback, played safety. Rod Woodson. Yeah, Woodson. So him, Joey Porter. So we all was on and with Marcus Allen, all just together. It just having.
Awesome. So they brought all the tough guys together in one group.
Yeah, I was able to grab those guys.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying. All the tough guys. That's all tough.
Yeah,
players.
and it was just so Believe brought me in, and I'm happy to be here to be able to talk sports and be able to talk to you guys. But Believe it's doing amazing. It's doing amazing because it's getting ex-players and the teams they played for, and they're able to have a podcast and be able to talk sports and tell the listeners what it's like to be in that locker room, to play for that team. And so it's really, really awesome. So I really, really enjoy it. So I love it. I love what football was able to do for me and what I was able to do for the game. If I didn't protect that game and didn't work out and do the things that I did, it wouldn't have taken care of me. So you don't own your brand, people do. So it was just really, really amazing to be able to, last that long and be able to play a game. And looking forward to seeing a great Super Bowl this Sunday.
Yes, sir. Cannot wait. It's Believe, BLEAV, for folks that want to check into that. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your time here in your town.
Thank you so much. Woo! I'm fired up.
There he goes, Lorenzo Neal, NFL legend, 16 seasons, member of the All-NFL 2000s team. We're back, maybe some football's finest. Paige VanZant, MMA, joins us next right here. It's the GBag Nation, the Fan. Houston, brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois and by the Low T Center. We have football's finest coming up. We'll hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's happened in the world of sports here in football, the NBA trade deadline, and so much more. There's a new fight league coming out, though, the Global Fight League, and we have two of their biggest stars joining us to talk more about that and their stories through fighting. The first one of the most identifiable and popular fighters today, successful in every form of combat, from UFC to boxing, wrestling, even slap fighting. She has also been on shows like Dancing with the Stars and Chopped. Paige VanZant with us here.
Hello.
105 through the Fan. Hello to you and your friend Hannah Goldie, one of the most popular female strawweight MMA fighters. Key selection of the Global Fight League's Miami team. So you guys are teammates here.
We are teammates for the GFL. It's a new organization. We are out of Team Miami, but there's 6 teams competing basically like the NFL season. You're going to see fights on Sundays and Mondays, and yeah, you get to follow a team to a championship.
So you guys going to fight every week?
No, definitely not every week. They're going to alternate. So I believe there's 6 teams. There's 20 fighters per team, 2 fighters per weight class per team. So we're the same weight class on the Miami team. And if I'm fighting, she won't be fighting. And then there's going to be just 1 fight card per month.
Oh, okay. So
Or
you fight
2,
every other
yeah.
month
Yep.
or something like
Yep.
that? That's not too bad, so you don't have to worry about.
So, or if I would be fighting once, she would fight the next month, so you'd get a few months off.
Right on. And what's the need for this GCL?
GFL. So honestly, they came out and changed the game for fighters. Like everything that fighters have wished for, that they felt like they were missing out on, they're offering to us. In the NFL, it's a 50% revenue share, right, to the players. That's what we're getting, and that's never been done before. It's unheard of in the MMA space. So as the organization grows, we do as well. So we're getting a 50% revenue share. We're getting insurance. We're getting truly taken care of as professional athletes.
So you're not getting insurance like when you're fighting with UFC or another promotion?
You get insurance if you compete. So if I were to go compete in a fight, get injured in the fight, then you are taken care of. And different promotions, I mean, I've been out of the UFC for a while, so I'm not sure how it really relates to like training injuries and this and that. But most of the organizations, you only get covered if you get injured in a fight.
Wow. So what exactly, I mean, I know you've been bouncing around. You've been doing a lot. Like you've pretty much covered it all now with the slap, the slap fighting, bare knuckle fighting. What's been the difference juggling all of this and then still wanting to do it?
Honestly, I love MMA, and I've been at American Top Team, the gym, for a few years now. Just because I haven't been active in MMA doesn't mean I haven't been training in it. And for me, combat sports is combat sports, and competition is competition. I want to win at absolutely anything that I do, and I just want to compete. This is my job. It's my life, and I took, a hiatus. I did AEW. I did power slap, bare knuckle boxing, and now I'm just stoked to be back in like my true passion, which is MMA. And I knew that I was going to go back into MMA at some point. I just didn't know where. And all of a sudden, the GFL came out knocking on my door, and it was too good of an offer to say no to.
Now, as an athlete that also does a lot of celebrity type of stuff, did the bare knuckle make you nervous that you might mess up the moneymaker or what?
Not at all.
Really?
No, not at all. Honestly, statistically, they say people with scars on their face are more attractive.
Okay.
And
that applies to women as well.
Scars,
Paige is worried about.
Yeah, that's the last thing. No, I've been cut open a few times. No, honestly, it's competition.
Just like she's a bad ASS.
She is.
Like and I think most females that fight could probably resonate with that as well. It's like we're not thinking about getting cut open when we fight. We're thinking about implementing our game plan and winning the fight. If you're worried about being pretty, it's not the right sport.
Right.
No.
Well, you're still pulling it off, both of you.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Appreciate you joining us here. Now, you guys say you're in the same class?
We're in the same weight class for the same team.
Yeah.
Okay, so who would win in a fight between you two right now?
Hey, we're teammates.
You're teammates.
We only
don't have
support
to.
each other
You can't
here.
pine us against each
I
other.
love
It's
it.
Not a
everybody's
chance.
tribe.
What was the sell for you, Hannah?
The sell for GFL.
Yeah.
I mean, just being valued as an athlete, truly, I don't feel like I've been valued the way that the GFL has valued me, and I'm just really looking forward to showcasing my new skills under an organization that is, really taking care of their fighters.
So we have our pre- and post-game show host, Jared Sandler, has a big-time crush on Blake Lively. He said this on our show. We were all taken aback, but I know you've talked about this specifically, Paige, on the podcast with your husband.
Okay.
Like really weird requests, really weird DMs that you've gotten.
Yes.
And Hannah, I'm sure you have probably had the same thing. So here's what Jared had to say, and I wonder if you can relate to this in any way or if you have a story that can top it for an odd request.
All right.
well documented your celebrity crush is Blake Lively. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah,
to the
I think her
mess?
farts smell awesome, and I would stand behind her if she wanted to fart in my face.
Okay, all right, let's go. Let's get on out of here. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, graphic.
Wow. Okay. No, I definitely have had some weird requests. I talked about on my podcast. Someone offered me $50,000 to cut my hair, and
send them the hair.
As long as I sent them the hair, and
Is
looking
that why your
back,
hair's a little shorter right now?
no, looking back, I did go cut my hair
Spoiler alert.
like 3 months later, and I was like, gosh, dang it! I should have just taken the deal because I never thought I would have short hair, but now I do. No, I should have taken him up on the offer. But then I always got like weird with like clone. He's gonna clone me and like.
Oh, 'cause you never know about
You
that.
never know. What if it was
we don't need more than one page walking around.
No, what if it was like Elon Musk and he's gonna clone me into another? You just never know. So
you never know.
No, I didn't go up on the deal.
Are you selling Elon out right now?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably clone you a bunch of times if I had that power.
Right, just
to
get
be
a few.
honest with you. Yeah. Now, are a lot of fighters watching this GFL and rooting for you guys to have success as a life raft away from this kind of scam that they're into?
Yeah, I think if you really looked at MMA fighters as a whole, like we all support each other. We all want the best for everybody. We want to see the sport succeed. We want to see it grow. And now with the GFL, I think you're going to see a lot more fighters enticed, one, to come out of retirement, and two, just able to support themselves fully on fighting alone. And that's not really something that you've seen before. You've seen these big polarizing names. Of course, no, I don't have to fight anymore. I just do it because I love to. But you also now have these big polarizing names able to come out and be like, yeah, this is the real deal for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the roster, it's elite level. Everybody that's signed it's an elite level athletes. So there's going to be some awesome matchups. I cannot wait.
What do you think about these crossover fights that we get with, the Paul brothers, obviously trying to fight former MMA fighters? Like, is that something that either of you have had an interest in, or you just the MMA community is so tight, and I do love that. I think it's the purest form of combat sports.
It's the purest form of combat sports, and I feel like once you start in MMA or once you transition to MMA, it's really where you want to stay. It's where you feel the most accomplished. Like, I don't feel truly accomplished like I do when I win an MMA fight, because that's where I feel it holds the most value. But don't get me wrong.
You did a boxing match.
I did,
right, on
and I've done bare knuckle boxing and a power slab. Really, my true passion and the true success that I feel comes from an MMA fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't dabbled as much as Paige has in other combat sports, but I know, for me, even when I'm sparring, if I can't use all of my weapons, if I can't, there's so many weapons that you have in MMA that you don't have in boxing or even kickboxing or just jiu-jitsu or wrestling, whatever it is, being able to use all of the different martial arts at the same time is the funnest thing ever.
Yeah, and it's frustrating to go from being an MMA fighter to be like, oh, you only get to use your hands. You only get to use your most powerful tools or your sharpest tools.
And I feel like you don't get to express yourself fully either, right? It's like you're holding back, if you started in MMA versus obviously if you're only a boxer and, that's where your passion lies, it's different. But I think we're MMA fighters and, that's what we're passionate about.
Hannah Goldie there, Paige VanZant, the GFL. The draft was just a week and a half ago. When does this start?
The first card is scheduled to be the end of April.
And where do we watch it?
Los Angeles, I believe ESPN, DAZN.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice job.
We're
TBA, but talking with the biggest networks in the
But
world.
go follow Global Fight League on Instagram. That's where you're going to get the most up-to-date news.
Thank you, guys. Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
There
you.
they go. Yes, Paige VanZant, Hannah Goldie. That's been a huge topic in MMA and UFC for a long time, that the fighters weren't getting a fair shake and weren't getting the health care.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing and it's glad to see them branching out that way and then trying to make a better path along the way, for sure.
All righty, so we are live on Radio Row here, the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. A lot going on today. Just unbelievable. Emmitt Smith sat down with us back there at 3 o'clock and poured the boys a shot of tequila. He was an absolute heater, man. It was one of the most impassioned speeches that you'll see this side of Michael Irvin. And you could really feel his frustration coming through the airwaves and over the headset here as Emmitt Smith has had enough of these Cowboy struggles.
Yeah.
He was asked about Ashton Genty. He's been asked about Ashton Genty quite a bit on Radio Row. His answer was, we have to know what kind of offense that they're going to run and what kind of personnel they're going to have before you decide if Ashton Genty is the right player for you, Brian. What were you thinking as he was saying that?
You know what? I'll tell you what. It was my when he said that, I'm like, man, he's making perfect sense here. And I'm thinking, but I'm to the point where I just need players. If I have a player that, I'm not trying to put, the round peg in the square hole. I'm just trying to put as many outstanding football players as I can on this team. And, there's a lot of times where these coaches, you don't know. As a scout, I reached out to somebody at the Cowboys and asked, I said, hey, have you had the meeting yet where the coaches tell you the type of players you want? And he said, we haven't had that meeting because our staff's not whole yet. So once you have that meeting, then you're going to be able to say, okay, these are the types of guys. I just think that with Ashton Jeanty, that type of player, I'm going to add him, and then I'm going to figure it out. And maybe that's the wrong way to approach it. He did give some really good reasons why, you got to tell me, Brian Schottenheimer, you got to tell me what your scheme is. You got to tell me. You could talk about running the ball. Mike McCarthy talked about running the ball. He didn't run the ball. He controlled that. He had that. So I respect the heck out of what Emmitt Smith said. I just know as a scout, I'm trying to bring as many of these Ashton Jeantys to the table that can help this football team win, and we'll figure it out from there.
It's an amazing story. Are they going to take him? Or are they going to go somewhere else? I don't know what they should do. I know they need to run the ball well, and the running game is more important than ever.
Yeah.
I just know that it is absolutely mandatory that they get this one right.
Yeah.
Three straight firsts in a row that don't go their way might be too much to overcome.
See, I learned this last night was about Josh Simmons, the tackle from Ohio State, who I think is the best tackle in football in the college football draft this year. Torn patella tendon. I didn't know. I didn't know what the injury was. I knew it was a knee. I didn't know if it was an ACL, PCL.
Is that the worst one?
That's right down the middle. That's that tendon that holds your knee and all
your
that
kneecap
together. Right there together. And I heard it was pretty significant. And so now all of a sudden, I need Dr. Cooper to tell me, well, hey, this is, it's going to be something you're going to have to deal with. But if the best tackle on the board has a significant injury, does that take my attention somewhere else? And I think that's something that we have to ask ourselves when we get here into the draft.
All righty. We'll step aside here live on Radio Row, hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything happening in the world of sports today. An NBA trade deadline Thursday. LA Live with Lucius is coming up in about 24 minutes, and we're back here live on Radio Row on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back, it's the GBag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live on Radio Row in New Orleans. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top. LA Live's going to kick off here at about 5:40 in the GBag Nation. Now, tomorrow, Fan After Dark's going to take over 1 hour early, so we'll be off immediately following LA Live. and Fred and Blake are going to pick us up, so we want to salute our teammates for being awesome and allowing us to duck out and make sure we get to the airport enough time to get back to DFW.
Wolchuk, make sure you check in early.
Oh, I've set an alarm.
Okay.
So we're going to be at our family dinner tonight, 8:40. I got to get in there. We'll be good to go. I'll get us a good spot.
There you go.
Our flight here was amazing. I mean, the best flight we've ever taken as a show or as a station.
Frontier wasn't good
1
that
hour
one
and
time?
10 minutes. Man, it just absolutely amazing.
Full rows to ourselves.
I mean, by the time you get to cruising altitude, you're already on your way back down.
Yeah, it was awesome.
So
it's an easy flight.
New Orleans is a great place to be. Okay, Micah Parsons quite active. I saw him earlier. He was walking around with his buddies and stuff. So he's been very busy, very popular here on Radio Row. But the thing that kind of set off the headlines and the discussion on national television today said he's kind of happy that they're going to get a reset, with the coaching staff. Is it a reset, considering Schottenheimer's been here for 3 years? Would be my first question on that, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know about the head coach reset, but man, it's the Chicago Bears staff basically on defense right now. If you look at all the hires that they've made, I think they've got one more. But
Plus
know what,
the Jets guy on the D-line.
Yeah, the Jets guy on the D-line. You're absolutely right about that. Let me tell you this. Mike is probably going to be playing on a completely different defense when it comes to – I don't think Oso Digizua is going to be here. I don't think that Jordan Lewis is going to be here. Man, I hope I'm wrong. Golston, don't think he's going to be here. It's going to look different.
I mean, Osa's projection is $20 million.
Yeah, I
can't see the Cowboys having an appetite for it as good of a player as he is. I think you're going to draft and then lose a guy, which is the opposite of what you say you do.
I just think this defense, it's not only it's going to be Flues and these different coaches. For Micah, it's going to look different too. I think there's some young guys that could be a part of this. I wish Carson, the corner, wouldn't have had the year he had. I wish he would have been more, healthy and, and didn't get beat up as bad as he did.
Confidence definitely.
But they're going to be different at linebacker. They're going to be different at, we'll see what happens with Diggs. Bland. I mean, Bland he'll be healthy at least, but it's going to look like a different team on defense, and maybe that's the reset. It's not going to be a lot of the same names that we've seen in the past. It's Tank Lawrence likely being gone. So it's. Yeah, that part of it's a reset.
I wonder if, though, he meant is more like a vibe or a culture around the star. And I don't know, in a losing season, it's hard to have great morale, isn't it? Is that just the losing, Wolchuk, or do you think they have like some bad mojo to shake off?
I don't know, because it was all like, man, they're not quitting. They're showing a lot of fight. That was the big conversation during the season. Like, has McCarthy saved his job? Would that be a good culture? There seems like every offseason there's some kind of buzzword that goes around. And this year it's culture. Shoddy at his presser, it's, okay, culture. I'm a culture guy. I'm a relationships guy. Now Mike is talking about the culture. Maybe there is an issue there, but I don't know that is it fixable? That's the big question. Nobody's really been able to come in and, I guess, change that. Maybe Garrett did. Maybe Garrett had his Garrett guys for a little while. I don't know.
Man, we always thought the culture – well, I shouldn't say we. I kind of felt like that the culture was good.
Yeah.
But then you get guys like Zach Martin, who's, with talking with our guys and kind of
a lot of them have said something was just off this
something
year.
Was off and something was wrong. And Dawson, I think you asked this the other day. Was it too much? Was it too much with head coach with a 1-year deal, coaches with a 1-year deal? The quarterback,
CD
all these.
Lamb
What else could explain it, right? Everyone on a 1-year prove-it deal.
They were just so bad to start the season. They're so bad on D. And then you get Mike Zimmer saying, man, I wish I would have done it my way. And I'm like, well, damn it, Zimmer, why didn't you do it your way?
What are you waiting on?
Yeah, what are you waiting on? You should have gone out there and but everybody was trying to kind of like, well, this defense was good and Dan did a good job and da-da-da-da-da. Man, after that Green Bay game, you should have tried to change everything you could coming in here. Yeah. You shouldn't have just said, oh, well, hey, they turn people over, they get sacks. No, you coach it up how you want to coach it up.
Yeah.
And maybe things would have been a little bit different. I don't know. I didn't believe that the culture was bad. But maybe it was bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it was bad.
So when Micah was walking by, I just caught a tiny snippet of what he was telling his friend, and I guess this is technically off the record, but he didn't reveal anything. But all I heard him say was, obviously I can't say that about the coaching staff in public, you know? So I think there is what you say publicly and what you say privately, and it's amazing that once a coaching staff or a front office turns over, all of a sudden you get a whole new perspective. Oh, no, it's all for one, one for all. Our chemistry, our belief is high. We're going for the playoffs. To, oh, now Mike McCarthy's gone and we can start talking about this other stuff. I mean, I thought Mike McCarthy's culture was about the only good thing he did. You know, having likable players, communicating with the players. I thought all that was part of his deal.
To Zach's point, I think these players played hard because a lot of them were playing for jobs.
You had a lot of young players.
A lot of them were playing for their future. You know, I mean, if you're Oso Digizua, you're thinking, I've had some mediocre seasons here, you know, and now I'm about to try and go get paid. You better. Golston, Jordan Lewis. I mean, these guys, you know, look at, you know, with the right guard, not Martin, you know, but
Brock
Hoffman. They're, you know, Rico Dowdle. A lot of these guys played hard because they were playing for their futures. I don't know if they're necessarily playing for Mike McCarthy. I think they're playing for their futures, if not here, some other place.
One thing that I did see Mike, he was asked about Myles Garrett a lot. And he did say, you know, he made a pitch, like, bring Myles Garrett to Dallas. And he was asked, would you take less if it meant you got Myles Garrett? And he said 100%.
Wow. That's awesome. You know, I totally see not wanting to get into free agency and overpay for guys. But this is where you're flexible with your cap. Oh, a Hall of Famer is available.
Yeah.
You know, his salary is very digestible because he signed the contract 4 years ago. We can make this work under the cap. This is the moment that you do it. I just don't think the team is ready. Like, this would be a finishing piece to put you over the top. Like, maybe Detroit makes sense right now.
Yes,
Garrett.
yes, absolutely. True contenders, teams that are or could at least convince themselves that they're a defensive player of the year type guy away from winning a Super Bowl. And the Cowboys, unfortunately, are not there right now. But if you're Detroit, if you're the Commanders, if you're the Buffalo Bills,
wow, the Commanders,
I mean,
after
geez,
one year.
if you're the Chiefs, if you're the
mindset,
Eagles,
dude.
like, I mean, name that true, legit contender team. Everybody should be in the mix.
That will
on
get
this.
violent vomiting if the Eagles trade for Myles
This
Garrett.
time year ago,
But that's
though,
Howie, dude. Howie's got the balls.
A year changes a lot in the NFL. Like, I know we're very pessimistic. Do I think the Cowboys are going to go win a Super Bowl? No. But they did win 12 games 3 years in a row. And they're holding themselves, when you've paid your quarterback and paid your receiver, you're a contending team. They believe they're a contending team. To me, the whole, like, oh, they need one guy, you're over. Like, a year ago, we weren't talking about Washington in this category. A lot can change year to year in the NFL. The Cowboys need to hold themselves like they think they are a contending team because they've spent the money like they are. When you pay those two positions, you're not rebuilding. So make a move to go get a Myles Garrett and try and have the best pass rush in the NFL. Maybe that does help you contend.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. I think the Cowboys are close enough that if you went and got Myles Garrett, had a great draft, and then spent another $40 or $50 million against the cap, you might have a good chance of plugging all your holes and, you know, being in a good situation next year if you can stay healthy and Matt Eberflus gets this defense humming along.
Yeah, if I told Chief, I go, listen, I'm going to need that 12th pick. I could pick Ashton Genty or trade it for Myles Garrett. He's traded for Myles Garrett.
I would do the same.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. But that, I think Myles Garrett's probably going to, I mean, from an draft asset standpoint, it's going to be.
Oh, no, it's a 12
Is it more
pick
than that? I don't. Yeah,
it's going to be heavy-handed.
You're going to have a second round pick and a bunch of 5s and 6s. Just get ready if you did that trade.
It is tough though. Like Wolchuk, you make that point, and they're kind of in this no man's land of if you're really honest about the roster.
And I agree with you.
This isn't a contending
There's
roster,
so many
win-now
holes.
roster, but
I think there's a chance they're going to be worse than last year.
But when you pay the quarterback, you pay the receiver, you're about to pay the edge rusher, you are telling everybody that we feel like we are a championship team. They're kind of in that weird place right now.
Yeah, and you don't want to be in that spot. You know, you either want to be bad enough to be clearing cap and getting elite draft picks, or you want to be good enough and going for it. And the Cowboys have convinced themselves that somehow they can stay right in the middle there and still give themselves a chance to get to the top of the mountain. Big night for Darren Woodson. I don't think I could handle it. I don't think a lot of Cowboys fans could handle it if he's left out once again and Eli Manning goes in first ballot. Apparently Eli already knows. I thought you didn't know till you get the knock. But
I think they play that up a little bit. I think all these guys know where they're at. And the whispers that I've heard around today and bumping into a Hall of Fame voter, I don't think Eli Manning's getting in. I don't believe
Hallelujah.
that. I don't believe Eli will be a first ballot. Now that's just
I mean,
speculation from the row.
Should he be in?
He should be in. To me, it's like, okay, Eli. Eli should get in.
Not first ballot, though.
But not first ballot. There needs to be a special, that takes a special player to get in first ballot. But can you tell the history of the NFL without Eli Manning? The answer is no.
Yes.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
They had the biggest upset in Super Bowl history, beating the New England Patriots 17-0, and Eli Manning was a big part of that. I think Romo was better than Manning. But the dude won 2 Super Bowls, and he was super clutch in the playoffs when it mattered, which the Cowboys quarterbacks outside of Troy Aikman certainly haven't had that ability.
I'm a hater.
A 1.5 to 1 touchdown to interception ratio for Eli Manning.
Throw the fumbles in there, too.
You know, and you go old school passer rating, which can ballpark it. What do you have, like 4 seasons over 90? You know, like that's low. In today's game, that's low. And I know he played a lot in the 2000s. But I don't know if he was even like, a top 5 player on his own team.
No, but you get the 2 Super Bowls, and you do it beating the best ever until Mahomes might take that torch and Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Like, that's pretty damn impressive.
I won a Super Bowl. We had 3 5-11 seasons in a row.
Yeah, with the Cowboys, right. I mean, I don't know what that has to do with Eli.
Man, winning the Super Bowl is great, but it shouldn't define.
It does with quarterbacks,
respectfully,
though.
Chuck, I think you're putting too much weight into winning the Super Bowl as the quarterback.
I disagree 100%.
Yeah.
With quarterback, it's always Super Bowls.
But
it's all about the Super
It's
Bowls.
possible to have a great enough team that
That's why
an
Bob
average
Greasy
quarterback
got
can
in.
win 2 Super Bowls. I'm not putting average quarterbacks in.
That's why you're not having Trent Dilfer or Brad Johnson in this conversation, but they win 1. You win 2, it's not an accident. What Eli did in the playoffs, and I hate Eli Manning too, but what he did in the postseason, you can't have watched it and say he didn't step up and make some big-time throws. I hated to watch it, but he did. That Mario Manningham throw along the sideline, that was incredible.
Yeah, and it wasn't like Eli was – it's not like we talk about those Giants teams as all-time teams.
We would hate him if he was our quarterback.
Not if he won us 2 Super Bowls.
Not if he steps up and makes plays that Dak and Romo couldn't do in the playoffs.
Put all those
14 and 17 points. The defenses won those Super Bowls.
That's fine.
But
he still made plays in both games to win it for
every
them.
quarterback's going to make a couple of plays a game.
Not every quarterback. No.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the
In
issue
every
with
game.
what we've had in Dallas. That's why
In
we
every
can't
game.
succeed.
Yeah, well, I mean, even in the games that the Cowboys lost in the playoffs,
That's because
Dak
the
made some
quarterback
great throws.
Dak did not. Dak had the opportunities in the fourth quarters to go and make those drives. Eli did
in
it.
the one Niner game where they scored 12
Both
points.
Niner games.
And the Green Bay game.
When they scored 17 and 12 points.
We're not
both
talking
of them.
about Dak as a Hall of Famer, are we?
We would
Absolutely
if he
not.
did what Eli did. That's exactly the point here.
If Dak had scored 17 points against the Patriots, he would have won the Super Bowl.
And if he wins a Super Bowl, Dak's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Because that's what quarterbacks are defined by.
Yeah, I guess I just don't agree with it. You know, I think as a voter, you should be able to subjectively look at history and analyze the role without just boiling it down to a Super Bowl.
Hey, but for quarterbacks, that's how they evaluate it. And we're talking about, again, Darren Woodson, the Cowboys' all-time leading tackler. Probably not. I don't know. I hope he gets in
That's
tonight.
the biggest
I've got
problem.
doubts that he goes in tonight.
David Moore in the Morning News wrote, "The stunning trade of Luka has rocked the Dallas sports scene in a way no other move has since the split between Jerry and Jimmy during the Cowboys championship run in the 90s. Think of anything bigger? I mean, obviously letting Landry, but that was before that.
That was a tough day. But you know what?
This isn't as big as Landry,
it was
is
time.
it?
God, it was
Is the
time.
Luka trade as big as Landry?
I don't think so. Because Tom Landry was here 28 years.
Yeah.
So, no, I
He
don't
was an
think so.
institution.
But it
yeah,
was
but you're
time.
talking about the prime, though. Like, that wasn't prime Landry when he was.
No, but man, you talk about legend.
No question,
bro, legend.
But you see that in a lot of places. You just saw it happen to Bill
How
Belichick.
long was Luka with us? 5 years? 6
7.
years? 7 years?
7.
I'm sorry, I didn't
7 and a
remember
half.
them all. I just, man,
Maybe
that
6 and a
Landry
half.
thing, that shook the city bad. But the people who really were following the team knew it was time. It was time. So, but still, there was a lot of like, man, you treated him bad, and it was bad.
It was the
bad.
fan base was saying, "I'm never going to watch again" type of deal. Brian, fan reaction to that? You said people on the inside that were covering the team knew it was time. Did the fan base know it was time?
Yeah, we did. And I know as a fan, you know, Bill Belichick's career, how it ended, is very similar to how Tom Landry's career. When you start drafting poorly, The game kind of gets away from you. Your roster's not as good. Man, there's 2 Hall of Fame coaches right there that kind of had the same fate. But, yeah, you knew something differently had to be done. At least I did. And did I like it? No. Did I understand it? Absolutely. But I don't think every Dallas Cowboy fan felt the same way I did.
All righty, it is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The Lakers traded for a center using a first-round pick that the Mavericks could have had, but Nico said, Lakers, you can't call Luka and ask him if he's going to sign an extension. So the Lakers replied with, well, if we can't call him, then we're taking away one of our first-round picks today. They used that to make a trade, and the player they got should be a good alley-oop threat. Apparently, Luka told them I'm at my best when I have an alley-oop threat and, a lob player there and pick and roll. So they picked that up for him, and I just think that makes it sting a little bit more. Baseball, the guy that was, being Ohtani's personal assistant, dude, Ippei Mizuhara, sentenced to 5 years in prison for stealing about $17 million of Shohei Ohtani to repay gambling debts. He says, I want to say I'm truly sorry to Mr. Ohtani for what I have done. Holy cow, $17 million. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where our $1 million man, Lucius Alexander, has LA Live.
Yeah, man, my aunt has stopped messing with the Cowboys ever since they got rid of Landry. She's been trolling them ever since.
Yeah, there we go.
That's right.
Trolling them ever since. And I'm pretty sure after those 3 Super Bowls, she had a hard time.
Yeah.
But ever since then, it's been smooth sailing for her.
Yep, it has. She made it through the trial.
Yeah, she made it through. All right, let's get into a Ladies' Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Everybody dance. See, it's a hard thing. I don't have sex. I'm celibate and got all them toys in your drawer. Don't tell nobody that. I'm gonna sit right here. Because somebody going to get rid of their rose when they get home. Tell your neighbor, I want to be free for real.
Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, February 6, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies' Night edition of LA Live here. Shout out to all the lady Tolos listening, and shout out to the thotties, too. Shout out to the thotties, too. It's not just the ladies, but the thotties, too. We don't judge. It's all love. It's all love. Speaking of ladies, too, I might need your help on this, fellas. Give me some female names. People don't name their daughters anymore. Give me some old school female names. People don't name their daughters anymore.
Go with Thelma.
Thelma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see no 20-year-old Thelmas running around out here.
Delilah?
Delilah, my niece is Delilah.
Oh,
Gertrude. Ooh,
okay, yeah, definitely a Gertrude.
Big Gertie.
Man, ain't no 12-year-old Gertrude running around.
You're like Martha.
Yeah, Martha. I got Myrtle.
Myrtle. That's a good one.
Pearl.
Pearl.
Alberta. I only got that one because I actually know Alberta. She's about my age. We call her
the last one.
She's the last of the Mohicans, fan. We call her Berta.
Berta.
She plays football, too.
That's a fact, Jack.
Big defensive tackle.
We're taking Berta. She's going to be on our team. Berta, you're over to us. Come on.
Go, Berta. Send it to the fan text. What's the fan text names, fellas?
Frankel injury attorney text line.
That's what I'm talking about. Had to get that in. 542.
Got some Helgas in here, too.
Some Helgas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ophelia.
Yeah. There's no young Ophelias running around
Ethel.
out here.
I've never even met an Ethel.
We definitely made a big turn at some point towards cute names. Some of those old ones, they sound a little too masculine.
Phyllis. When you say masculine, Phyllis.
Phyllis
that's
is
right. And shout out to Emmitt Smith, man. He came through grooving off that tequila.
Man,
wow,
tequila's
he
good.
was
Just
sober.
bringing it back for you.
He came through grooving off that tequila. I'm definitely hitting the liquor store up after I get out of work. Because, I got to get some of that tequila, man. My man's feeling nicey.
It's good.
And if it could make me talk like that for 5 hours, I think I'd go back to drinking.
It sure will. You keep drinking it straight, you will. Drink it straight. You definitely will, fam. Put a little ice on it.
It tastes good.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all on G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here is Mr. Broadus, day 4. He sounded like that kid from Superbad. Couldn't get it off his mind. But my man was just actually talking about sleeping bags and sporting goods stores.
I would have gone and bought a sleeping bag from like Dick's or one of those sporting goods stores and just said, here, listen, just get in that. If you get cold,
Zip it up.
Zip
It's a
it
mummy
up,
bag.
yeah.
It's
I just can't be sick,
Well, speaking of Dixon Sports, big L to
Okay.
all of us. We lost.
I knew you were going to do something with that.
Well, we lost.
I was thinking of another sporting goods store, and I couldn't think of another name, like Oshman's or something like that.
Sports Authority Academy.
I couldn't, yeah. And Dick's immediately came into my mind. Pause.
Hey, you
pause.
said it. 4 pauses. Gosh. And on that note, Lucius, I was just looking up on the internet, expired names or whatever. There is actually a name, Oral Lee.
Ooh, Oral Lee. Yeah. Shout out to Opal Lee. My grandmother's name is Ernie May.
Ernie.
Some old school names right there, bro.
I bet you Ernie May can cook.
Apparently, Nimrod is an actual name for men. From way back in the day.
Nimrod.
Yeah. Have fun with this.
That's Mike Bassey's favorite word. He likes to call people Nimrods.
Yeah.
I gotta find the origin
Fart
of this.
faces.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
Oh, yes, sir.
You the one told us about this. Remember that plus-size OnlyFans model that got her leg broken by Tyreek Hill?
I do.
Allegedly,
yes.
While playing football?
In his backyard.
In his backyard. Well, she went through one of those depositions. I'll tell you what, them depositions will eat you alive. Sitting in front of the lawyers, and they get to ask you all these questions. Unless you're a super rich millionaire, like you can't really talk crazy in those depositions unless you're a millionaire, famous,
Did they put her in the spin cycle a little bit?
Yeah, they put her in there so much where she admitted that her and Tyreek were intimate that same night.
Yeah. Oh, wow. With a broken leg?
Playing through injury.
Yeah, that adrenaline must have been high. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sometimes nature calls.
Respect to the toughness.
I can get through this.
I don't know how that's going to work for the case.
No.
But yeah.
I think it's going to be dismissed.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work for the case, but I wanted to give you that update. I seen it going down the timeline.
Thank you.
Yeah, she probably doesn't have a leg to stand on now.
Yeah, there we go.
Bow. What else we got right here? Hey, LA Live, 105.3 The Fan on that ladies' night. You guys seen that American woman in Pakistan? She got caught up catfishing.
No.
Oh, yeah, but she's asking for money to get out. Right?
Yeah, you go, Broadus. Yes.
Broadus, think about it.
Yes. Yes, she is 32 years old. She was catfishing online.
How much did you give her?
What's that?
How much did you give her?
Oh, I didn't. I didn't have my cards on me at the time. I couldn't remember my password.
If you're ever in town, let me know.
My man said, I'm fresh out. Sorry about that. I'm fresh out.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, she met a 19-year-old dude from Pakistan online. They fell in love.
She got trapped.
They fell in love. They wanted to get married because the whole time he's thinking this is something different. He doesn't understand he's being catfish. She flew out to Pakistan so they can get married. She flew out in like October. When she got there, she met the family, and they was like, nah, fam, this ain't it. Nope. You got to get on out of here. So she started camping out in front of their house. She never left. She stayed there for the longest. Then her visa started to run out.
Uh-oh.
So she ended up holding this press conference.
Yes.
With all of the media there in Pakistan about her situation. She says she wants $100K, like Broadus said, from the Pakistani government so she can help build Pakistan up and let her put $20K in her own pocket.
There you go.
Going on?
Yeah.
$100K to rebuild Pakistan. That's very cost effective, though. Sounds like she does good work.
Yeah, very efficient.
Hey, let me call that contractor. Got some projects around the house at that rate.
Listen to these clips from this press conference this lady had out there in Pakistan. They're being so patient with her. Listen to it.
My plan is to reconstruct this whole country, okay? I'm asking for $100K or more. I need $20K by this week, okay? In my pocket, in cash, okay? That's a demand to the government. The government is gonna fix up these buildings, fix up the streets, and clean up these streets. It's ridiculous out here. I do not like it.
It's ridiculous out here. I don't like it.
Straight cash in the pocket.
She's demanding the whole damn government. This is the craziest story I've seen.
I can't believe they're even giving her the time of day.
They're all so patient with her.
20 by the end of the week.
They're asking her questions. You know, they're holding a microphone up in front of her face. Like, what else is going on? What are you going to do with the money? This is how she talks to the interpreter.
My dear American
Listen,
sister.
I'm from Pakistan. Respect to the law, respect for the law, respect to Allah, and respect to God. Do you hear me?
हाँ, तो ये मतलब कह रही है कि भाई मुझे आप पाकिस्तानी कहें. Yes, my Pakistani sister. Okay, sister? It's not okay? तो आपके पास आ जाइए. और फिर इसके बाद जो है वो
Listen, I hope he's saying the right things, okay? Like I said, Pakistan needs to be reconstructed the right way.
Listen, can't disagree. I didn't know that about Pakistan. Apparently very patient with the rebellious woman.
Yeah,
you know.
Or she might end up behind bars or something like that.
I hope he's saying what I just said. Yeah, man, pretty wild story right there.
Yeah.
Check it out. I think she's on her way home.
Oh, she got money to get home.
Yeah. Well, you know, actually,
she was asking for a plane ticket.
She was asking for plane tickets.
Yeah.
She had offers for plane tickets. She turned them down.
Oh.
There was dudes offering to marry her out there in Pakistan. She turned those guys down.
Beggars can't be choosers, man.
This is a crazy story, bro. Crazy
Woman
story.
on a mission.
Yeah.
I got no time for your romance.
Yeah. Here's how she ended it. Let's get out of here.
I'm asking for $20K right away in my pocket at the end of this week. That's all, folks, for today. That's it. He has nothing else to say. Goodbye. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you.
But why are you demanding 1,000K to government in which country?
100K.
100K.
For real estate.
For real estate.
I'm putting it back into the city. It's not going in my pockets. I want 20K in my pockets for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's private. I'm Muslim, and it's against my religion to tell y'all my business. Have a nice day.
She needs 120K. 20 for her, then 100 for whatever the hell she needs to do.
That's not bad. I mean, 100 grand for supplies, 20 grand for labor. Bang, Pakistan rebuilt.
Yeah, you're mad at that, bro. That's a wild, wild story. I can't believe.
Pakistan
I think
rebuilt.
she's got a future as an ambassador of Pakistan.
Oh, jeez.
You got to do something, man. Hey, we're doing a giveaway here on Odyssey.
Okay.
We'll get this
yes,
love.
this is the greatest giveaway I think I've heard in radio history.
Yeah, make sure you get that hour of fan listening in today on the Odyssey app, because that will enter you into the Odyssey National Contest for you and 3 of your friends to go to Vegas to watch the college basketball championship. Airfare, and you'll be staying at the Circle Resort Casino, Las Vegas's premium sporting viewing destination, and home of Stadium Swim, which is really awesome, bro. And here's the really sweet part. You will be going with $20,000 to spend. So get that hour of listening in on the Odyssey app for your entry to win our Slam Dunk Odyssey National Contest. Yeah, baby. Yes. Good luck and God bless. Good luck and God bless.
Stadium Swim.
Yeah,
That's
I like
something
that.
else. I just Googled that. Holy cow.
It's epic.
Yep.
Yeah, my buddy was out there in Vegas. He was sending me photos of him watching the game in the
It's
pools.
so cool.
Yeah, he kept showing me his toes. I was like, show me the TV and everything, right?
Well, he knows what you like.
Bring your toe guy, Lucius.
Yeah, you know it, man.
Watch the game with me.
You know it. He knows it. Last one. There's a CEO in Australia that is in some hot water for telling his employees it's okay if they do drugs and hook up, as long as you don't do it at work.
Out of the office.
I don't see the problem. I really don't see the problem, but he's in trouble. His name is Stephen Carter. He is the CEO of Sharp & Carter, which has a deal with the International Olympic Committee for the 2032 Olympics, okay? So he's in trouble with the Olympic Committee, and he's messing up a deal for the whole company. He made this announcement at a Christmas party just last year. This man is fighting for his life. Fighting for his life right now. Let's go to 7 News Australia for this Australian report.
He's the company boss that shot to notoriety this week with this.
I take drugs myself, I just don't do it at work events.
Whoa!
Stephen Carter.
My man said, I take drugs myself, I just don't do it at work. Whoa!
It's quite a mentor.
Whoa!
With this.
I take drugs myself, I just don't do it at work events.
Yeah.
Stephen Carter, recruitment firm CEO, in hot water over his staff speech before the company Christmas party.
If you're going to cheat on your partner, if you have to do it, just don't do it with someone at work.
Mr. Carter's company, Sharp & Carter, runs recruitment for Brisbane's 2032 Olympics, and the Deputy Premier isn't happy.
I take drugs myself, I just don't do it at work events.
Seeing the video himself for the first time today.
So, I've seen enough. We'll get some more details. It's completely inappropriate, and I'll be asking a please explain from the President of the 32 Committee.
The Olympic movement is anti-drugs, anti-doping. Brisbane's organising committee extremely disappointed at the inappropriate comments. This is a very serious matter. We will be assessing our partnership moving forward.
Man, I hope that CEO just comes out and stands on that business. You know what I'm saying, Lucius? Say, hey, you know how I feel about this? Yeah. How good are you at your job? Yeah. You know, we have been brainwashed by the DARE program starting in the 80s to this point as a global society to think anybody that does drugs is inherently bad. We're doing more drugs in America than the rest of the world combined. We're still more productive, number one economy. Humans need something to cope until they find enlightenment, and most of us never find it. So however you're coping, I would say if you can show up and pull off your 9 to 5 and kick ass and sell or do whatever it is, what you do in your free time is none of my damn business as an employer. And I wish our entire world could get that through their heads. You know, we're here for somewhere between a couple of years and 100 years, right? And a lot of life is suffering, you know? That's why the U.S. pharmaceutical industry is slamming Xanax and Valium and Klonopin down the housewives' throats because of how much suffering life is, you know? And people